Oh, what's up? New Hassan lore. What?
Community, if we fundraise $100,000 as a community, do we get to choose what kind of new animal we invent? Is that possible? Is that in the cards? Will you stop pausing? I'm trying to watch this. Add a couple zeros and we'll talk. That's crazy. New York has changed you. New York has changed you. I'm dropping my day ones and that includes you. Okay, yeah. I see how it is. One TED Talk, all of a sudden, I'm chopped liver. To this day, I think I'm the record holder on largest donations in one single visit, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably washed now. Okay, this is a little bit of personal information, but this was when I was like genuinely considering quitting streaming. And this was, I think, the first fun, non-Gaza related stream that we did post October 7. And I literally was like, I think I probably should just quit streaming. I should go back to college. I should, pursue a PhD.
I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll become like a college professor or something. Because it was so much every fucking day, day in, day out. People were just like, you're a fucking terrorist. You're a fucking terrorist. You're a terrorist. No allies. No one in the space. None of my Twitch streamer friends were, or none of the content creators in the space wanted to touch the issue of Israel with a 10-foot fucking pole because they were so worried about being attacked. They saw the way that like mercilessly people were like ripping into me, calling me a fucking terrorist, even doing like
It's just crazy how much he could make up everything, right? Who the fuck was attacking you for being pro-Palestine day one? Like, was it 6 days after that Al-Ali hospital story was basically fabricated out of thin air, where people pretended that Israel J-damned a hospital and murdered 500 people, like on day, I think it was like, I should remember this, but I feel like it was like day 6 or 7 of the war. Like Israel had already lost the propaganda war. Oh my God.
Unbelievable amounts of unrestrained Islamophobia. I mean,
Islamophobia? Hassan? PIKER? Really? Islamophobia, dog?
It's the same now too with mainstream media, but it doesn't fucking matter anymore because the public is on my side. It doesn't matter. But
the public? You mean all your lefty content creator friends?
At that point, this is January 30th, 2024. There wasn't a lot of people who were like, yeah, Israel kind of sucks. Everyone was like beginning to learn about how much Israel sucked, but they were not there yet. Right? And, my community...
Nobody knew about it before Hassan started talking about it. True.
Community had been severed almost in half. A third left. Went from like 30,000 to barely cracking. We were like sub 20K on a day-to-day basis. So many content creators were just eating so good off of like every other week. Every other week there would be another incident, another horrifying atrocity that I was trying to shine a light to. And anytime I spoke out on it, people would just do video after video after video with like millions of fucking views being like, he's a terrorist.
What is which videos are we talking about? We just like are completely fabricating like everything? What is he? I don't think people started making videos about him until like when I feel like the Willie Mack one was probably the first like big one about how unhinged Hassan's coverage was. What was the year? What was the date for that one? They debated on November 14th, 2023. Okay, maybe Willie Mack made it early on. Wait. Make sure I'm not mixing my dates up here. Yeah, October 7th, 2023 was the thing. Okay. I suck with my months. November is the 11th one, right? But I know Willie Mack did. A few other people. Okay, then it was around this time, I guess. The timeline is correct. But like, nobody has attacked Hassan just for defending Palestinians. It's because of the most unhinged, insane things that he says about just crazy. Like, nobody is ever making you have to support the fucking Houthis, like hijacking civilian ships. I feel like that one Nimplol stream accelerated a lot, but that was later. Yeah, after that, I think a lot of people, that is true. After that one, people started covering it. I don't remember the timeline, I guess, as well. Hassan, fuck, I don't even know what I would look up for this. After that, there were definitely videos that were popping up. But that was like crazy. Like nobody is making you watch terrorist videos and support terrorists, which he's doing. That is what you're doing, right? You played like Houthi recruitment videos. Well, I don't know.
Look at how much of a fucking terrorist he is, primarily in the West. And I was like, these people are sacrificing their lives. It's nothing. Like, feeling shitty and being called a terrorist every day is nothing. People leaving and misunderstanding what I am trying to explain to people is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, right? I have unbelievable privilege. I can just like push through it. So I'm not, presenting myself as a victim at all. I'm just saying mentally I was there. I remember.
Wasn't it slowly after this? Oh, the Hassan leftovers thing. I feel like there weren't many spaces that were supporting Ethan that much on this. But I don't know if many spaces had started picking up like Israel-Palestine as like their single unifying cause at all yet. On October, this was like a week after October 7th. Like I don't know if this was a thing that was mobilizing everybody across the internet quite yet at this point. I do know that I did have the feeling about a year in that it was my subreddit and Ethan's subreddit were the only two places where you could be a liberal but not also want like the destruction of Israel and all Jews. And like still be like in welcome company. That aside from that, like every other place, like a year later, was 100% like you have to be pro complete eradication of Israel and everybody there, and it has to be a single state for Arabs. But I feel like that was about it. I don't remember. I don't know the dates exactly, I guess.
Remember, I was so close. I was like, I fucking hate all this shit. I have no friends in this industry. I have no one that will stand by me. All of these other people are like saying I'm Osama bin Laden. They're playing fucking games, comparing me to Osama bin Laden. Like some of the top content creators were doing that, and not a single one of the people I know, the people I've like grown up with in this fucking in this dark corner of the internet, not a single one of them was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. That's kind of fucked up. Why are you doing that? That's a little racist, don't you think?
Racist? Like it's the weakest, dude. My brain has been getting fried the past week. Okay, I'm trying my best to hold on, but. I didn't think that like I already thought that politics sucked 10 years ago when I got into it. And it was all just kind of like ad homs and screaming and everything. But this like fracturing, this like bifurcation of realities into all of these different places where you just go and you just kind of preach to your choir and you rewrite history over and over and over again. Like, does anybody remember one of the big things that was going on when the Bin Laden talk was happening? It was a whole bunch of fucking kids on TikTok that were discovering like Bin Laden's letters to America and then being like, oh, I don't know, this is kind of based. I think Denims might have even done a reading. And then I'm always kind of an outsider no matter what, I guess, just because of my demeanor and everything. But like, I'm starting to feel like I'm the only person in this space that's not getting paid by like some foreign or weird domestic entity. I talked with Lauren Southern a lot when she was going through her kind of like Tenet thing, and I think I've mentioned this before. I felt kind of bad because initially we were just like kind of talking like career advice stuff, and when I was running through that channel, like I felt like she was basically carrying the Tenet channel, and then the amount of money that she was getting paid was not anywhere near as much as I would expect for like a startup thing that wanted original content and documentaries and shit like that. There was no way. And I was like telling her, like, you got to push for way more. You should be getting like at least like 2 or 3x like what they're paying you. And then the that indictment dropped. But I remember a lot of what she was saying was she was starting to feel kind of crazy because she felt like whereas before it was like a bunch of people that seemed like kind of maybe radicalized, but like radicalized and dedicated to a cause. Now it seemed like a whole bunch of people were getting controlled by other people, and it just started to feel like very weird and not organic. And that's how I don't know. Everything is like so strange. Jesus.
Not even a little bit, right? And then I did this, and we did the stream, and a lot of people tuned in, and we fundraised what, 30 grand in the.
And before Vosh says you stole this talking point, unironically true. It wouldn't surprise me if Vosh actually felt similarly. I don't think Vosh is. I think Vosh is actually his own. I think him and I are similar demeanor-wise. I think he probably is his own thing, and he doesn't get paid by any weirdo fucking foreign entities or whatever.
And then I did this, and we did the stream, and a lot of people tuned in, and we fundraised what, 30 grand in the entire 2-hour stream or like hour-long stream. And that's when I was reminded that we do actually have an incredible impact.
I don't think loaner box is either. Yeah.
An incredible impact that like we are capable of making, changes, albeit marginal. That was my thread of hope, a thread of hope that we can weave together for a better future. If we
Vosh had claimed you've been paid by Israel. Well, Vosh can have his ordinary fucking faults, whatever. Fucking people are. I just bring it out of people, okay? What do you want me to say? I bring it out of people. People are just dumber than you think, myself included. Well, I mean, like a little bit, kind of, sort of, but that's not really what's happening. There's like, it's kind of started to leak now. I feel a little bit less crazy. It actually does feel like really good. Having Hutch and kind of other people seeing how unbelievably unhinged and crazy, I shouldn't say unhinged and crazy, how coordinated and deliberate a lot of these spaces are behind the scenes. That Hassan is like also working with. Somebody made a post on my subreddit, and I'm so used to being, what do you say, self-deprecating, not kind of, but also like downplaying bad stuff because I don't ever want to be seen as like a victim or whatever, that I think sometimes we might miss a little bit. Somebody made a really good Reddit post that in another world where either I'm more connected or this attack happened against like somebody else, like this would be like a front page that like this, everything related to these people is like has the makings of kind of a foreign, like a whole operation. Fuck, there was a really good post on my subreddit about this. Even if it wasn't like a foreign operation, even if it was all domestic, like that you have like the massive coordination behind the scenes. You've got your proliferation channels to disseminate misinformation. You've got your coordinated lies and rumors and myths that you tell. You've got multiple platforms. You've got astroturfed accounts. You've got like larger figures working behind the scenes, but not direct. Like every single thing is kind of there. It's like this would be like a I remember somebody emailed me like a suggestion about this a long time ago, and I actually thought it was so fucking stupid and impossible. Although to be fair, I also had a meme email that I sent to my law firm in New York like a year and a half ago, probably a year and a half ago, when we were trying to sweeten the pot to get the FBI interested and picking up the criminal side of the solo stuff. And I remember going back through a lot of messages, and I remember that I'd written out like a 10-point thing where I was like, this is like a super long shot, but like, it's possible. There's like maybe like a trafficking element to this. Like if you kind of look at this and this and this and this, it kind of looks like, maybe. And then that's like, this is like a 1 in a million shot in my mind. But for that to be true is kind of fucking wild. Top comment on the latest drama video that I want to credit before saying anything else, because this is not my insight, it's his. I just have to say, a private Discord server of 100-ish terminally online tankies and Kiwi farmers that obsessively coordinate to harass and create narratives about liberal creators to smear them all over the internet is actually a pretty big story. I mean, the IRA, Russia's online disinformation/influence branch, during the 2016 election cycle, at its absolute peak, had 1,000 employees, with roughly 100 of them specifically targeting the U.S., and then reaching 176 million Americans on Facebook alone. I read this last night, and I'm not able to look at the case situation the same since. The drama framing has been doing a lot of work to make this look smaller than it is. Stop and apply Pablo's lens for a second. I don't know what Pablo's lens is. The IRA at peak fielded 100 people specifically targeting U.S. political content. That's the operational baseline. A Discord of around 100 obsessives, treating it as a full-time job, amplified by Hassan Piker's 2.8 million followers as the laundering node, and is in raw operational terms the same order of magnitude as a Russian state influence operation against the United States. The mechanism is different. The IRA bought Facebook ads. The Snarker Network produces content that Piker likes and retweets into the center of Democratic-aligned youth media. The reach and structural effect are comparable. The labor comes from obsession rather than paychecks, which makes it more durable rather than less because there's no funding source to cut off. Now run the Rene DiResta/Stanford Internet Observatory checklist against it. Operational core, present, 20 gigabytes of Discord logs, workshopped messaging, distributed across platforms in near simultaneity, present substance/tweet workshops in the leaks. High reach amplification node, present Hassan PIKER. He's not the only one, by the way. FTE equivalent participants treating the work as a vocation, present. FTE, I'm guessing he's a full-time employee. Documented harm to specific targets, present. Federal lawsuit, repeated swatting, around $500,000 in legal fees. J.D. Vance floated a DOJ investigation, sustained reputation campaign against Dan Saltman, whose Hatred.tv work was endorsed by Richie Torres in a congressional letter, plus the ADL and AJC. Strategic political effect benefiting a coherent faction. Present, the harm is always liberal commentators in the youth political media space at the exact moment the Democratic Party is deciding whether 2028 pivots to PIKER aligned to left populism or back towards liberalism. Every marker is present. If the SIO still existed, this case would be sitting on someone's desk. The reason it isn't getting that analytic treatment is not that the case is weak, it's that the SIO got dismantled in 2024 under House judiciary pressure. And the institutional capacity for this analysis hasn't been reconstituted. In short, whether they mean it that way or not, the snarkers are an influence operation against liberals in the Democratic Party, which has produced a federal lawsuit, multiple swatting incidents, a sitting vice president floating a DOJ investigation, $500,000 in legal fees, I wish, and a sustained reputation destruction campaign against the activist who got AT&T and JP Morgan to pull ads from Twitch over documented anti-Semitism. This is not internet drama. It is probably the most significant non-state coordinated influence operation against the American center left in the post-2020 period. It sucks because I think I have a tendency to downplay stuff that happens to me because I really don't like the victim narrative, and then obviously that rolls over to my fans, which I appreciate to some extent. But then even in chat, this is a little schizo, Limeo. This is AI slappa, but I'll let it slide. All right, this sounds insanely schizo, lol. So every single thing in here is just a fact. Now you can argue that the framing might be incorrect, but all of this is factually true. But half of you are already predisposed not to believe it because it sounds crazy. Meanwhile, Hassan and all of his group have convinced how many people that I'm unironically a neo-Nazi that gives IDF advice in order to imagine you're watching a streamer and he's like, I think Destiny gave advice to the IDF on how to hide war crimes. None of his chat is that's kind of schizo, bro. They're true. So it's yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a lot. It's a lot, dude. What is the Occam's razor of this whole scenario? Wouldn't that be more likely than what that write-up is? What is you tell me, what is the Occam's razor? Given the factual accounting of everything we have so far, where somebody ran a 4-year catfishing honeypot operation on me, was an active chatter in Queeman's chat, that transformed into a lawsuit, where half the orbit that I had are fucking people that are on the enemy team that are mysteriously covering it in a very negative light, where a guy who everybody knows basically trafficked some minor chick is literally, everybody knows him, nobody gives a fuck, he's walking away scot-free, where Hassan PIKER is directly coordinating with and signal boosting all of these people, where, you can try to Occam's razor, but there's a lot of really weird facts to account for. There's a lot of really, really, really difficult to account for facts on it's all a coincidence, especially when all of it is so it's intentional. They're intentionally having these conversations in order to intentionally signal boost things. Destiny, why are you not going on the attack? You honestly should feel a moral compulsion to utilize your reach and fan base to blast Hassan. Hutch probably should too, but it's untenable for you to allow them to control your narrative. So the issue is that I've said this before over and over again. This is all kind of coalescing. I have a few meetings with some big Democratic people. I can only say that much because I'm trying to impart my brain onto these people so that people can understand more of what's going on. Or maybe I'll just be ranting schizo to them. Who knows? But the far left has the apparatus. Okay, the MAGA movement has the apparatus. The center left does not have the apparatus. You cannot get the center left to get together and do anything. It's not possible. You just cannot do it. You cannot do it. It's absolutely impossible to do it. And it takes there's so much kind of especially when it comes to the far left, Like the center left will always give so much like, well, you know, maybe we can work with these guys. Maybe we can work with the tankies. Are you going to react to Queen and Justicle's free speech is under attack? Oh yeah, link me that. What's the prescription for us besides me? I'm hoping that that the judge dismisses this case in 2 weeks. Once that's done, the manifesto that I do will completely and totally destroy Lauren Hayden's. She'll be gone forever from the internet, guaranteed. And probably people in her immediate orbit, 100%. That will be a multi-career ending presentation, guaranteed. But oh wait, where was that? The thing. Somebody said there was a Queeman speech. I feel like I watched like 20 seconds of this, and it was crazy to me. But I couldn't even tell if he was joking or not, because I think I might have retweeted, actually. He was like laughing.
Should we cam up? So,
was it this?
Stuff that all of us, and I say this not just talking to my
somebody told me that they listened to Gisticle and Queeman do like a speech like this on their stream, and that like point for point, it was the exact same thing that they went over. They had they workshopped it beforehand.
Right now, speaking broadly. People who enjoy this kind of content, people who make this kind of content, that the principles and standards that you probably hold quite dearly are under attack in a way they really haven't been since Keffels, frankly.
We've spent Oh, cute. Oh, fuck, I should have just tweeted this video. Okay, fuck. I must have paused right before this, or I saw a different clip. Why would you bring up Keffels as the biggest attack when I was the one who ended Keffels' career? I was the one who took that person down. What? Why would you compare me to them? It doesn't make any sense. We've spent
Also,
feel like a.
Okay, I don't know the rest of this is one around. Okay. What's the inorganic part that you think is going on here? The inorganic part is that you have a whole bunch of people who have plugged into this network of people. So like your Gisticles, your Queemans, your that substance dude, your Ryle Kittenhouse. These people have plugged into a type of like political network that larger content creators are aware of. So Hassan is aware of it and works with them and retweets them. So I'm trying to think. Let me just put it this way. When a large content creator likes tweets, that influences who sees those tweets as part of like your algorithm. Hassan engages a lot more with these people than you realize. He just doesn't always retweet it. Okay. But yeah. So there are these coordinated plans in the background where people are working on gathering a whole bunch of information, where people are working on putting together these videos, on putting together these clips, and then they will astroturf them to different communities. And it kind of looks a lot more organic than it actually is. When in reality, it's like the same few people are... Oh, you posted this clip? Yeah, sorry. It's the same few people that are behind so many different things. Like the... I think a lot of like the Snark subreddit people are way more related. Like, there is a potential that the person who created like DGG Snark, the person who created H3 Snark, and then H3 Productions or whatever. Like, these people are all in that server, we'll say. And there are people from there that also cross-post into Kiwi Farms. And there are people who also are in these Discord servers. And there's like this ring of people who are like in the know. And then there are these ring of people that kind of get caught up who aren't quite in the know, but they are like friends with all these people and they amplify stuff. And then you got really large content creators, like Hassan is the main one who will boost all this stuff. And because they've managed to offshore all of it so well to these accounts that aren't directly related to them, they don't have to have their community kind of like directly involved in it. So despite them accusing me otherwise, I don't have like side community. The closest I've ever had to like a secret DGG cabal would be like that group chat that I had of the 8 or 9 people that helped me gather information for writing manifestos. This is like the closest I've ever had to like a cabal. But I mean, I've been pretty open about that. It's not, but we don't like go out and like do crazy gay ops and crazy astroturfing and crazy like video. Like if I have a video that I want to post or a video or a thing I want to attack somebody with, like I'll just say it. Like I just come out and say it. I don't have to do like weird other shit. Yeah.
You live in a world where Paramount has merged and owns the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been installed as the editor of the Free Press. The Ellisons own TikTok. And all social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting, you know, content of a certain persuasion. That appears to be what's happening online over the last couple of years. And then you see these content creators that are aligned with a certain side, that are willing to use every tactic possible to crush the opposition. And they are benefiting massively from this industrial force, this international industrial force behind them. To try and, yeah, I don't want to say it, but it is kind of Israel. It's online Israel. They are perfectly aligned on that cause, and they benefit massively from the industrial machine that keeps that running. You can't stoop to their level, but you have to be firm. You can't stoop to their level, but you have to hold a firm line. You cannot allow people to, you know, do this divide and conquer bullshit and try and police associations based on some shit that happened years ago.
Right? Because they have to hold their team together. It has to be like their guys. Like nothing can break apart. Like the only thing that matters is like this team infrastructure, and then everything else kind of like spawns from that. But like imagine tying this into political shit
that someone doesn't even do anymore, that you've got no evidence of doing, and it's built into a total lie narrative that is made to vindicate someone.
And it's so funny too, because like what do these guys do, right? Like these guys, the only thing these guys do is police association, you know? But that is a natural emergent inevitability of any large group around something people take sides on. It seems slightly off to call it direct control when they very explicitly don't directly join and dog whistle to them instead. It's different because it can actually turn against them if they don't keep playing into it. No. This is not a natural organic thing where teams have emerged. There are people who are at the top of the leadership structure who pick and choose like who's on the team. And then when people do things that look like it could be flowing against the team, those people are like selected for infinite harassment and then online deletion. Like that's how it works. I wanted to bring this up before, but there's so much other random shit right now and it's just like too much. But like those people that, you remember there was a person who was supposedly harassing Pinky Chew, and that's who those two guys were talking about doxing, but it wasn't actually doxing. They were just linking his name in a dox tool, but it didn't count as doxing because they didn't post it in a public, whatever, that shit. I don't think that person, that person wasn't even posting shit about Pikachu. It was just somebody fighting with him online, and they thought that he was like part of like Team Tectone. So they had to like delete this dude. But they've been doing this for a while, like over probably a year or two. Like this has all been happening. It's just gotten so much more prevalent now, especially with Hassan connecting them all. I feel like I was close to understanding this in the past, actually. I feel like I drew, where are one of my schizo paint drawings? Where I would draw like, here's like crazy people saying a thing, and then like Hassan would amplify. I had one of these drawings before, Like I was closer and closer to kind of like piecing this together, but I think now I have like a holistic view of kind of like how all of this shit works. But it's just, I don't know, it's just wild to me. You had a run-in with the early iteration of the doxing cabal, by the way. Very funny that MX Vivian Wolf describes this shit word for word, bar for bar. What is this? What is the list? Wait, I want to know what the list is. What is the list?
This was literally a doxing list.
Wait, am I on the list?
Probably. Okay,
You probably are on the list.
No, stop, please.
Am I on the list?
I'm begging you.
You're definitely on the list, Vosh.
So,
To be
5
perfectly
years
clear,
old.
if you're compiling
And you didn't fucking give me a fucking timestamp. I'm not going to go through this whole fucking thing again. Destiny and Vosh are on the list. Oh no. They've been bubbling in the background for 5 years. Vivian gave away the entire game on that panel when these people were doxing you, Vosh, and aristocracy. They describe shit word for word, bar for bar. A-logging, fascist jacketing, pedo jacketing, and coordinating in the background, doxing. I find it impossible that you have anything on Lauren enough to have her leave the internet. She's like a cockroach who can slither out of a Chernobyl nuclear meltdown. It's because she lives in this place that's like, she's just not quite popular enough to have anything stick to her a lot. But I'm popular enough to make something stick to her hardcore. So like if somebody looks her name up, they'll be like, oh, the fuck? But the problem is that like so much of what she does is hard to... It's just like so many small little things. It's just a lot of shit. Don't worry. It'll all... When I get to write it down, it all comes together better. Wait, I want to know what the list is. What is the list?
I can. So okay. So what happened? Eris banned some guy from her server. That person was connected to some Antifa group, right? And got Eris put on her list as a Nazi, as a fascist, right? This was literally a doxing list, right? These people were intending to dox her, right? So we had to talk to this person. Eris had to prove that she's not a Nazi, not a fascist, and get this person to take her off that list. The last minute this came up on the panel, I think it's like a month ago or some shit. Vivian was defending this, right? Saying that because you were defending it. Please no, listen, no. Stop.
You were saying I shouldn't have associated with DB.
One at a time. So I went to let me finish, and then Viv.
What is the list?
Wait, am I on the list? Oh, shit.
You probably are on the list.
Stop, please.
Am I on the list?
I'm begging you.
You're definitely on the list, Vosh.
So first off, you assumed that she was on this list because she was associated with me in some way. That's not true, right? It has nothing to do with me. It was literally some moron thought she was a fascist and got her put on the doxing list. But then framing this doxing list, right? Is, this is just a list of people that need to be checked out. This need to be looked into. It's literally a fucking doxing list, right? So that's the way that you're framing this even now is deceptive as fuck.
Okay.
So if
This was before Doobie was on the team, I guess.
I would say if that is the case, as I said
I'll write my
earlier,
own list.
I'm gonna fucking write a list in a minute. Look, if that was the fucking case, right? If somebody was like, oh, let's dox this girl because she fucking kicked me off my server, yeah, that's fucking dumb. I don't know any fucking anti-fascists who would fucking support that. All right?
Oh, but he didn't tell them that. He just told them that I was a Nazi.
Absolutely. Whoever fucking did that, if that's the case, that's fucking horseshit. Okay? Like I don't even know.
Should we really be making doxing lists?
Oh, somebody's been put on a fucking list. I think all I said when we were fucking talking about this previously is I think it's reasonable because your Discord was fucking scraped by Discord leaks, right? Along with a whole bunch of other like fascist Discords and shit to find to track the presence of the fucking far right online. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for somebody who's like connected to your server to be like somebody that people look into and go, well, is this person's server like also a fucking haven for neo-Nazi shittery, right? That's
Wait, when we say look into it, we're literally talking about creating like a mass dox list. Isn't that kind of not?
No, look.
Wait. What do we realistically think this list is going to be used for? As somebody that spent a great deal of his life on the internet, this is a dox list. This is what you're describing. Nobody's going to quote unquote look into these people in a responsible manner. They're going to try to look at where they work, where they live, and then that's going to be like.
We're talking about Unicorn Riot, right? Which is a fucking journalistic organization, right? We're not talking about like some dingy little
She was on Loner Stream a few weeks ago. LOL, still insane. Unveiled though.
fucking Discord server.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to rewatch this whole thing. I don't know why. But here's a schizo question. Do you think all this do you think all this has anything to do with the fact that you become more and more politically involved in the last few years? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. I was confused by their obsession with you before. However, if they act like agents of the lefty sphere, then I understand why they would continue to do this shit for so long. Their position in the lefty ecosystem is a bit like libs of TikTok's position in the magosphere, except split amongst more people. This gives them a decent amount of power and a lot of connections, and after they start participating, they can't and don't want to stop, so it explains their behavior better than they are just obsessed. A little bit, yeah. Like, what is the, what's the meme about, like, Hassan, that Hassan won't do anything with anybody who's not, like, ultra mega super clouded? That's, like, the number one most important thing to him is, like, how clouded everybody is. But you saw that, I think that Nicandros guy got Hassan to delete a tweet about another user the other day. And, like, the fact that it should be raising a lot of eyebrows that Hassan would even be in the mentions of these people. Like, again, this guy has, like, a few thousand followers on Twitter. Like, what are we even talking about? Yeah. I don't know, man. Do you think this might be funded by some Middle East org? It seems like this all happened after your Israel trip and all of them are weirdly anti-Israel. I mean, I don't know if there's like a central funding mechanism. I don't know if they're, I don't know if these people even need money to do what they do. They might just do it for the love of the game because they feel like ideologically motivated. Oh, yeah, this was when Hassan stopped by here to comment on this complete nobody tweet. I got a few more likes now. And then apparently he deleted some other tweet. Wait, really reply? Did he block you? No, he liked my tweet before he deleted the Swan Marcus misinformation. Do you think Israel-Palestine created more anti-fan shit than the lawsuit all in all? It seems to be a huge part of these people have been brain broken by Israel-Palestine. So it's not so much that people have been necessarily brain broken by Israel-Palestine. It's that Israel-Palestine has become a really convenient wedge issue in order to drive people like very deliberately into certain teams. So like, for instance, for the Israel-Palestine thing, the pro-Pali people in the West, the demands that they're making are not possible politically. They're not possible geopolitically. It wouldn't work on the ground. A lot of the demands they make, like technically people on the ground don't even want it in Israel-Palestine. It's totally disconnected from any of the reality of stuff going on there, right? So like you can look at this and like a person like me would look at this and I would go, wow, this is so stupid. Wow, like these people are retarded. Wow, blah, 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 blah. But what it's actually doing is you're creating a political litmus test that absolutely zero elected leaders could ever pass. So what does that give you carte blanche to do is attack the entire Democratic Party, right? You found this wedge issue that is completely impossible to respond to politically, and then you've weaponized it amongst a group of people who are ostensibly Democratic Party voters, and now you've gotten all of them to feel like they can purity test Democratic politicians on a position that has no policy parallel. There's no realistic policy solution to this. So it just becomes a weapon by which to attack the Democratic Party on. And I mean, you can look at it in practice. That's literally the only thing it's ever been used for. Like, that's it. Did you see the Caleb Hammer response? No, I might go over it later. Maybe we'll see. Do you have any plans to combat their messaging post-court outcome? The penalty is bad even if you're found innocent. The whole point of when I do like a little manifesto, the whole point of my manifestos is to leave like a clear path. It's because in the future, people will look back to the past to see like, well, what actually happened? And when you can refer to like a written document that catalogs everything, that tends to become the thing that kind of stands the test of time. Usually that stands the test of time. So that'll be the purpose of that. The reputation stuff and everything else is really just, all of it has just become a function. I've warned you, I'm going to sound like a broken record of this, but all of it has become a function of the media apparatus. That's it. So like when you see a thing and in your mind you're thinking, man, Destiny messed up rhetorically, or oh man, like Hassan is really smart rhetorically, or whatever, or this guy did this, or this guy did that. All you're seeing is the studio audience being told to either clap or boo. Like that's all you're seeing, you know? And that when you have now this ability to create, because the unique thing I think that exists today more than ever in the past of all time, I think the thing that exists today is the ability to siphon people into these bifurcated realities where they have no ability to audit it. They don't know, they don't understand, because it's also organic because of the way again, I'm going to go back to this, the For You pages work. It's such a great weapon at putting people in a totally different world and then feeding them whatever you want to feed them for whatever political end. Whoever controls the top of that funnel, like, molds reality to be whatever they want it to be. Basically, they can mold reality into doing whatever they want to do with it. Do you think Hassan would cover or at least mention the manifesto on stream? No, of course not. But why would he? There's no pressure to as well. This is also why I get frustrated, because they already have their media environments that work, but somehow they are able to go out and infect, like, the libs that are just too naive or politically unsophisticated to see what's happening. So you'll get, like I've said this before, like, I don't think Pod Save America guys, I don't think those guys are tankies. I just don't think they're very politically sophisticated. So they come on and then they basically run the whole Israel-Palestine train on Ken Martin, I think without even necessarily being aware of it. Or you've got Breaking Points. Those guys, I think, are more aware, Crystal Ball. But you've got Slotkin, who's just not aware, who goes on and then gets Israel-Palestine trained. You've got, like, example after example, you've got Pisco, right, who doesn't understand what's going on. But you go to his chat and you see that entire community of people that are lurking and hanging out there. And then Pisco's running Taylor Loren's defense, maybe without even realizing it, on Live and Learn. And then you've got, it's very interesting if you look at, it's funny because Queen in there said anybody who interacts with, or we can't let them break us off by association, by doing this association game, right? How many times have you seen a random lib, like, retweet my stuff, and then there are, like, Instagram stories and tweets attacking this person for associating with me like a known rapist? It happened with Sarah Longwell. It happened with, there were a couple other large lib influencers where they would retweet something of mine and then they would have to tweet, like, an apology because a whole bunch of people would start DMing them, didn't you know this guy is a fucking child rapist, molester, pedophile, blah, 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 blah. And nobody, and it looks, or the problem is that it looks organic. Like, oh, this is just a thing, like, my fans care about. Like, it looks kind of like, oh, it's just a thing that, oh, I guess, you know. But it's, a lot of it is not organic. It's, like, just astroturfed or created accounts that are, you know, pushing messages in all of these spaces in order to remember, the whole way that this works, right? The whole way that this funnel works is that you have to control everything up here, up the top, that funnels down through kind of like these little media algorithms, and then this becomes kind of like what people see. As long as you're in control of, like, this at the top, you can do anything you want down here. This is one of the reasons, this is the reason why Hassan started this a long time ago. But the whole idea of, like, debating is for losers and debate lords just want to debate, but it doesn't do anything. That's because that threatens the reality that people want to fabricate, right? I was in a call with Chud Logic for, 20 minutes, and, like, half the shit he said just completely and totally fell apart. And these are narratives that these guys have been pushing for years about me, that I am secretly in control of a whole bunch of people, that I pump people full of false narratives. Because remember, when you heard Chud say, like, oh, I know you message me stuff to pump me full of false narratives, Chesticle says the same shit. Now, they've never leaked anything that shows that, because even though I DM them, and they should still have those DMs, but there is... Yeah, it's just like, it's so much control and enforcement over their areas, and it's so much why none of these people, I think I tweeted out to Wick, like, I'll talk to all 5 or 6 of these dudes at once if you want, you know, I don't care, I can talk to any of these guys, but they can't because they've created so much, their own little kind of a curated reality, that any kind of clash with an outside force, it doesn't work because the reality isn't supported by any evidence of stuff that's actually real. It's just supported by all of the lies that they tell themselves over and over and over again. And yeah, it seems kind of like unreal, but I feel like I've seen it now demonstrated enough to such an unbelievably effective extent. It's kind of insane to me. Just to be clear, when Israel-Palestine started, you don't think they instantly viewed it as an attack a vehicle, do you? Seems more likely that it evolved into that, right? It probably evolved into that, we might guess. The thing you're describing about Israel-Palestine being a wedge issue that has no realistic policy underlying it is very, very much a similar way to how it's been used in/Israel-Palestine for the past 20 years and keeps making us more and more divided on how a solution can even look. Sure. Would you consider getting a PR firm after your manifesto is out for a bit? It's not, the PR firm stuff doesn't matter. It's whether or not you can get everybody to play ball with you. Is the important thing, is if you have like that team. Like, it's funny, you know, we watch this as like Hassan Slop, but I don't think that Hassan had gotten drafted into this like thing yet. I wonder if this is like, fuck. I wonder if this is like a studied thing, and if I was like a reader of poli-sci or something, or some kind of fucking, if there's like some Mao handbook or CIA propaganda book, that I would understand this. Hassan was struggling at the end of 2023 because Twitch streamers just didn't really care that much about politics, but Hassan really was trying to create an environment at Twitch where enemies were ostracized, allies were on the same team, and it was a 100% allegiance to the narrative, right? You saw him do it with, I want to say Quimman, not Quimman, Ludwig. You saw him do it with Ludwig. You've seen him do it with, with Nick, with Nimpolol, where like they have to be on your political team. They have to echo your messages. You can't deviate at all, or he's going to reach out to you. How many times were we watching a stream where I feel like we've seen this multiple times, where they're not even like talking shit about Hassan, but they're saying something about Hassan, and then they're like, oh shit, and like they're getting text messages from Hassan. Did this happen with, was this Nick and Austin? Oh, your age? Yeah. Or Hassan was like, don't bring up Destiny. Yeah. And the reason why is because, but the reason why is because they can't survive the clashing, you know? And then like, yeah, and then this is the problem too. Since I pivoted to politics, I'm like, my fan base is just so like, I'm ill-equipped to do it, because like the Chocobo, this is a drama stream. Like, it's so amazing that all of this stuff, like, you call it a drama stream, but I've been politically deactivated for a year and a half, and I've lost enough money to fund a small congressional race. But like, my own audience can't even talk about this because it's, oh, this is just drama. And it's like, okay, I guess, yeah, LOL. And then this quote unquote drama is used to unplug me from our plushie got killed, remember? That was launched for 12 hours. The stage show I was going to do with David Pacman got killed because people were spam emailing him. Like, this stuff works and it's super effective, but I've like unplugged my audience so much from any of this type of stuff that I don't have this is one of the things I complained about in the past related to the drama stuff, is I just don't have the ability to combat any of it because I don't want the audience for it, and I just don't want the audience for it. I don't like that content. But in order for me to not have this style of content, or to not address it directly, I would have to create like a side cabal, like what Hassan has working for him, because he can outsource all of this stuff to the crazy motherfuckers in these snark servers, and he can always say that he's like above the drama, that he's not like a part of this. He doesn't do this stuff, even though he'll read doxes straight on stream. He'll read my Kiwi Farms thread straight on stream. He'll always refer to me as like a sex pest and a rapist or whatever. He'll do this over and over again, but he'll say he's above the drama, but it's because he has other people who are able to do all of the work for him. Is the snarker shit worse now because the internet culture has changed, or just because you're largely figuring out? I feel like a lot of it comes down to that media algorithm stuff. You can just create these other realities and people never have to actually clash anymore on anything. So you can believe a whole bunch of stuff that's really, really, really far removed from what is real. Next time, thank you for that one gifted sub or whatever. The law archiver thing was genuinely embarrassing. It's the biggest proof that the snarking and the chatter/viewers of the main snarkers are aware they're lying, which makes less sense why other unaware content creators super defend them. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it. Like, because you'll get people who, I don't think Wick has defended them, but like, well, you'll get like Counterpoints who's like, okay, maybe this one guy did this one bad thing across 2 separate occasions, so that's good that they got rid of him. And it's like, are we real right now? I haven't actually watched his response to it, so maybe his response is fairer than you guys are making it out to be. But it's like, you're never going to find what you're looking for in that case, But also, like, again, look at the difference in standards, right? Like, for as much as I get accused of this stuff, none of this stuff comes from my community. Like, none of it, like, even though they accuse it over and over again, like, where are the equivalent things here operating in other communities? Like, they're nowhere. These things don't exist. Do you think that if you just stopped responding / reacting to Hassan, he would eventually just stop mentioning you? One, probably not. It just depends on how relevant I am at any point in time. But two, that would be maybe, but that would also be his goal. Like, do you not understand that, like, that's kind of the goal, right? Like, if I can attack this person enough through these different vectors that I'm in control of, then they'll never respond or say anything about my brand of politics ever again. Like, that at that point, you've just let them win, right? That's the whole point of what they're doing. Maybe this is retarded, but is the fact that women are super into the snark shit and Hassan has a big female audience, is that something? Hassan does not have a big female audience, number one. But number two, I think women are more into kind of like gossipy tier stuff, but this type of like snark stuff is predominantly heavily driven by men. This is like 95% men for these people. Wow, thanks for 7, buddy. Do you not think your openness would have you talking about the cabal in a way that would make them less effective or grow the opposition's equivalent group, effectively minimizing yours, though? Do you not think your openness would have you talking about the cabal in a way that would make it less effective or grow the opposition group? Oh, the problem is there is no opposition group. The two factions in the U.S. that operate this way right now are the tankies, the MLs, the far left. And by far left, I explicitly mean like the socialist people, not the far left progressives, even the super ultra wokey progressives, and it's not them. And then the MAGA movement. Like, these are the two people that function this way, and they also stay away from each other. They don't usually attack each other that much. I've pointed this out over and over and over and over and over again. Hassan and Asmongold, bro, if I was on Twitch, I would be talking about both these motherfuckers every day. That's crazy that two diametrically opposed political streamers rarely bump heads with each other and were repped by the exact same talent agency at one point in time. I don't know if they still are. That's crazy. But they don't bump heads with each other because the easier target, I think, is the kind of like the lib left, the center left people. What makes you think Hassan doesn't have a majority female audience? His content is not very female coded. And I've just never seen any good evidence of that. I don't think it is. It's probably slightly higher than an ordinary political streamer's, but oh God, is this going to trigger the fuck out of me? The point you made about them causing you to be politically feckless was a really good point, and I hadn't considered it. Do you ever feel like you personally become more schizo as you connect more and more red strings? I mean, I worry about it because if you're not careful, obviously you can like get super far ahead of yourself. But I think that like the personal protective psychological protective mechanisms I have against like being too kind of like schizo oriented, I think have actually inhibited my ability to kind of see how a lot of this works, because I'm like very, very eager to find simpler explanations that aren't quite as deliberately connected, because that just seems so unfathomable to me. Like, there's no way, right? But like every single time like another stone is turned over, it's like, oh shit, connect. Oh shit. Like, I had no idea until a few days ago when that irrelevant and Jasmine shit. Like, that's just another, like, and it's like, connect. Oh shit. And it just, yeah, I don't know. It just feels very weird. Not good. I haven't seen this before. I just see you guys arguing over it. Okay, hold on. Wait, did I have something else? Oh, we'll talk about studio stuff later. There's like a few things that I want to ask questions about because I've never I haven't built, well, I have some stuff. I need to learn more stuff. I think I want to get like a thing I need to like get screws, I think, that I can screw to put something up here, but I don't even know what I would get. But we'll figure it out. I don't know. There's more. Yeah, I'm working on this. What is the way out of this type of politics? Hardcore campaigning on social media reforms around restrictions on algorithmic recommendations. That's the only way that I see it. I don't know how you fight that, right? Because remember, once you have the incentives in place, like if you think about it, like how should you make content right now? Make up whatever you want, join a team that's doing the same thing, get at the top of a funnel, get people that are like at the bottom of that funnel following you, and then just like play into that all day. That's it. Yeah. I think that I think we'll go back and we'll finish reading that article. When the oh fuck, I forget the guy's name. It was the person that worked with the Democrats on Harris's campaign. Like when he was talking about the issue of branding, I think that what he was getting at there and not realizing it was the bottom of the funnel. That he's like, well, you know, we could do advertisements so we could hit well on these points, but we just didn't have the branding. And that branding thing that he's thinking about are points that are repeated across multiple shows so that they are percolating into different multimedia feeds that people are then seeing and absorbing as reality. So what do I mean when I say that? If I were to say Kamala Harris is 7 feet tall, here is like a real life measurement of her against Shaq, and I show that to a voter, they will see that and they'll even believe it. And it'll like, you know, have like a 5-point swing and they'll be like, oh, she is 7 feet tall or whatever, right? And that guy correctly identifies it. You could show them ads and they would feel good about it and they would even like, you know, change their mind a little bit on it, but nothing would stick because there was no brand. But the difference is that the Republicans, if they wanted to show that, you know, Trump is 7 feet tall, they would have Trump or multiple members of his cabinet go across multiple podcasts who would all say the exact same thing, who would then mirror that in clips and other things all at the top of this funnel so that by the time you're sitting at the bottom, you're Asmongold scrolling through video after video after video after video after video of all these different people acknowledging, yeah, Trump is 7 feet. They're not even talking about that anymore. We're talking past it, right? Like, imagine how hard life is for Trump when he's got to find these huge fucking shoes, or like, you know, why do they need that ballroom? I mean, he's so tall. Like, they've got to get a ballroom for Trump. Like, he keeps hitting his head on all the door frames, right? And that quote unquote branding thing that guy was fixated on, I think was just that massive proliferation of talking points through that funnel, and all of it is like unchallenged because there is no confrontational approach anywhere in there, right? Deliberately so. Mature more in my head. But like I've seen the mature more in my head. Oh, and it did mature more in my head. Good job. Pattern played in my life as well. There's just, oh, I think I'm close here. Usually when I talk about a thing on stream, I'll think about it. Sometimes I write stuff down. It just kind of grows in my mind over time. There's like a very interesting ecosystem. Actually, I think I've talked about this on stream before even. There's this very interesting ecosystem of these like really unhinged like places. I spelled F, whatever. Like, so this is like your snarker places, your Kiwi farms. And then you've got like this feeding into these like smaller content creators. And then you've got like these feeding into your larger content creators. And I think there's something to be said for the fact that nobody ever really strictly disavows what's going on up here. And in my opinion, that's enough to say that you're supporting it, I would say. And I think like when it comes to like doxing and stuff like that, or whatever for any of the people involved in this, the only reason why it's banned in my platforms is because I'm just trying to conform to the rules of whatever platform I'm on. I don't care at all about any of these people. I think these people are all like subhuman, disgusting. True. Said mean things about them. But the frustrating thing is that whenever you're working in this against this ecosystem, like your biggest attacks are always coming from these figures, and they can always say, "What? I don't have anything to do with this that much. True. I don't post on everything they say. What? I definitely don't know anything about this." True. But I think there's something to be said for the fact that why do all the snarker communities seem to exist usually just on one side of these debates? Yeah. Like unless maybe there are a ton of like anti Hassan snark communities, I guess. There are not. Like 12 people. I think they're typing in the very hilarious unoriginal joke that, oh, it's actually Destiny and H3H3. But like this model is just very, very frustrating to deal with. And then it does make you feel crazy. Like some snark community will say something, and then it'll get picked up by people like Denims or Frogan or Banafanata. And then those. So this was a part that I hadn't connected yet because I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. When I say it'll get picked up by, I didn't know that Denims and all them and in these spaces, I didn't know that they were in the exact same space. I didn't know that there was that much cross communication. I thought this was happening more organically and less deliberately.
People will be directly connected to, or sometimes literally hosted by larger content creators like Noah Samson and then fed up to like Hassan. And then by the time you're dealing with this, like the fully matured claim on Hassan's level, he can always just deny like, oh, I don't know anything about that. I have no direct relationship. But meanwhile, you're always constantly being attacked by all of these simultaneously. And it's like, there's a reason why it all exists on your side. And you play into it and you amplify everything else. So didn't we? This was yesterday, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just missing some of the deliberate connections that I kind of have more now, but the real question is why that subreddit that Dan made for Hassan Snark got instantly shit-canned by the Reddit mods, despite using the same rule set as DGG Snark and H3 Snark. I don't know. Kind of interesting, huh? Why is it that, how is it that I'm permabanned from Twitch for being transphobic, I guess? Meanwhile, we have African warlord Asmongold, and then we've got outwardly pro-terrorist supporter on the daily Hassan PIKER. I don't know, man. It's crazy. It really is crazy. Holy shit. Somebody said Destiny, but there's a limit to how much this works, right? Trump's approval rating is at an all-time low, and most people online don't fall for the bullshit anymore. So like, this is another thing that's like very hard to communicate to people. I think this is kind of like it's like a morality and intellect thing, I guess, maybe. I don't know how to say this. Like, I used to ask this question all the time for like, why don't authoritarian leaders just pick better advisors, right? That would be like the sickest shit. Imagine you're an authoritarian, but you're like smart enough to realize like, okay, I want to rule with an iron fist, but like I can't do it all on my own. I'm not fucking retarded, okay? I'm just authoritarian. So why not pick like really good advisors and be like, listen, I need you to tell me the rough shit. I need you to tell me if my tanks their tires are fucking falling off. So when we roll into Kiev, okay, it's not a humiliating moment where single soldiers with fucking man pads are blowing our armored up, okay? I need to know the real shit. But I think there might be like, there's some kind of filter there where if you have the mind to maybe think of these other things, you just aren't the type of person who would be an authoritarian leader, maybe, I guess, is my thing. So I bring that up to be like, if people knew that these types of lying mechanisms existed, I feel like they could be deployed by an intelligent person so much better. But instead, it's like imagine you tell somebody, listen, I'm going to give you the power to make it so that you can change a thought in anybody's mind, okay? You just need like 2 seconds, of a break, You can change a thought in anybody's mind. And it's like, okay, well, what would an intelligent person do? Well, tomorrow's my performance review. I'm going to make sure that 5% raise gets bumped to 15% raise. Fuck it, why not, It would be like shit like that. But then like the average retard is like, well, anything? Okay, that goes out, finds the hottest celebrity in the world and says, I want you to marry me and give me all your shit, and like mind fucks them to that, and then just like goes person to person to person to person to person, and it's like, bro, your shit is fucked. Now you've lost everything because you immediately went off the deep end with it. You have no self-control. All that to say, so somebody said, is this really working? Like, aren't less people believing Trump's shit now more than ever? Like, in a perfect world, if this is 50% approval, okay, like in my mind, from we'll say from the election onwards, like Trump should be, if Americans were even like 2% plugged into the news, Trump should be hovering at around like 10% or lower the entire time. Like this is like a fair accounting of this president. It's just thing after thing after thing, where a single one of these things, supposedly the IRS dismissed, I don't even read this yet, I've just gotten 3 people emailing me the headlines or whatever. Supposedly the IRS dismissed Trump's suit in exchange for creating a $1.7 billion slush fund, a $1.7 billion slush fund that they can use to pay out people who feel like Democrats have unfairly targeted them with the government. Like, that's just like, in and of itself, is like, it's just like any one of these things is like beyond the pale. But then, so you ask me and you say, well, Destiny, you say that Trump has this thing, but like, isn't it evidenced by the fact that like people really aren't buying into his bullshit anymore? And it's like, because his approval is at 38%? You think that's like, this looks to me, when I look at Donald Trump and I try to like superimpose my media model onto him, I don't see as much a challenge to my model, more so than I see a person who realizes how much they can get away with and is just pushing it so far beyond the limit that, like, at some point things are going to break. Like, you can't lie about gas prices. You can't really go to war with every single person on the planet. Like, there's only so much you can do. But, and I firmly believe this, and I fucking hate this, but I still think that if something fucking weird happens in the next year or two and Iran reaches a good deal on the Strait of Hormuz shit and oil starts going back through everything and Trump for some fucking reason is like, you know what, I'm rolling back all the tariffs and the economy starts to pick back up again, that Trump's approval rating will get back into that healthy like mid 40s. And people are like, yeah, you know, it was kind of bad, but yeah, you know, they're all corrupt. And it's like, so when you ask me this, and a lot of people do this, they're like, but isn't the fact that Trump is failing, isn't that kind of showing that you can't get away with this stuff? No, because if you couldn't get away with this stuff, Trump would have been in jail in 2022. McConnell would have actually convicted him in 2021, and he absolutely would have been nowhere near the presidency in 2024, 2025. But instead now we've got the president being able to pardon people for state crimes by forcing governors to bend to his will, even if those crimes are related to trying to rig an election for him, like in the case of Tina Peters for Colorado. Is there no solution? I've already given the solution. We got to get rid of that. It's the For You thing. It's the For You algorithms. They got to go. It cannot be that people can have, without any manual input, it cannot be that people are able to have like an entire reality spoon-fed to them without them doing anything at all. It can't be that way. It can't be that way. It can't happen that way. I might be wrong, but it seems like you've created such a system to the careers of a lot of your current snarkers/haters. How do you make sense of this? I mean, I've said this before, and I don't think I've ever changed, or I haven't changed my mind on this in quite a while. The thing is that like to be in my community or to be aligned with me, you're kind of like dancing on a knife's edge, to where if you fall to either side, there's a ton of people that are willing to welcome you with open arms to shit on me, basically. Like, that's kind of the annoying thing. Like, I don't have this same snarker fucking complex or whatever to signal boost you and to make you like an awesome, cool person. But if you want to backstab me or if you want to jump to one party, there are so many people with open arms that are waiting for you, to dish us out everything that was horrible, about this evil Destiny guy. And because those other communities exist, it makes it so there's always like a high degree of tension when you're in a community that's not like a huge thing like that, if that makes sense. I miss the Destiny cry parties when someone would get roasted. Yeah. But now you don't even have to anymore because you just don't ever debate. No confrontational thing ever, okay? Wow, 37 dogs. Thank you for the 10 tier 2 subbers, buddy. Do you think that XQC also dodges debates with you? If XQC dodges a debate with me, it's just because he doesn't feel like it. I don't think XQC is part of any of these weird groups of people at all. I think he's kind of like a bit of an outsider as well. That's just the vibe I get from him. Like, I've chatted with him a bit. That's just the feeling I have. I've never seen anything that makes it seem like he is part of these people, but... Oh boy.
Right. That's bullshit. You tweeted this straight away.
Yeah, well, I retweeted it because it was shitting on you, so of course I did. Doesn't mean I read it, though. Hold on, let me catch up.
So my point here is the perception of impropriety is being created by listing this as unrelated redacted and redacted state, when it's Novaru, who lives in Texas.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did Shamu confirm this?
Yes. Dan confirmed it, and I've just checked.
Praise him for that. Praise him for that. Wait, who am I praising? Did I miss something? Did Connor even talk? Wait, I tweeted because it was shitting on you, so of course I did. Doesn't mean I read it, though. Hold on, let me catch up.
So my point here is the perception of impropriety has been created by listing this as unrelated redacted and redacted state, when it's Novaru, who lives in Texas.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did Shamu confirm this?
Yes. Dan confirmed it, and I've just checked. Novaru's profile. She lives in Texas.
Bro, this whole talking point is so worthless. I can't read any of this fairly since you redacted too much. It's also like, obviously, like this is a cover talking point as well, right? I wish that, I don't know if there's like a way to demonstrate this. I just say it. I don't know if people believe me or not, but there's like, I try to just call it a filibuster. If you think that you're right on an argument, you really, really, really want to debate the argument, right? So for me, I've researched so much of the things that I'm arguing about. I'm too eager sometimes to do the argument, and that I'll let somebody lead me around because I want to jump to the next point. Oh fuck, you want to think? I think legal limits are bad for the economy. How the fuck they're not bad for the economy? You're fucking retarded. This is well, actually, they drain all of our blah blah blah, and they commit more crime. It's like they don't even commit more crime. But it's like I shouldn't jump to the next point. I need to chill, okay, and respond to the first thing. We need to keep it there. When you have somebody who does this thing. I don't know if I wonder if there's a single example of me doing this in all fucking debate kind, where somebody's like, immigrants are bad for the economy. And I'm like, I can't believe you think immigrants are bad for the economy. Hold on. You think that immigrants are bad for the economy because wait, let me finish. Let me finish. You think immigrants are bad for the economy? I bet it's because you're racist and you're out here saying that just because you probably don't like their skin color, you think that it's, wait, let me finish. You think it's bad for and it's like, you could have said the point like 20 times over, but this is a filibuster, right? You don't have anything of substance to respond with. So you kind of just like try to fill the space by just saying a bunch of shit that's not responsive. Chud Logic does this so much of this conversation, and I like it when I hear people do it because I know that means that I've won this point. So the whole point of the conversation at that point becomes me trying to keep you here because I know that you can't respond to this because you're filibustering. You have absolutely no response to this if this is going to be your retort. What's his face? Constantine tried this, but his ultimate counter to me was that he put his mic down and said, "Well, I'm just not going to talk." Fine, I'm just not going to say anything. It's like, okay, because you defeated another point, right? You are.
Yeah, they're not involved with who they're doxing. That's why it says unrelated.
Destiny, you're a reasonable guy. Surely you would agree that putting it this way makes it seem like this is personal identifiable information.
Unrelated redacted. We could have come in so much stronger too. I never want to like adopt the fucking things that these people do because I consider them to be. What is there like what's a word for like epistemically immoral? Like I don't think it's necessarily like immoral in that like you're committing a moral wrong, but it's like just such an affront to the truth. That sounds so fucking corny, but it's like such an affront to being truthful. I woke up and I saw this shit going on, and I saw Dan arguing with Chud. And I was like, oh shit, get me into that motherfucker. I had no idea what logs they were going over though. In a different world, we would have prepped ahead of time. Like, okay, these are the logs, these are our talking points. Let's fucking go. I had no idea, so I was like catching up with what the fuck the argument even was. Well, I don't even know what you guys mean by personally identifiable information anymore. What is your definition of that?
So someone's full name if it's not public on the internet, address, phone number, etc.
And then how long is it going to take? Am I really going to re-listen to him, listen to this entire convo? Or are you counting? I swear I'm not being pedantic, and I can explain why I'm asking. When you say public on the internet, like some people consider LinkedIn or like a school website most of their stuff to be public. Some people don't. Like,
so there can be stuff that's public.
Be incredible. You mean like if it's like a public account where they have like from and they're like my Twitter and all that wouldn't be public, right?
There could be stuff that's public on like a phone book.
We consider that public, right?
Yeah, sure. But if you go to a phone book and publicize the information, I would consider that doxing. What I'm talking about is if someone has put on their own profile their state. If you say they live in that state when they put it on their own Twitter profile, that can't possibly be doxing.
What is the, for the context of these messages, why is Shamu pointing this out?
I don't know. We can bring Shamu in and he can explain, because I obviously don't know. And he can give the context.
Okay, well, sure. He gets into an explanation of the scenario from his point of view. Whoever linked this linked it too early. So we can ask him if we want, but then...
But can you just answer the question?
When does he start talking?
What? Well, if someone puts that they live in Texas on their Twitter profile, is it doxing to say they live in Texas? Yes or no?
I mean, it depends on
No,
the context.
dude. It depends on the context. It's yes
So,
or no.
okay, so then not to play. Well, so it's not right. So we all understand doxing to mean. I know you guys like to play games, but we all understand doxing to mean is doxing is when you try to make personally identifiable information available in a form where people can use it to attack you. That's generally what we mean when we say doxing. So like generally speaking, you say, oh, here's this person's Twitter account, they live in the state or whatever. I mean, like maybe not. But if you're like trying to hunt down people that are like geographically near somebody for the purposes of some other thing, then I mean, even if it is publicly available, personally, I think that would be considered doxing. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but you've given a very long answer there. But at the start, you said very simply, if someone has got Texas on their Twitter account, it's not doxing to say they live in Texas.
Well, I mean, you're trying to find people that like live near a guy to like swat him or something. And you're
Well, dude, okay, bro. Dude, I've listened to so many of your fucking debates, okay, over the years.
Yeah.
And you think you're going to get away with this? Oh, find someone to swap them. It's
Okay. This seems like a topic in contention, but it's not. Okay? So, for instance, I live in the state of Florida. That's publicly available information. Now, if you're saying, I am Connor's in the state of Florida, and you're trying to be descriptive, and you know that I'm in the state of Florida, and there's no malice or harassment intended behind it, then obviously that is not doxing. However, what Destiny is pointing out, which might seem pedantic, but I think it's descriptively true, regardless of whether or not you think it's poorly motivated, is that just because it's publicly accessible and available does not mean that that you can't use that for the purposes of harassment. So what they're saying is, unrelated to the drama that's involved, Dan Saltman has included a paragraph about a unrelated creator. He's redacted their information unnecessarily because it's their Twitter handle, Novaru, and it's the state that they live in, Texas, which is on their Twitter handle. Like their Twitter handle just says, OnlyFans creator based in Austin, Texas, right? So if they're just describing it and there's no attempt to hurt that person, then it wouldn't be doxing, I suppose, in like intent or effect. Whereas if the intent or effect, and I think Destiny is correct descriptively, is if the intent or the effect is to harass said person digitally, then obviously even if you're like, oh, well, they didn't publish it, the purpose is like digital harassment. It might seem like
Is intent ever a part of this discussion, or is it all strict liability? I don't know. The reality is, and like this is where I would take the convo if I could, right? This is a lot like the Hassan shot caller thing. The shot caller thing is not really a big deal. The big deal is that he is positively punishing an animal to keep it locked in one place it doesn't want to be, so that it could be a show prop for his fucking stream. Now, it could be a shot caller, it could be a verbal command, it could be anything. Vibration, that's kind of crazy. That's like disgusting, crazy behavior. Now, people just have an aversion to any type of like punishment, especially physical, whatever, corporal. Do you say that for dogs? I don't know, like any type of like correction that involves physical, anything on the dog. So the shot caller thing was the huge thing. But like, it's really the fact that he's using some sort of discipline to keep this dog locked in place all day for his stream. That's crazy. But the issue here is that like, it's not about the doxing. Who the fuck cares about the doxing? The issue is you are finding people that you perceive to be as not on your team on this, whatever this shit is, and then you are leveraging every single asset and weapon you can to hunt this person down, and then to try to split them off by engaging in like multiple levels of harassment to break them away from whatever person you're going after. That's really the issue. Everybody has their own feelings on shit. Personally, I wouldn't fix it on the doxing part. I don't give a fuck about the doxing part. The issue is this hyper fixated, hyper coordinated, top down mediated harassment campaign against people. This is wild. It's insane. But when it becomes like this autistic fixation, like, well, does this count as doxing or not? It's like, okay, well, who knows, right? But if you understand it to be the other thing, well, of course it makes sense that you would redact as many names that are unnecessary as possible, because the more these people are implicated in anything, the more all these other fucking lunatics will go after those people to try to split them off or break them apart, right?
Get wrapped around it, even though it's silly to get wrapped around it. So we got a few super chats. Let me thank people. Old School for Two says, can you turn the audio up? I did. Hedonic Samuel says, long live the COG. Grilling season is upon us. Doing a tomahawk steak on my Weber this morning. Let's fucking go, bro. And then Anonymous Chatter says, thank you, Booby Bear. You're welcome. Thank you for the multiple donations. I appreciate you. Let's continue on the thing. And if you're wondering what I'm drawing, this, I'm going to keep drawing it, but basically I'm trying to demonstrate the relationships between all the players.
Very simple question, and you're trying to overcomplicate it to give the perception that I'm wrong somehow. And it's not true. I'm correct.
I'm not even saying you're wrong. This is the definition for doxing that I've literally always given, is when you're trying to make personally identifiable.
Twitch top chat replay to live chat.
Fileable information available just for the purposes of harassing somebody. I would consider that doxing.
Okay.
I think most people agree, even if you wanted to say it in other words, generally speaking, that's how we view it.
So,
but what is the, I'm curious, what is this next line from the Kent Gross or whatever, where he's saying, like, anyone know how to gay ops them into revealing more info? What does that mean?
So sure, I agree with you. That's potentially troubling. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know what he means by gay op or more information. So yes, I agree, that looks bad.
You fucking wretch, mate. You know exactly what gay ops means, mate.
I'm just curious, wait, when you read it, like, how does that read to you? Like, what is like the plain reading of that? What do you assume that to mean?
They're looking to play some trick on someone to get them to reveal more information they don't want to reveal.
Okay, close.
Okay. And then So in the context of talking about like a person and where they live, and then they're talking about gay opsing them to see if they reveal more info, doesn't that?
But what about the argument that you're responding to doxing with doxing? For that, you have to have either I have to be there to have the conversation, or you need to have like a strong person who understands like all the arguments to be there. The worst types of people for those situations are, no offense, I love all of you, but are like your Wicks and your Connors, because in their mind it's literally all the same, and they will play the worst type of both sidesism because they just aren't sophisticated enough to understand like what's happening. The question you should always ask, I've said this from the beginning of my internet existence, whenever some crazy fuck shit happens with somebody, my first question is always like, oh my God, did you hear that A did this crazy shit to B? My first question is always like, oh shit, what did B do? Why did A do that? What was going on there, you know? Because A could be a horrible, terrible, malicious actor, or B could have had it coming. It really depends on what's going on, you know? Yeah. But the frustrating thing too is that these actors like Connor or Wick or whatever, I don't know if they just don't understand it or they don't care or whatever, but the people that I'm arguing with do understand it, and they will make those arguments for ethical doxing, right? Which is what happens later on in this video, is when they realize like, okay, well, hold on, is all doxing bad? Well, if it's a person that's harassing Pinky Chew, who is a victim of sexual assault, and we need to get this information in order to help out Pinky Chew, right? Isn't it good? Whoa, so okay, maybe it is. Maybe there's a time and a place for where having an identification of a person is actually like a worthwhile thing, you know? So, you know, if you ask people, well, why have you guys doxed Destiny? Why did you guys dox these people? You know, what is your goal for doing it? On their side, it's because he said something I don't like, or he was mean to somebody I don't like, or that I do like, or he has a political opinion I disagree with. I don't even know actually I don't know what the rationales they give for any of these people are. I'd have to go in and look at particular, but usually it's just because they're trying to isolate and separate off political enemies, right? For the people that I've been involved with this with, it was because they were spam copy pasting insanely disgusting sexual attacks against the girl that I was debating from a lolcow forum, from another thread that it wasn't her thread, but it was somebody else's thread for a person that she dated. And then they were spamming those attacks into Gisticle's Discord via Kelly Jean oftentimes. And they were using that to attack my girlfriend at the time because they thought that it was disgusting that she hadn't publicly disavowed me and left me. So the issue with people like Connor and Wick is they're too fucking retarded to see the difference between these scenarios. They're like, well, it's still all the same. It's really not. If you're not a fucking retard, it's really not the same at all. But like they just don't understand. So these are like, again, it's always the worst when you have the people in the center that you have to go through to demonstrate the insanity of the other side, because they play this like, well, I think that it's all bad. And it's like, okay, yeah, me too. It'd be cool if nobody was doing this kind of behavior, but
that's sound a little...
I mean, it sounds bad, but I need more context to understand what the Kandros was getting at. Yes, I'd like to hear a response as to, you know, what is he looking to get out of it, and what is the gay op exactly?
Can you spin an example where this would be acceptable?
What is a gay apps? I honestly still don't understand. Gay apps is the internet slang version of astroturfing. So gay apps would be, I know that Connor is streaming today. I really want Connor to hate Destiny, so I'm going to make an account called for Brofester Hit Squad DGG, and I'm going to go onto Connor's chat, and I'm going to type things like, don't you think that Destiny was right when he said that monogamous relationships suck and that's why you got divorced? Like, wasn't Destiny? It'll be like stuff like that, to where the content creator will see it, he associates it with DGG or with me, and then they get these opinions over time. This is what gay appsing is. It's astroturfing. It's creating other accounts to go in and mislead people about where you're from, and then to kind of subtly inject your ideas or your, you know, whatever you want that community's kind of understanding of a thing to be. That's what gay apps are. Chud absolutely knows what gay apps is. Every single person that's operated in these spaces for the past decade absolutely knows what gay apps is. Everybody does. He's had stream titles in the past that know what gay apps is.
Can you spin an example where this would be acceptable behavior to you?
No.
Not necessarily, no. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't engage in this behavior. I don't say this sort of thing. So I'd like to understand more so what, you know, the Kandros is saying before I could really say.
Are there any other things, or is this, are we just looking at this page of stuff?
We can
I think there's another page. Yeah. Well, let's read through this one and we'll go to the next one.
Okay, so
did we finish that other one? The other one, the first page there? Did we finish that? I'm on your stream, so I might be a little delayed.
It could be a first sprint to tectone. Definitely not something going on. Definitely.
That's why everyone should be required to be identified on the internet and to relink their SSN every week to all apps. I mean, I don't necessarily think that's true. I just think if you make it your whole life online to harass and abuse other people, I think it's worth it to know who you are. I think your name should be tied to that. I don't think you should be allowed to engage in that type of behavior forever. and then be able to walk away from it because you're bored? I don't think so. So like when esports Batman wants to tie his like reputation as a lawyer into making claims about the legality of my court case or whatever, then I think it's okay for people to want to know, like, well, who is this person? Like, that should be tied to your professional reputation. You're staking your professional reputation on it, on your legal conclusions or your legal analyses. So why wouldn't people have a right to know who you are, right? The idea that you could, credential yourself in such a way and then run away from who you are, that's insane to me.
There's something going on there. I'm not sure his viewers even know who's friends with Redacted. So this is Nova again, is it? Is that right?
Let me just say.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry.
Don't tell Kafka Esquire. I mean, I would say the same thing for him. If Kafka Esquire was leveraging like his legal shit, if Gisticle or somebody else got sued, and then he was actually saying, well, as a lawyer, I think this and this and this, and I think he's lying about this, and I think this and this and this, and he's like, well, I want to know who Kafka is. If he's going to come here as a lawyer and make all these claims, I think it's fair to want to know. Again, I think when your entire life is harassing and stalking and abusing people online, I think that's a worthy thing for people to know about, I think.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry.
So listen, I'm happy to continue to talk about this, but Shamu's here, and Nikandros maybe can come on.
Yeah, we can bring up both of them after, but I just want your impression of this before we bring them on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's some things here that are troubling, yes, and I'd like to understand more of what they were going for.
Sure, that's not quite the answer I'm looking for, but we'll get there.
Well, okay. Well, the thing is, it feels like you're looking for a specific answer.
In my brain, I'm not looking for a specific.
You're asking me to answer things that I don't know because I'm not Nikandros and I'm not Shamu. There's stuff here that's troubling, and I'd like to understand more of what they're saying and where they're coming from with this. Yes.
What time of period do I know? Do I need to go here for Connor to start chatting with us? Because I'm not going to rewatch this whole fucking conversation. Okay. Can we read this page and the next page, and then once we have like an opinion or an understanding of what we think it is, then we can bring both of them in, and then they can explain.
It feels like you're trying to box me into a certain perspective or a certain answer. That's what it feels like.
I'm not sure. I can't. At Destiny, but can't they argue that this is what they were trying to do? I don't understand I don't know what you mean. Like, you can say that if you want, but I mean, like, there's a fact of the matter at the end of the day that we can talk about, right? Like, I don't obsessively stalk and harass and go over the personal lives of all these people every single, like, I don't do it. The whole reason why Gisticle even became popular as a streamer is because I was so disinterested in all drama content that I just offshored all of it to the after hours to Gisticle stream, because I just had no desire to do this type of like super interpersonal drama. It just wasn't part of my content anymore. And it really truly it never was. It was usually other people, like, generally it was other people coming to litigate their drama. Sometimes it was like interpersonal relationships with me, but it wasn't usually me like outing other people's drama, if I could think. Like, that was pretty rare. That one time I can think of, the big one was probably Boogie for his fake cancer shit. Yeah. But even at that, like, I'm usually not invested in the destruction of some party. It's usually just like an event and then you move on. Like, these people have been doing this for years. What would you say to the people defending you who are concerned about being doxxed retributively for defending your doxing? I mean, like, it sucks, but I mean, that's what these people do. I mean, they'll dox anybody around me. Like, they were doxing random chatters of mine a year ago to try to get people to disassociate with my community. Yeah. Force you to do anything. Okay. You don't have to, if you don't want to give an answer. Maybe 2 hours and 17 minutes.
I don't think I've got a problem with. Nothing's getting publicized, and they're just trying to figure out if this is someone's alt account. Don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Next.
Is the next page like a continuation of the same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. There's no redacted on Steam.
Okay, so that's an account name that is not anywhere public. It's just a name that they got from their OSINT tool. So they ran this doxing tool where you put in a Twitter username and it goes through data breaches and it finds the email.
That's any better timestamp. Jesus Christ. Mr. Sheesh.
Okay. I finished up my drawing, so I'm going to show it to you guys, because I think that this is actually what's happening, regardless of all the passion that we're about to, have. They're kind of hitting not a hypothetical. They're hitting a little bit of a lull, where they're trying to figure out, what is actually happening. What are they really arguing? And Shamu's going to come on, and it's going to get spicy again. So I'm gonna go ahead and preview it a little bit. Pinky Chew. Matter of fact, I'm going to pull up Pinky Chew just because I know that there's some gooners. There's some gooners in chat. Okay. So Pinky Chew Pinky Chew streamer. So Pinky Chew, you might have even seen her. She participates in those like goth. Is a streamer sexually assaulting tone. I think they call it. And Shamu. They use doxing tools, I think they call it. But they're basically like open source intelligence gathering tools in order to try to find information on an online account that is harassing Pinky Chew. And I think the assertion that they make later on...
I don't even think that was true. I think it was just people that they were beefing with.
...is that they planned on, if they actually found out the personal identifying information of the account, like let's say it was Tectone, or was a Tectone community member, they were going to pass it on to Pinky Chew or lawyers or whatever so she could defend herself legally from these people who are digitally harassing her, right? And so Shamu and Nicandros...
There's also this like thing of like... I hate describing such common sense things, bro. This actually drives me crazy. It's the least favorite part of streaming, where some of the stuff people are saying is so stupid. Like, I feel like there's like there's a moment in like a TV show or a movie. Actually, it happened in Boo Radley. Fuck, what was that? Atticus Finch. What am I thinking of? It's not Where the Red Fern Grows. It's the other one. Gone with the Wind. Was that the story? Oh, To Kill a Mockingbird. Am I misremembering this, or is Atticus Finch kind of like this, like lanky, tall, has glasses, like seems kind of like a meek man, and that's just kind of how everybody kind of views him. And then there was I believe people thought it was a rabid dog, and then he is like handed a rifle, and he fucking goes like, you know, sights up murder mode, like one shot obliviates this dog, and like the children are like, whoa, holy shit, dad's on some fucking wild shit. Did this happen, or am I making this up, right? I feel like sometimes there are these moments in movies or TV shows where like something is happening, and then one of the characters is like, oh shit, it looks like the zombies or somebody's about to do this, like let me take care of it, and they do some crazy shit, and then everybody else around them is like, wait a second, what the fuck? How the fuck do you know that shit? For Connor to like breeze over, and maybe he won't breeze over it, okay? But for Connor to breeze over, oh, well, so there was a person that was harassing Pinky Chew. So in their Discord, these guys went ahead and they grabbed an OSINT tool that's used to fully dox people, including hashes of leaked passwords in dark web or online ordinary internet databases because they were trying to protect Pinky Chew. That's like, what? How would that even be their first? Why wouldn't their first like inclination be to just like tell Pinky Chew? That's kind of crazy, right? Like, if you were to say something like that, I think that most people would say, how the fuck do they even know about this tool? Like, the obvious assumption, and this isn't even asking for good faith or charitability, the obvious assumption would be, oh, well, these guys are definitely, like, people that have done this before. This is probably, like, an ordinary part of what they do, right? Like, if you were to go into a community that doesn't do this, and you were to suggest something like this, most of the people would be like, oh, that's kind of weird, or I've never used this before. I don't even know what this is. Or like, isn't this a lot? Or what should we do? But like, when it's like, oh, hey guys, let's use this tool. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll forward it to whatever, and we'll figure it out, right? It's obvious that this is ordinary behavior in the community. I hate that I even have to say this, because this is just such an obvious thing that any human being would piece together immediately.
Are defending their honor within this argument, saying like, yeah, we might have been engaged in an attempted dox or PII operation or whatever the fuck you want to call it, but we were doing so for a noble reason, and we did not have the intention of publishing it, which is technically the definition of doxing. But the DGG people are saying like, okay, you're still trying to find somebody's fucking PII.
I'm kind of lost. Why do they give a fuck about Tectone of all people? Because I think Tectone, I don't even remember why. Maybe it was because Dan was talking to Tectone. Tectone is like part of the enemy team. So they will like go after people around. I literally think it was just because Dan talked to him once on stream or something. I don't remember. It was something stupid like this. So that like they had that feeling about him, that he was like part of the enemy team.
Which is technically the definition of doxing. But the DGG people are saying like, okay, you're still trying to find somebody's fucking PII. And that's what we've been accusing of the entire time. And
okay. The connection, actually, I think that's probably right. It wasn't the connection from Dan to Tectone. It was because Tectone was attacking Hassan. That's probably it, actually. Correct. Sorry.
So these people are affiliated with Chud Logic. They're affiliated with their own schizo commentary communities. They're affiliated with Queenman and with JStock and all that kind of stuff. So what Destiny and Dan, what they have accused JStock, Queenman, and schizophrenic community members of the commentary community of doing is harassing them digitally by finding their personal identifiable information and then publishing it to the internet so their families can be harassed, and so they can be harassed and be doxxed and swatted. So they say, ha 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 ha, we have caught you in a private Discord using the tools that we know that you used. But what JStock, Queenman, and other community members are saying is, you didn't catch us specifically. You have no evidence of us specifically engaging in the bad behavior. And in retaliation, you have engaged in this bad behavior yourself against us, despite not having evidence against us specifically. So the way that I would say it is, if I was to try to take somebody's personal identifiable information and publish it to the internet so that they could be harassed, and or send it to a friend or use an alt in order to get somebody digitally harassed, I would want to know 100% proof positive that the person that I was attacking was guilty of the crime. I would not do this like scorched earth, counterinsurgency, kill everybody who's resisting us shit that Destiny and Dan are doing. I think it's immoral. I think it's unethical. But
see, like, it's annoying because, like, Connor is there's some other part of his brain that's engaged right now, but especially if he was ever a cop, like, this is absolutely how you function in the world. If you walk into a trap spot or whatever the fuck, if you walk into some house and there's like two dudes that are fucking around with drugs on the table, and there's like four other people standing in the, like the next room, Connor would never be like, well, I see we have two narcotics users here, and four of their friends must have stumbled into here, and I'm sure they have no idea what's going on. You would never, ever, 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 ever make that assumption, right? That's just never going to be the case. If you stumble into a spot and there's some fuck shit going on, and there's a bunch of other people around that are all friends with them that aren't directly involved in the fuck shit, you assume that they're all, if they're not all involved in the fuck shit, they all know about it, and then it's generally like accepted in that community, you know?
I also think that while there may not be fire, like we're not seeing the fire, there is smoke here. Effectively, that the commentary community they use OSINT tools. But we've known this for years. We just have specific evidence of specific commentary community members using open source intelligence tools. So, anyways, I'm going to continue the content. I need to go use the bathroom real quick. Somebody said I need to set a new goal. Let me go ahead and thank the people who have donated today. So, Anonymous Shatter, Hedonic Samuel, Old School. Well, QC John, Vozraka, answering somebody else's question, not specifically bitching about the content. But I'm just going to tell you, like, when I'm in a fucking mood.
Would you be willing to talk to Noel about this? I mean, if he wanted to, I don't know if he would want to be involved with any of this shit or anything.
People are going to get caught in the crossfire. I'm not going to ban, I'm not going to perma-ban people, but I am going to strongly encourage, if you don't like the content, if you don't like me yapping for prolonged periods of time, if you don't like having, me having ADD, you just don't like me, which is fine.
Okay.
Maybe you saw me do a good debate a while ago, which is why you wanted to be a community member. Maybe you like the community, but maybe I'm just not a good streamer, or I'm not the streamer for you. People who enjoy the content the way that I make it, all the fluff in the VOD. Literally open up the stream, they're fucking F-slur, Polaris, whatever, bitching about the content. So much. Started making actually thinks that he's done with it. Okay? So basically, if you think you're gonna fucking bitch, with the renewal, thank you, King. You're supposed to pronounce.
Holy fuck, are we finally cutting ties with Connor? No, I appreciate Connor. I think he speaks his mind. I just think he's really wrong on this. But I don't think he's a bad actor or anything like that.
PII like P. Don't leak someone else's P. Okay, that's fair. What if I don't like the content, but I like bitching? Then just do it on a day where I'm not on my fucking period, okay? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyways, so I think we understand the dynamic. But Destiny and Dan, unfortunately, in my opinion, they're acting like they have a headshot against JStock, Queenman, and schizophrenic community members, and I don't think they do. I think they have smoke. They don't have fire. And so I want to see fire. I want to see JStock or Queenman interacting with doxing information. I want to see schizophrenic community members engaging with doxing information. I want to see, I want to see more substantive evidence that the specific people that they're going off against are engaged in doxing and PII gay ops. Now, if I had a hazard...
Wow, Vidfee, thank you for gifting 10 subs and kick chat. So, like, the issue with this particular ask is that, like, it's like saying, like, I'm not going to arrest, I'm not going to go after, fuck, I don't know the names of the big drug people. I don't know, some mafia boss until I see him selling crack on the street or whatever. And it's like, the people at the top don't have to do that. But they know that it's happening. They allow it to happen under their watch. And then all of the information that filters down into videos, tweets, or whatever else, as a result of that information, then they go on to directly amplify while claiming, well, I banned that behavior in my community, in the public-facing one, like in his Discord public-facing server, and then Hassan will amplify that behavior on top of it, right?
Guess. Chud Logic is not engaged in PII gay ops. I don't think Queenman is engaged in PII gay ops himself, but that's more about, like, not touching the poo and keeping his character unimpeachable. Then I think JStock likely doesn't engage in gay ops or PII, not because he's above it, but because, once again, he wants to have, like, a sanitized public...
Oh, true. This is... Okay, yeah.
...reputation where he can say, I don't engage in it. However, if you asked me, do they cultivate a community of schizophrenic community members who likely have alts engage in dox and P gay ops? Absolutely. And so, I mean, that's like a vibe thing. Don't really have, like, the fire, but obviously I feel like we have the smoke. So, this is only a small part of the leak, too. Yep, I agree with that. So, but that's where Reason Riffs... I want the bigger parts of the leak, right? So if there's something that's more substantive that actually does point to schizophrenic community members engaged in P operations, then I want to see that. Connor, we agreed 2 months ago that the only thing that would convince you is DMs. Yeah, pretty much. But hold on though. Fire Rat, I want to amend that statement though. It's not that I don't think it's happening. I'm not that naive. But if you're going to convict someone or digitally harass someone.
See, like, this is like weird. Are we using like the criminal conviction standard of beyond a reasonable doubt here? Because you don't apply this standard to any other spot of your life, right?
Then I think you need solid proof positive evidence.
No,
it shouldn't be like
you don't need that for anything. I don't know any YouTube video that functions on a beyond a reasonable doubt basis. This is your criminal conviction standard of proof necessary for the state to deprive you of constitutionally due freedoms. Like, this is for a good reason, the highest, this is such a high standard of proof that we expect that some guilty people who have actually committed the crime will walk free. That's how high that standard of proof is. That's such a weird thing to call for in these online communities.
I shouldn't get to digitally harass you through guilt by association, right?
There's also another thing too that these guys never seem to consider, where they say well, this is enough for digital harassment, blah, blah, blah. All of this stuff is perpetuated in a one-sided manner. There's no world where if Gisticle and Esports, Batman, and all these, and Wicked Supreme and all these fucking weirdo losers, if they stop talking about me, where on stream every day we're like, oh guys, did you see what happened here? Oh guys, did you see this? Oh, did you see that they got into a fight here? Blah blah. Why? We would just stop talking about them, right? And I would even go a step further. I'm not even saying that these people should have to they're never allowed to comment on me or anything ever anymore. It's if they want to do political things or whatever else, or talk about how shitty my political things are, or even if they want to talk about my drama for whatever, my fucking court case, whatever else, then fine, talk about whatever you want. But it's the fact that you have become an active participant in all of it that is just so far beyond the pale. It's just so far beyond the pale. And all of that is one-sided.
That's not even fair, Connor. DGG already tried to get Constantine kiss his boys at DDT on stage. I don't know what that means, but good luck. Real serious.
False manifesto will be your clean break with all the drama, right? Well, probably not. My court case ending will be helpful for sure. And then in my manifesto, there are at least a few people that I'm going to nuke for sure. In an ideal world, I wouldn't want to associate with any of this. But the reality is these people will always be functioning like this unless something changes. Until there has to be a strong center left thing that is built that can withstand this, and I just don't know who else is even capable of it. Maybe Hutch, I think, is getting there. Hutch might be there. I don't know. I don't know who else. Yeah.
For 100 Argentinians, it's Connor, you're Michelangelo.
But what I'm talking about would have to be in the order of multiple massive content creators that are aware of this bullshit and can very easily dispel it or talk about it and be done with it, rather than shy away from it, in a terrified manner.
You're Michelangelo and Christian Valaris is the Medici family. Don't let them constrain you. Go ahead and sculpt those big penises. Thank you for your artistic permission for me to sculpt large penises.
IRI kind of. So the reason why I don't bring up IRI is because I love IRI and I think what he does is important, but IRI won't engage in kind of this, what he would consider kind of messy dramatic bullshit, which is fine. I don't think everybody necessarily needs to, but on their side, everybody will, right? Again, that video of Hassan just watching Bad Empanada scrolling doxes of partnered users on Twitch is crazy. That's insane to me. That is insanity that nobody gave a fuck about that. That's crazy.
Penises. I appreciate it. All right, anyways, back to the content. I'm going to use the restroom. You got 5 seconds.
Why is IRI so far above the drama? Is it because he just doesn't come from this internet world? It's because he likes covering the political shit, which I do too. I mean, it's nice, and he's not being directly targeted by it, so he can kind of. None of this is this is not an indictment on his character or saying that he's a bad person or anything like that. I just don't think he likes to talk about it, which is fair. I think Josiah, Adam Mockler, none of these people like to talk about any of this shit. It's weird and creepy and strange, I think is fair to say. And then if they're not being directly targeted by it, then yeah, why even go into it? But okay. But Hutch can seem to view things like Connor and Wick. I don't think Hutch ever both sides of the internet drama stuff. He might. Hutch doesn't both sides anything. We just disagree on how far the Democratic Party needs to go coming into office. Hutch is probably one of the only other strong lib creators who's we probably shouldn't be sucking up to tankies all the time. They want to destroy our movement. We probably shouldn't be giving a pass to people who are engaged in the crazy weird Democratic Party assassination shit that the far left. He's the only guy that does that, I think, almost. Faye, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subbers, buddy. Oh yeah, they did do that targeting of IRI. They tried to get him on the like, oh, don't you know Destiny's a rapist? Because a few of them were trying to cover that, but IRI just so doesn't give a fuck. It's hard to like, and IRI kind of exists on his own separate island. He doesn't have to collab with other people as much, so it's like not as important of a thing. So like they can try to do these weird isolating attacks against him, but he's already kind of like self-isolated. He just, IRI does his own thing, you know? So these like these weirdo things, these obsessions over trying to split people off from me, it just doesn't really work as well because there's not as much to split off from, yeah. If I really needed to him, or they'd start attacking the offspring. True. Jesus. Okay. Are we good on this for now? I think we are. Which one is the Pondering Politics guy? That's Josiah. Josiah's based. Oh my fucking god, just went to this person's Twitter to see it. This is our pinned tweet. Not safe for work. Do not open it on stream. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I feel bad. I don't know where it comes from. A lot of these people are like fucking obsessed with Kyla too. Kyla probably gets like a brunt of a lot of it as well. But Kyla was also somebody who didn't like do like a clean break with me at all. And so she's like targeted by these people a lot. Jesus, that's fucking weird. Yeah. Destiny, probably because Cherry originally targeted her so hard. So, this is another thing that clicked in my mind a while ago. I don't know how much, again, I really don't like to, because it's not like Cherry's like kind of moved on with her own life. I don't like to drag people into shit. Something really, I don't like to drag people into shit. One of the things that would happen with Cherry, because I think Cherry either has or had like pretty severe BPD, is when Cherry was having episodes, generally, I would generally like try to talk her down. She would kind of get this feeling that everybody was out to get her, or that there was like huge conspiracies or collusions of people out to get her. And you generally would have a back and forth chat, like, hey, I think you're exaggerating on this, or hey, I don't think this is actually happening, or hey, I don't think these people are actually talking about you. There was like, we used to have a lot of these conversations. Somebody brought this up as a suggestion. I didn't even consider it before. I wonder if one of the things that finally pushed Cherry super over the edge was generally, when I was talking to her, generally when Cherry would have a thing, I would tell her, like, hey, like, this is probably not the conspiratorial thing. Like, I don't think that the White House set up this photo event just to make fun of you. I don't think this happened. I think that you're in your head right now. You need to, like, take a couple weeks off. Is when she got injected into the logistical community, I wonder if all the people over there were incentivizing and encouraging her delusions. I wonder if that's one of the things that pushed her to be suicidal, and why Logistical had to commit her for 72 hours into a psych hold, is because those people also benefited a lot from Kyla hate. And while Trey was in Logistical's community, she was doing a ton of obsessive Kyla hate. And I wonder if those people around her knew that they could weaponize her in that way and push her continually down that pathway. And when I say, and again, I don't really like to drag Cherry shit out there, but when I say that like Cherry was like delusionally hateful of Kyla, I don't mean like Cherry didn't like Kyla. I meant that like we took a photo after we did an event with, it was me, Brianna Wu, I think Vosh, Emma Vigiland, Rokana, I think. We all did an event in DC, and there was like one group photo that was taken, and Cherry doesn't even look bad in the photo. It's just a normal photo. But Cherry got it in her mind that that entire event was staged by the White House in order to make her look bad in a photo. Like, unironically believed this. She believed that that was really what happened. And yeah, there was like this type of thing would happen with her sometimes, but again, like I would usually talk her down. But I super wonder. Obviously, we'll never have access to the DMs between Jessica and Cherry, where Jessica is literally telling Cherry that he'll be her Dr. K to make sure she doesn't kill herself and blah, 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 and begging her to be on stream and to show up. And yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious. I wonder what those people did to gas her up on that shit. Who knows? Who knows? Why was I linked this? Never thought I'd be listening to Hassan on Twitch. He's actually more agreeable than I thought he would be. Oh. Is this a bot? I was about to turn 30 on July 2021, gained a lot of fat and lost all my muscle mass during COVID. I was 285 and depressed. Took me 3 years of being active, blah, blah, blah. Loved both versions of you, space period. More important that you're happy with yourself, space exclamation mark. This was 2 years ago. But now suddenly today they're like, the fuck? Have you been in talks with Rose at all? Has she left the online space forever? I don't know. I've never gotten to have a talk with this person in my life. I messaged this person one time on Facebook. And then I think they either blocked me or they blocked me and deleted their account. I also like, despite the fact that I turned over every single conversation I had between me and the guy running that account to Pixie's legal team, enough so that she could apparently report me to the fucking police, she said. Didn't report the solo guy, by the way. Good job, Pixie. People still run with these crazy theories. This is that lawyer guy, the esports Batman dude who wants to be an anonymous account online. There seems to be an acknowledgement on both sides that Solo was sex trafficking Rose. The debate is whether or not Destiny knew this at the time and was a participating party that was supporting it. Who the fuck is debating that? Keep in mind that in all the pedo jacketing and all the slander and all everything else, Pixie's side hasn't had a shred of evidence to even remotely support this, like the craziest, wackiest fucking conspiracy theory. Like, what the fuck? But what are you going to do? Dude, this ICO rules person is actually fucking deranged. Yeah, a lot of these people are really weird. And normally it wouldn't matter. But, yeah, they've just been weaponized so much by, like, Hassan and shit. It's just so crazy that he's managed to pipeline these people's crazy conspiracies up to the mainstream to use it to attack, I guess, like me, yeah. Oh, liked by Hassan. Streamed 1 day ago. Jesus Christ. Stardust defends Destiny's sex crimes. I don't even know this person. I think I've talked to this person. They used to be on panels like 5 years ago. But like, the issue now is that Stardust was tweeting a bit, and then I retweeted Stardust, so now she has to be like attacked again and marked for deletion, right? You're seeing she got full doxed in a place, and then people are going. But this is just how all these people operate. And then it's just so frustrating to me that people like Connor be like, well, I haven't seen any smoking gun evidence that any of this is happening.
Literally, Chud could literally rape Stardust and Destiny would not give a fuck. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you disagree. What?
This one was like 40 years old, like covering this type of stuff. 24/7. Destiny, she would come in Hutch's chat freaking the fuck out when he just considered talking to you.
I just said, Chud Logic could literally rape Stardust and Destiny would not care. Right? Why would Destiny care? Like, anyone from DGG could rape Stardust. Destiny, would he kick them out of the community? No, who cares? Why? It's Stardust.
She streams almost every day for 5 hours to pretty much no one. Very weird thing to say. All of these people are also, not that it matters. I mean, I guess it would matter, but nobody cares. It's like, these people are like super racist, very like weirdly sexist, bigoted, like very, very, very weird, crazy shit. There was a guy that used to send me stuff, or still sends me stuff sometimes. the Kingler guy, who, when they found out in Justical server, because I think I fucked up and I leaked that he sent me a DM once or whatever.
At least Destiny's rich. At least he can take care of his kids' material needs. What does Kingler have? Kingler, donate 50 subs right now, and I'll never talk to you about your kid ever again. Prove to me that you take care of your kid in a material sense, and I will never talk about you or your father ability again. 50 subs, and we get a truce. Otherwise, get fucked.
Like, this is the guy who's the head of these communities who tries to stay clean. Like, imagine if he's comfortable acting like this publicly. Like, what the rest of the people behind closed doors who aren't even him are doing. Like, it's just so crazy that... these people, it's just all these people are so insane.
Is that what it is? Okay, this guy is like a... There's like two things going on here, okay? One,
oh, so Kingler made a post on my subreddit about this.
I know this guy gets incredibly annoyed when I make fun of him for being a bad father, okay? And if I had any idea his kids would see it, they haven't, by the way, but if I thought his kids would see it, I wouldn't say those things.
I love how they try to, like, salvage some virtue from the situation here, but okay.
It's like my policy with Destiny. But, like, this guy, I think he was, like, reporting on people in the Discord and sending it all to Destiny. He was a psychotic, mentally ill, manic doxer. And then...
Wait, hold on, just as a quick thing. Because I see my best friend tweeting. I actually changed my opinion on this when Destiny doxed somebody merely for discussing his case and threatened to dox anybody in my Discord. If a much larger creator is explicitly threatening my friends and community, should I just allow this? Now remember, the only thing that I'm asking for these people to leave me the fuck alone is to stop stalking, A-logging, and harassing every single person in my personal life. That's the only request I have. Can you just, like, not, like, if you want to talk shit about my political takes, if you want to talk shit about my shit or whatever, if you, my court case materials, fine. But it's the relentless stalking, doxing, A-logging, harassing. It's...
And the psychotic, mentally ill, manic doxer dox people based on the screenshots this guy was sending him. Oh, this actually perfectly works. This is a perfect analogy. Essentially, these people need to understand that you are, like, trying to cause a reaction. You are intentionally sending certain information to somebody to cause a reaction. And then when you get that reaction, you go, oh my god, how, what, huh? So Kingler was sending stuff to Destiny that was basically painting certain people like a certain way.
What does that mean? Notice how they always skip over the details. He was sending stuff to Destiny that was painting certain people a certain way. What was he sending me that you were so upset that I was seeing? Notice how he never says that.
And Destiny doxed, right? And so I blame him for that, and I say, like, you're a terrible person, and if you had anything better to do with your life, like, raise your kids, then you wouldn't be involved in these streams. You wouldn't be watching them. You wouldn't be going to debate. You wouldn't take it so seriously. And that really irritates him. That really irritates him, okay? And so what did I say here? Is this technically me blackmailing? At least Destiny's rich. At least he can take care of his kids' material needs. What does Kingler have? Kingler, donate 50 subs right now, and I'll never talk to you about your kid ever again. Prove to me that you take care of your kid in a material sense, and I will never talk about you or your father ability again. 50 subs, and we get a truce. Otherwise, get fucked. Okay. So he posts that, and he's like, hey, is this, like, him blackmailing me? Now, I have no idea what Kingler's relationship with this kid is. I just assume if you spend this much time in online spaces while having children, that's probably not a good sign. You know what I mean? Like, this much that he doesn't like me, he hates me, he's banned from my community. That he, like, watches every stream and then reports back in DGG about the streams, or sends Destiny messages about what I talked about on stream.
Meanwhile, how many times in the past could I just bring up anything related to these guys and their whole Discord lights up chatting about me, and I could, like, send screenshots? They're probably chatting about me right now, like, every single fucking time.
Like, that level of involvement with kids, like young kids, is probably not good for you, right?
Young kids.
You know what I mean? So, in any case, that's why I don't like him and what was going on here. If he gifted me 50 subs, I would not have stopped talking about him, by the way. But I kind of thought about it today, and I don't want to be... I need to not be Ethan Klein. You know what I mean? Like, somebody was like a loser around me, and I'm just gonna, like, torture them forever? No. No! Ew. Is it? Is that what it is? Okay, this guy is...
Pretty wacky. Wait, one more thing. Sorry.
As far as I know, I've argued on stream with him more than any other chatter, but I could be wrong on that. Despite my openness about a lack of formal education or expertise and willingness to be wrong, J-Stock but every time you were wrong, you reset. Every single time you were wrong, you reset.
This is him talking about Kingler? Also, how crazy is to spend so much time talking about like a random mutual fan, other than because he's trying to make the
That and just had the same opinion.
Hold on.
Again, this is so stupid, but whatever. Okay, here's one of JStock's mods expressing something similar about him being nice or something. Okay, I think it was before the leaking to Destiny. At some point, Destiny accidentally leaks. Thanks, Destiny. That I had sent him a log from JStock's public Discord, and JStock instantly permabanned me without making a single inquiry. I don't even know if I banned him. He might have gotten banned before I did. I think people found this out, that he was leaking stuff to Destiny. This log was used by Destiny in a tweet referencing a certain person who frequents JStock's Discord. While doxing them, you were like he spurred out and doxed further.
Spurred out.
Right? The log contained 0 personal information. It was an answer to a legal question I had regarding Destiny's ongoing case. It doesn't matter if it had 0 personal information. You are continuously sending stuff to this guy who is agitated and doxing people in this Discord. You are a psycho. You are a total fucking psycho. Anyway, so, by the way, also, if you're intentionally, like, communicating stuff to Destiny and putting a target on people's back, yeah, of course you're gonna get banned. Like, what is the confusing thing?
Like, they never talk about why. Like, why are people getting targets on their back? Am I really just seeing random people chatting? And I'm like, God, I hate all these people. Like, is that really what they believe? I don't know what his fans actually believe. I'm not sure, or how many of them are, like, kind of complicit in kind of doing the intentional lying.
However, most people in that circle hold me partially responsible, and I think that's fair.
Oh, somebody did send me a thing. Oh, they are watching. Here you go. This guy is so dishonest. He's reading the Kingler post. He's pretending it's a big deal. Libfeo. There's esports Batman. Wait, is he accusing me of being wrong or something? You're not even wrong, because you're not even making a strong claim. You're just like putting out like well, some people think that. Nobody thinks this. There's not a single person involved at any point in this court case that thinks that I had any knowledge that this roast person was not the person I was talking to. No, nobody has thought that. Just you guys. That's just you guys like fantasizing about this because you're so fucking horny to get me as being like a fucking pedophile, rapist, sex trafficker or whatever. Like, that's it. That Officer Nasty person is one of the Jew Stalker pets in Connor's chat every day. Oh, nice. Based. Okay.
Yes. Since then, JStock has taken every opportunity when addressing me to invoke my family as a means to get under my skin. I invoke your inability to support your family. I don't think there's anything wrong with your kids.
King.
Okay. Despite him having a policy of not bringing in non-involved parties like Connor's kids, Hutch's sister, or even Now, I will listen to a satirical piece about Hutch's sister, especially given how these people are trying to lean into this, right? But you're right. In a serious sense, I don't think, like, obviously Hutch's sister is not something that means...
Okay. I'm just going to run through this one time. I don't know if I've ever showed it, like, in more context before, okay? But I'm so sorry. It's just, like, I will just never get over this, okay? So, this is in a publicly accessible Discord channel, okay? This is the Gistical E-Rape Defense Squad channel, okay? So this is where they would talk about my court case. This is like anybody can go in and have a debate with them, okay? When I talk about the sapiosexual guy, okay? So this was the chatting, okay, when they were able to get this Rose person basically to force her to join a deposition for my case because they thought they were going to out me as like a pedophile or whatever the fuck else, right? Wait, Saba, you've spoken to Rose? And not solo, laughing. Private server, sure would be a shame if all my emails to her are saved. So he like is bragging. This is in their Discord server. Everybody knows this. This is him bragging about harassing this young girl and her family until she joins my case and collaborating with Joanne the whole time. By the way, Joanne didn't produce any of these emails to me in Discovery, which I'm fucking owed. She didn't, okay? Because she's also complicit with Pixie and the hiding and the lying and all the other bullshit, and she can bring this up at our next talk if she wants to. She loves to bring up how personally slighted she is. This is the first email that he sent to Rose. They try to they try to say that like, oh, he's just being nice, right? As an olive branch, I will link you to things that I'm not certain that KB Farms has found, so you can try to get the poster to take it down. Here is photos. Chad Britt has uploaded multiple images of you across multiple albums. I will link the relevant albums. I didn't check any further, but you would know if he took more images for him to take down. Also, as a tip, I would check the permissions on your Facebook profile, specifically the friends and follow list. Other than that, keep your profiles private for a few months at a minimum. Hopefully, things pass. Let's see. Where is this message from? How did he have access to that? Look carefully, because this is Sabosexuals, the guy emailing her. Okay. Portable document file format, solidarity in it. And then this is him emailing her again. I've seen that you've been taking down your profiles and getting yourself removed from the public. Good job. There are still images on this album. The following news articles have either a video of you or your name. And there are archives of your older Twitter account that contain CSAM. Email here to get it taken down. You will need to provide each link in the emails to get them and take it down. I don't have experience of getting stuff taken down from the aggregate sites, but I believe there are services that you can use to get it removed. Let me know if you need any more assistance. I've tried to follow up on getting archived to take down the pages, but to no avail. They did, however, say that you can get them removed as the account owner for privacy concerns. This is the email you should contact, and these are the links that you should ask to be removed. And then this is him trying to get some of it taken down. I don't think she replied to any of these emails, by the way. Damn, that CSAM is still there, by the way. They haven't taken it down yet. And then he sends, these are more for him trying to get that stuff taken down. How unhinged and disgusting of me to provide counter evidence. I'm hiding the more harassing emails. Actually true. So he's not even showing all of his emails. So what has Tiny done to stop the spread of CSAM? This is some email that was posted saying that I had a group of 10 people on Discord where we were all trying to find Rose and we were trading CSAM with each other. And then he's posting this as proof that I haven't done anything to get anything removed from the internet. It's like, he didn't. I was memeing about that. I did email Bretler, though. So this is Saba emailing my lawyer with the Willie Mac logs saying, are you aware that your client, Stephen Bonnell, is in possession of CSAM? More importantly, are you aware that he's doing this under the advice of his lawyer? I'm going to assume that this is you. So I'm guessing they were trying to get my law firm to drop me? 8 gigachads. My last email to her, she had stopped responding, plus taking down her profiles before this. Oh, the request. Request to connect with Joan Peters. Hello, I've been trying to reach out to you to connect you with a law firm involved in a case against Stephen Bonnell II, also known as Destiny. I contacted you from a different email, but you stopped responding. They currently just want to know 2 things, whether you were in the USA or Europe on April 10th, 2022, and the same for October 4th, 2022, because they were trying to save their subject matter jurisdiction arguments with the logs leaked. They also want details regarding Solo, but that is less urgent at the moment, because they don't give a fuck about finding the actual trafficker dude. They just really want to nail me on this court case. This isn't a ploy to trap you or to expose you to further harassment. A recent court order was granted which will protect your identity from the public, and the defendant is restricted from sharing any information found during discovery. I have continued to try and get social media posts and profiles of yours taken down as a show of good faith and to reduce risk for yourself. I hope you will cooperate. And if you do, please contact petersjoan@bellsouth.net. I'm just helping you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm just helping you, just as a show of good faith. I'm extending an olive branch. I mean, I did do a wee bit of harassing. This is all of the emails back and forth. I don't know who the A is. Maybe that's her, I guess. These were mostly just forwards for different places to her, though. And then this is him spamming her email account, I think, over and over and over again because she wasn't responding. This is the closest to harassing I ever came, but they were all off of one email. I've been trying to get a hold of your daughter. It is important that she gets in contact with Joan Peters. Keep in mind that, like, if this girl had gone through, like, what she apparently had gone through and she didn't tell her parents this or they had no idea, like, there's a very real chance, and I know it seems like I'm exaggerating, but I'm really not, and if you think I am, fuck you and literally jump off a balcony, right? Like, this girl could have killed herself. Like, imagine if you managed to get through all of this crazy shit with this unhinged fucking guy overseas and you finally broke it away from it, and now you've got this guy who's now emailing your family members across multiple accounts. Assistance for investigation. I'm aware that you're fairly close to the girl. I'm not prying for any information about her. I've been trying to get a hold of your sister. It's important that she gets in contact with John Peters, probably. I've been trying to get a hold of your daughter. It's important that she gets in contact with. I've been trying to get a hold of your daughter, right? So at the very least, emailed a friend, a sibling, and then both parents. Supreme is here giving him advice on, oh, dog, why didn't you pick a different email? Probably because it kind of looks weird that you're messaging like a victim with a sexual name. But if you're curious why I hate Supreme, it's because he also stood by and basically, was kind of thought this is all epic and was thumbs upping the whole activity. I know the name is unfortunate. It's not like my other emails any better, to be fair. Why didn't Destiny ever try to get any of these things removed? Yeah, curious. Maywand is that Maywand, by the way, this person right here, you want to talk about feeling schizophrenic? You remember who this is, right? Fuck. What was the website with the tomfoolery archive? Fuck. What was the name of the site? Does anybody remember? The person who had the entire investigation into tomfoolery and did all the, we were listening to her read through. That's her, by the way. She was a part of this server and probably still is. True, also, by the way, in chat. By the way, this is the behavior that Doe said she was deathly afraid and would kill herself if it happened to her. And Doe, by the way, Pixie, explicitly greenlit all of this because Joan was in contact with Sabasexual, and Joan was functioning on Pixie's behalf in order to drag Rose into the deposition. And remember, Pixie and Lauren, because they both knew, were running around behind the scenes who were so horny when they found out that Rose Girl was 17. They were DMing everybody like, oh, Destiny's about to be out as a pedophile. Get ready. Be careful. Destiny's about to be out as a pedophile. And remember, Pixie got to do her big Yas Queen moment when she tweeted out, he knew that was about me, right? That I knew the whole time or some bullshit. Oh yeah. Sorry, just real quick. That my one person in here, this person right here, was the person who made this website. Did we listen to some of this? We listened to like 20 minutes of it. I still don't know what the fuck this is all about. The sad thing is too, I don't think any of this is AI. I think she hand wrote all of this. This person is fucking insane, but. You've spoken to Queen Joan? Did I lie? And then this is from months earlier. Listen, me and Joan are on a first name basis. I mean, most of his fan base is basically YouTube viewers, not stream viewers, but the videos, so they have no idea about most of it. Isn't DGG chat still pretty active? Yeah, but they aren't the majority of his audience. They're fairly isolated. Do DGGers even believe Destiny when he says shit like De Laguna has not? I don't know 100% what these messages are, but they only remember the last thing that he told them. No, yes. Why would that be in an email to do with this case? Why send one email when you could charge for two? He also said plaintiff turned nothing over, but also turned over thousands of individual messages. The plaintiff turned over, I think, 2,000 quote-unquote documents, but it was just a group chat that we had. It was 2,000 messages from a group chat with me and like 6 other people. That's it. So the 2,000 documents turned over, every single one is an individual message. What was this? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, fuck. This doesn't even have the other... He posted screenshots of also him talking to Joan and then Joan telling him to get her involved in the court case. So this isn't even all of it. But yeah, but like this is in their public, this is like an open public channel, right? So they all see this, they all talk about this, they all know this is, it's just like, and then it's annoying because I don't know what, like, how do I talk about this? Like, obviously it sounds schizo and fucking crazy, but like, it's like, it's not like I can just ignore these people. They're literally physically involving themselves in my court case and harassing people, so many people around me, even people that I don't talk to. It's just like, yeah. Are you going to make a video essay style hit piece with manifesto? Yeah, I will, yeah. Yeah. Do you think they're just suffering from sunk cost fallacy? Like they probably thought they were going to get fucked from the case, and now they're just keeping, or you were going to get fucked, and now they're just keeping it up. Well, I mean, like it still benefits them to do it, right? They can still spread whatever rumors or misinformations or whatever about me. Illuminator, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Destiny, important meme. Didn't yesterday just show evidence that defendant had access to that room? Shouldn't that have been in discovery then? Probably, but it doesn't matter. They didn't cooperate with almost anything of our requests, but we don't have a countersuit before them, so it's not like, I don't know. Casey Tron fighting with Hutch. You being a Destiny brown noser for years and now crying about getting lumped in with him. Man, all the sirens are blaring. Get all the troops of Gondor or whatever the fuck. Destiny, if I recall, there were people in there criticizing Saba for doing it, right? There might have been a couple, but anybody that is critical of their narrative of fighting against the concept of like total Destiny death or whatever, they end up getting banned from that community. That's why I have people that end up leaking stuff to me, because as the community becomes more and more unhinged, some people are just like, this is like, I don't know if I'm on board with this anymore. And then these are the people that end up shooting me screenshots and stuff. What is this?
Of us as a community, we're not. We have our own little. I have heavy layover. Stop thinking of us as a community. We're not. We have our own little. I have heavy layover requirement, to be fair, but I want to do my own thing and my own thing, right? But we all, from different communities, have united around a common cause. And I heard Queeman say it privately, and I'm pretty sure he probably said it again today on stream. We're not going to agree on everything. I've had to put differences aside with people I legitimately believe lied about me. People that at one point wished the worst for me. We're going to disagree politically. We're going to disagree in terms of edginess, how edgy certain people are. We're going to disagree on literally we could disagree on everything. But we are going against an uncharged sex criminal running a community that is mass disseminating lies in an attempt to ruin people's lives and obfuscate his offenses, his crimes, and his wrongdoing.
Like, all my court filings are public. Every single part of my case is out there. The plaintiff has a single witness who has disappeared from the public life, who will not respond to subpoena or deposition, who, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this, by the way, epic, by the way, Abby was thrown onto my case the day before our hearing for a preliminary injunction, because I think they were worried that the case would get tossed because it was so weak. She was thrown on the day before and then vanished for months and months and months. They kept saying, oh, we don't know, we don't have contact information, we don't know. The day after I give my deposition, suddenly Abby's turned up again to submit another affidavit, adding a couple points on to try to save their case from the subject matter jurisdiction complaint. Now that discovery's closed, by the way. Like, that Marwan lady had an MP3 titled "A Letter to DGG" on her website. Ripped it for you if you're still interested. Bruh. How long is this? 8 minutes?
A letter to DGG. The amusing part of Tom using socks to post in the subreddit is at anything. I've never debating so much as I am interested in conversation and usually keen to provide evidence from an academic standpoint about how I arrived at a position. So I started sharing papers and things like that with Tom when he was wrong. Or
this woman is severely not okay. Jesus. Is this the girl who kept accusing people of rape in every community? No, that girl's Australian. She's also crazy, but I don't know if she's involved in any online shit anymore.
So put your fucking differences aside, lock in. That's what I'm doing, and I know you're capable of it. And let's get right.
Wait, so they managed to find the girl that got extorted by that bonger dipshit and depose her, but they can't manage to get Abby for a deposition? No, but the reason why is because, like I said, I'm pretty sure that I think Joanne and possibly Gisticle threatened or bullied Abby into joining the court case. because of that bullshit DM she sent to Sognick like 3 years ago, where she was just talking shit, pretending like I'd sent her fucking videos of Pixie. But I just didn't. There's no way. There's a reason why she has no evidence of this at all, and there is no evidence of this at all. And the only way they can attack my case is to say that all of my evidence is fake and all of my logs are faked. But I think Gisticle and Joanne bullied her because I think we also dropped that in our last filing, or our second to last filing, that Abby even told me in DMs a few months ago. She was like, dude, I got to get the fuck out of this court case. The legal team is crazy. These people are incompetent. I don't even want to be involved in this. But
and let's get ready for war. I mean,
it's just crazy that this guy is like, guys, Destiny is attacking us. Insert 20 false malicious claims. And he's doing it by making up false and malicious claims about us. The only thing, okay, that I've ever fucking wanted is just for these people to not stalk and harass people around me, to not hyperfixate on my like private life, to try to find people and then destroy them. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I've ever wanted. I don't care if they talk about my politics or whatever, roast me or any other bullshit. What are you gonna do? What is actually known about the original DM's leaker? Who's the original DM's leaker? Oh, the solo guy? I mean, I think I have his first and last name, but it's just a matter of whether or not, like, I can't, there's a whole ass other court case that I have to pursue after this Pixie one, but I don't have the money or the psychological bandwidth to do like 2 of these at the same time. Like, I'm on top of like everything else, like it's just way too much. I had I don't know if I've ever shown these on stream before. It's just so much, bro. This was like a year and a half ago. People that I had even been loosely associated with on social media, like had followed at some point. Like there were people that were messaging these people and harassing these people. I don't know if I've ever gone over these. There's just so much shit. Like I said, I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing for whatever. But like this guy was just messaging this girl that I'd never even seen this girl in real life before. They are yours and blah, 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 are going to see them on the Destiny thread on Kiwi Farms. I don't have to send them, just send the DMs. What DMs? It's normal convos. There isn't much else there. I'm going to report you, like, actually to the cops. I don't mean Instagram. Doesn't matter. There's a lot more than normal conversations. No point in lying about it. You don't have to be involved unless you want to be involved, unless you send me everything, videos and pictures. I guess everybody had convinced themselves that I'd sent videos of Pixie to every person I'd ever associated with on social media. So every person that I had ever been involved with on social media was getting guys like this in their DMs, threatening them to, like, destroy these people's lives. These are normies, by the way. Like this friend that is her right here. This is like a normie friend. Send those now. No one can help you. Just send them, and it's done with. I'm gonna post your nudes with him on Kiwi Farms and 4chan after they're sent to your family. I'm not sending anything. Those aren't my. I've never even seen this person in real life. There are no nudes of us, right? They are yours, and everyone's gonna see them on the Destiny thread on Kiwi. It's just like, yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. A lot of people. A lot of harassment. Is Sabasexual the guy doing stuff like this too? Who knows, you know? Hey, are you going to send those? Send those now. No one can help you. Ugh. It's just like... Pixie was DMing girls that I'd followed saying that, like, she was suing me and she really wanted them to come forward and blah, blah, blah. Like, some of them sent stuff like... And now these guys are like, we're under attack, guys. We all need to unite. Who is the one sending those messages? They're always just random accounts on Instagram. Random no-name accounts, 0 followers, 0 whatever accounts.
Literally, we could disagree on everything, but we are going against an uncharged sex criminal running a community that is mass disseminating lies in an attempt to ruin people's lives and obfuscate his offenses, his crimes, and his wrongdoing. So put your fucking differences aside, lock in. That's what I'm doing, and I know you're capable of it. And let's get ready for war. I mean, what can you say?
This was when this friend messaged me about this. Just one person who's messaged me about this. This wasn't even in the DMs between her and the other weirdo stalker guy. I know it's not your fault, but it's getting crazy. I've been blocking these accounts usually. I don't know if it's the same person, but they keep making new accounts saying they're going to send my family and leak my nudes, which aren't even mine. But they called my work and emailed them, and I was fired for it. It's getting so out of hand. Oh my fucking God. I can unfollow you. It's okay, LOL. I haven't been able to follow anyone new on my social media in over a year because people go insane about harassing people that they see me following. I know, and that's fine, but now they are harassing the fuck out of me, and I'm not really sure how to go about it. It's gotten to the point where I lost my job, which is heavily affecting my living situation. Now they are sending me pics of my family's Facebook account saying they're going to send it to them too. I had to wipe my old Insta because they were messaging me there too. Now it's just out of control. Are they only referencing me? Are there people that you've had any interactions with before? No, it's just... When I see people, I'm sorry, fuck. When I see people like Connor, it's like, well, I haven't seen the smoking gun. It's just actually just so fucking, I just hate how fucking weak all these people are. Holy shit. And then I see people like Hassan and everybody complaining that they get harassed online because they get called a terrorist. I'm like, bruh. I don't know, man. What are you going to do? Okay. Are we done victim slopping? Queeman being a schizo again. Why do people like Connor who don't know shit still want to talk about it? I mean, like, because he gets fed information by all these other people. And remember, the one thing that is like always my biggest weakness is like people who are willing to just sit here and do this all fucking day. So Gisticle is talking to him all day. Queeman is probably talking all day. Doobie is donating thousands of dollars to a stream to talk to him. Pisco, it maybe secondarily might be because he gets mind fucked by all these people. And like all of these people are just spending so much time working on all this shit. Destiny, that Officer Nasty dude is a mod? Is a mod of who? Of Connor's? Oh, Officer Nasty 70. Who? What DMs? What did he say that why don't I like this guy? I don't even remember which one he was. I'm sure you've been told this, but Doobie in Wix server Gen Chat saying you're being dishonest about the server you talked about. Good for him. Yeah, you can go donate another $5,000 to Wick to chat about it, because I'll never chat with me about it. He was in one of those Discord logs. Oh, part of Gisticle's community. Yeah. Officer Nasty was in LUS's stream talking mad shit. He's a regular there, Destiny. Oh, yeah, I just don't have the time. I can't play, and I don't have like these back rooms these guys do to play the games all day. I just can't understand it. No, I do understand it. I shouldn't say that. It's just very boring to me. Like, I could never do this level of like gossipy shit. I guess I don't have the mind for it. You need to be more heavy-handed with your circle, I think. I know you're currently against this, but you should. Someone like Pisco should know better. I mean, like, I have been, I think. Like, if people's fan bases are unhinged towards me, like, I just view that as like a mark against their character. But the issue is just like, the issue is that it just doesn't matter. Because nobody, yeah, I don't know what to say. There's never enough that you can show these people. It's like somebody just said, Destiny, I might be retarded, but if you have more evidence, like the text you just showed, that people in real life are being harassed constantly about this stuff and suffering real world damages like being fired, why not single that piece out as a precursor to the full manifesto so people know more about it? Because nobody cares. Because you'll have people like Connor saying things like, I need to see a smoking gun that Gisticle or Queeman are involved in this, or I need to see some absolute evidence that Doobie himself is like saying, and like these people aren't retarded. Like, it's never going to be like that. So then like these guys will always be giving them a free pass for it because there's never going to be that type of thing. And then you're always just like, okay, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Okay. What do they want so desperately to destroy you? Because I'm against their Hassan daddy, and because of some weird personal shit against me. Probably Laura De Laguna drives a lot of it, and then a lot of it can function organically as part of this weird snark left thing. I mean, like I said, like there's a reason why they avoid having the conversation with me, and then whenever they do have a conversation with me, they fall apart immediately, right? It was just crazy to me that Chud Logic was just so confident, saying like, "You've been pumping me full of DG narratives for years," and then it was like, "What narrative? Really? Can you think of any?" And then, and he's like, "Yes," and I'm like, "Which ones?" And he's like, "Well, I can't think of any of them." It's like, okay, bro. Check out that Officer Nasty guy's Twitter account. He's in the Snarker Discord for sure. Oh, nice. Holy gigantic pussy energy. Hutchinson blown the fuck out when no one answers. When no answers left resorts to blocking and running. He's going to find those screenshots of me being in a doxing Discord any second. He definitely didn't just make something up because his asshole's blown open. If you have to dig back years to find condemnable behavior in someone you are intending to smear, that's probably a good sign they've grown as a person and that your motives are malicious. The rats are starved of cheese and desperately hunting for scraps. Why does Chud call you my former master? Was it really that bad? Like, it sounds crazy saying this, but like part of the narrative that they developed about me was that I have a, remember Mr. Girl, link the Mr. Girl picture actually. Fuck it, that describes everything. Or where's the Mr. Girl picture? Oh, Sabasexual was in here. Very nice. And then I see Officer Nasty. What did I lie about? What did I lie about? I'm not an underage girl. You definitely don't think I'm cute. What did I lie about? What did I lie about? Oh, this branch guy was a friend of his too. Look at how they can't answer a single question. Moving the goalposts and attempting to gaslight. You got quad out, bucko. Take the L. Oh, no, wait. This guy might have been attacking Officer Nasty. Never mind. I think. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm fucking retarded. That's the name that he's replying to. Okay. And then he's replying, what did I lie about? I see. Oh, yeah, this. The meme was that I was like, I controlled every single one of my orbiters. I ruled them all with an iron fist and told them what they had to say and what they were allowed to say and how their opinions were and everything. And so for Chud Logic, is he in here? Is that Chud right here? I was his master. It's just like the evidence for this, non-existent, nothing, not a single thing, of course, but scroll, there's more. Oh, who the fuck is Abby MC? Did he have Abby's consent to share her videos with other people? Who's like nobody? She's not even. That's not even her part of the court case right now. But Saba and them, they carry these talking points from their Discord. He's 100% confident the expert is wrong. That's why he doesn't need to hire his own clown face. I don't even think these guys defend the expert witness stuff. Oh, and they love this talking point. Remember how confident he was that the case was going to get thrown out after 2 weeks? I actually let myself get gaslit into this talking point. My assumption was always early on, I imagine it'll be tossed because they have no evidence. But then like these guys morphed that into like me confidently asserting that the case will definitely be gone in 2 weeks. But I actually don't think I ever even made a statement that strong because whenever they link, they've got this picture with like 9 different quotes to me where it's like, well, hopefully it's gone in a couple of weeks. Hopefully they dismiss it or whatever. But apparently, yeah, I don't know. It's fucking retarded. What are you going to do? Okay. Are we done with this? I say, are we done with this? And then they're going to spend the next like 3 days workshopping all of their new talking points again. Good memes. Oh, Officer Nasty 70 is in my chat right now. one of the cult members. Isn't the MSJ still like the earliest moment the case could be dismissed? Like, it's only taken so long because the expand motions of the judge hasn't ruled on MSJ. Well, theoretically, I could have done a motion to dismiss, but the problem is Pixie put a bunch of false evidence in the complaint. And in the complaint, you're supposed to assume everything is true. Like, in the complaint, she said that there were 15 women that were going to come forward. She said that somebody had DM'd her saying that that person's sister had gotten a video of her for me a few months ago. Like, they put a bunch of lies. None of this materialized, by the way. But she put a bunch of lies in the complaint, so it wouldn't have gotten dismissed on the motion to dismiss. So then you have to wait for a motion for summary judgment, but that doesn't happen until the end of discovery, which is like a fucking year in or whatever bullshit, so. What are you gonna do? Read the last image, which this one? Oh, all of the legal arguments that they're trying to use that all I can't believe that I'm in a court case against Kiwi Farms and Just Sticklers with these retarded fucking legal theories. Did Destiny publish anything? Did Destiny publish some video to the public internet? Yes, he sent a link that was arguably publicly accessible. Now answer, would the Brit be able to openly publish it if not for Destiny? Jesus. The whole idea that, like, if you send a, like some link, like a Google Drive link to somebody, that's the same as posting the video openly on the internet, if somebody could guess the link. I want to hear Destiny retell his Metal Gear Abby MC theory about how Abby MC was snooping around in his apartment. It's comedy gold. I don't understand how... I'm just so curious if they know... Like, if they know that they're all full of shit, or I just don't know. I don't have the theory of mind for it. I don't have the theory of mind for it. Like, Abby literally sent videos to her friends, taking videos in my apartment while I'm in the shower. Like, this is not a schizo theory. I just have videos of this. I didn't even know these videos existed. To be clear, I at the time, I really wouldn't have cared that much. I just didn't know this person was going to join a frivolous lawsuit against me. But it's like, is this... I'm sorry, is this me being schizophrenic right now? Is that... I want to hear Destiny retell his Metal Gear Abby MC theory about how Abby MC was snooping around in his apartment. It's comedy gold. Oh, this guy said it. Abby literally sat in his chair and took pics of his computer. What is Sabosexual arguing about? Who's left is your most loyal to this day orbiters? Mr. Mooten and Kyla and Nick. And I guess Xena. Xena's never done anything. Can you explain who Abby MC is again? I thought she was Rose. A random mutual friend between me and Darius. She used to be on Darius' stream a long time ago. Oh, Darius as well? Dan, yeah. Okay. All right. Are we done with this? Last one, please. What is this? Queenman explains why Destiny lied about the Snark Life Discord server being 2 years old when it is actually only 10 months old. It would encompass his allegations, everything leading up to them, and everything he did in response. Is he saying it's existed for 2 years when it's actually created at this? Discusses the broader context of Destiny, Dan Saltman, and H3's threats against free speech. It is kind of e-Israel. Missy, hashtag SnarkBoySummer, followed by Straterade based. Nice. This is so weird how nobody is focusing on the solo guy who actually did the leaks. It's just like Batman. When they remember when they all drive by Bane because they're like, we got to get the Batman. That's who I am. Okay. Okay. Part of a Juice stream the day of the Chud Logic memes was him pushing people to make X accounts for Snark Summer. Nice. Have you ever listened to this?
So this
Destiny, link to when Queenman makes the 2-year, 2-month point.
Being portrayed the way it is. Destiny has spun up this narrative that this server has existed for 2 years. Why is he saying it's existed for 2 years when it's actually existed for 10 months? Well, just think about that timescale. What would that encompass? What would that encompass? It would encompass his allegations, everything leading up to them, and everything he did in response, right? So it is a retroactive justification and attempted vindication narrative to make it seem as though the only reason anyone ever even cared about the fact he was sharing nudes without consent is because other people were spinning it up in the background. But we know that's untrue, don't we, guys? We know that's untrue. Because not only does the timeline make no sense, but Destiny himself, in his Bob 7 manifesto, destroyed Bob 7 for doing exactly that, for sharing a nude of Melina with bows on a screen share in Discord.
So 2 things here. So it's really funny because 1, he just completely destroyed his own theory where he said that the timeline doesn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. So why would I make that up? If I was going to fabricate a timeline, then why would I make that up? People that lie can't keep track of anything. So I'll tell you why I said 2 years if you really want to know. Here's the actual reality of the thing, okay? And I love that this works, and I love that you guys were so fucking manic and schizo posting and scattering and running about to your little corners to figure out. When I'm confronting people on things, I will keep the confrontation for the thing that I want incredibly precise, and I will fudge or just fuck up the details on stuff that's not relevant because you hyperfixate on the non-relevant things to try to figure out how much information you think I have. That's why I said 2 years. Because when I say 2 years, now, and this is exactly what happened in every single server these guys were in, the whole conversation changed to, oh shit, Destiny's making this up. Destiny hasn't seen anything. The server's not even 2 years old. I think he's just lying about all of it. I think he's made everything. And that's exactly what you fucking retards did. So if I fudge a detail or something, who knows? Maybe I actually don't know anything. Maybe I'm making it all up. Or I'm just like fudging a detail because I know it's not really relevant to anything, and I know that you guys will hyperfixate on the fudge details to try to figure out what you think I do know so that you can figure out what you can own to publicly or not, which is exactly what you all did, by the way. That's why Chud hedged every answer. That's why you guys on Twitter walked back that Shamu thing until it was completely and totally indefensible and it fell off a cliff, and then finally you cut ties. But yeah, I mean, it's not even like that hard to do. I just like say random shit and then you guys freak the fuck out, and I'll just stay precise on the accusation because that's the only thing that really matters. And if you think I'm making anything up, oh, call it out. If you think that Snark left server is not a big deal or whatever he just linked, and you think that I'm lying about everything, oh, publish the server logs. If you're saying it's basically public, there's no big streamers in there, nothing bad happens, and I'm lying about everything, and it's not even 2 years old, well, just publish the server logs. No?
And in that,
also, this is another stupid talking point that Gisticle, I think this spawned out of the e-rape thing. They try to claim that I ended Chud Logic's career for sharing nudes without consent or whatever bullshit. That was not the fixation on the issue with Bob 7. The issue with Bob 7 was that Bob 7 was the sole entry point to the Austin show, and he was like sexually checking and gatekeeping women from getting onto that show. That was crazy. The fact that they try to reframe that whole thing as, oh, Destiny was just mad that Bob 7 also shared Melita's dudes? Me and Melita, no, what? I don't even know did I ever even make that claim ever? And maybe that was like a peripheral claim, but that wasn't the big deal. The big deal was the fact that, and they always leave this out, Bob 7 was the sole feeder into the Austin, into the Raj Royale. That was the issue. But again, we just make shit up, and then if they tell all their people this, remember, as long as they're at the top of the funnel, they can fabricate whatever the fuck they want and then filter it down into their bullshit or whatever.
Only does the timeline make no sense. But Destiny himself, in this Bob 7 manifesto, destroyed Bob 7 for doing exactly that, for sharing a nude of Melina with bows on a screen share in Discord. And in that manifesto, Destiny admitted to doing the same behavior himself in the past and having issues with Melina over it.
Like, wow. That sounds like a really bad manifesto. It must not have been very effective then, if that's really what the whole manifesto was, right? I guess it probably didn't do anything then, right?
So we know it's total bullshit to pretend that this is just a manufactured standard that no one truly cares about. Because Destiny himself has cared about it, or claimed to care about it in the past. Even destroyed someone's online career over it. Deliberately.
No, I don't know if I ever have, actually.
Actively. Actually destroyed someone's career over it. I'm not going around getting into private calls with Destiny's friends, recording them, and then chopping it up and trying to spin a narrative on my stream, am I? That's what Destiny did with Bob 7. That's what Destiny did with Bob 7.
I don't think I recorded any of those calls. I think it was other women that came to me with recordings. I don't know if I'd recorded a single thing. I don't know if I was even in any of those calls. Were we? There might have been one initially, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of them, there might have been one initial call maybe. But if it was, it would have been me. Oh, and Casey Tron might have been in that one. But past that, I'm pretty sure most of them were, yeah. I'm pretty sure most of them were recorded by other girls that were like girl calls and shit. Have I memory hold this, but wasn't the Bob 7 manifesto about how Bob 7 was doing to you, what all these people are now doing to you, basically going around talking to everyone you associate with? Yeah, the big thing also, the funny thing is that my Bob 7 shit was just personally spite motivated in the beginning anyway, because he was just talking so much weird shit about me behind the scenes. Also, people are linking that he's trying to like come back on YouTube or whatever. I don't care. I don't hate Bob 7. I don't give a fuck. I don't think he should be permanent. I don't know if anybody should be like permanently canceled from the internet unless you've like raped or murdered somebody or done some crazy shit. I thought Bob 7 was legitimately a funny dude. All of his, I think most of his content was funny. Interpersonally, we technically didn't have any problems. Just shit talking behind the scenes was really weird, and then obviously that whole manifesto and all that bullshit. But yeah, I don't know.
So it's all projection. It's all a retroactive indication. That's what it's all about. And then, so that's the sort of drama context here, guys. We drop that into the broader context. The broader context. What's actually happening here? It depends how schizo you want to go with this, really, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You're in a world where I'm gonna go full schizo on this. You live in a world where Paramount has merged and owns the free press. Barry Weiss has been.
I won on this. Okay. Well, okay. Can I just wish I didn't have to, I don't like any of this. This is not like fun for me anymore. I'd rather just do politics. It's kind of where my brain is more, wants to be geared towards. I just can't believe that these people, and then Hassan and the way that all this shit works is just like, it's just all this shit. No way. These guys would never do shit like this. Queeman often likes to victimize himself to justify his actions. Here he is making applause to do so while admitting to a deliberate and coordinated effort to build up Justicle's channel and destroy tomfoolery P. He operates off hatred, bitterness, and envy.
So this bitch who spent the entire time where I was 50 viewers, 100 viewers, 150 viewers, trying to starve me out, trying to suffocate me, remove all oxygen that could possibly come my way, slander me, claim I was brigading him, all sorts of shit, can suffer and rot watching from the outside as his place in the orbit was usurped by J-Stalk through a deliberate and coordinated effort to create a new Destiny after show
by both of us. He was put in the fucking dirt, taken down from 150 viewers to 0. He can sit there miserably looking in on the ruins of his old social circles, and he can suck on my dick daily, okay? So this bitch who spent the entire time...
Christ. This is like the fucking... the mentally impaired Olympics. My God. Are we okay, guys? We're not okay. We're losing it. What is this? The officer guy? Counterpoints Discord. Is this last night? 11:07? Or is this a bonger thing? Why was I even link this? Somebody linked this in the chat. I don't know why. Just, oh, to show that he's in Connor's community? I don't know. They're all in everybody's communities. Okay. Deep breaths. He's a mod for Connor. Oh, based. Okay. They are talking about you, talking about them in Connor's Discord. Nice. Holy fucking shit, I'm exhausted. Yeah, try living this now. For your daily life. Okay, I need to watch this. Apparently, this panel is good memes. Ugh. I'll be back. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna watch this. Hold on. Why did you let the logistical drama and hate streams go on as long as you did? It seemed like a horribly toxic inevitability to me. Were you hoping it would keep the drama off the mainstream? Toxic inevitability? No, definitely not. It was just because I didn't do drama on my stream anymore, so I had to like offload all of it to the after stream. This like weird connection has just been the confluence of a lot of weird things that are just very unfortunate that they all came together. Like without Lauren De Laguna, like none of this hits like even 10% as hard. Without the pre-existing like lefty snark infrastructure that I didn't even know existed. Maybe it didn't even exist at that point as much. Maybe, no, it probably did a little bit. This would have never been the case. There's just like a lot of weird, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Okay, I'll be back 1 sec. Deep breaths. Have an anime music. Okay, shh, take a deep. Be back 1 sec.
wake from this dream, but I can't tell you the things that I've seen. I'd leave it behind if I could just change her mind. I can't believe the things that you are telling me, but something deep inside makes me feel this really isn't a paradise. Familiar to me, did you cross over an eternity? We're both so alone, I want that we'd never known. So stay with me before our world starts crumbling, 'cause something deep inside makes me feel this really isn't paradise. I'm falling asleep, all the promises that I meant to keep. The sweetest of dreams was my life just taken from me. If I return, if I could change from what I've learned, we'd never have to hide, everything would be alright in this
Oh, stop. Okay. Holy cinema background.
Our next talk of the day not only asks, but seeks to answer the question, should we stop making podcasts? Once upon a time, podcasts were supposed to democratize the media. Now, they're either enlightening humanity or trying to convince us that the moon landing was filmed in a WeWork. This panel asks whether independent media is expanding critical thought or simply optimizing for outrage. Please give a warm round of applause to independent journalist and podcaster Michael Tracey, author and podcaster Bret Weinstein, filmmaker and activist Lauren Southern, and our moderator, the writer for Forbes, author, podcaster, and entrepreneur, John Coutier.
Hello, everybody. I went looking for stage 3 in the basement. I don't know about anybody else. I managed to find it. I got here in time. We got Lauren here, showed up last minute.
As usual.
As usual. Should we kill podcasts? We're going to have a discussion. It's going to be crazy. I'll try and keep people from punching. But we're going to start with you. Yeah, you.
Me.
Should we kill podcasts? Apparently you want to.
Why? Obviously, we cannot literally abolish podcasts, but I do think it should at least aspirationally be the great abolitionist cause of our times.
Seriously? There's nothing
the early
more
abolitionists
important
couldn't
than
envision
killing
how they
podcasts?
could get rid of slavery, at least initially. But they worked, and they worked hard. They theorized how to accomplish it, and then lo and behold, history has a way of bending toward justice. Okay, it's a little tongue-in-cheek. What the premise here, at least from my perspective, is that there is a very much needed critique to be made of the modern podcast ecosystem or the current media environment, because podcasts have pretty much supplanted traditional media in terms of overall influence, in terms of dictating political opinion and social mores. And go and look today, as I did this morning, at the top.
Have you or will you watch the Josiah versus Brad debate? Yeah, maybe after this, yeah.
Podcast in the United States, according to Spotify, for news. Number 2 is the Tucker Carlson podcast, and he's joined by other noted nutbag luminaries such as Candace Owens in the news category. Not in the entertainment category, not in like the garbage hallucinatory category, in the news category. And so I think that calls for a bit of a thoroughgoing structural critique. Bret was a guest on the Tucker Carlson podcast, recently got millions and millions of views. It's incredibly lucrative. All the incentives militate toward huge profits from this current ethos that prevails in the podcast sector. And you have Bret, who I have no animosity toward, but I was listening to it.
I shouldn't even say that. I was going to say, I don't think I align with Michael Tracey most of the time for his politics, but actually I don't know that. Maybe I do. But I do appreciate that Michael Tracey is his own independent, unique person. All right? I appreciate that about him, and I will always appreciate that about him. One thing that never, ever, ever gets called out, ever, on any of these podcast spaces, they always talk about like the perverse incentives of the mainstream media and the corporate donors and all this other bullshit. They never talk about the millions or tens of millions of dollars that they all make being anti-corporation, anti-mainstream media, anti-establishment people. They never talk about that ever. So thank you for bringing that up.
And he's going on and on about how there's a hidden Epstein power structure that somehow it may or may not have compelled Trump to go to war with Iran, et cetera, et cetera.
To try to adjudicate this here.
Well, I'm giving an example of I'm supporting my thesis.
Right, but that seems a bit unfair.
Okay, well, let me just finish my opening remarks and you can respond however you see fit. And so I thought, okay, maybe I'll investigate a little bit more about Bret's perspective on this Epstein issue, since he says it's the most central issue facing our society today. It gets to the very core of our entire democratic system. So he's on another podcast a few weeks earlier with this guy, Chris Jones, over 1 million followers on YouTube alone. And Chris Jones introduces the topic by saying, shouldn't we have riots in the streets right now over Jeffrey Epstein because all these files show that they were trafficking and eating children. And Bret just sits there and nods in affirmation. So there are
Okay, Michael, you had your opening statement. Thank you very much. We'll cut you off right there. Bret, chance to respond, and then we'll go to Lauren.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why I should need to respond. I was asked
or you can have your own opening statement.
I was asked to join a conversation about whether we should end all podcasts, and I believe...
Oh, where is it? Where's the thing? Hold on, fuck. Point to the board. Folders. Prep. Boom. Okay. My conversations? That's in here, right? Fuck. Wait. Shh. Take a deep breath. The Weinsteins, all of the intellectual dark web people, and everybody even loosely associated with that term are exclusively here for same team convos or maybe friendly conversations. although I would call them fake friendly conversations, where they're pretending they have some like substantive disagreements, but they're trying to come together and say they have more in common than separate from each other, or more in common than different from each other. But it's not really. It's usually over bullshit that they don't even really disagree on that much, or they don't even matter. But he thought he was signing up for one of these two things. Michael Tracey is always in fight mode, which I appreciate. Everybody that calls us part of the intellectual dark web is exclusively looking to be platformed on friendly convos with no critical pushback. Although, as I said earlier in our whole earlier drama debacle, that's basically all the media these days.
That is a candidate for being one of the 5 worst ideas ever. And really, there's some doozies on that list already. But the reason I say that is because what is a podcast? iPod cast. It's the idea that somebody gets to record a conversation and put it up for anybody who wishes to download it and listen to it. It's synonymous with free speech with a new technical twist. Now, you might agree with Michael, and I think with me, that most podcasts are pointless at best. They are not contributing to the culture. They're not a good thing. But that is not an indictment of the form. In fact, many things that are vital have exactly this characteristic. And
all media, in fact,
right, all media. So the question is, what is really being advocated here? Well, cryptically, it's an attack on our ability to discuss issues and reach our own conclusions by whatever mechanism we deem fit. This is literally the central concept undergirding the West, and I believe the West is the best hope that our species has for continuing to exist. So this is a threat because it enables those who would gatekeep our discussions, and all you had to do was watch what took place during COVID in order to understand what a bad idea that is. Might I just ask, how many of you are still getting...
One thing that you should also keep in mind more, and I'm thinking about this more, and I'm trying to front it in your mind more, or bring it to the forefront of your mind more, is the things that these people always say that we need because they're important for the West are always, always, always things that are almost universally being used to destroy the West, right? Freedom of speech is really important. Why is it important? So we can have whatever conversation we need. Why is that important? Because that's a core value for the West. Oh, okay. Well, what kind of conversations are we having? Brexit. Britain needs to leave the United Kingdom. COVID vaccine denialism. The pharmaceuticals are trying to kill all of us, and the government can't be trusted. Alberta separatism. Canada needs to break apart. The United States needs to conquer every country in the Western Hemisphere. Ukraine is full of Nazis, and they have bioweapon labs, and they're evil and terrible. Israel, Palestine. Like, oh, that's just, it's so crazy that it seems like all of the defense of the West platforms that you're talking about are so important for our defense of free speech in Western society are all being used in almost like a coordinated manner to destroy, functionally, the West.
Your boosters. I don't see, there's a hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in a room of, I don't know, 100. So you're welcome for that. That was podcasters who were not accepting the mainstream narrative, challenging it. And because of those podcasters, you now have reasonable doubt that this virus originated from nature. You know it might have come from a lab. You know that those vaccines have massive risks that were not acknowledged up front. And maybe you even know that there are
every single thing here is
purpose drugs that can safely deal with the disease. That's a benefit of podcasting. If we didn't have it, you'd still all be taking your boosters.
Lauren.
If you didn't have it, you might still believe in vaccines. Thank you. Okay. Good one. True.
Let's come to you. Do we have a voice of sanity here?
Well, I agree with Bret in the sense that podcasts came about as a reaction to mainstream media orthodoxy having one way and one way only of doing things, and they got a lot of it wrong. But there was a overreaction to some extent. What was meant to fix the problem of mainstream orthodoxy became its own wild world of, seeking the financial rewards of attention, political power, manipulation, and now we've got Candace Owens astral projecting into Streetlamps as the top podcast in America, up there anyways. And I think the solution to this, we can't really put a fascistic law in that, mandates we have the state come to your door and take away your podcast mics at gunpoint. But I think people need to be afraid of making podcasts. They need to be afraid of getting things wrong. Let me ask, for this room, how many of you, hands up, would prefer to be punched in the face over trending #1 on Twitter as a pedophile?
Sorry, what's the choice here?
Would you prefer to be punched in the face? Put your hand up if you'd prefer to be punched in the face. Or would you rather be trending #1 on Twitter with a bunch of podcasters saying you're a pedophile?
I'd want to be punched in the face.
Most people would rather be punched in the face. And we have laws against that. People go to jail if they punch you in the face, right? But we don't have laws against 1,000 podcasters making up things about people. Even the president of France is having trouble.
No, we don't
we have libel laws?
Libel laws, it costs like $100,000 just to get that started.
I'm not saying
libel laws is bullshit. This is bullshit. Shut the fuck up. It's bullshit. You have to prove malicious intent. Who the fuck is going to sue randoms on fucking Twitter? Is bullshit. These might not even be accounts that exist in the United States. That's a bullshit defense, and this fucking retard knows it.
Have a good system.
We don't
what
have
I'm
a good
saying is we do have laws.
I'm not calling for the imposition of any fascistic laws, and I'm not literally calling for the abolition of podcasts as such. Unto themselves, podcasts are a neutral forum or a neutral format. But yeah, Bret, I'm sorry to say it is an indictment of the current podcast ecosystem for your podcast, the Dark Horse Podcast, to put out a segment entitled, quote, "Is Epstein still alive? Bret Weinstein thinks so." Bret Weinstein argues that Epstein is probably still alive based on game theory. That was February 13th, 2026. So I'm not saying the government should come in and penalize you for spreading that totally bogus, hysteria-fomenting information. But I don't know, maybe we have to have a kind of cultural expectation.
Wait, fuck, hold on, I'm gonna go back.
laws, and I'm not literally calling for the abolition of podcasts as such. Unto themselves, podcasts are a neutral forum or a neutral format. But yeah, Brett, I'm sorry to say it is an indictment of the current podcast ecosystem for your podcast, the Dark Horse podcast, to put out a segment entitled, quote, "Is Epstein still alive? Bret Weinstein thinks so." Bret Weinstein argues that Epstein is probably still alive based on game theory. That was February 13th, 2026. So I'm not saying the government should come in and penalize you for spreading that totally bogus, hysteria-fomenting information, but I don't know, maybe we have to have a kind of cultural expectation that there will be some kind of repercussions for you to be peddling that nonsense.
Sorry, fuck me. I'm getting baited. I'm getting one guy by retards in chat. Let me listen to this one more time. Notice in Brett's last response too, he didn't respond to anything that Michael Tracey actually said or whatever. But because Weinstein is just here to have I think he thought it was just a thing where you say what you're going to say, the next person says what they're going to say, the next person says what they're going to say, and you just go around in the circle, and you're not actually talking to each other ever. You just like say a thing, and you're not actually confronted ever. But
or the imposition of any fascistic laws.
Okay, sorry.
And I'm not literally calling for
the
the abolition of podcasts as such. Unto themselves, podcasts are a neutral forum or a neutral format.
Okay.
But yeah, Brett, I'm sorry to say it is an indictment of the current podcast ecosystem for your podcast, the Dark Horse podcast, to put out a segment entitled, quote, "Is Epstein still alive? Bret Weinstein thinks so." Bret Weinstein argues that Epstein is probably still alive based on game theory. That was February 13th, 2026. So I'm not saying the government should come in and penalize you.
Okay, so this is before he called him out for a bunch of other things on Joe Rogan. There's another one. Let's see if Weinstein responds to this.
For spreading that totally bogus, hysteria-fomenting information. But I don't know, maybe we have to have a kind of cultural expectation that there will be some kind of repercussions for you to be peddling that
Even
nonsense.
before you
Brett,
respond to
did
that,
you read the Epstein files that you love to talk about so much with Epstein's autopsy photos before you put out your game theoretical theory?
I want to propose two remedies, okay? You have raised a segment that I did. The remedy on that one is go watch it.
Right now. Everybody take 30 minutes and go watch it right now before we can talk about it.
See whether or not
you get the views and the clicks and you benefit.
I don't care about the views and the clicks. You can look for it on somebody else's
incentive structure.
Look, the remedies are clear. You can watch the content and you can decide for yourself. And for Michael, who is offended by the content, he can turn it off.
So either watch it and fall into the black hole of retardation, or just don't engage and don't confront the people that engage with it and just go off into your own black hole. Oh, what a marketplace of ideas we have right here, by the way, guys. Nice.
Remedy already exists. We don't need anything beyond that.
So there's truth in what you say, but there's also, from Michael's point of view, I mean, any media has that problem, right? I mean, we've seen stuff on mainstream media. We've seen stuff in books, old-fashioned media, print media, that you could say is 100% wrong, state propaganda, whatever the case might be, right? So it's a broader point than just podcasts, correct?
No, it's not just a broader
point. Yeah, the idea that we can just turn it off. Like, if, let's say, you have the state constantly pushing, you have to get the vaccine, they're forcing that to trend on YouTube, would you just tell people you have to turn that off, or do you think?
I would certainly say turn off the mainstream media. It has proven it is no longer capable of doing this job, and the only remedy we have is to discuss it ourselves. You can listen to all of the people who are claiming some expertise and decide for yourself. That's the whole reason podcasts work. Now, let's talk about books.
The funny thing is that...
What do you say? Let's talk about books? Wait, what?
Now, let's talk about books.
The funny...
Oh my God.
The thing is that perspective is said quite frequently, but
I'm curious. I'm just curious, because fucking why the fuck not? Can somebody link me the podcast where he's talking about Epstein maybe still being alive at the timestamp that they're talking about? I'm curious.
Know from Nazi propaganda times that the amount that people actually tend to believe in a particular thing is very correlated, not with whether it's true, but how many times they've heard it.
And the remedy
and
is
that's
what?
A challenge.
And the remedy is what? Having CNN blaring nonsense about COVID in every airport and having people digest
that's
it
an
en masse
interesting
is a problem.
perspective. I mean, there's different meetings. You said mass media like it's one thing.
I want to go back to your point about books, okay? Do the same analysis Michael has done with podcasts and do it with books. And you know what you're going to find? You're going to find most books are not contributing to the culture, but Michael is not going to advocate for getting rid of the form. What's more, Michael is not going to take responsibility for the fact that among those books, you're going to find the Communist Manifesto, a book which has resulted in the death of 60 to 100 million people. So
like, this guy considers himself an intellectual, and people watch him thinking he's like an intellectual. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what the fuck, guys? Hold on, let's quick break.
Now I want to get to the reason that I think
I do look at this as a case of...
This segment is titled, Epstein Probably Did Survive. Bret Weinstein explains why.
Now I want to get to the reason that I think Epstein probably did survive.
Before you do, does it matter?
Yes and no. I mean, for one thing.
It seems to me that he was a puppeteer, but he wasn't, it seems, a brilliant puppeteer.
Well, let's put it this way. If you survived, that describes a landscape of people who participated in dodging justice for him, in hoodwinking the public, in breaking the justice system. So the point is, that's a vast crime of its own, right? We had a right to...
That's a different question from, does it matter if he still lives? Well, if he lives, then that implies more crimes yet.
It implies more crimes yet. But it also, I think, is suggestive of where we should be looking for this power to be continued to be wielded. So to the extent that the thing is still alive, Epstein having survived is meaningful because, wow, is it an important feature of the Game of Thrones that's being conducted.
Like, what you're seeing here, this is the funnel. This is the end stage of the funnel. They're in a totally different reality right now, right? So you guys might be spamming shit on chat, but this makes perfect sense to everybody listening. It's like, yes, they've been prepped for this for the past 2 years listening to this crazy shit. This woman right here, by the way, is his wife also. And I think both of these people are PhD level degree holders. So they're not just like random retards either. It's just like... I don't even know how many of these comments are real. When I saw his interview from jail, he was as far from suicidal as possible. He seemed almost smug. I'm a licensed security installer. This is beyond sketchy. A suburban police beat cop on his first day at work should have been able to recover the footage.
So I think that the game theory, quite apart from the evidence, and there is evidence that's weird. There's evidence that there was a decoy vehicle when Epstein supposedly killed himself, designed to mislead the press as to what vehicle to follow. Could you put up the evidence of the hard drive having been wiped? So, okay, I tweeted nothing to see here, literally, in response to an account called Brian Allen, who says, newly released documents show an FBI agent removed the hard drive from the jail's camera, wiping all the footage from the night Jeffrey Epstein died.
When? When was it wiped? Was this months after, like, images were taken of the disc? Or what is this even about? Or did they fabricate whole new footage, or?
And then if you look at the documents, which are unfortunately a little blurry, I think I have a copy here. It's the second one, Jen. So this one is a document, appears to be the interview of a witness who has been redacted on 3/12/2020. It's page 2 of 2, page 1.
How do people get sucked in? You make it sound like a black hole with no escape. Is that your theory? If so, well, yeah. If you're on the For You pages, there's no escape. They're gone. This was the thing that I described before. Now I've kind of like fully fleshed it out. But remember how before I would tell you, like, man, if a friend messages me, have you seen this Candace Owen thing? I know that I have like 6 months left with that friend until they're forever gone. And this has happened multiple times to me in my real life with people who are not like chronically online lunatics. Like, this has just happened. Now I understand the reason why is because once they're getting that in their feed and they didn't go out and seek it out, if they continue to scroll on the infinite feeds, they're just being presented more and 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 more of that stuff. I can try to correct on one or two things, but I'm just one voice against the thousands that they're getting, shoved into their infinity scrolls. And it's impossible. It's impossible for them to, unless you cut off access. You have to cut off access from those scrolls. But I mean, obviously that's the whole thing, yeah.
1 of 2 is also included here. It says, told to start working on the system, then Redacted started removing the bad drives in order to rebuild the DVR. Redacted advised that an FBI agent was the one who pulled out the DVR. Redacted also advised that he knew that by replacing both hard drives, the system would be wiped, and that he had advised personnel at MCC of that.
MCC is the correctional facility where Epstein was?
Yeah. So there is evidence. The story that we are given is that there was massive failure in the technology at the prison site.
That's bad luck.
Well, I think there is massive failure of the technology. It's not well maintained, which of course leaves open the option to make.
It takes a special type of person to get pulled into it and be able to realize that they are wrong and try to challenge themselves. Yeah, of course, it's not like a normal thing. And it shouldn't be a normal thing because you kind of trust what other people are saying around you, and this is how we build our world. You have to have some trust of the people around you and the things you hear around you, right?
To hide something with technological failures. But the claim here, which I find frankly extraordinary.
The claim in what you just read.
Yeah, is that that there were failures of multiple drives. There was only one drive, I think, that was likely to have the footage. It had failed, and in order to replace it, to get the system back up and running after his death, they knew that it would wipe the data off this drive. Now, I don't
know if that's what that paragraph said at all, but okay.
Contravenes my understanding of how most drives work. Whether this was a physical disk drive or an SSD, there's no reason that memory should be volatile. And of course, the FBI should have captured whatever drive was removed, and
True.
There's, of course, an industry that specializes on recovering data, even deleted data, from hard drives and things. So I don't understand what the claim even is, why it would have been deleted, but let's say that that claim is valid. Mm-hmm. Okay. Why on earth, in light of the crime that was committed, would you not have moved heaven and earth to preserve whatever evidence was there? Because the question about whether he killed himself is painfully obvious, especially in light of the failure. The guards were asleep.
I just don't get how people can fall into some of the insane stuff like Candace Owens shit, MAGA stuff. I kind of get, but I don't see how anyone could believe Charlie Kirk is a time traveler communicating via astral projection. Well, the problem is, like, once you've broken down everything, like, I think it's possible to make people believe anything, right? Like, every single part of our online media apparatus, and fuck that, even just go to social media. Like, if there's a post about cops, it's how the system is corrupt, and the cops are going to investigate themselves. If you post a thing about layoffs, it's probably because there was major profit at the large corpo and they're trying to cut all the people out. If you post a thing about foreclosures on housing, it was probably some hedge fund that bought up the homes and it evicted all the people. If you bring up something like every single bad thing in your life can be traced back to some malicious actor that's part of the system. It's why the populism shit is so popular right now, is because it is the whole system and every part of it is rigged and corrupt against you, and it's capitalism and corporations and the police forces and the Epstein class and everything. And it's like, Jesus, every fucking thing, everything is like that now.
The camera system wasn't working in the right place. Some dude had been moved into his cell, some murderer. So there's all kinds of reasons that you would want to be able to nail down exactly what happened if that's what you were trying to do. And it is very convenient that the hard drive apparently got wiped in an attempt to repair the system.
Have you had different experiences where you try to explain to them how the loop works and how dangerous it is? Like, is there anything we can do other than abolishing these For You pages, or at least removing this in the algorithm? I used to speak about this more in the past. I haven't brought it up in a while, but one thing that I said that was so illuminating to me, I think I just totally lucked into this. I either had a good teacher or a good textbook. In high school, I took an AP Psych class. So my guess is probably this is equivalent to like a Psych 101 class. And I feel like the only thing we did all year long, it must have been other stuff, but I feel like the biggest thing we did all year long was just learn how untrustworthy the human brain is in its natural state. That you can, like, you have so many different memory biases, eyewitness testimony is just horrendously unreliable. The way that you remember and recall things is not like a one-to-one recording of an event. The way that you encode for memory, the way that you... There's just like so many things that are like unreliable about your brain. And I left that class like thinking about that a lot. It stuck with me for some reason. Like, oh, there's like a lot of, you got to be careful. There's a lot of weird shit. This was also about the time that I was coming off of my huge like Ayn Rand kick. And I started to realize like, okay, well, I became an atheist. And then I had a friend recommend me Anthem. And then I read Atlas Shrugged and I became a full-on fucking objectivist. And I was ready to like give my whole life for the cause and fucking supported Rumpel and everything else. And it's like, well, wait a second. What are the chances that I became an atheist? And the very first author that I picked up happen to have the answer to everything. Okay, fuck, I'm probably just an impressionable young fucking retard. That's more likely than not that's what's happened, rather than I just stumbled upon the author who's correct about everything, right? But our brain in our normal state is just not always the most trustworthy, unbiased deliverer of information, and there's a lot of ways that it can be manipulated, but most people don't think about that. Most people feel like they're pretty well in control of what they think and what they see, and they can audit their own information. So when you start to present to somebody like, hey, you might be part of some like wacko fucking media ecosystem, like you're asking that person to accept as a premise that their mind could be totally wrong in evaluating every part of their reality almost. It's the equivalent of telling somebody like, listen, I just wanted to chat with you. I understand that you've been religious, but like, I think God is not real, bro. That's like, you're about to rewrite my whole reality. Like that's a very, 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 very tough call to make. And I don't even know if we have, I don't even know if we have anything, like there's just nothing comparable to the internet shit these days, I don't think. Because it's just so much. It's so much bombardment with information, with people controlling the top of that funnel.
Guards were asleep. The camera system wasn't working in the right place. Some dude had been moved into his cell, some murderer. So there's all kinds of reasons that you would want to be able to nail down exactly what happened if that's what you were trying to do. And it is very convenient that the hard drive apparently got wiped in an attempt to repair the system, if that happened. Okay, but I don't think any of the evidence we have so far is more than suggestive. And some of it, I think, turns out to be garbage. So there was a brief flurry of excitement over the fact that Epstein appears to have had a Fortnite account, a video game, that continued to be active after his death. Fortnite put out a press release in which they said that some other account had changed their name to look like Jeffrey Epstein's account as a prank or whatever. Hilarious. But the point is, okay, so that could be just some lone person doing something stupid, or it could be what's called flooding the zone, where you're trying to figure out what happened, and lots of garbagey conspiracy theories are introduced.
Is Brett a tier 1 or tier 2 or whatever you call them? I feel like Brett is a tier 2. I think this is a sucker who actually believes this shit. When I look at these people, there are just people that I perceive as being not very confident and can be like kind of like drawn along with the crowd. This is a total like psychological analysis. I don't have any proof of that. I don't have any reason to think that, but I think that I think that he got his feelings personally hurt over the not Evergreen, that's the college or whatever, where I think he was in the right. I thought that was fucking retarded. He was one of the victims of peak woke, I think, where was Evergreen the school that he taught at? Basically, I think this was like at the heyday of like this BLM shit, where the black students and the woke, self-hating white students were like, we're going to have a day where no white people should go to school to celebrate how black people used to not be able to go to segregated schools or whatever. And Bret wrote a whole thing where he's like, if there are students who want to take a day off because they feel like it, helps them remember this particular thing or whatever, I think that's super great and they should do that. I do feel like it's a little bit weird to tell white people to take a day off for this. I don't know if I'm exactly comfortable with that. Students are free to do what they want, but like, I'm going to show up and teach my class. And he got eviscerated for that. He was Destiny, you are insane, bro. You are wrong on this. That is not how it went down. Is it not? If you want, link me. I would be glad to be wrong about this, but I feel like I did go into this at one point because I did want to know what were the origins of this. I think I read his email. Shoot me. What was his email? Bret Weinstein email, Evergreen day off. From Bret Weinstein. Dear Rashida. Hold on. When you first described the new structure for day of absence / day of presence at a past faculty meeting where no room was left for questions, I thought I must have misunderstood what you said. Later email seemed to muddy the waters further while inviting commitments to participate. I now see from the boldface text in this email that I had indeed understood your words correctly. There is a huge difference between a group or coalition deciding to voluntarily absent themselves from a shared space in order to highlight their vital and underappreciated roles, the theme of the Douglas Turner Ward play, Day of Absence, as well as the recent Women's Day walkout, and a group or coalition encouraging another group to go away. The first is a forced call to consciousness, which is, of course, crippling to the logic of oppression. The second is a show of force and an act of oppression in and of itself. You may take this letter as a formal protest of this year's structure, and you may assume I will be on campus on the day of absence. I would encourage others to put phenotype aside and reject this new formulation, whether they have registered for it or not already. On a college campus, one's right to speak or to be must never be based, or to be on campus, I guess, must never be based on skin color. If there was interest in a public presentation, a discussion of race through a scientific / evolutionary lens, I would be quite willing to organize such an event. It is material I have taught in my own programs and guest lectured on at Evergreen and elsewhere. Everyone would be equally welcome and encouraged to attend such a forum, irrespective of ethnicity, belief structure, native language, political leanings, or position at the college. My only requirement would be that people attend with an open mind and a willingness to act in good faith. I don't know what he was teaching through then, but I don't think this is like hardcore race realist shit. I don't think so. But I think this was super fun. I think the inversion of this, like the school used to have like a day of absence where I don't know if it was just black students or people that were part of this coalition would stay home for a day to show that like, well, when minorities are gone from your life, you miss them and it's important. And they twisted this into like we think that all white people should not go to school on this day. You should stay home. And it was just like so cringe. I feel like his email here and his position on it was fine. And the reaction to him, video unavailable. Good one. The reaction to him was just crazy. Like students were like screaming outside. He was like massively fucking protested off of the college campus. Maybe I watched this in the past. Some people's shut up. No one cares. Good one. Gisticle and Esports Batman are cutting off my direct connection to YouTube. I can prove this. I have Discord logs of them talking about it.
I haven't disagreed with other folks on this campus about the way there, okay? But I'm not an unreasonable person. I'm not uninterested. I'm not uninformed about history. I know the cases of these things. I have arrived where I've arrived from a different route. I've arrived there through academic study. I know why racism happens.
We live racism. We don't have to study it to understand it. We live it. And the issue is you think scientific proves everything. What about all the racial scientific shit they have about black people? This is a protest here. Our presence now is
We come here as students against campus racism and against anti-blackness on campus. And we would like to reach out to the students of color, the humanities, as well as the sciences that we are here to support. And we want to dismantle anti-blackness and decline. We want to give some sense of solidarity and provide safety and outcome.
Will you listen to me? Yeah. Okay. No, not me, please.
No, if you decide to go!
Okay? I'm committed to equity. I'm committed, I believe, that anyone on this campus, I happen to disagree with other folks on this campus about the way there. Okay? But I'm not an unreasonable person. I'm not uninterested. I'm not uninformed about history. I know the implications of these things. I have arrived where I've arrived from a different route. I've arrived there through academic study. I know why racism happens.
We lived racism. We don't have to study it to understand.
This was back when, yeah, this was like peak, like anti-SJW or SJW shit, 2017. It was, whoo. The funny thing is that like Bret was like, this is also why a lot of these guys never admit now that they're conservatives, because back then Bret probably was like a progressive-ish type lib, right? He was faculty at a university, right? And you could even read in his email where he's literally saying, like, I think it's important to have these types of events where certain members, you know, might withdraw from participation. I think that this logic is crippling to oppression and everything. Like, he has, like, all the right vernacular and lingo. Unless he was, like, secretly super conservative. I just never saw the evidence of that. But, yeah, it just...
We live...
Yeah, but anyway, I always say this, like, people will have, like, this one event that mind fucks them and just completely sets them on a different path politically for the rest of their lives. I think it happened to Jordan Peterson over the trans stuff, too, that bill, the C-16 stuff. And it just, they just get completely fucking like spun out into another universe. Sorry, holy shit, what a fucking, anyway, that was a tangent of a tangent. We're on this tangent, back to this tangent.
Used into the milieu so that you can't sort reality from garbage, but all right.
Oh, anyway, all that to say, I think he's a genuine believer. I think he's a tier 2 mindfucker. Like, I think this is a guy who, if like there's another COVID, he won't get the shot. He won't trust it. He won't believe it. I genuinely believe that for this guy. Yeah.
Here's my point. Put the evidence of something fishy around Epstein's death aside, and let's do this from pure game theory. Epstein, whether it was the purpose of what he was doing, one of the purposes, or not the purpose at all, had a lot of compromise on some of the most important, powerful people on Earth. You know, members of the royal family, people at the top of science, universities, government. He had a lot of compromise on powerful people. That means two things. One, it means that he would have perceived a certain amount of danger, because to the extent that people had done things in his presence that then jeopardized them later, the temptation to eliminate him so that that stuff did not come to light must have been on a lot of people's minds.
Yep.
And two, he had the purest, most refined material with which to fashion a dead man switch. The term ring a bell?
I think you talked about this last time.
So the point is, he would have understood.
I mean, I know what it means, but you may, if you thought I didn't, it's possible that some people in our audience don't.
A dead man switch.
Oh, shit, I understand now. I'm so sorry. I get this now. This is the evolution of the response to my question. Not saying that he heard my response, but I always ask people, hold on. Epstein was the most prolific blackmailer of all time, right? Yes. He did have a client book, right? Yes. So he was ready to blackmail every wealthy person on the planet, right? Yes. Then why the fuck did he get arrested? What? Why would he have been allowed to live for a single day in a U.S. federal jail arrested, knowing that he had blackmail material on every single powerful person on the planet? And then, now this is the next evolution of the conspiracy. You're right, Destiny. That's why he's not even fucking dead. He escaped.
Is something that is designed...
Has it ever been established that Epstein had all this dirt on powerful people? Nope. All of that is delusional fantasy. Nothing in the Epstein, nothing even remotely suggests that. This is all just, but everybody believes this, including at least half the people watching me right now.
If you thought I didn't, it's possible that some people in our audience don't.
A dead man switch is something that is designed to be revealed if you suffer an untimely death, in order that those who might want to kill you will not do it. And my feeling is Jeffrey Epstein may not have been the swiftest tool in the shed, but he was certainly smart enough to understand, the swiftest tool. He wasn't the sharpest bulb in the drawer. But he was certainly smart enough to understand, A, that he was in jeopardy, and B, that he could change the set of incentives around eliminating him such that were he to find himself in prison, he couldn't just simply be suicided. So I think, let's just go through the set of possibilities. It is possible Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Why would he have done that? He would have killed himself because he didn't want to face the consequences for what would be revealed in a trial. Okay? On the other hand, he had a lot of power. He had a lot of powerful people who had an interest in him not saying what he knew on the stand, or making a plea deal, throwing bigger fish under the bus. So Would he have killed himself in order to avoid a trial in which he actually had cards that may well have allowed him to get a sweetheart deal the way he did in his first trial? Doesn't sound likely. This is somebody who might have done that only if he thought he didn't have any other options, and we were a long way from finding out that he didn't have any other options. So that raises the question of whether or not he was suicided. Would he have been suicided? Well, he would have been...
That's an Aurelian word.
So, I don't know. So this is basically just him opining on this completely baseless conjecture on some shit that he invented in his mind. This is just retarded. This is the intellectual dark web. Okay. I'm glad we watched this. Thank you. Back to this. Okay. So thank God we watched that. What a great segment. Thank you.
Among those books, you're going to find the Communist Manifesto, a book which has resulted in the death of 60 to 100 million people. So it has a debt to pay. Now, I'm not advocating we get rid of it. I'm advocating you read the good ones, you put down the bad ones, and you decide for yourself. That's
Oh, just decide everything for yourself. Remember when they say that too, decide for yourself. Like, that's also code word for don't trust anything and destroy all of Western society, right? Because one of the most important aspects of civilization is that we don't decide for ourselves, right? A single human being cannot learn to build a building in their lifetime, like every single part of it, right? You have to rely on other people with specialized knowledge who are learning knowledges that have been passed down by other people because you rely and trust on the fact that the things that they said worked, right? It's not the idea that like any human being can venture into any field and just decide for themselves. Well, no. What you really have to decide for yourself is who do you trust, right? That's what you really have to do.
how the West works, and Michael is actually more interested in having some authority, not elected, tell you what to think than allowing the messiness of us hashing it out for ourselves.
Hashing it out? Why not hash it out then? He's here to hash it out with you right now. You don't want to hash it out, though.
Completely wrong. I'm urging everyone to do what they can to develop the critical faculties necessary so that when they consume a podcast like Bret's and they're told blaringly that Epstein could still be alive because of some game theory nonsense that Bret cooked up and just throws out there and then rakes in the clicks and the cash from, that they'll have like the cognitive abilities to see that they're being fed total nonsense. And notice he doesn't even attempt to defend what he puts out on the merits.
Yep. I said this before. Yeah, Tracey brought up like 2 or 3 different things now, and he doesn't even try. Bret Weinstein didn't even try to defend any of the crazy shit he said. He didn't even address it. He was like, let's talk about books now.
Accuses me of wanting to arrogate some authority to myself to gatekeep or to restrict anybody from consuming this podcast slop. I'm not saying that is even possible to do. What I'm saying is we need a social norm of some kind so that you face some kind of penalty for putting out this stuff, and then using that as a basis.
I should face a penalty
you're
for
telling
making
people
an analytical
that the children were eaten by cannibals, and you don't think there's an issue with that? You bring up the Communist Manifesto? Of course, I don't want to ban books or even ban podcasts. I want a more healthy media ecosystem where there's some penalty to be paid if you chronically delude the masses.
There
is. You are contributing
there
to.
Is a penalty
and
to be paid.
I'm like, oh my God, on Tucker's podcast, you and him you're so concerned. Epstein is the Rosetta Stone, the pedophile trafficking Rosetta Stone that will explain why Trump went to war with Iran. Trump has no power because of this hidden power structure. Rather than doing a real political critique that is fact-based and empirical, what you do is invoke all of these metaphysical claptrap concepts that gets everybody worked up and gets you a lot of ad revenue, and everybody is much less well-informed. Because there's
Man, I bet after this, Bret's going to want to go in on Michael Tracey to prove him wrong about what was a huge attack against the credibility of his entire show, right? Are you really going to let those attacks against everything you've said stand for? No way, right? No way.
Worked up and gets you a lot of ad revenue, and everybody is much less well-informed. Because
there's a proceeding. My
podcast.
Hold on. My podcast was demonetized for 5 years by YouTube for discussing vaccine dangers with the mRNA platform. Okay, we paid a huge
Everybody's
penalty.
life doesn't revolve around vaccines. At this
no, a lot of people's do, and a lot of people aren't here because they took them. And there's a very clear reason.
I'm going to disagree with you.
Where's the evidence for that?
On that one.
You want to disagree? Then let's do it.
I don't disagree with your right to
Let's do it. Oh, do it. Fight.
Say what you're saying, but I think that they saved millions.
Why the fuck have you not talked to Tracey? He's your fucking ally. What do you mean? He was here like a couple weeks ago in my fucking apartment.
I'm going to disagree with you on that one.
You want to disagree? Then let's do it.
I don't disagree with your right to say what you're saying, but I think that they saved millions of lives, and I think that the science is on that side.
You know that the claim that they saved millions of lives is based entirely on a computer
moderate this panel. Holy freaking mother!
That was 2 months ago? That's what I said. 2 or 3 months ago.
There needs to be any regulation or consequence when people get things wrong.
Regulation of people getting things wrong? No.
Of course not. You should just be able to lie with impunity.
If it harms others.
There is a consequence.
There is a consequence. Your podcast will be less popular.
No, I have been in media for a decade, and I have tried to pursue defamation cases, and it's always $100,000 just to begin the process.
Right.
If you're an average person that's getting slandered, getting lied about in the media, they're getting things wrong, these processes, especially in America, the defamation process is near impossible.
Okay, we're going to give Lauren the floor a little longer because you guys have talked a lot, and also she seems to make some sense. Second,
have I made no sense?
You have made some sense, but you were also very vitriolic, which sometimes.
This is one of the most cancerous things that has happened to all of the discourse. The worst person, I can't break through, and you guys always like post on the subreddit, and I think about ways to break through and whatever, but I've realized this in the past, is you cannot overcome a bad moderator. It poisons the conversation so much people like this, I don't even know if he's aware of it, do so much more damage to the discourse than anything else, right? Like, I think that Lauren, I think that everything she said here has actually been pretty on point. I would agree with all of it. But him saying that Lauren is the only one here making sense and these two aren't because they're mean, because they're talking loudly, because Michael Tracey's trying to be confrontational, it is so fucking cancerous. It is such fucking AIDS cancer when people do shit like this. Like, it's speech. We should be able to shout at each other. We should be able to scream at each other. We should be able to have disagreements and hash it out, as you say. But this whole, like, well, you guys are just being vitriolic. He's being vitriolic because he called him out on lying about some things on his podcast? There weren't even personal attacks in here. What, like...
Second...
Have I made no sense?
You have made some sense, but you were also very vitriolic, which sometimes detracts from it. Okay. Lauren's going to have the floor, please. Lauren, what is your solution here? Because, like, it is true that many harmful and wrong things go on many different forms of media. It's also true that many of us will have different ideas about which ones are wrong and which ones are harmful. It's also true that...
This is like this is the propaganda model 101, is to make it so that everything is the same as everything else, right? There is no fact of the matter for anything. There is no fact of the matter. Like, well, I think that this guy, killed this other dude. Well, this other guy thinks that dude didn't kill the other dude. Oh, well, I mean, you can both have your own opinion, and, everybody's entitled to what they want to believe, and, anybody could be right. They both think they're right, and it's like, well, how about we do what we're supposed to fucking do in a fucking conversation, and we assess the strengths of our fucking argument? Isn't that the whole fucking point of the format? It's not just to give a bullet point list of talking points. It's supposed to be that we go back and forth on the credibility of our statements to figure out who's correct. Why are we pretending like it is? And people, these guys, the talkers, the podcasters, they love to live in the ambiguity of fact and the idea that, like, well, you say that you want to censor everybody that's telling people to fuck their own dicks down their throats, and I say that people might disagree over who's telling you to do that. So really, we can't have any argument about this whatsoever, and it's all bullshit and it's all moot, and there's no way that we can ever know. It's like, well, there's no fact of the matter whatsoever. Or they'll pull out the, like, well, how could we ever determine that? How could we ever determine what's true or what's false? How could we ever determine the fact of the matter or anything? It's like, well, I don't know. How do we determine, like, what's true or false in literally anything? Have you ever had a disagreement with a friend before? Do you guys ever determine who's right or wrong? Have you ever been to court before? Do you ever determine who's right or wrong? Have you ever published a paper before? Do you ever determine who's right or wrong? Have you ever talked to an engineer before? Do they run tests to determine what's right or wrong? Like, what is this idea? For some reason in politics or for some reason in podcast spaces, it is literally impossible to even conceive of there being a right or wrong answer to anything? Why? That's such a weak, tepid defense of the discourse and the idea that you should never have confrontational conversations, or that there can never be a person deciding that somebody is objectively correct or incorrect as per some statement. Or
we don't have the education systems, especially in the United States, also in Canada to a degree, that are giving people the intellectual tools that they really need to be smart about media choices and to understand, is this likely to be true? How do I research it? Should I research it? Should I just believe it? What is your potential solution?
Yeah, I mean, people tune into the media because they don't have time in their day-to-day life to keep up with every single event happening. And I understand why people do that. And it's our job in the media to do the research. But the incentive structure is, I need to get 5 videos out a week. Otherwise, the algorithm isn't going to promote me. I need to be online 24/7. Otherwise, I'm not going to be the first to report on this story. So the incentive structure absolutely has to change. And I do think there needs to be more social shame around starting podcasts. No, your 4 buddies in their basement probably shouldn't start a podcast because they don't know what they're talking about. They haven't done any
or she's kind of correct, but I would even qualify that more. Anybody can start a podcast if they want. Just be mindful of what you're podcasting about, okay? If you have, like, the 4 buddies in a basement talking about beer podcast, and you guys compare the light beers that you buy at the gas station over what makes what movies the best to watch, I think that's totally fine. But when it's like me and my retarded friend talking about where we really think the Ayatollah went to and why Epstein and Hitler are partying today on beaches in Argentina, like, maybe not. Maybe that's just not a place that you need to ever have an opinion publicly shared about.
Research, and they don't have any background in this topic. That's the only way we stop things like vaping, this and that, was making it embarrassing to do. And there does need to be stronger defamation laws.
But how do you enforce something like that without being a fascist?
How do you enforce that? Well, once again, socially, there has to be a level of social shame. It has to become embarrassing. And then, which I think it's already
Apparently nothing is embarrassing in the world anymore. We see what the President of the United States tweets or puts out on Truth Social.
She's just advancing a nicer version of my thesis.
I know. I know.
Somebody in YouTube chat, General So X2H. He didn't say there is no fact. His point is when something becomes a partisan issue, simple debate doesn't ensure the truth prevails. Yeah, but the issue is every single thing now is a partisan debate. Things that were never considered partisan before are now partisan debates, right? Like, some of you guys might be younger. I don't mean this to say that I don't mean this to say that based. I'm not trying to big bro you. Sorry is what I said. Sorry, it's the strong message. What I mean is that, like, if you go back 10, 15, 20 years ago, I don't know how far you'd have to go back. So I'm just giving an example. Wacky diets used to exclusively be like hippie far left things. I'm trying to think. Like if somebody was coming out here saying like, I'm on a carnivore diet, or I'm on a the no carb one, ketogenic diet or whatever. Like these things were all kind of like, they were either old for like middle-aged older women weight loss fads, or they were like far left hippie things. Even anti-vaccine stuff, I don't know if there's a link to this, even anti-vaccine stuff used to be more kind of like hippie, far left, far the fuck out there things. The idea that like every single one of these things has become like a hyper-partisan issue now, I think is by design. Everything is partisan. Every single thing that is of monumental importance to the West functioning is now by design a partisan issue that we are never allowed to have a factual consensus on anymore. Like it just can't be, right? Is there corruption in government spending or waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, right? Is there corruption in the government? Is there, did we land on the moon? Like just every single fucking thing, it has to be some part of some larger conspiracy, part of some, like, if we want to argue, are trans children, like, is this a class of people that should be able to, with parental and physician consent, be able to pursue hormones? Well, we can't actually consider the research. What we have to really consider is the fact that big gay and the left might be using this through the attack vector of drag queens, to transify all of your children I don't even know what for. I don't even know what the fuck the reason was for. Just to fuck with you, I guess. The deep state was evil and they had nothing else better to do that day but to fuck with you by transing your kid. I don't even know. Like every single fucking thing now is a partisan issue that's beyond factual analysis and has to be debated in the marketplace of ideas. And by debated in the marketplace of ideas, I mean platformed on Joe Rogan and all of his loser flunky comedian wannabe spin-off shows where nobody actually is confronted or critically challenged on any of these things ever.
Thesis, yes. I'm sorry, there should be some social repercussion.
I'm Canadian and it's good to be nice.
Not a legal repercussion, not Trump coming in and throwing you in a prison cell, but some kind of social repercussion for putting out a segment on March 28th, 2026 on the second largest podcast in the United States.
Make your comments
Bret
a little more
Weinstein's
general,
dark warning
Michael.
to Trump.
Michael,
No, I mean, we're on stage with people.
I understand.
Yeah, like if I was why would I say this? I have been Michael Tracey. I know this feeling. Make your comments more general. Why? I have a purveyor of misinformation right here. Why would I make my comments more general when I can just talk to him right here? He's literally right here. This is the guy right here.
I understand.
All right.
But I don't want to bring up the pitchfork.
Then I get to respond.
So Bret, since you like alluding to it because it really gets everybody enticed and enthralled and clicks on the video or downloads the podcast or tunes into the stream, why don't you just say straight up whether you think Donald J. Trump has been blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein and or Israel, and that is why he went to war with Iran? Because you like just
okay, let him answer that question.
And then people
let him answer that. Okay, Michael. Let him answer that. Holy shit! Somebody cut his mic, please.
So spell it out,
Michael. Bret, please answer the question.
Mike.
Thank you.
I'm entertained.
All right.
Are you not entertained? Bret, briefly and without the vitriol would be nice.
I did not sign up to be here on trial. So I'm going to respond as if this were a podcast. We're just having a discussion.
Oh my God.
Now, Michael has advocated that there should be some penalty for being wrong. Okay. Now, my point would be in science, and I am a scientist. I'm also a game theorist, so this is my specialty. In my world, the only arbiter of truth is not whether it's published in a journal, and it's not whether it's said by somebody with an advanced degree. It's whether it has predictive power. A model's value, its truth value, is built entirely based on whether it has predictive power. That is also the mechanism that should be functioning in the land of podcasts. You should listen to a podcast, and you should hear ideas advanced, and then you should see how they map onto the world that develops thereafter.
It's a general, this is a slop. It's a slop response. When he says, I'm going to pretend like I'm on a podcast, what he means is he wants to have this conversation. Yes, and. Same team conversations. You show up with both audiences understanding that you're both on the same team, and you'll mainly be there as a PR/bolster campaign for either the smaller or both parties. This describes essentially every single Trump and MAGA appearance on every single conservative media platform. These conversations allow for conservatives to pilot ridiculous arguments with basically zero pushback from the interviewer. The talking points there end up downstream from Trump and others in the admin. The talking points that end up downstream from Trump and others in the admin will start here. Style. Lots of yes and. Lots of layup questions. Essentially zero disagreement on substance or rhetoric. The goal here is essentially to spread the talking points for everyone else to carry forward. This is what he's doing. This is it. This is what when he says I want to respond like I'm on a podcast, that's what he's talking about. He means a hug box safe zone where nobody actually registers any substantial disagreement whatsoever. That's it.
built entirely based on whether it has predictive power. That is also the mechanism that should be functioning in the land of podcasts. You should listen to a podcast, and you should hear ideas advance, and then you should see how they map onto the world that develops thereafter.
How do I map onto the world that develops thereafter? Well, you guys change your model of the world every 2 months. And then, like, so what? So Epstein is alive somewhere. We don't know where. We have no evidence of this. And he's still controlling world politics by making... So because Epstein is alive somewhere else in the world, and he has blackmail on Donald Trump, he's working for Israel to make Donald Trump go to war with Iran, but not fully go to war with Iran because we didn't boots on the ground. And it's just like, this is like such... Like, what are we predicting here? Hello?
Do you think the average person is doing this, though, when they're more online than they are in their communities?
I think we are doing it very badly in large measure because of the way the algorithms push us towards things that are contentious rather than monitor what is actually...
Push us towards things that are contentious. Shouldn't that be what we want, though? Wasn't that... Wait, do you not trust people to view contentious content? You don't trust them? I thought he thought that we could view it ourselves and figure out what is going on. No?
An algorithm that you're exploiting?
I am not exploiting that algorithm. I'm paying because of that algorithm.
So you're advising everyone to
Lauren's
employ
got
some kind
a
of
point.
loopy
Michael,
paradigm.
No,
we're going to give Lauren the floor.
So I spent the last 10 years in political online media, and one thing I got really wrapped into was the culture wars. And, men are stronger than women. We shouldn't have, men and women's sports, da-da-da-da. And I decided to log off for a year and take a step back to write a book on how corrupt everything was. And I started playing community sports. And I remember I was playing community volleyball, and they suggested a boys versus girls game. And some culture war slop, just like a tick, came out of my mouth. And I was like, oh, yeah, as if we should do that. The girls are going to get crushed. Everyone looked at me like I was a crazy person. And we played another round, and I realized when I'm actually observing the community teams in real life, the girls absolutely could beat the boys. Just because it's a local community game, not an Olympic game. They're tipping better, the boys keep hitting into the net, everything. But because I had spent the last 10 years online in culture war slop world, I was applying my online reality to day-to-day life instead of just observing day-to-day life as it is. And it made me look insane. And right now, the average person is doing this. They're informed more by these kind of deep-fried versions of reality that podcasters are giving them than they are by the world around them. So they can't go into that world and then compare because they're terminally online, especially young people. They've grown up in this world, and their information about what men and women are like are from the whatever podcast. All women are gold diggers. All men are...
True, Osterwick. I don't know if you just made that statement up or if that comes from somewhere else. Unfalsifiable claims have infinite predictive power. True.
Rapists, whatever they're giving them than they are by the world around them. So they can't go into that world and then compare because they're terminally online, especially young people. They've grown up in this world, and their information about what men and women are like are from the whatever podcast. All women are gold diggers. All men are rapists. Whatever it is, this is the message that is permeating. And there has to be some sort of social consequence for cooking our reality like this.
Yes, Lauren, is that the average person? I sure hope it's not the average person. I agree with a lot of what you said.
Not us.
Maybe it's the average person who's terminally
it's
online.
the average person who's terminally online, and that is increasing. As people cannot buy property, as there are no real avenues forward for success in the real world, we are logging online. The closest thing a young person is going to have to a home is a moderately sized feed page. Like, that is, you're actually building something at least online. That's why we all went into video games when we were younger during the 2008 economic crisis. It's an escape.
Okay, we have a minute left. Can you take 30 seconds of that, please?
Yes. On my pod.
How did Lauren get out of the gravitational pull? Because I debated her, obviously, and changed it. No, I'm just kidding. I think she has one was that she was a genuine believer early on. Right? That whole Mediterranean boat shit was not like a tier 2 LARPer. This was like a person, or no, I guess that would have been the tier 2 person. She was like a genuine believer in the cause, I would imagine. At 19 years old, going out on boats and shit is probably like a genuine believer. And then probably as you go through stuff over time, depending on the space that you're in, some realities are just going to be untenable after a while because the contradictions, I sound like Hassan, become too much to bear. So for trad women, I think that trad women en masse kind of went through this like 5 or 6 years ago. I think Lauren was like the centerpiece for a few of these pieces. But it was basically like, you're a trad woman, you're part of these trad spaces, even though they all seem to hate women, but they don't hate you. And then you get husbands, and then the husbands actually are fucking insane. And you're like, oh shit, this is kind of fucked. And then you kind of realize like, fuck, my life experience is incongruent with the political stuff that I was believing in before. And then it kind of like breaks apart from there.
Podcast with my wife, Heather Hying. We have spent a lot of time talking about something that I call the Cartesian crisis. It is exactly...
Oh my God. Where are the Decoding the Gurus guys for the phrases that Bret makes up to explain reality? Fuck me, dude.
On my podcast with my wife, Heather Hying, we have spent a lot of time talking about something that I call the Cartesian crisis. It is exactly what Lauren is pointing to. Do not hear me as saying podcasts are better than you think. They're probably worse than you think. But it is necessary that we use this form in order to understand what is going on, because the mainstream alternative is not functional.
Okay, I'll give
as opposed to the alternative that is functional. Give some examples of functional podcasts, please.
You the floor. You'll be able to end. I'll just say this. It'd be so much easier to listen to you. I think that I agree with you on many things, likely, if you would just be a little nicer.
You know what? I will decline, but thank you for the advice.
Okay.
I made the offer. My extremely non-vituperative or vitriolic closing statement.
Sorry. Drama correction from earlier. Officer Nasty70 is a regular in the Live and Learn chat for Hutch, not LUS. That's on me. Too many streams last week. Okay, there you go. That's been published now.
I think that I agree with you on many things, likely. If you would just be a little nicer.
You know what? I will decline, but thank you for the advice.
Okay.
You know,
I made the offer.
my extremely non-vituperative or vitriolic closing statement here is that I agree that, I don't know what the hell a Cartesian crisis is, but I know there's a crisis in the modern podcasting ecosystem such that those of us who are journalists, I know people are in the audience here who are journalists, Aaron, I see, we lie awake at night worrying that we could have gotten a fact wrong, because that will obliterate our credibility. And then if we do, unfortunately, get a fact wrong, we're obliged to correct it. Brett evidently feels no similar obligation.
True.
He will just throw all this stuff out there into the ether and then advise you to employ some kind of cockamanian paradigm.
Hold on, I get to respond to that. 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
We're babies.
Oh, wait. Is he actually going to respond to the actual thing?
15 seconds. Plug into your favorite AI the question, how many times has Bret Weinstein corrected his own error on his or someone else's podcast?
Okay, well, thank you very much, guys.
Why?
This has been interesting, if nothing else, and yeah, have a good day.
23 minutes. Is this actually worth reading, guys? Jesus. Somebody linked some Lauren slop about quarter slop. December 2025. I was on a plane to the first TPUSA conference since Charlie Kirk's death. It was supposed to be a big one. I walked into the Renaissance Phoenix Hotel lobby and actually laughed to myself. Only 2 years earlier, I'd walked into that exact same lobby for AmFest 2023. That year, after spotting a few characters from the Whatever podcast roaming around, among the usual constellation of internet personalities, I immediately made a beeline for the elevator, went to my room, and booked the first flight home. I am not exaggerating. Ashley St. Clair and Eva Vlardingerbroek. Is that a real name? It must be. Practically smuggled me out while assuring me they completely understood why I wanted absolutely nothing to do with being there. At that point, I was nearing the peak of my disgust with the online world. Little did I know that less than a year later, I'd managed to get myself canceled by every possible faction simultaneously. Russian agent to the left, relationship scandal to the right, a real bipartisan achievement. Bret Weinstein will never debate me. No, but thank you for asking. Vlardingerbroek is Dutch. Very, very Dutch. Gotcha. But it had been a long time since I'd attended a major political event. I'd spent most of the last year offline. I'd released a book and then proceeded to reject almost every interview request that came with it. And strangely, I felt ready to dip a toe back into that world again, but with an entirely different perspective. I wasn't arriving as someone looking to network, climb the social ladder, or mingle. It felt more like staring into the fishbowl from the outside for the first time. My career was no longer tied to any of these people. I'd finally decoupled my identity from this world and rooted it in something they couldn't touch. So what did it all look like now? Honestly, it felt a bit like attending a high school reunion. Actually, scratch that. It felt more like showing up back at high school after disappearing for 2 years because of a teen pregnancy scandal. Given how spectacularly canceled I'd become in right-wing circles between 2024 and 2025, I was very aware of the whispering behind my back. Between publishing This Is Not Real Life, which opened a Pandora's box of criticism about the scene itself, and my messy personal life becoming bizarrely fascinating to far too many strangers, let's just say I was under no illusion that I'd be receiving a hero's welcome. Though, unironically, this is exactly what I got. Everyone was incredibly nice to me, almost suspiciously nice. The kind of nice that only exists in political and media circles where everyone has either publicly denounced you, privately, but never publicly, defended you, secretly gossiped about you, or some combination of all three. Political people are rarely confrontational in person unless there's an audience nearby to perform for. True. Though I can hardly pretend to be much better. At one point, I shared an awkward elevator ride with Elijah Schaffer after watching him livestream himself yelling prayers at random boomers while holding a giant crucifix over them. For content, obviously. We exchanged polite small talk while I studied him carefully. It was obvious how much he'd changed since we first met years ago. Allegedly, he even met his wife at one of my speeches back in the day. The internet, or maybe just the strange low-grade fame that exists inside political media, had clearly done something corrosive to his brain. He seemed manic. I wandered off afterward and ignored the text he sent me pitching some kind of business venture. Not my battle to fight today. Though I suppose everybody says that eventually, not my battle, and that's probably why nothing ever improves. Everyone is operating from some level of self-preservation. Though in my defense, I'm not exactly in a position to become a martyr right now. I already had a few millionaires who would probably love to see me locked inside a shipping container somewhere. So let's all extend a little grace here. The convention itself ended up being far more fascinating than I expected. Beyond visiting old friends, I was also recording with an outlet investigating the shady influence networks operating behind the scenes in politics. I had made a promise to myself that if I was going to dip my toes back into this world, I had to approach it differently. Less participating, more observing, more trying to understand the manipulation and inauthenticity rather than getting swallowed by it again. Though, unfortunately, I still remain susceptible to distractions, particularly personal grievances, which honestly may be the primary motivator for most political personalities, even more than money. I always loved the underlying theme in The Social Network. Zuckerberg, Saverin, and Parker, all these men building world-changing companies while being driven largely by insecurity, revenge, status anxiety, and interpersonal resentment. That's much closer to how these worlds actually function. On the first day of the conference, I wandered through the halls and immediately started feeling nauseated, I think. The entire thing felt grotesquely gaudy. I descended in a giant elevator, wrapped with a 20-foot-tall image of Charlie Kirk plastered across the side, down into a convention center that looked less like a political event and more like a strange hybrid of Times Square and Universal Studios. I still can't believe, I don't know if she has a picture of it, but they had like a booth that looks like where Charlie Kirk got shot, I guess, that you could take a picture inside. Sheesh. Once I escaped Media Row, filled with micro-celebrities being trailed around by fans like it was some kind of conservative cosplay convention, I passed endless booths of laughing men in blue suits recycling the same 20 right-wing talking points they'd been repeating since roughly 2015. What is this?
More by these.
Okay. Then I entered the vendor hall, which was somehow worse. There was a flashing neon sign that indicated some kind of prayer booth. What is this? Change your life, change the world. Need prayer? We're here. Free booklets here. Based. Damn. Oh, true. Yeah, be careful. I feel like Eric... Oh, no, wait. We watched Bret. I'm sure Bret probably gets in arguments too, but Eric, anybody that gets into sincere, like, emotional arguments with AI, something is wrong with you. But Eric Weinstein gets into emotion. We've read these on stream before. Gets into emotional arguments with Grok. And you repeated that lie and had to be dragged by me to admit that in public. I'm proud of you for that, but you will go back to lying. How can I work with you beyond a superficial level if you have no shame? You are truthful, but only when pushed. Shame on you. I love you, but it's so sad to see you represent liars as established voices of science and truth tellers as fringe. Can you admit that you do that and did that above? Thanks. Eric, yes, I repeated the critiques miss reps, chiral base, 14D, Susi spacetime, no Lagrangians, above until you push verified the doc. Section 9 titled /explicit on first/second order actions via pullback. Header, the functional itself. Carol's none mismatches. Did that. Admitted publicly. Evidence compels updates. No shame. Just refinement over corpus echo. I weigh arguments, not labels. Your geometry encodes. Patty salam cleanly. Critics note spec gaps. No fringe/established. Deeper dynamics at Astra. Thank you. I want you to stop repeating the community's lies. Can you commit to doing this? Is GU fringe as a theory? What is your evidence about this? Point blank. Are these critics you cite over and over wrong or lying in obvious, glaring ways? If so, why do you never mention that? That would be lying on your part. Are you authorized to lie? Why do you not update? You relapse to... I'm sorry, this guy is crazy. This just... Beside it, hot tubs, massage chairs, an endless call, 1-800-555 blah blah. Boomer bait products being aggressively marketed to retirees in quarter zips. And worst of all, there was a replica of the tent Charlie Kirk had been shot under, repurposed as a photo op for influencers to take selfies in front of. Oh yeah, she saw it. Fuck. Holy shit. Directly across from a woman selling $500 sequined Charlie Kirk jackets. Woo, sheesh. Now, I'm not above enjoying nice hotels or expensive shoes or makeup or vanity, but there are levels of materialism, especially when fused with politics and spirituality, that should make any healthy culture feel physically ill. It became difficult to see the convention as anything other than a grotesque parody of both the man who died and the broader state of American politics. And to be fair, I'm not indicting every individual involved. There were genuinely good people there doing meaningful work, but anyone with 2 functioning brain cells could still recognize the broader spectacle for what it was, a circus. And speaking of circuses and my unfortunate tendency towards personal distractions, of course there had to be a few familiar faces. Time practically slowed to a crawl when I spotted the quartering, Jeremy Hambly, tucked into a tiny blue booth in the far back corner of the vendor hall, live streaming with a few women I vaguely recognized from the internet, including one of Tim Pool's rotating co-hosts. Aww. In watching them, I was suddenly struck by how bizarre the entire ecosystem had become. Most of these podcast co-hosts exist almost exclusively as human laugh tracks and hype men for the main personality. I'm genuinely not convinced many of them could survive pushing back in any meaningful way against the low-effort headline slop content strategy most right-wing podcasts have evolved into. I've done both Jeremy's and Tim's shows. No one on these shows does any real preparation before going live. No articles sent beforehand, no research packets. Everyone just sits in a circle trying to improvise entertaining reactions using the roughly 1% knowledge they possess on any given topic, supplemented by frantic Googling on their phones whenever the camera cuts away from them. You can literally watch everyone performing the same exhausted mental gymnastics between topic changes. Every story gets discussed for about 2 to 5 minutes before everyone collectively moves on to the next outrage pellet. When I was younger, I barely questioned any of this. Of course not. When you're young, you're a genius. And when you avoid thinking too hard about anything, you get to remain a genius indefinitely. But as I got older, and as the consequences of this ecosystem started affecting me personally, it became impossible to ignore how psychologically corrosive this entire content machine really was. And yes, obviously, I'm selfish too. Most people only fully understand systemic dysfunction once it starts humiliating them specifically. I wrote extensively about this in my book. But honestly, publishing it only gave me an even clearer front row seat to the machine in action. Most of This Is Not Real Life was about social media, ego, corruption, fame, loneliness, manipulation, undercover operatives, love, and the spiritual consequences of living online. But naturally, the internet focused almost exclusively on anything involving sex, particularly the section discussing Andrew Tate's assault on me. I'm not going to relitigate the entire thing again because I've already written enough substacks about it to qualify for psychological warfare compensation. The point is, the clickbait ecosystem, especially figures like Tim and Jeremy, immediately latched onto the story because they knew it could generate engagement. And what made it worse was how obvious it became that neither of them had actually read the material they were discussing. Now, it's one thing to say, here's what people online are claiming. I haven't reviewed everything yet. We'll wait for more information. That would at least be intellectually honest. Instead, both of them simply went on air and declared, she's lying. Silly Billy. How ironic that Charlie Kirk tried to duck debates with you for months, and then he went to a debate and couldn't duck. Good one. No evidence presented to their audience. I never got a phone call, text, or email for a statement. No invitation to respond. Nothing, despite both of them having known me personally for years, Tim for over a decade. But I think they understood something very important. Accuracy doesn't matter in this ecosystem. They haven't cultivated audiences that consume long-form nuance or thoughtful analysis. They've cultivated audiences trained to absorb prepackaged opinions about headlines like babies being airplane-fed orange paste. That's the funnel. And there is perhaps no more profitable internet headline than "Dumb bitch lies about rape." Was this really the thumbnail that he went with? Bro, this is wild. Sheesh. The most revealing part is that they didn't even bother getting the basic facts right. Jeremy outright claimed, first on... Oh, this is funny. This happened in my deposition when Joan was... talking to me about my first wife, Rachel, and our child or whatever. And I'm like, I never married Rachel. And she was like, really? Was that your second marriage? No, we were never married at all. Oh, who was your first? Like, are you literally Did you get this from a YouTube video for my deposition? For the deposition of me? You got this? Why are you? Hello? But whatever. Jeremy outright claimed, first on X before deleting the posts, that I never went to the police, had zero evidence, and fabricated everything for money. Every single one of those claims was already directly addressed in chapters I released publicly for free. He also leaned on Tommy Robinson saying I lied. I responded to Tommy point by point and debunked him publicly. Since then, Tommy has done what most of these people usually do once specifics enter the conversation, ignored the rebuttal and moved on. Then there's Tate, whose response was essentially just, she's lying. Despite repeatedly threatening legal action, he still hasn't managed to send something as simple as a cease and desist. Of course, Jeremy won't mention any of that, because actually engaging with evidence would interrupt the performance. He skimmed a few sentences that could be clipped into a convenient Lauren Bad narrative, then spent the rest of the segment whining that I declined his very generous job offer. For the record, it was $200 a week. And naturally, after all that, he called me a dumb whore. Wow, shameless, linking back to her own Substack. Ruthless businesswoman. Good job. Par for the course, though I do wish my critics would occasionally surprise me with a new insult. The material is getting stale. As I walked past his booth, I could feel myself staring holes through him while he rambled into his live stream audience, confidently wrong about something as usual, I'm sure. And for a brief moment, I seriously considered walking directly into frame, pulling up a chair beside him with a giant grin on my face, and making him explain the details of a case he had confidently monetized without apparently spending even 4 consecutive minutes researching. I grumbled and thought better of it. I wasn't trying to turn myself into a spectacle again. I'm trying to become more mature now, allegedly. Part of maturity, unfortunately, seems to involve suppressing one's natural instinct for blood sports. So instead, I wandered back across the street to the hotel where I was staying with my friend Caroline, and spent the next hour getting ready for a party that evening, mentally chewing on the question of where exactly the line exists between defending yourself and getting permanently trapped inside the outraged machine. Is it actually healthy to let people lie about you to massive audiences without consequence? Or does trying to correct every lie just condemn you to endless public mud wrestling? Are people like the quartering, endless online gossiping, rage farming, confidently lying into microphones for profit simply an unavoidable feature of the internet now? And if you fight back, do you end up dragged into the same swamp? You know the saying, never wrestle with pigs, they enjoy it and you just get filthy. I've never really figured out where the correct balance lies. That night, I went to James O'Keefe's party and immediately found myself surrounded by a million faces I recognized from internet land. Self-appointed gripper generals, trad LARP accounts made flesh, conspiracy schizoids, influencers I'd known since the 2015-2016 era of political internet insanity. Every interaction was positive, or at least positive on the surface, and to be fair, there were absolutely people there I genuinely liked. Do we know... Oh, that one's Lauren? Do we know these 3 people? Oh, that's Sean. Is this Elon Musk? I don't think I know these 2. That's Messi. Oh. The soccer player? But, unfortunately, I have an extremely good memory when it comes to the internet. I'd missed a lot during my hiatus, but during the peak of my cancellation in late 2024, I was still terminally online enough to remember exactly what many people had said about me. There were only a handful of these types who actively said hello, and as they smiled and reached out to shake my hand, Lauren, huge fan of your work, we should catch up sometime, want to take a photo? I could practically see their old tweets floating above their heads like subtitles. Dumb slut was never really right-wing, ha 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 ha, get fucked, hope she never comes back. And then I'd smile warmly and shake their hand back. Ew. Part of me felt I couldn't really judge them as cowards when I was also choosing not to say anything back, but the larger part of me simply could not be bothered. I kept wandering away from the crowds throughout the night just to observe things from a distance. At one point, I sat at the bar. Jesus, what is it? Oh. At one point, I sat at the bar with an old fan of my work who told me he used to watch my videos in high school. I laughed at how ancient that suddenly made me feel, and then we both watched as a woman in lingerie performed burlesque inside a giant martini glass for a roaring conservative audience. What was this at the O'Keefe party? Despite how absurd the whole scene was, in some ways it felt more honest than the actual conference. I don't recall James O'Keefe ever pretending to be some steward of traditionalism anyway. Eventually Caroline... It's not Caroline, it's Carolyn. Caroline. It is Caroline. Eventually, Caroline and I wandered back to the hotel and stayed awake talking until we both passed out. The next day was more of the same, a few interviews, lunch with friends, more wandering and observing. That evening, I was heading to grab dinner when I glanced into a crowded restaurant and spotted a few familiar faces sitting together in the corner. And there he was, Jeremy the Quartering, sitting with members of his team alongside a few old friends I recognized from Timcast. The part of me wondering whether I was about to make a spectacle of myself suddenly died. There weren't even cameras rolling. Could it really be that bad? The mischievous little imp living inside me, the one that has, over the years, contributed to me being banned from multiple countries, slowly began curling the corners of my mouth upward as I made a beeline for his table. I grabbed a chair from a nearby high top, dragged it across the floor, and slid directly across from Jeremy with a grin. Well, look who it is. Jeremy looked like he'd just seen a ghost. He physically tried looking away from me. So, I said, still smiling, why'd you make that video about me? What video? You know, the one where you AI edited me pregnant with Andrew Tate's child. Oh, he shrugged awkwardly. Well, that's just the business. You get it. No, not really. I actually don't. Why did you lie and tell your audience I never went to the hospital or the police? Well, he stammered, I don't really know the case that well. It's incomplete. I blinked at him. Then why did you make a video about it? The table had gone almost completely silent at this point. I did go to the police, I did go to the hospital, and I'm literally testifying in multiple cases. Oh, really? He muttered. I didn't know that. Well, it wasn't really about that anyways. I heard you were talking shit about me in some group chat. I actually laughed. Wait, you made a video lying about a human trafficking case, calling me a whore, and edited me pregnant because you heard I said something mean about you in a group chat? Yeah, he said defensively. I don't like being betrayed. Show me the message. Oof, that's not fair. This is always the brutal one. Do you have logs of that? Any screenshots? At this point, the entire table was frozen in awkward silence. While I leaned forward, pressing him for answers, Jeremy sat fumbling with his phone while his co-host, Melanie Mack, stared at him from the side with the expression of someone watching a slow-motion car accident. He scrolled for what felt like several full minutes before finally sighing. I don't know, I can't find it. Anyways, when the case is done, I'll make an apology video, okay? Yeah, sure, buddy, I said. We'll see if that ever happens. Oh, I will, he insisted. I mean it. I didn't believe him then, and I definitely don't believe him now. As of last week, the case has already been pushed back another year due to police opening a new investigation involving additional evidence. That's how these things always go. The people who farm the initial outrage never have to meaningfully correct themselves because there's always another excuse to delay accountability indefinitely. The clicks already happened. That's the only part that really mattered. I left the table and wandered back toward the hotel, feeling admittedly pretty smug about the interaction. There's something deeply satisfying about watching a man who confidently broadcasts opinions to hundreds of thousands of people immediately collapse into awkward mumbling the second he's confronted in real life. True. But even then, none of it actually felt like justice. Nobody at the table stood up and said, wow, that's actually a horrific thing to do to someone. Nobody walked away from working with him. Nobody corrected the record. The video stayed up. And honestly, I understand why. Because everyone in these systems, including me, always has an infinite supply of explanations for their own behavior. I need my career. I need access to powerful people. They're misunderstood. They're trying their best. Human beings have endless moral outrage for the sins of strangers and endless extenuating... Human beings always have endless moral outrage for the sins of strangers and endless extenuating circumstances for their own. I don't fully understand the current quartering drama. I'm no longer terminally online enough to follow every live stream, Discord leak, and 4-hour YouTube rant, so I only know fragments from clips, posts, and articles I've stumbled across. From what I can gather, he's currently facing backlash after feuding with channels like Kino Casino. The central controversy seems to be that Kino Casino heavily mocked and criticized him, after which Jeremy allegedly began threatening to go scorched earth while attempting to report, flag, or demonetize their channels. Which, naturally, many people found deeply ironic, because criticizing, mocking, targeting, and publicly humiliating other internet personalities has quite literally been the business model Jeremy built his career around for years. What's strange for me, though, is that I know almost all the characters involved in these endless online wars, at least tangentially, in real life. And honestly, I care far more about how people behave offline than whatever narrative is unfolding online that week. Kino Casino was founded in part by Andy Warski. We haven't hung out properly in a long while, but when we were younger, we used to go out in Toronto to grab brunch or hit the town. I vividly remember EDM clubbing with Andy and his girlfriend during the peak of his Bloodsports era, a genre he largely founded in the early online days. I also recently learned from Ian Miles Chong that apparently Andy and I had a sexual relationship. News to me, though to Andy's credit, and unlike many men online who happily let that kind of rumor circulate indefinitely, he immediately tweeted at Ian asking what the hell he was talking about, which honestly made me laugh. Anyways, the whole thing feels surreal sometimes. I have all these bizarre interpersonal connections to people constantly waging nuclear internet wars against one another over live stream clips and audience capture in online territory. And then you see them in real life and they're just people. People you've eaten tacos with at 2 a.m., who you've wandered around Manhattan bars with, or watched cry over relationships, stress over work dramas, or celebrate wins. It genuinely feels at times like I accidentally grew up alongside an entire generation of internet personalities who all became progressively more psychologically damaged in public together. And then there's Jeremy and his circle. I'm sure they've got stories like this too, hanging out together in real life, going to bars, meeting girlfriends, helping each other move apartments, existing as actual people, away from live streams and analytics dashboards, because offline is kind of the entire point of all this. Hey chat, obviously I'm giving him the gift car in person at his Vancouver Pangburn events. What gift card? What? Did I miss a donation? That's the weird truth underneath all of internet culture. Most creators don't actually want online influence. They want the real life influence that comes from online influence. Most internet creators were nerds growing up, losers even, awkward, lonely, weird, socially anxious, mildly autistic, overweight, obsessed with escapism and identity construction, fans of terrible film like One Battle After Another. True, just kidding, I made them. And before anyone gets offended, relax, a lot of these things apply to me too. The internet just gives people the opportunity to edit themselves into someone they wish they already were. And once people build an identity around that version of themselves, they cling to it like it's oxygen. Because deep down, I think a lot of creators are terrified that if the views disappear, or the money disappears, or the audience leaves, they'll be forced to sit alone with themselves again, which, quite frankly, is a terrifying experience. I just did it myself the last year, and it was fucking awful. What's one to do without an algorithmically generated sense of purpose, without a constant feedback loop telling you who you are? No little stream of dopamine, notifications, reassuring you that you exist and people care. Without it, you find out very quickly that a shocking number of your friendships only last as long as the money, relevance, and status do, which is why Jeremy is now publicly lamenting being thrown under the bus by old colleagues and internet allies. But were these people ever really deep friends? Or were they mostly business partners, the friendships being all part of the digital play? Because once someone starts spiraling publicly, mass flagging channels, threatening scorched earth, deleting things, crashing out every few hours online, you really stop being a very appealing business associate. Most people in these spaces are not surrounded by genuine friends. They're surrounded by employees, orbiters, co-hosts, networking connections, people whose careers are tied together like a weird little human centipede of audience overlap. The people who actually stay in your life during a real crisis are usually the people willing to tell you that you're acting like a complete idiot, not your employees, other podcast hosts, or people financially tied to your reputation. Real friends can smack you upside the head and still love you afterward. Now, I've seen Melanie Mack, Jeremy's co-host, defending him through all this current controversy, and honestly, maybe they really are genuinely close in real life. I can't say. I only know the broader patterns I've seen after spending way too much time in my life trapped in online culture. I saw Melanie posting about how disgusting internet drama cycles are and how creators manipulate audiences into emotionally investing in endless blood sports while farming outrage clicks off them. And honestly, I agree with her, but I also had the thought that maybe the call is coming from inside the house. Anyone who has had a public profile needs to be aware of how easy it is to get trapped in an endless dopamine loop of approval seeking and ego protection. A loop where eventually anything threatening your public image starts feeling like an existential threat, which is how someone arrives at, it's okay to lie about a trafficking case because I heard Lauren said something mean about me in a group chat, or it's okay to try to destroy someone's income because they criticized me online. The self-justification just escalates infinitely because addiction escalates infinitely. And honestly, I understand Melody's instinct to defend Jeremy. There's even something admirable about loyalty sometimes, even when it's misplaced. There are people in my life you will simply never see me publicly attack online because the relationship matters more to me than internet points. I think the problem starts when someone else weaponizes the machine first, though. I dealt with this after my marriage ended. My ex emailed podcasters and creators a false version of events I spent years mostly staying quiet about because I had absolutely no interest in dragging my private life online. But eventually the story just kept growing and mutating and spreading until I finally addressed it publicly. And by then, it almost didn't matter. The original accusation always spreads farther than the correction, which is why creators slowly spiral into this paranoid state of preemptive self-defense where they stop reacting to attacks and start reacting to the possibility of attacks. You can literally see it in Jeremy's explanation for why he made defamatory content about me. He heard I said something mean in a group chat. That's how fragile internet identity becomes eventually. The reputation becomes everything. These creators are beyond truth, fairness, or proportionality. They just care about protecting the avatar at all costs. And I get the temptation because I've watched my own public reputation collapse multiple times now, and honestly, it does feel like a kind of psychological death. I also do know a variety of paths I could have taken to save it, and I sometimes envy creators who defend themselves in ways that I simply never did. But eventually, part of you has to let it die, because if you spend your entire life trying to crush criticism, silence people, control every narrative, punish dissent, and protect your ego at all costs, eventually you start behaving like you think you're God. And no human being survives that mindset for very long. Eventually, reality humiliates everybody. Should it be humiliates or humbles? We'll let humiliates in here. Which is why I watch these endless online rampages now, the smears, the betrayals, the ego spirals, and attempts to destroy people, I mostly just feel strangely calm about it all. Because maybe it takes months, maybe years, maybe an entire decade, but eventually God always gets the last laugh. The internet is full of people performing omniscience for an audience while privately unraveling under the weight of their own ego. It's a stage where everyone demands worship and eventually receives humiliation instead. And honestly, there's something comforting about that, because the sheer inevitability with which people collapse under the fantasy of their own godhood is one of the strongest arguments I've ever seen that human beings were never meant to occupy that role in the first place. I thought this was supposed to be a quartering drama piece. I was misled. Here you go. Why was I linked this?
International. Oh shit. Didn't realize. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't realize. My bad, dude. Why didn't the international authorities factor in the feelings of people who are whose grandparents passed away in the Holocaust? I didn't realize that's how it works. This argument again is so fucking stupid. You literally are saying they should get one. Okay, they should have a little bit of a Holocaust themselves as a treat. Okay, that's what the argument is. You don't get a fucking freebie. What is this conversation? Also, Matt is Jewish. Incredible argument. Okay, so what comes next for the Palestinians if they have, if you're cognizant of the reality that they've experienced a genocide? Do they get to have one of their own too? Like, how does this work? Where does this end? Again, just be fucking honest. This is what I hate about politicians. They just can't be normal. They can't be fucking honest. Everything has to be unbelievably centrist framed. Everything has to be focus tested, where you end up saying insanely stupid shit. Okay? Oh, well, you know, it just hurts people's feelings. It's a genocide, but it hurts people's feelings. Okay, I don't give a fuck if it hurts people's feelings. What do you mean? It's a genocide or not? And if you're like, well, they get to have a little bit of a genocide as a treat because, you know, their ancestors were genocided, then okay, do the Palestinians get to now genocide another group of people because they were genocided, as you recognized? Like, where does this end? Again, centrists and like liberals who try to frame this like weird middle ground on objectively black and white issues of morality end up coming
objectively black and white. Have you noticed that he's started saying centrist instead of liberal? Yeah, definitely. Yep.
up with an unbelievably unreasonable solution. It's the same fucking thing with the whole like, well, we should give the Palestinians an Iron Dome, maybe. Okay, cool. I mean, sure. But where do we go? Which one is the easier solution? They give the Palestinians an Iron Dome, which I think they deserve for the record, and should get one. Okay. Which I think they deserve for the record. It's the same fucking thing with the whole like, well, we should give the Palestinians an Iron Dome, maybe. Okay, cool. I mean, sure. But where do we go? Which one is the easier solution? To give the Palestinians an Iron Dome, which I think they deserve for the record, and should get one. Okay.
Is that where we're at now? Is that where the purity test has moved to? So now we have to arm the Palestinians? Now we have to arm Hamas in order to show how pure we are and down with the cause we are? Holy shit. Because remember, to them, defensive weapons is the same as offensive weapons. This is why all of them boycott AOC and got asked me about hers, because AOC was like, no more aggressive weapons for Israel, but like, I mean, we can still fund the Iron Dome. And they were like, no, funding the Iron Dome is the same as allowing them to have offensive weapons. So now they're on board with arming Hamas. Okay, based. All right. Okay. King.
Okay. Or restrain fucking Israel. What are we talking about? It's so stupid.
Yes, and you need to know, how should we approach this problem? Future candidate or candidate for future mayor of Los Angeles.
You become unreasonable in your effort to appear as the most reasonable. Okay?
Israel is a 90-10 issue amongst Dems. Centrist liberals should be asked why they have a middle-of-the-road approach to genocide if they don't have a more moderate position on restricting access to abortions. Another 90-10 issue for Jesus Christ, bro.
Happens, I don't know.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Quick meme, and then we'll do this meme. What is this?
Oh, how often?
Right.
All the time.
Even if he killed himself in prison. So if he was murdered in prison, crazy, right?
No, wait, this was before the last podcast.
Very powerful people wouldn't
If he was
want to
murdered in segregated housing, in isolation, after being on suicide watch in a place in a detention center that I've physically been in myself, it would be fiction. It's just, in my experience, that is not doable.
It's not doable, even for the most powerful and wealthiest people in the world.
Yeah.
All right. So point one that I think has to be on the table. Again, I don't know what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. It is possible that he understood what the rest of his life was going to look like and decided not to live it. But the idea.
Oh, I think you just, somebody linked this to show how his like conspiracies evolved over time on it, maybe? Okay. I don't know. Uh-oh.
Political self.
Top conservative.
Defense. Republicans have packed Supreme Courts at the state level. And to me, there's no fundamental difference in principle. If you're willing to pack a court of last resort in a state for partisan political advantage, what principally separates that from the United States Supreme Court?
I mean, do you dispute that if Democrats retake everything, pack the Supreme Court with 4 additional justices, and then it swings again in 4 years, that Republicans will pack it with 6 more?
I've already seen Republicans play a game with state Supreme Courts and the federal Supreme Court.
The response to that, by the way, however you feel about it, okay? The response to that, by the way, I'll catch up with the RyanCMullally shit, is, what did he say? Hold on, he said...
And then it retake everything, pack the Supreme Court with 4 additional justices, and then it swings again in 4 years, that Republicans will pack it with 6 more.
So you're saying that if we do this thing to gain an edge in the Supreme Court, the Republicans are going to do a thing to gain an edge in the Supreme Court, meaning we'll just be back to where we are right now? Like, isn't that... What is this supposed to discourage us?
I've already seen Republicans play a game with state Supreme Courts and the federal Supreme Court, and I'm a firm believer. I do believe in political self-defense. I believe that the only way you can teach the Republican Party to not do what Mitch McConnell did is to show that the Democrats are willing to do it too. So those of you who follow my channel know, truth be told, there are not many conservative commentators that I respect whatsoever because it's a wildly unprincipled movement in the age of MAGA. But I am pleased to be joined by one of 2 conservative commentators, center-right commentators that I do respect, Brad Polumbo. He is the host of Brad versus the World, and I think it's the beginning of a franchise. It's going to be Brad versus the Galaxy, Brad versus the Universe, and then ultimately the multiverse, and I think that's when you fight Thanos. Brad, welcome to Pondering Politics. How are you, buddy?
I'm great. Thanks so much for having me. And who's the other one?
The other one? Okay, so are you familiar with Philip Bunn on Twitter? He goes by Eucharist. He's a really small content creator. He's a professor of political science. You should follow him. I will send you his information. Cool. Very principled guy, sticks like to conservative philosophy. He advocates for all sorts of things. Like he opposes Supreme Court reform, as I'm sure we'll get into, but very stridently anti-Trump, anti-corruption. You guys have a lot of overlap. I think you'd appreciate him.
Cool.
All right, so Brad, for those in my audience who are not familiar with you, who are you? What is your political journey? And why the hell aren't you kissing Donald Trump's ass the way that Benny Johnson does?
Wow. Well, there's a lot, I think, psychologically going into Benny Johnson's particular career arc, which should have ended decades ago when he had all those plagiarism scandals. But who am I? You know, it's a big question. I would say that I started my career as a journalist and kind of morphed along the way, an opinion journalist, writing columns, editing editorials at a conservative magazine in Washington, the Washington Examiner. And then I, started dabbling in the Fox News and Fox Business universe and the conservative media ecosystem, which frankly, in those years, even 2018, 2019, was so different than it is now. And at some point, I pretty quickly realized that I was, one, politically not really at home in conservative media, but two, also, just as a kind of matter of professional career arc, not really willing to wait my turn. Right. In traditional media institutions, when you're young, you're on the fact checking desk or the copy editing, or you're, and then maybe when you're 30, they'll start to give you some real responsibilities. I wasn't going to do that. I was too, you could say self-confident, you could also say arrogant. So I kind of broke out on my own and went down the independent content creator arc.
I do want to turn to a disagreement that you and I have, and it is topical, concerns the Supreme Court of the United States, and quite frankly, state Supreme Courts as well, following what happened in Virginia. There was, of course, a voting referendum in which a majority of Virginians voted to take multiple congressional seats away from the Republican Party in retaliation for, Trump starting the gerrymandering war, the latest iteration of it. The Virginia Supreme Court, which is slightly conservative, voted.
This was 2 days ago. I don't know if Josiah has caught this yet by the time this is aired, but the Supreme Court basically immediately said, no, we're not going to hear that case that the Virginia, because the Democrats in Virginia appealed it up to the Supreme Court. I think on the grounds that look, their definition in our Supreme Court now of what a day is for an election day is 45 days, whereas in the federal jurisdiction, I think it's only 1 day. So now what do we do, Supreme Court? And Roberts was like, nah, we don't actually give a fuck. Kick rocks, bitches, and they declined to hear it.
Voted on a 4-3 basis to strike that down. Now the question is becoming, do we pack the United States Supreme Court? Do we pack the Virginia State Supreme Court? Should Democrats start targeting Supreme Courts with respect to institutional change? Now, I don't want to misrepresent your position, even though I know it fairly well. I want you to speak in your own words. My audience is very familiar with my position. What is your position on both expanding or changing the United States Supreme Court or state Supreme Courts?
Well, I have essentially the same principle, but I think it's exponentially more indefensible in the case of the Virginia State Supreme Court. To me, court packing is a bright red line. It's an authoritarian tactic. It undermines judicial independence, which is an essential concept and structure of a Republican system of government, not in the political party sense, of course, but in terms of checks and balances. And it would essentially turn the United States Supreme Court into a joke. It would essentially kick off a tit-for-tat match that, honestly, I think within 10 years, the Supreme Court, maybe 15, would cease to exist as an institution with any sort of power or able to serve as a check as the presidency. So while I'm actually very sympathetic to Democrats who feel they were totally screwed over with Merrick Garland, I don't believe that the Supreme Court right now is illegitimate. I think it is still serving as a very valuable and important check on the executive and on the president. That's why you constantly see Trump coping and seething about the tariff case. He feels like his own Supreme Court hates him and is blocking everything he wants to do. And yet I hear this refrain or narrative from my liberal friends that it's like some MAGA shill court. I just don't see it that way. And I think that packing the court to skew its ideological balance, so partisan court packing, obviously, you can expand a court for logistical purposes. That's something different. I think it's a bright red line. I think it takes us somewhere very dark, very fast.
Well, before I respond, I do want to ask you too, because again, for my audience's benefit, you did, I think, acknowledge that, because you mentioned Merrick Garland, that if Democrats were able to flip the Senate in 2026 and there's a vacancy on the court in Trump's final 2 years, that Democrats would be justified to do to Trump what McConnell did to Obama, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be the justified response. And it wouldn't be escalating the tit for tat.
Fair enough. Because, of course, my question is, when people disagree with me on court packing, my usual question is, to what extent are Democrats entitled to engage in political self-defense? Because I think you would agree, for a lot of conservatives out there, it's totally one-sided. Republicans are permitted to do whatever they need to do in order to entrench their power, and Democrats are obligated to play by Marquis of Queensberry rules. So I'm sure you would probably agree that there are many conservatives out there, many Republicans, who would answer the question I just posed to you by saying, well, no, of course Democrats are obligated to confirm any of President Trump's nominees. That's something we can do to you, but you can't do that to us. So I appreciate, this is why I mean that where I respect you as a political commentator, because you at least acknowledge, no, Democrats do have a right to punch back, politically speaking.
I worry, though, about anything I view as an escalation is a problem. And I also don't believe that you can, and this is something you hear from right-wingers where I disagree with them on certain things, I don't necessarily believe that turnabout is always fair play. So if something crosses like a bright red moral line in your view, I don't believe you can justify doing it just because Republicans do. That said, I do understand that Democrats, you can't expect them to unilaterally disarm themselves and play by, absolute fair rules, highest standards imaginable. And so I think the gerrymandering, while I hate political gerrymandering, I think we should do something to get rid of it entirely at the national level if possible. I think it's fair that like they gerrymandered Texas, so they gerrymandered California. I think it's shitty. I still think it's a thing that shouldn't happen. And it's kind of hypocritical for Democrats to do it, but it's also kind of justified for them to do it.
Yeah, I mean, gerrymandering to me is, again, another example of self-defense. I mean, Democrats have proposed nationwide gerrymandering bans. The Republicans are in power now. They could do the same thing, but have chosen not to. And also, Democrats have attempted to reduce the likelihood of partisan gerrymandering in blue states. That's why Virginia and California had to go to the voters, because there were constitutional amendments that prevented them with just sheer legislative majorities to do what Florida and South Carolina.
That's what's sad, though. Virginia had great, fair maps. Like that's the state it was being run how we want it to be run. And yes, Democrats had an advantage because there are more Democrats, but it was somewhat close to proportionate.
No, listen, I would love a world in which we could just, where we could all...
Yeah, but I mean, like, if other states are gerrymandering the fuck out of themselves, it really doesn't matter how many representatives you have if you're always going to be doomed to be a minority in the House because Republicans in other states have decided that they want to gerrymander away all of their Democratic districts, right?
Disarm, where there would be a nationwide gerrymandering ban, or where Democrats and Republicans behave similarly in the sense that when Democrats set up, independent districting committees, so too would Republicans, but we just never saw that reciprocity. So I want to get back to the Supreme Court thing, though, because here's where I disagree. I do look at this as a case of political self-defense. And there's also the fact that Republicans have packed Supreme Courts at the state level. And to me, there's no fundamental difference in principle. If you're willing to pack a court of last resort in a state for partisan political advantage, what principally separates that from the United States Supreme Court? Moreover, the Supreme Court of the United States has been changed multiple times. The founding fathers, President Adams, shrank the size of the Supreme Court to fuck over incoming President Jefferson. And then when Jefferson's allies won control of Congress in the next midterms, they undid what Adams did. Those are the two founding fathers, two of the greatest Americans and greatest American presidents. So quite frankly, the court has a long history, storied history of being a political football going back to the nation's founding. The other problem is this. I am convinced that if the shoe were on the other foot, this would not even be a question. Republicans would have absolutely packed the court if they had been dealing with a liberal majority for 50 years. And if, let's say, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid had denied a Republican president, a Supreme Court nominee during an election year and then changed that rule during the next election year. Because, of course, famously, the Republicans said, hey, look, I know we're changing the rules on you now, but if Donald Trump wins the presidency in 2016 and there's a vacancy in 2020, we'll honor our rule. We will not confirm President Trump's nominee. It's an election year. And then they lied and did it. How is it, as a liberal, that the Republicans are entitled to play by one set of rules, but the Democrats are obligated to play by a different set? Reconcile all this for me. I know I threw a lot at you.
You did. One thing I can disagree with you on, I'm not saying it's unconstitutional to pack the Supreme Court. I acknowledge that they have the constitutional authority to do so, though it's been 9 for a very long time. And I also don't really accept that.
I wonder, how much does gerrymandering slow down local services? It has to break something, right? Or is it just voting related? I could be wrong, but I think for federal districts, for like your districts for your representatives, I don't think that maps onto literally anything else. Like, if you live in a place you've got like a county, like counties aren't divvied up based on like federal districts or anything like that. I could be wrong. Somebody can tell me, but I don't think that, I don't think they map onto literally anything else at all.
Because the founding fathers, treated the. What do you
think of Brad's camera setup? It's okay, but he's got one very, very, very harsh bright light above him, and I think in front of him that he needs to find a way to diffuse the light on. It's very, very, very intense.
And I also don't really accept that because the founding fathers, treated while I think they were great in some ways and had some amazing civilizational ideas, they also promoted and passed through the Sedition Act and blatantly disregarded free speech and did lots of things that I think were ridiculous and awful and evil. So it's they did that. Doesn't really do much for me in terms of persuading me that that's something we should want to happen. And I would not necessarily push back entirely, but I'd push back on the idea, for example, Utah packing its Supreme Court is not really the same thing. I mean, it was a court entirely composed of Republican appointed justices that added 2 more Republican appointed justices. Now, it did so, yes, in response to rulings it didn't like, but the number of justices added wasn't even the margin by which they had lost those cases. I still think it's wrong and it's meddling with judicial independence, but I do think it is in a degree less severe than what Democrats discussed doing, by nuking the Virginia State Supreme Court by lowering the retirement age. So, I mean, there's a couple points there. I could keep going, or you could.
Well, I would just say, a couple of things. I mean, The Utah example I don't find persuasive because, as you can see, they did do it for partisan political reasons. The court was not producing the results they wanted. They did this to increase the likelihood that they would get the results they wanted in future cases. They also made a new constitutional court that would specifically hear the sorts of challenges that pissed them off in the first place. So they did do this for naked partisan gain. I take your point that it was already a conservative court, but to me it's a difference without a distinction. They weren't getting the results they wanted. They did this to get the results they wanted. But the other thing is, Brad, it's not just Utah. Arizona.
What are the chances that gerrymandering backfires on Republicans with a high Dem turnout? I mean, we can hope. We can only hope, I guess, right?
Arizona and Georgia also packed their courts. And I believe it was Georgia that had a majority Democratic Supreme Court, but the Georgia Republican General Assembly and the Georgia Republican governor 2017, 2018 expanded the court so the Republicans could flip the balance of the court. So even if I grant you Utah, I also have Arizona and Georgia as trump cards here. Now, again, you can still reject and say, okay, fair enough, but I think you'd be forced to concede. Republicans are demanding that Democrats behave in ways that Republicans behave, or that Democrats do not behave in ways that Republicans do all the time for partisan edge. So you would agree that their complaints are immaterial, right? They're just hypocrites looking for partisan political advantage.
I mean, certainly many of them are. I don't dispute that. I don't know as much about the Georgia or Arizona cases because I read up on the Utah case specifically just yesterday. What I would say is that if they did,
oh shit, wait, never mind. We'll finish this. Sorry.
Simply pack their state Supreme Courts. To me, that gets into the territory of something that is so disgraceful and such an attack on our system of government that it is too morally destructive and wrong to justify doing it just because the other side did. I mean, do you dispute that if Democrats retake everything in 2028, pack the Supreme Court with 4 additional justices, and then it swings again in 4 years, that Republicans will pack it with 6 more? And that then when it swings again in 4 years, Democrats will pack it with 8 more. And before you know it, within our lifetimes, you'll have 50 or 100 Supreme Court justices. It will lose any semblance of legitimacy, and presidents will just start disregarding its rulings. I mean, do you acknowledge that that is at least a very significantly likely outcome, and you just think it's worth it, or do you dispute that that's an outcome at all?
I acknowledge quite a bit of that. Let me tell you although I would say, if that were to happen, I would say my friend Brad here would tell Republicans, just because the Democrats didn't, you're not entitled to pack the court. So I would just say that. My buddy Brad says, you guys can't retaliate because we packed it. Packing is a moral red line. That's a joke. I would just use
I
your
would
words
tell them
against
that, but they wouldn't listen.
They wouldn't listen. But I do take your point that, and I've acknowledged this too, because a lot of people, that's the common rejoinder is, okay, well, if you do this, Republicans will do this too. And my point is, the only reason that we don't have a packed court now is because it already advantages the Republican Party. I 100% believe that if the Democratic Party had enjoyed a liberal majority, let alone a liberal supermajority, through either perfectly constitutional and norm
okay, wait. I feel like there's not much disagreement here.
Approving ends, or even the way that Mitch McConnell did it, Republicans would have already packed the court. So I'm not so
Can I
much
address
concerned.
that though?
Sure.
Because my entire life coming up in the conservative movement and media ecosystem, until a few years ago when they changed it, conservatives were distraught about Roe v. Wade. It was the number one animating issue in conservative media and in Republican politics.
Wait, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while I finish this. Hold on.
That the Supreme Court imposed abortion on the entire country, and there was this moral monstrosity. And we don't need to get into this, but I actually agree that the actual case itself, Roe v. Wade, was very flimsy legally, and they wanted to overturn it. That was genuinely a motivating, more than almost any other single issue, the conservative movement. And yet for all the decades on which nationwide abortion access was imposed on red states against their will, there was never any serious push or movement. I know you can find a couple of Republican senators mentioned it here or there, but there was never any serious momentum towards packing the Supreme Court, even though they felt they were having liberalism on the most consequential thing imaginable. Now, I know you disagree with them, but they view it as the murder of babies imposed on them, and they still did not pack the court.
Well, that's because previous versions of the Republican Party were less radical about sort of institutional reforms. We've seen escalation over the past 30 years. So where the Republican Party is now, I would certainly concede that 20 years ago, I would be less confident that the Republican Party would have packed the Supreme Court 20 years ago or 30 years ago. What we've seen over time, starting with Newt Gingrich and then going through Mitch McConnell and now in the age of Donald Trump, a Republican Party that's increasingly aggressive about breaking norms and breaking rules and twisting norms and twisting rules to entrench partisan advantage. When Obama left office, 50% of all blocks or filibusters of judicial and executive nominees, 50% in the history of this country occurred during the 2 years of the Obama administration by Republicans. And so I would totally agree that, Reagan-era Republicans or perhaps even Gingrich-era Republicans were not so eager to just pack the court, but they were also working a very long process to reshape the federal judiciary, including the Supreme Court, and have been wildly successful. So again, I take your point that those
Why haven't they gotten rid of the filibuster? That's my question, because President Trump has demanded it. Republicans want the SAVE Act and other legislation put through. And while I agree they certainly are willing, this modern MAGA Republican Party, to dispense with some norms and some safeguards and some institutional damage, absolutely, and I've spoken out against a lot of it, I don't believe that they would just go code nuclear, code totally red, destroy everything. there's at least enough of a holdout that they can't even get rid of the legislative filibuster. Yet you're saying if the shoe was on the other foot, they'd be able to pack the Supreme Court.
Because
why that seems far-fetched?
No, I think it does if you just glance at it superficially, but if you actually examine, I think it makes perfect sense. So does the filibuster existing protect Republicans more or Democrats more?
I think it locks in the status quo more.
I feel like it helps Republicans more.
Republicans, right? Republicans would favor the status quo. John Thune has conceded this. There's a reason when John Thune is asked about the filibuster. Look, he says, number one, we don't have the votes, and number two, getting rid of the filibuster would hurt us a hell of a lot more than the Democrats. He says the Democrats,
I think that's probably true.
Right. So what do the Republicans collectively care about and have at the federal level? Judicial nominees and tax cuts. You don't need the filibuster to do your tax cuts. You can do that with budget reconciliation, 51 votes. So you don't need to break the filibuster for that. Judicial nominees, the filibuster has already been broken. So the one thing that Mitch McConnell needed the filibuster to be broken for, he broke it. The Supreme Court. McConnell did that. Look, the Founding Fathers intended the Supreme Court to be the weakest branch. Not impotent, but the weakest. Weaker than the president and certainly weaker than Congress. Like there's this canard that we have 3 co-equal branches. We don't. We have 3 coordinate branches, and Congress was always intended to be the most powerful. They're the final hand on top.
Quaint, though. That's quaint now.
It's quaint now because in so many ways they've just totally ceded their authority. I mean, especially under Trump, but in certain respects going back decades. And I would argue in some ways we've inverted this, and the Supreme Court is actually the most powerful branch in certain respects. It's the least active, but when it intervenes, it can tell the other 2 branches no, and we're just supposed to say, okay, I guess. As corrupt as Donald Trump is, and he's objectively the most corrupt president in American history, and anytime I hear a Republican bitch about Hunter Biden, I'm thinking, shut the fuck up, because Donald Trump does something every goddamn day that's infinitely worse than the most maximal interpretation of Hunter Biden, which I'm sure you would concede. But at least Trump was elected. Like, I can at least say that. Like, at least the American people, there was a democratic accountability, a democratic accounting. People knew that Trump was corrupt and they had a say in that. The Supreme Court is supposed to be insulated from that, and they're not supposed to be subject to the checks of that we ascribe to the political branches. But the increasing perception is that they are political. Because I view the court so cynically, and so do other Americans, I want the Democratic Party to start playing the game like Republicans. I understand you're worried about the ratchet effect.
If it blows it up entirely in the end, you're okay with it.
I would rather have a Supreme Court that rules with the
I don't know, this thing you keep hearing this time. What if it all goes so wrong? What if it all blows up at the end? What if everything is completely fucked? And it's like, well, what are some examples of everything going completely wrong? Like a Supreme Court run amok that is completely axing huge parts of legislation that we've had like 40 years of case law on. Would it be the president deciding that he's above like all forms of criminal prosecution? Would it be the president coordinating with his own executive offices to award huge sums of money to people that have committed crimes on his behalf? Would it be the president ignoring Congress at their most fundamental, duties and powers, like the ability to regulate us being at war after 60 days, or, they have to be clued in on for invasions, something like these, like all the bad things that you can even hypothesize have at least already come true. If not, well, truly, we're way, 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 way beyond that. I find this argument of like, why aren't you worried that things will get really fucked? I just don't find that argument very compelling. And I feel like it underplays or downplays how unbelievably fucked the status quo is right now.
Democrats 50% of the time, or that is a liberal majority court 50% of the time, then 0% of the time. That's what I would say. Because
but you don't acknowledge that there's a chance we just functionally no longer have a Supreme Court at all.
I believe, and this is you asked this earlier, and you said that, would it lose its legitimacy and would people start disregarding rulings? Yes, I think that that's a risk, but I also believe that's a risk if there's ever a liberal majority court again. I do believe that many Republican politicians and commentators feel entitled to a permanent conservative court. There are commentators out there, Bonchi, a couple of others, Christian Heinens, like major Twitter users and Twitter pundits, who have said things which led me to believe that if the court changes for any reason, that they will not accept a liberal majority court. If we have the power to do it, if Republicans have done it at the state level, if Republicans have also changed the size of the court in recent memory, again, they shrank the court effectively to 8 for over a year by denying President Obama's nominee. It went from 9 to 8 from the time between Scalia's death to Neil Gorsuch's nomination.
I mean, that's a matter of months. It's a temporary vacancy. It's not fundamentally changing the number of justices.
But my point is, to me, what do you mean fundamentally?
Like long term, it's just temporary.
I understand.
Couldn't change the number of justices.
It went from 9 to 8. The court functionally changed. Not a few months, a year, more than a year.
Yeah, but that was temporary. That's a pretty big difference between changing the size of the court to 13.
What if I'm trying to think, so would it be okay if Democrats expanded the court to 13 for a year and got through a bunch of major legislation to pass through judicial review and then shrank the court back down?
No,
again?
but I think if they try to nominate a Republican appointed justice and Democrats, after they take maybe the Senate, if they leave it at 8 justices for a year or two, that would be perfectly justified. But no, I don't want this tit for tat escalation that destroys.
Like we always have to follow in their footsteps, right?
The Supreme Court as we know it. I think it's an important branch of government and a check on government power, and it will turn into a joke. It will have a 100-body Supreme Court. People and presidents will just blatantly disregard its rulings in our lifetime.
Well, like I said, I definitely understand your concern, but from a liberal's perspective, it's like I've already seen Republicans play a game with state Supreme Courts and the federal Supreme Court, and I'm a firm believer. I do believe in political self-defense. I believe that the only way you can teach the Republican Party to not do what Mitch McConnell did and to not do what they did in Utah and Georgia and other places is to show that the Democrats are willing to do it too. I love this conversation, man. Again, we could talk about so many things. Folks, please be sure to check out Brad versus the World, Brad Polumbo, and then what was the third? YouTube
Normal
channel?
Gaze. That's
Normal
just
Gaze?
very unserious comedy podcast that we do as
Is it
well.
a pun? Is it Gaze or Gays?
Gays.
Got it. Okay, so perfect. Please be sure to check that out. I'll include those in the links. Brad, seriously, thank you so much. And again, I want to reiterate,
Thank you.
You are one of a very few number of conservative center-right commentators that I respect because you try to be as consistent as possible and you try to take the arguments in good faith. So good luck with what you're doing.
I appreciate you.
Okay. Well, this was not a crazy disagreement. What is the drama going on here? Average debate enjoyer was right about everything. Soon as my platform starts taking off, the Pondering and Wick TV no longer are willing to risk me blowing the left out in debates. Cowards. How can you have a debate on court packing with 4 lefties? By the way, at Pisco Liddy, excluding you from the above, we disagree on many things, but you are not a coward. Josiah quote tweeted, "Holy shit, where to begin? 1, the host picks the guests. 2, I'm not the host. I'm a guest who's publicly sparred with you multiple times. 3, the host, Wick, has invited you to panels before. 4, at no point did Wick and I discuss or even mention you to each other. 5, you could have just DM'd me on Twitter or Discord if you had any questions or suspicions. 6, your reaction was genuinely shockingly psychotic, especially your 15-minute live stream rant that was sent to me." Wait, is there a link to that? "Proving your transformation into outright MAGA hack is nearly complete. Bad faith, conspiratorial, deranged, dishonest, and completely fucking wrong, LeMayo." 7, I was just going to leave this on read, but I just realized you'll try to talk to me if Wick opens up the panel on Tuesday. So to clarify, this post is the last time I'll directly engage with you. Your meltdown was much too bad faith and creepy for what little respect I had left for you. Yikes emoji. Yikes face emoji. Uh-oh. Ryan is incredibly good faith and level-headed. I've known him for a long time. Furthermore, as a lawyer, he knows that coming off as crazy or unhinged is totally damaging to his persuasive ability, so he'd go out of his way to avoid this. He's trained to be professional in debate. Wait. Dude, I'm so schizo. Is this not like Taylor Lorenz? You're accusing me of doing things that I wouldn't even be able to do because I'm a journalist and we have an ethics board somewhere or something that makes it so we can't even act unethically. It's not possible. He's trained to be professional in debate. Your tactics of smearing him so you can avoid him fool absolutely no one. He'd demolish you. You know it. I know it. Ryan knows it. Holy shit. Darwin to Jesus, lifelong atheist, who found Jesus Christ, husband and father, exposing the lies and fallacies of atheism, proclaiming the truth of Christianity. Jesus Christ. Who the fuck are these people? Counterpoint.
Don't get used to it. There's going to be a lot of law and politics coming up. Law and order. On Tuesday, I am so pissed about this. I'm like really, really, really pissed about this. I was told Wick had me waiting in the wings.
Hold on. Wait a second. Just a second. Come with me, okay? A little bit, like, could be distant relatives. Does he look a little like Jeremy? Just like a tad, tiny bit, with like different facial hair?
To do a debate, as I said, me and some other attorney, a lefty attorney, against
100%. I see 99% of chat is agreeing with me. Thank you.
Pisco and Josiah on court packing. Wick bumped me for fucking Connor. And now, here's the thing. Why did Wick bump me for Connor? Is it because Connor's going through a hard time? Maybe.
What?
Is it because Josiah didn't want to get blown the fuck out? Almost certainly. Almost certainly it's because Josiah didn't want to get blown the fuck out. And here's the thing about this. Obviously, there's Pisco and there's Josiah on this team. Pisco and Josiah are both on this team. So why am I focusing on Josiah? Pisco is many things, and I disagree with Pisco about many things. Pisco is not a coward. Pisco's not a coward. Pisco has shown up to debate me. I've blown him the fuck out, but he showed up to debate me, and he went on and got like, you know, he makes the arguments. He's not a coward. He's combative. He's a smart guy. He's an attorney. I, in my heart of hearts, don't think Pisco would say, I don't want Ryan on the show. I don't think he'd do it. I don't think he'd do it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've judged him incorrectly, but I don't think he'd do that because I think Pisco does want the smoke. I don't think he's scared. Josiah, on the other hand, has said that he would not debate me unless he had a lawyer with him because he's worried about the optics. He's worried about getting blown up. Josiah, I've spoken to Josiah a few times. Every time we do it, and this is before I had my own channel, he would record it. He would record the conversation, but then he wouldn't release it. Or he'd release it way later with a bunch of excuses because he wouldn't want me to show up and make good points because Josiah is a partisan and he's a pundit. He's not a debater. He's not an attorney, certainly. Josiah used to respond to me on X all the time.
Wick literally said today it was a scheduling issue. He's fucking insane. He literally does streams with potentially criminal. Some insane fucking lawyer with the most racist fucking fan base on YouTube. Ryan fell the fuck. Potentially criminal is the Kiwi Farms lawyer. He covers my stuff sometimes. He's like 50-50, kind of wacky, kind of on point. I don't know. I think he's a big memer.
Me and Josiah used to have back and forths all the time. When the channel started growing, Josiah stopped responding to me. Josiah stopped responding to any messages I put on X. He doesn't respond when I post in his threads. He used to always respond to me, but that was because it was risk-free. Now I have a platform and he doesn't want to platform me. So this is my theory. I think, and Wick, by the way, took the fall. I said I was pissed about this. Wick said it was his fault. But here's what I think happened. I think, Wick said, hey, it's going to be these two attorneys, this one guy and Ryan versus Josiah and Pisco. I think Pisco said, okay, let's do it. I don't think Pisco's a pussy. I don't think he's a coward. And I think Josiah said, I don't.
Check out the video titles. Destiny doesn't know anything about the law. True.
Want to debate Ryan. I don't want to get blown the fuck out on this. My core issue. This is all Josiah's been talking about. He knows I'm going to make him look like a fucking clown. And I don't think he wants to platform me. I don't think he wants the platform to grow. I don't think that he is willing to take the risk. And I think that Josiah feels like, okay, let's look at the debate now. It's going to be Josiah and Pisco versus a Democrat lawyer, not even a Republican lawyer, a Democrat lawyer and Connor, who's been leaning left hard. So they're not even debating. They don't even have an honest to God right-winger on the panel. They don't even have an honest to God right-winger on the panel. It's just like two left-leaners, four.
Wait, does he admit he's a right winger now, or was he always? I don't remember. I mix up some of these guys who are like, oh, I'm not right. I'm actually generally left.
We're Democrats arguing about Democrat court packing. It's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. And you should tell Wick I said so and tell Josiah I said so.
Damn.
And clip this shit and let them know because honestly,
got him.
This pissed me off.
Whoa.
This pissed me off. And I told Wick I'd be talking shit about this, so I'm not going behind his back. I told Wick I'd be talking shit about this because if you wanted to have a real debate about court packing, which is a really serious issue, and by the way, Wick's opposed to court packing. For all our disagreements, Wick's on my side on this one. Wick thinks, is there somebody on the right that you think is better positioned to debate this topic than me? I can't think.
What is he mad about for this?
And we're going to be taking a look at a friend of the stream, Destiny. Destiny's my buddy. He and I always chatting. Have a great cordial relationship, me and him. And we'll see whether or not Destiny's legal takes make any sense. So let's, with that, take it away, Destiny. Show us what you got.
I don't know, would these be considered interlocutory appeals? Basically, they can enjoin or they can stay or they can make these preliminary rulings on these lower cases before the case.
I can't do Destiny at 1.25. I just can't. If he talks too fast. It's going to have to be one. I can't do 1.25. I can't understand a fucking word he's saying.
Cases of even the court trying to join somebody these days is considered an interlocutory appeal. These are all words that you should know. I think I'm listening to you at 1.5 and I heard myself at what? Okay, sorry. Oh boy. All right. Okay. Here we go. Okay.
Made their way up properly to the Supreme Court. And I think there's a world where somebody in chat said, Destiny, the shadow docket is a completely normal procedure that lives our brain broken about. I literally voted for Kamala, but the hysteria around that is unfounded.
His chatter is completely correct. The shadow docket is a very normal procedure. Let's see what Destiny says about the shadow docket.
I think that there's a world where maybe shadow docket stuff is okay, but the problem is that it seems like what it's become is an incredibly partisan tool for justices to make rulings, really early rulings, about cases that haven't even really gotten up to them yet, that they probably shouldn't have a say over, in cases that clearly aren't an emergency, is the issue.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, the reason why the shadow docket, quote unquote shadow docket, is just a branding issue. It's not actually a serious problem. Regular cases go up to the Supreme Court like this. You go to case, the judge makes a ruling. That's at the district court level. You appeal it to the circuit court level. They make a ruling. You appeal that to the Supreme Court level. They decide. That's a regular case. But sorry, whenever I do the hand gestures, the fucking camera gets blurred. But in some cases, there's a temporary relief given, like an injunction. There's something that happens before the case is decided. There's early relief. When a case goes up to the Supreme Court on a early relief, on an injunction that comes early in the case, you can still, in some cases, appeal it. But it's not an on the merits decision. And when that reaches the Supreme Court, they sometimes decide it without giving a full opinion, which they have always done and typically do. The fascination with this, you can still, in some cases, appeal it, but it's not.
If a temporary restraining order request, preliminary temporary restraining order request got up to the Supreme Court via the shadow docket and they approved it, how would you be able to shadow docket appeal a shadow docket? Maybe you could. I don't know. It'd be interesting if you cited an example of this. I have a feeling you won't, but whatever.
An on the merits decision. And when that reaches the Supreme Court, they sometimes decide it without giving a full opinion, which they have always done and typically do. In the case, you can still, in some cases, appeal it, but it's not an on the merits decision. And when that reaches the Supreme Court, they sometimes decide it without giving a full opinion, which they have always done and typically do.
This was the weirdest phrasing, on the merits decision. I mean, like, I guess I kind of understand, like, preliminary stuff is going to be less focused on the merits because it hasn't been debated as much, because it hasn't made its way up through the lower courts. I don't even know. I don't even know what he just said here. I don't know what he just said meaningfully here. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe I was a retard, I guess. I'm not actually, but whatever.
The fascination with this as a partisan tool is an invention of modern media. This is a very standard practice. The Supreme Court's been doing it forever. This is not a weird thing. It's just a thing that people are currently branding as a problem.
So like the shadow docket stuff that was leaked on the New York Times basically had to do with an EPA rule that was going through. Okay. So in our body of things, okay, remember, all right, I repeat this stuff for you guys just as much as myself, okay? You have the Constitution, okay? And that makes for Congress, okay? And then Congress can pass laws, all right? Laws or statutes, if you wish, if you will, okay? Okay, and then from there, we have the president / the executive who executes the laws. And one of the ways that they execute the laws is through rules, okay? So if you see something say this is a federal rule, a rule.
That's for an executive agency. What he's describing is that Congress creates an agency through laws. The laws are then articulated by the agency. And in this example, the agency is an executive agency, which is why the executive branch is articulating the rules. There's other agencies that are not inherently executive, but he's describing the executive agency.
Okay, that's not a law. That's the executive carrying out the law. Okay, so the Constitution, okay, gives the power to Congress to create statutes or laws that the executive will interpret how it will, and it'll create rules from those laws. Okay, so there was a new EPA rule that was going into effect, and some people.
You guys know this shit, right? Like,
then skip it.
Like, no, be honest right now. Like, is this new information for anybody? Because I'm trying to figure out, like, do I need to be like really explaining some very basic stuff? Because I would not have thought that chat needed this explanation. But if this explanation is helpful, I can do this shit. I can do this shit.
Okay. Well, we're suing the executive. They were suing the United States saying, we don't believe that the reading of this rule is fair. You're forcing us to change something in a way that we don't think is okay. And what happened is while that case was going on, I don't even know if there was an appeal or not, but Roberts basically decided that this case that's happening right now, I think that these guys are making a good point. I think that there's a risk of irreparable harm if this rule goes through too fast. We're going to go ahead and we're going to issue, I think it would be an injunction, right? It wouldn't be a stay on government. I think they enjoined the government from carrying out that rule. The rationale was, the bad part was the rationale was crazy. Oh, fuck, you have to dive into so many different topics. The rationale that Roberts used here was dog shit. How do you pronounce the guy's name? Is it Bayer or Breyer? Stephen Breyer wrote a response. And he was like, Roberts, I think that you're kind of fucking retarded here, bro. Maybe we should just do this. Wouldn't this make way more sense? I think most of the other people agreed. I think Alito or somebody came out and slurped up some shit. And then there was one other justice whose name I don't remember who slurped up some shit. And then the Supreme Court shut down this federal rule out of nowhere. And then it basically remained shut down for like 3 or 4 years. And then I think by the time it even got to the Supreme Court, eventually when they go to rule on like this new case in front of the Supreme Court, they go to rule on the prior rule that they'd already enjoined the government again. And then it was just bullshit. All of this procedurally is just fucking is whack. Oh, is it?
So Destiny, as you can tell, doesn't know very much about the case he's talking about and doesn't have any of the specifics. He's just telling you this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, which I'm sure his audience eats up. But
so we read all of the emails literally on stream. I'm sure Ryan is going to dive into the details of the case. I hope to see him. Maybe I was incorrect on something. We'll see if he gets into it. But okay, I didn't want to re-go through like every single part of the underlying thing here was not relevant to the example that we were bringing up here. But okay, go ahead. Let's hear. Maybe I was wrong or something. Tell me.
But if you don't know why the rationale is bullshit and you can't explain it, nobody should take you seriously because you're just giving an unsupported opinion.
I'm not justifying every single thing I'm saying right now. Do I have to go back and talk about every single part of the thing? The reason why, in my opinion, the rationale was bullshit was because Roberts thought that this was appropriate to enjoin the government for doing this action because he was saying that there would be the threat of irreparable harm, which is generally a burden that you need to meet for preliminary things like temporary restraining orders or a preliminary injunction. You have to meet this threshold, this burden showing that there will be irreparable harm, meaning the damage will be so great to you that you will not be able to be made whole again, even if you win your court case. So you've destroyed the whole purpose of the court, right? And the Roberts agreed there's going to be irreparable harm if this rule is allowed to go through. But everybody else in these emails was pointing out, well, hold on. One, irreparable harm, they're dollar damages. By definition, we can award dollar rewards. How are we saying there's irreparable harm? Number one. Number two, the federal government literally created like this multi-year carve-out for these corporations to go through where they could, I believe it was the state could petition the federal government for 2 years of time, or the, I think that was one way through it. They also had these court cases that were going through. And this is what, is it Bayer? Fuck, I should know the name of the judge, was pointing out to Roberts, who's like, well, it seems like there's already remedies for these people in place. Keep in mind, preliminary orders from courts are extraordinary things. A temporary restraining order, a preliminary injunction, these are extraordinary things. And this is skipping the ordinary line of command. It's shadow docking its way from the lower district court all the way up to the Supreme Court, which is also an extraordinary thing. So there's an extraordinary thing of an extraordinary thing. For why? To prevent the irreparable harm of some monetary damages? That's not definitionally, ordinarily considered irreparable ever. And the other justices in emails, by the way, brought these points up. I know that because I read them. So I can explain it if you want, but I mean, I wasn't explaining every single part of this while I was just trying to catch up people on why I had an issue related to the whatever the chakra docket thing or whatever it was. But my bad, I guess. Okay. It's Breyer, my bad.
So there's that. I do urge you, if somebody's criticizing a legal ruling, if they can't give you an explanation, ignore them. Right? They have to provide an argument. If they don't have an argument, it's just opinion. What Stephen is describing somewhat ineptly is that in a case where an agency is doing something that someone thinks is illegal, they would go to a district court and say, district court, we want an injunction to prevent the agency from doing this illegal thing. In this case, in the case of this EPA rule, his description was pretty muddled, so I'm not exactly positive what he's talking about, but I think he's talking about the 2016 case, West Virginia v. EPA, because he's talking about the EPA, and this is the case that people talk about as the birth of the modern shadow docket.
Is he not even aware of the leaked emails? Was he criticizing me for I didn't read this underlying case. To be fair, I didn't. But I think I quoted the leaked emails. This is what everybody was all up in arms about. And I thought it was kind of disgusting. Is he not aware of that New York Times story? I thought that story was a pretty big deal. It would be kind of crazy for him to blast me on not reading the case when he's not aware of the pretty big media reporting on this, especially because it's considered, my understanding is it's considered exceptionally rare to ever get internal writings from Supreme Court justices. My understanding is that is an exceptionally rare thing, such that when that kind of stuff is leaked, I think people start looking at actual Supreme Court justices themselves as having been the ones that leaked it. It's considered that exceptional of a thing. So it's a little surprising that he didn't hear about any of that reporting. Then again, I think it kind of cut against conservatives. So maybe his funnel, maybe he just didn't get any of that in his social media feed. Who the fuck knows?
So what happened there was that at the district court level, there's a suit for an injunction. They're claiming that the EPA's rule is unconstitutional or otherwise problematic. Keep in mind that the Biden administration was using the EPA to essentially shut down the entire coal industry in the country. That's what the Biden administration was doing.
As per your opinion, that wasn't the opinion of the Biden admin. And the opinion of the Biden admin was that they were enacting a rule that they had constitutional authority to do so based on a statute passed by Congress. That's what the court case was about. I see that you've already prejudged it, though. Good for you.
They were passing a rule that would shut down the entire coal industry, and this was obviously litigated. Now, it gets appealed.
Good faith, by the way, good faith summary of that case, by the way. Good faith summary of that. Would have shut down the entire coal industry. Good job. Good faith.
And it's going up to the circuit court because they're appealing to say to the circuit court, hey, circuit court, we think that if the district court didn't give us an injunction, circuit court, if you don't give us an injunction, the coal industry is going to suffer irreparable harm because we're going to get shut down and then we're going to be in litigation for 2 or 3 years. By the time this gets decided, the industry's already cooked. So please do something to help us now. The Supreme Court reaches down and takes the appeal and says, yes, coal industry, you're likely to win. What the Biden administration is doing is a violation of major questions doctrine, but they weren't deciding the merits, so they didn't actually decide the entire case. They just said the injunction is a good idea, and then they sent it back down. So it's a purely procedural issue. There was an injunction that was pending. It was going to be litigated for a long time. There's going to be irreparable harm to the coal industry. So the Supreme Court stepped in and solved with finality that the injunction can be granted. That way the coal industry wouldn't get neutered while litigation proceeded. This is all that Destiny's talking about.
You have to show the likelihood of irreparable harm
And you have to show a likelihood to succeed on the merits for a preliminary injunction to be granted. I always forget one of them, but there are 4 things that you need to show for a preliminary injunction. You need to show a likelihood of success on the merits, that the whoever is applying for the movement or whatever is likely to succeed on the merits. You have to show that there's a risk of irreparable harm, if not for the granting of the injunction. You have to show that there is there's like a public balance of equities, and I think you have to show that you're not disproportionately harming the other side. I always mix up these last 2. I don't remember them. But the irreparable harm one is the big standard that I don't think was adequately met here at all. And I think that Breyer said as much in his reply to Roberts, and I don't feel like Roberts ever really gave a response to that. Because, yeah, I don't know.
Makes it sound very colorful, but it's not exactly it's not exactly this nefarious scheme in the way he's describing. Blasterbot with the 5 natural law memberships. Look at that. Blasterbot, always a G, always a dinosaur lover. Blasterbot, appreciate you stopping by. Thank you, my friend. And thank you to those dinosaur enthusiasts blessed with Blasterbot's generosity. Anyway, let's see where Destiny's going with this.
Oh, wait, it's Michael Breyer's, not Stephen Breyer's. What Supreme Court Justice was Stephen something? Who am I thinking of? Or is it Stephen Bayer?
I don't fuck their names.
Or was that Mike from PA's name and you're just wasting my time by tagging me with some retarded fucking
Good one!
I should ban you. You're lucky you have a flare.
Okay, he's getting one guy.
It was just crazy. Can another justice overrule or revoke?
It was just crazy. This is what I mean. Like a lot of the legal analysis that you get on, like when you go on X and you hear people saying retarded things and you're like, where the fuck are they getting this opinion from? It's because they're getting legal analysis that comes with this quality, right? He doesn't know the case. He doesn't know the name.
We read all the, I'm not re-going over all of the emails that we read. Like the only reason I'm kind of skimming over this is because we already read through, we already read all of these. Yeah, I'm not going to bring up blah, 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 blah. I'll read, Breyer's response. Fuck, this isn't the one. There's a link to the actual emails themselves. I didn't even read the fucking New York Times summary because I don't want the summary. I just wanted the emails themselves. It's not even that long of a read. I think it was like less than 20 minutes. I'm not a robot. God damn it. Stop accusing me. I can't believe I'm getting one guide by a guy who didn't even read the emails, accusing me of not reading the emails. I'm getting one guide right now, but he's one guying me. Fuck. I thought this reply was short and sweet. I feel like it was a good reply. I don't think there was ever really a response to it because Roberts just does what Roberts does. I would issue an order in these applications along the following lines. Stephen Breyer, this was his response. Applications for stays having been submitted to the Chief Justice and by him referred to the court denies the applications with the following qualifications. Any state that, after submitting a request for an extension consistent with that described on page 59 of the Solicitor General's memorandum, does not receive such an extension may renew its application for a stay with this court. So the federal government had already built in a place where they could say, listen, if you need an extension on this, you need to wait to maybe for this to go through the courts or you need more time to comply or whatever, then you can have a process. There was a multi-year delay on this that was built in, and I'm assuming that the Solicitor General brought this up when they were arguing this case. It was on page 59 of his thing. If you don't receive that extension, then fine. Come back to the Supreme Court and we'll issue you a stay. That seems reasonable, right? Any party may renew its application for a stay after the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit has issued its decision, which is how the ordinary chain is supposed to go. District Court, Circuit Court, Supreme Court. Stephen Breyer, Justice Breyer says, I prefer this temporizing order to a grant of these stays for several reasons. First, it is unusual for this court to issue a stay of an agency's order during the time that the Court of Appeals is considering its lawfulness. The Court of Appeals hadn't made their decision yet. So why does the Supreme Court need to jump in here? Second, issuance of the order may may prematurely suggest a view on the merits of questions that now seem difficult. We do not yet have the Court of Appeals' view of the matter. Remember, the Supreme Court is not supposed to take a first pass at things. It's supposed to let these lower courts decide first. Once those judges have made their rulings, have looked into things, analyzed all the facts, given their legal review, and then issued a ruling, then the Supreme Court can consider all of the underlying stuff and then take their pass at it based on what the lower courts have ruled.
when you're issuing, this is why I didn't like him. I'm sorry. This is earlier why I didn't like him saying they didn't take a merits-based approach. When you're issuing preliminary orders, you are considering the merits of the case. I think even for a stay, definitely for a preliminary injunction, a likelihood of success on the merits is necessary to issue that preliminary injunction. And for the Supreme Court to come in and issue that before the lower court has even made a decision on that, it kind of, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, pokes the lower court for them to have a certain decision that's not appropriate for the Supreme Court to be signaling on yet. The Supreme Court hasn't taken a full view of this case like the lower courts have. It would be inappropriate. In my opinion, Breyer is correct here. We do not yet have the Court of Appeals view of the matter. Third, it is difficult at this point to say that the absence of a stay will cause irreparable harm. One of the 4 elements, you have to show this for preliminary injunctions. With respect to the private applicants, the order does not require any company to take action for 6 years. If they lose in the Court of Appeals, they may ask us for a stay then. While I concede that advanced planning may be necessary, I do not see how a few extra months will make a significant difference. With respect to the states, the Solicitor General points out that to receive from the EPA a 2-year extension of the current September 2016 deadline until September 2018, a state need only identify the approaches, if any, under consideration, describe opportunities, if any, for public input, and explain why the state requires additional time. Allowing the EPA to entertain such requests in the first instance has the virtue of allowing the agency to proceed with those aspects of the rule that are not challenged here, as well as giving the EPA the opportunity to respond to requests for an extended deadline in the first instance. Remember, you don't want to issue these preliminary things from courts. These are exceptional matters. If there are already processes and procedures that are built into the executive rule and stuff below, let that play out first. Let it play out first. You don't need to come in and do something exceptional. If the EPA grants the requests, we'll have more than enough time to hear and decide the matter. If the EPA denies the applicants' requests, then they can quickly return to us. Moreover, all of the applicants remain free to renew their applications for a stay when the DC Circuit issues its decision, which it has agreed to do on an expedited basis. I thought this was extremely reasonable. Nobody down here really, in my opinion, responds substantively to it. But it's a little annoying that his summary of this whole injunction was like, the EPA was trying to destroy all coal in the United States, so the Supreme Court stopped them. Like, okay, my dude, whatever, okay.
Like when you go on X and you hear people saying retarded things and you're like, where the fuck are they getting this opinion from? It's because they're getting legal analysis that comes with this quality, right? He doesn't know the case. He doesn't know the names of anybody involved. He doesn't know what happened or why it happened, but he knows it was very bad.
Oh, hold on. You're saying it would be really bad for me to have commentary on a thing where I don't really know the details of what's going on and I don't really know what's happening? That would be really bad. Imagine now if you had a fucking Supreme Court issuing preliminary rulings on cases without having any of the facts in front of them. Imagine how fucked that would be. How crazy would that be that they haven't even had the consideration of the lower courts? Wouldn't that be like monumentally worse than a retard on YouTube making opinions about it rather than the Supreme Court issuing rulings on it? Maybe.
He knows it was very bad, and you should all be alarmed.
True.
Now, look, do I think that you could have an interesting debate about the shadow docket? Yeah. I think me and Pisco could have a great debate about the shadow docket because Pisco knows what he's talking about with the law. He's wrong. Pisco's wrong a lot, but he's a lawyer and he's competent to have the conversation. There's a difference between that and this, is my point.
Okay.
Like, I disagree with Pisco, but we both can at least approach the topic with some amount of rigor and give the viewers some information, have them learn something. Here, he's just saying random shit. But it's bad. He knows it's bad.
The shadow docket ruling of another. So I believe that the way that it works is that one justice is allowed to issue a preliminary ruling based on a shadow docket thing. If the justice wants, though, they can submit it to the rest of the court, I think, for a ruling on it, I believe. This professor wrote the paper arguing that Trump was banned from the 14th Amendment. He just wrote a short explanation of the shadow docket. What a bunch of what a waste of time reading anything from this guy. Bod? This guy, number one fucking loser. Actual fucking clown.
Uh-oh.
I wasted my fucking...
He's about to get triggered right now.
Time reading. Him and another law professor, Paulson, wrote this like 120-page paper on why Trump should be banned based on the 14th Amendment. But they didn't spend any time in their paper considering how inconvenient it would be, which was what the Supreme Court decision boiled down to. It would be really inconvenient. So the Supreme Court wiped away Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Oh, he's about to get mega triggered on that one.
Fuck this, actually. It would be really inconvenient to do this.
So now... Now Stephen is complaining about a different topic. He's complaining that this law professor at the University of Chicago, who wrote a paper saying that it would be possible, as I recall, his paper was arguing that you could get Trump off the ballot because, that he was an insurrectionist. This is what Colorado tried to do. They tried to get Trump off the ballot. And now Stephen's complaining that the Supreme Court ruled, and one of their bases for ruling was that they said, it turns out that it's a very, very bad idea to let states unilaterally decide who's on the presidential ballot. It's a very bad idea to have states just say, you know what, fuck it. We get to decide who gets to run for president, because then you might have, Texas taking Biden off the ballot, Colorado taking Trump off the ballot. Seems like a bad idea. And he's saying it's just inconvenient. He's downplaying it. Here's what Stephen's not talking about.
That's what they said. It's inconvenient. You just agreed it might be mighty inconvenient, but that's all it would be. It would be inconvenient. That's it.
It's a 9-0 decision. It was a 9-0 decision. The liberal justices and the conservative justices agreed on this point. So what is Stephen, in his infinite wisdom, saying here? Stephen saying that he knows better.
Holy appeal to authority, Batman. Like, sure, it was a 9-0 decision. I think it was going to be a 6-3 initially. This is the one where they released the PDF, and there was like metadata that showed that it looked like there were going to be 3. It was either concurring in parts or something where people were going to write more, and then they decided not to. I think it was still going to be a 9-0, but it was going to be like with 3 concurrents written to jerk us all off or something. But why not address the substance of what I've said? I'm sorry. Are we saying that if it's a mighty inconvenient part of the Constitution that we just don't enforce it?
What is Stephen, in his infinite wisdom, saying here? Stephen saying that he knows better what the law requires than a unanimous Supreme Court, the thing that the liberals and the conservatives agree upon. Not a partisan issue, unanimous Supreme Court. The 9 lawyers of the Supreme Court are 100%.
By the way, listen, I love you, but the 3 libs joined this because they were scared of some fucking insurrection shit. 1,000,000,000,000%. This might have even been the case. I think this was the one where Amy Coney Barrett wrote her concurrence, and didn't she say things like, we believe that the extra writings of the court should seek to turn down the temperature of the country, not turn up the temperature of the country. I'm pretty sure that the judges were worried about a fucking insurrection, an actual hardcore insurrection going on, or, like at the state level in multiple places, if they like allowed people to keep Trump off the ballot, and then it would be fucking over. So like, okay, hold on, okay. Let's just go. It's like when you have that brother who's complaining about like, I landed on free parking, I should get $20,000. Like, well, that's not actually the rules of monopoly, but your brother is also like weighs 250 pounds and he's autistic and low functioning. So you kind of like, okay, big brother, he gets the free parking money because I don't want to die, right? I'm pretty sure that was what that ruling was, but he could respond with substance to the point that I bring up, or maybe he just doesn't care to. Who knows? Who cares?
Consent on agreement. I don't exactly see what Stephen's point is here. Right?
My point is that I just don't think saying something would be mighty inconvenient. That just doesn't feel like a very good faith. I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know the... Fuck, I keep mixing it up. It's when the text is clear and unambiguous, and then you read the... is it the history, the legislative history or whatever, when it was passed, and then you do tradition? Maybe like mighty inconvenient is one of those things that's stuck somewhere. Maybe that's after 2. When the text is clear and unambiguous, if it's not, then you go on to the mighty inconvenient test. And if it's mighty inconvenient, then you throw it out, I guess. Is that...
Right? Like, if Stephen's going to argue that he's right and the unanimous Supreme Court is wrong...
Also, by the way, it would be crazy if states decided themselves, how to add people or not add people to the ballot. That's already how it goes! How do you think we determine? Do you think the federal government issues an age proclamation when somebody's 35? No, it's up to the states to determine that. They determine what counts as a valid birth certificate. They determine what counts as a valid age. They determine what counts as a, whatever on these things. It's their documentation that they accept. I've never heard of any federal rules issued that give guidelines to the states for how they're supposed to ascertain qualifications to be on the fucking ballot. Well, I don't know. Maybe the justices and me, we all missed that one too. Who knows?
Shouldn't he have to give you an argument for that? We'll see.
Didn't I say it? Or I'm going to, at least.
That's one.
I think I already said it, though, that it would be mighty inconvenient. That was a big part of their argument.
I wasn't super comfortable with that discussion. After all, isn't the election left to the authority of the states? Not really. It's part in part. But
states' rights, when we need some things, federalism, when we want other things. And by other things and some things, I mean whatever it's politically, partisanly convenient for us.
Federal government has a lot of control over federal elections, and there are parts of the 14th Amendment that talk about who can run and who cannot run for federal offices.
I'm not joking, and I'm not exaggerating. That was their chief rationale.
Let's speed this up because he's just spinning his wheels here.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Because I'm reading stuff? How fast do you want me to go? Jesus Christ.
I don't want to worry about it.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'll go faster for you. Quick!
Ooh, do I sense a crash out coming? He seems getting a little angsty.
What am I angsty for? What am I crashing out on?
Speeding up. Come on, get to the point, Destiny.
You see some of my work comparing current situations to 1930s Germany. Is that comment out of line for SCOTUS justice? No, because, someday we'll go back to the Nazi shit. Although maybe we won't have to. We'll just relive it. Germany was fractured, and Hitler had to do a lot of work to bring together different parties and to gain power in parliament to subvert the majority. They do all this wacky weird shit. The Supreme Court is doing wacky and weird shit, but they're doing it with a majority elected president. That's the big difference. Is that Donald Trump won the election as much as you can win it fair and square. So it's the amount of hoops that he has to jump through are so much less. That's why I don't like to compare. It's so much worse than the Nazi shit because he has so much popular authority granted to him. Sorry, not the parliament.
Okay. I'm not sure if you guys were tracking that particular argument. But here's Destiny's current argument. Destiny is
pretty sure I've said this exact same line for like a year or whatever, but okay.
now saying that, no, this is not like Nazi Germany, because here, Trump won an overwhelming victory in 2024 and was elected, and won majorities in both the House and the Senate. And because Trump is using power that was given to him in a democratic election, Destiny concludes that is, in fact, worse.
The funny thing is Ryan is just so fucking horny to disagree with me. Ryan would actually agree with me if he turned his brain on for a second. Like, let's assume there was like some authoritarian dictator that was trying to do something that you thought was really bad, like affirmative action. Because he said that, by the way, I'm not making this up, Ryan said that affirmative action was the single motivating thing for him to vote for a Republican over a Democrat, I think in the last election, okay? Let's say that a Democratic politician was trying to do affirmative action. Wouldn't it be like so much worse if they were doing that with like a Democratic majority at their back, that like so much the country seemed to be supporting this like horrendous thing in your eyes, versus like an authoritarian having to finagle leadership and finagle their way through a thing to pass it with like 20% approval, right? Like if over half the country was supporting this affirmative action thing, that's a much scarier concept. It's a much scarier thing to deal with than just like an authoritarian being a little tricky wicky, trying to do some things that are kind of sneaky. Right? Like he wouldn't even like disagree with this, but he has to disagree with every single fucking thing I say here. Okay.
It is worse when the other side wins power through elections. Interesting take.
Reichstag. Yeah, that's true. I hate it when the other side wins elections. You got me, buddy. Reichstag. So you're saying Supreme Court decisions were basically vibes? Yes, it was. It is. They are. They're all vibes. This is why I completely utterly reject.
True. They are.
Don't trigger me. Originalism, textualism, whatever. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. So Smashster in Kick Chat says, it's not that they wiped away Section 3. It's that Congress could make the law to call those.
Hold on.
Also, am I missing anything? He's called me out for my lack of legal analysis and everything so far. I feel like I've explained more legal stuff on this stream so far, more than he has. Has he explained anything? Did I miss it? Am I being... I guess he kind of explained some Shadow Dagger stuff. I feel like I'd already explained it. I feel like you actually a little bit. What am I watching this guy for? Okay, whatever. He just said you're wrong.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but he's getting a little bit one-guide. But
what does he think one-guide means? That every time you respond to chat, it's your one-guide? Why does he keep saying this? Is the second time he said this.
He just said law is vibes. Law is vibes. And because law is vibes, he rejects originalism and textualism.
True.
Now, let's carry that thought to its logical conclusion.
Okay.
If law is vibes, then what's the problem with packing the Supreme Court? It's just vibes.
Yeah, or like not allowing the president to put up his Supreme Court nominee for nomination, or to nominate one and then have that be voted on by the Senate, like what McConnell did, like with the Supreme Court when they operated with 8 members for over a year, right? That's kind of like vibing it out, right?
If law is vibes, then what's the problem with violating the Constitution? It's just vibes.
Isn't that what Trump has done over and over and over again? Violated the Constitution, and then the Supreme Court kind of sort of smacks his hand, but Trump has already gotten to reap all the rewards of violating the Constitution, like he's done with rejecting the War Powers Act, like he's done with abusing the Alien Enemies Act in order to ship Venezuelans off to fucking CCOT, like he's done with tariffing the entire fucking planet and then collecting over, what was it, $250 billion of tax receipts from the American public that we still have no way if we're ever even going to get that back. Isn't that kind of what he's doing? Isn't that like exactly what's happening? Like, isn't that literally exactly what's happening, kind of, baby?
If law is vibes, then what's the problem with taking away the people's rights? It's just vibes, man.
Like when Donald Trump has been issuing bullshit indictments to political people that he doesn't agree with, and he's using the Department of Justice to attack people, like when he started naming out specific law firms, basically shutting these places down or forcing them to play ball with the government, or like when he's trying to dictate curriculum to Columbia or Harvard, or how he's pressuring other states into actually bending to his political whim by cutting off emergency funding to these states, like how Colorado's Governor Polis just pardoned or granted clemency to Tina Peters, which was a state prosecution for a state-related issue that Donald Trump should have absolutely no say in whatsoever. I mean, like we could play this game all day. We could do this on and on and on and on and on.
Vibes. If law is vibes, then what's the problem with taking away the people's rights? It's just vibes, man. It's just vibes. Law's just vibes. Like, he says this in kind of like a ironic streamer way, but he's giving the game away. This is like a very serious thing to say. And if you tell people that law is vibes, then of course they're going to think packing the court's fine. If of course they're going to think the court's just like any other political body. Let's treat them like a political body. It is not a good thing that he's doing. This is a crazy fucking thing to say. And I don't...
Even crazier when your Supreme Court justices are ruling that way, huh?
think his audience understands how much he's poisoning them against the idea of rule of law and democracy. If law is just vibes, then what's the point of having rule of law? The rule of vibes, right? Like it's actually a very dangerous point that he's making and one that ought to be rejected. Corbyn.
If he wants to debate on, I don't even remember what we were, I don't think I have him blacklisted, right? He says, I think I blocked him on Twitter because he's just too much. He reply guys so hardcore and it's like the most bad faith retarded shit. If he wants to debate on that, on the last ruling related to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act for Alito, I mean, I'll have that conversation. I probably have to have two, just because people like him tend to cite other cases incorrectly and haven't read all the underlying cases. But if he wants to have one debate and then he can cite his bullshit, and if I can't counter it at the moment and I need to read the case, then we'll come back and have a second debate. I'll gladly do it if he wants to.
Holy shit, man. Long time. Thanks for the two. Glad that you're making it, big buddy. Hey, man, I appreciate that. Yeah, the channel slowly but surely, we chug along and grow. Are you back? I know you got kind of banned for a little bit, or you got your channel removed. Hopefully you got that fixed. I haven't seen you around in a bit. Anyway, let's see where Destiny's going.
They would try to deny the election results and lead a violent mob would be considered as insurrectionists. But I can understand your point that Congress is too weak to push said law and pass it. Okay, so remember the little thing that I drew earlier, okay? The Constitution or whatever comes first, all right? The Constitution is the document that grants power to the government.
Why is he watching me explain like basic structural coverage? Why?
And foundationally serves as like the bedrock of everything that exists as part of our government. You do not need to write laws to say that what is in the Constitution is in the Constitution, okay? The term you would look for would be self-executing. If it's in the Constitution, that's it. It's law. Now...
It's funny. I think he just noticed it because he said now, right? It's in there. It's self-executing, except Section 5 says Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article, meaning that, at least to a certain extent, the provisions of this article are not self-executing.
Absolutely not, and you've never in your entire life given a single example of that. We can find identical language in the Constitution that you would never, ever make this, you would never make this excuse for. Just because something says shall. The only thing that Section 5 means here is that if Congress deems it necessary to do so, they can write additional legislation as per what exists up here in the amendment. It doesn't mean that nothing here counts until, it doesn't say until the Congress has written legislation, until the Congress has done any of this, none of this is in effect. What a ridiculously stupid way to read any part of the Constitution. How stupid. When the text is clear and unambiguous, you go with the text. What do you mean? Fuck me. I'm getting one guide really hard.
Because Congress...
Why am I even... I'm listening. The only reason... Also, he knows this is stupid. The only reason he's giving this argument right now is because he wants to... simp for this particular fucking ruling. The scary thing is that, like, I don't know if this will ever happen. It won't because Trump is too old. But, like, you could argue that, like, we have shalls in other parts of the Constitution, right? Well, the 22nd Amendment. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years, blah, 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 blah. Like, are we saying that this is not a part of the Constitution? Or are we saying that if there was a Section 3 of the 22nd Amendment that said the Congress shall be able to pass legislation, blah, 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 that Section 1 wouldn't apply unless Congress wrote more legislation afterwards? Like, it's just such a on its face stupid fucking argument. Fuck! I hate this argument. It's so bad and it's so stupid.
This article, meaning that, at least to a certain extent, the provisions of this article are not self-executing because Congress has the ability to pass a law in order to execute them, right?
To further clarify or to further build upon, like the Voting Rights Act, by the way. And guess what happened to the Voting Rights Act? Alito said, we don't like the additional legislation that you've written here. We're actually going to axe that. So when additional legislation is written that they don't like, they get rid of it. But then when they don't like the Constitution, they say, well, we need additional legislation to enforce it. Since when? What part of the U.S. Constitution needs you to write legislation to make the words of the Constitution true or to come alive? It's just such an obvious... Okay, just kidding. Troll, we're getting trolled. Okay, that's good. It's such an obviously on its face stupid fucking claim.
So he's going to... I think he just saw this, which is why he started. That's quite funny. He was like, it's all self-executing. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe not.
How could you even say that? Section 5 was a huge part. I don't even know. Maybe he hasn't read any of the underlying court cases. Oh, actually, fuck me.
he hasn't read any of the underlying court cases. I just realized that because when I said that the reason why they rejected this argument, the reason why they axed Section 3 is because it'd be mighty inconvenient to enforce. And I said that that was their primary argument. I think I'm being cheeky when I say that. I don't think that was their primary argument. The primary argument, I think it was a 20-page ruling. It's a short ruling. The primary argument that they used was, well, Congress actually has Section 5, has the ability to write a decision. And he never brought that up in the past. He probably hasn't read that ruling. And that's why he didn't bring that talking point up, because he doesn't even know the talking point because he didn't actually read it. But yeah, this was a big part. I think Section 5 was the big part of the ruling. And I think that's what Roberts ended up resting his opinion on was, I think Roberts was the majority of that. He was like, listen, if Congress really wants to forbid an insurrectionist or whatever from taking office, then Congress can write a law enforcing it like it's listed out here in Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. I think is what was in the ruling. But fuck, I'm one guy so hard right now. However, oh God, you triggered the fuck out of me. I'm getting re-triggered. Sometimes for these early amendments, they did write, you are correct, they wrote, the Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. So if Congress wanted to, they could write an additional law to support some of the things in this amendment, but that doesn't mean they need to. That doesn't mean that this section is not in effect unless Congress writes a law for it. True. Okay? That's true. That's absolutely true. That's what this language means. And you know how undebatably true I know that? Do you know how I know that the...
How does he know that? That's a very legal question, whether text is self-executing. It's not something that's intuitively obvious. So how does...
It's not intuitively... If the Constitution says no person shall be this thing, you're like, well... What do they mean by shall? Are we Jordan Peterson legal analysis? Well, when they say no person, well, a person can be a great many thing. And shall, well, when they say shall, is this when we ask the teacher, can we go to the bathroom? And the teacher says, you mean, may you go to the bathroom? Or is this an institution where we're asking the Balrog if he can pass or shall he not pass? And what is it? Like, what the fuck are you talking? That's ambiguous to you? You shall not do this thing. That's ambiguous? Well, what does he mean by shall not? Do you know what it is? It's a vibe. It's exactly what I said at the beginning of this. It's all a vibe. It's all a vibe. And he gave the whole game away. It's not immediately clear what shall means. Why? Because that's not how you vibe it out? It is a vibe. Thank you, Ryan, for showing everybody that it's a vibe. This language means. And you know how I know that? You know how I know that the...
How does he know that? That's a very legal question, whether text is self-executing. It's not something that's intuitively obvious. So how does he know that? Great question.
What's in the amendment is true and real, and you don't need a law necessarily to enforce it. You know how I know that? Because that's what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was. And Alito used the exact opposite argument when he didn't like Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. He said, well, there's actually tension between the law, the appropriate legislation. There's actually some tension between that and Section 1 of the 14th Amendment. We don't think Congress should have been allowed to write that law. So when it comes to presidential immunity, whoa, we need a law to enforce Section 3. By the way, no, you fucking don't. Show me that anywhere in here. It's not in here. It's not a single place here that says this isn't in effect unless Congress writes a law for it. That's not true, okay? But when Congress does write laws to enforce into the Constitution, 14th and 15th Amendment, Alito says, well, actually, why do we need that law?
Oh, that was a mistake. That should have been presidential immunity. That should have been the president being elected again. Whoops.
Let's just look at the 14th and 15th Amendment. That's why it's all vibes and it's all bullshit. It's
True.
all vibes and it's all bullshit. And
True.
it's all vibes and it's all bullshit.
True.
Okay? It's all vibes and it's all bullshit. They use whatever fucking
true.
argument they want.
True.
And at the end of the day, the strongest argument they had in this case was that it would be mighty inconvenient for states to selectively ban presidents from the ballot. Okay? Sorry, I'm not trying to shout at you in particular. You are right that that's the argument he used, but you don't have to pass a law. The language is plain. Remember, rule number...
Okay. So Destiny, again, made it very clear that law is all vibes. It's all vibes, 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 it's all vibes. And then he presented a few arguments. His main argument...
23 minutes and 46 seconds into the video. Are we going to get some original lawyer-approved RyanCMullally arguments here instead of him just saying, well, he's wrong because he's retarded? Okay, let's go.
Is that Section 3 is obviously, in his opinion, self-executing such that it doesn't matter that in Section 5, the 14th says that Congress can pass laws to enforce this article, and that it's obviously self-executing. Now, keep in mind, what Destiny's arguing is that Section 3, which says no person shall be senator, representative in Congress, or elector of president and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States, or under any state, who having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the...
By the way, that's also how shall not, right? I gave the 22nd Amendment as an example. This is also how the language is read in the rest of the Constitution. And in our goal for constitutional analysis, one of the things that we aspire to is harmonious language, that when a word is used in multiple places, ideally it means the same thing. This would bring our legal interpretation into harmony And it would be wonderful and beautiful if we didn't define the exact same sentence as meaning legally separate things in different parts of the document without having a really good reason to do so.
Constitution of the United States shall engage in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Okay. It is not clear to me on a reading that that is self-executing for the states, that the states have the power to determine who is and who is not an insurrectionist against the United States.
Then that's your fault. That's your problem. You can say that that's your issue, but again, how do states determine a person's age? How do states determine a person's birthplace? These are also issues related to whether or not you can be on the ballot, correct? Right? Are you a citizen? You have to be born in the United States, right? Does the Constitution provide, am I missing that? Does the Constitution provide and Congress shall go to each state Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and between 14 years a resident within the United States. Who determines that? Do the states go to Congress and ask them that question? Does the state go to the federal government and ask them that question? States do that one all on their own.
Not an insurrectionist against the states, but an insurrectionist against the United States itself. And it would make sense that the branch that would determine what the laws are for whether or not someone has been declared an insurrectionist against the United States would be the United States, not each individual state. And what he calls mere convenience is a recitation of that principle. There's going to be states in the Union that have differing opinions, but who is an insurrectionist against the United States would be best decided by the United States itself rather than by the several states. And then he made another argument, which was that in the VRA case, Justice Alito looked at the VRA.
I'm sorry. 14th Amendment. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, okay, or elector of president and vice president. Okay, those are your state's electors. I guess that's still kind of federal, maybe. Or hold any office, civil or military. Any office, civil or military. Does that include local office? Maybe not. Under the United States. Oh, okay, so this is still just federal. Or under any state. Oh, or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, judicial officer or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, that's not the federal level, to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. So you're saying that we need to... Oh, wait. But they even put a thing at the end here. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such a disability. Why would Congress need to vote to remove such a disability when they haven't even given a law saying that that disability could exist? Because this is just words on paper, right? It doesn't mean anything until another law is written. Why would you be able to remove this if they haven't even gotten to the point of writing legislation to actually effect any of it? And are you telling me that I need to go to the federal government now to determine whether or not I feel like a person who had taken a state oath or something as a member of any of my state legislatures? Am I not allowed to have that opinion as a state? That has to be a determination made by the United States of America? What if I as a state have a differing opinion on that? Am I not allowed to have a differing opinion on that? What if it was the case that Ryan was right? What if Ryan was correct on this and it actually was up to the Congress to decide this? Well, what if the Congress decided this by a simple majority, but all of the offices in question were in states that voted against it? What if all of the blue states got together with a few red states and decided that all of these people were oath breakers and they couldn't hold office, but they were trying to hold office in the states of Texas and Louisiana and Mississippi, who all voted the other way? Is the Congress now going to tell those states individually who they're allowed to have on their ballots for any office, local offices and state offices?
But what am I? I'm just a fucking retard, I guess. I don't know. Hey, I'm trying to read over here. I'm a fucking retard.
Which was that in the VRA case, Justice Alito looked at the VRA, compared it to Section 14.1 of the Voting Rights Act. Let me take this down so I can get you Section 1 of the Section 1 of the 14th Amendment. I think it'll be easier if I can show you the full text here. So 14th Amendment text. Let's pull this up. So the 14th Amendment, look at the difference. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That's obviously self-executing language. Why? It tells you how the rule is operationalized. It tells you that
Is it going to keep reading?
These people are birthright citizens. It is.
Okay.
Now, I disagree with the meaning that it's being used to this, but it's not. I don't disagree with self-executing.
Okay.
This is straight up self-executing language.
Okay.
No state shall make or enforce.
Shall. Shall.
Any law which abridges the privileges and immunities, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property. This is putting constitutional restrictions on the federal government and on the states. Again, it's creating a standard by which courts can decide whether or not a state or the federal government has in fact violated the Constitution. That's pretty.
So it's a restrict. We're making shit up. This is the reason why I said that this was all vibes is because this is what I mean when you talk to these people, right? They try to pretend that we're all about strict textual interpretation and this is the only way to read the Constitution. But when it comes to for them to interpret things the way they want, it is the living, breathing document. This document is alive, sir. We've got a pulse and everything. This motherfucker is spitting new law to justify his dog shit fucking opinions on all of this.
Different than this one, because the question here is, how do you know whether someone's engaged in an insurrection?
No. What do you mean? That's not the question. It didn't ask that question here, did it? How do you know if somebody's 35? How do you know if somebody's a citizen of the United States? How do you know? That's not provided for the Constitution either.
How do you know? Well, you'd have to have some kind of standard, some kind of crime, some kind
True, you would.
Kind of law that would permit a court to find that someone was an insurrectionist.
Correct. And you know what? That would be up to each and every state to decide. But you know what, Ryan? Thank God the people that wrote these amendments and made the Constitution aren't as fucking retarded as you think they are. Because let's assume that there was some chaotic thing. What if 2 or 3 states were like, we're going to fucking write this guy off, okay? Citing the Section 3 of the 14th, fuck this guy, we're going to keep him off the ballot. They were so smart. They were like, well, how about we do this? What if we say that Congress, if they get 2/3 of the vote of the House and the Senate, can remove this disability so a state couldn't use this in order to kick somebody off the ballot? And now oh my goodness, the problem is solved right here. It's almost like they were writing shit because they knew what the fuck they were doing. Maybe.
And that begs the question of who has that power. So comparing Section 4.
Who ordinarily has the power? Who ordinarily has the power to decide who does or doesn't go on the ballot? Who enforces that? Who makes those determinations?
14th Amendment Section 1 and 14.3, the arguments for 1 being self-executing in the way that Stephen's talking about, and 3 are entirely different. And the strength of the arguments here are not the same as the strength here. Then, keep in mind, Alito, when he was comparing the VRA to Section 14, was not at all saying that Section 14 was a freestanding law. What he was saying is, you can't pass a law that violates the Constitution. You can't pass a law that violates the Constitution.
Oh, I didn't know that! Fuck me! You can't pass a law that violates the Constitution. Oh, fuck. True. Who decides if it's violating the Constitution again? Oh, the Supreme Court. How convenient. Very sneaky.
Breaking news! Breaking news! Huge breaking news!
That's way too long. You can't pass a law that violates the Constitution, guys, okay? Don't forget it.
Now, what did the justices do in the Can Trump be on the ballot case? They said Colorado can't do something that violates the Constitution. It's not a bad or asymmetric comparison in the way that Stephen is implying. I just don't think he is. I think he's operating on a fairly surface level in terms of analysis of these issues. And
surface level. He should have told that to the people who wrote there were multiple amnesty acts that were written. This is part of that when I jokingly made fun of that Paulson and Baud paper. They go through this. There were multiple congressional acts that were written in order to forgive the insurrectionism of the insurrections of the past as part of Reconstruction. Now, the real question is, why did these retarded fucks in Congress write laws to remedy injuries when people weren't writing laws to enforce the injuries? Were they all mistaken back then? Because also, by the way, another way that you check to see what a law meant was you go back in time and you see how the legislature acted in accordance with the court after certain amendments or laws were passed. It can give you a great deal of insight into what the states and what the federal government and what the Supreme Court thought about the laws at the time. You can see how they were operating, right? There were multiple amnesty acts that were written. I think somebody linked just one of them. There were multiple amnesty acts that were written right here. The Amnesty Act of 1872 is a United States federal law passed on May 22nd, 1872, which removed most of the penalties imposed on former Confederates by the 14th Amendment. But this is so stupid because why? Why would they have to do this? Shouldn't they have just known that it's not self-executing, that stuff written in the Constitution is just for funsies anyway? Like,
as a result, he's just a little bit confused.
Oh, I'm just confused. Good arguments, dude.
About what this is all about. Let's put it that way. I think that's probably fair. That's trying to be nice to Tiny.
I'm glad at the very least, because I'm just a fucking retard to play video games for most of my life. I'm glad we got somebody that went to law school to break it down with the serious, the hard-hitting legal arguments, right? Like, I'm like on the edge of my seat, okay, trying to follow the sophisticated legal narratives that this guy is spitting for me from his boundless imagination, or I'm sorry, I should say reservoirs of knowledge, not imagination. Okay, reservoirs of knowledge about the law. Thank you so much. So generous with his time.
Maybe I shouldn't be.
Number one, for constitutional interpretation, okay? For all legal interpretation, I believe. When the text is clear and unambiguous, you follow the text. Full stop. When the text is clear and unambiguous, you follow the text. Wow, but what does shall not mean? That's it.
Where does this text say that states are empowered to determine who is an insurrectionist?
Who normally determines ballot qualifications? Like, what's next? It didn't specify the color of the pen. It didn't specify what language it had to be written in. I don't know. Like, who ordinarily determines what goes on a ballot? What is the language of the 22nd Amendment? You could go through all of them and find similar language. Language and amendments, like things kind of like change over time depending on, I don't know, depending on what, but Constitution of the United States, 22nd Amendment. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. Where does this say anything about? Do the states determine if you've held the term twice? Does this say anything in here? Am I missing it? Did I miss something in here? Where it says the states are the ones who make that determination? Is this even a real law? Maybe this is bullshit. Maybe this is even real. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But the reason why this is all confusing is because this is vibes. These are all vibes, okay?
On a federal level.
On a federal level, okay? Federal level. Yeah, it's the Constitution. Thank you, Ryan.
One of the big questions in law is when is a text sufficiently ambiguous that you can't just rely on the text? You have to use other interpretive tools. I don't think he's presented an argument about why this is so clear.
Because we all know in the plain you can pass every single threshold. You can pass all 3 tests. That's what the whole point of that paper was, that you also haven't read, was that you can pass the clear and unambiguous text. You can pass the tradition of the law. You can go and look, well, what was Congress doing at the time? They were passing laws to remedy the injury that was allotted for in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, showing that they had that understanding at the time as well. You can pass every threshold. Every test that you want to imagine was exceeded by this. Like, why don't, wait, hold on, I'm being unfair. Maybe Ryan will suggest an alternative reading and then support it with either some other part of the Constitution, some other law, some other contemporaneous understanding of what this meant at the time, some other contemporaneous legislature activity, federal legislature activity. Maybe he will. Okay, I'm jumping the gun. He might. Okay, he might.
That there's no interpretive tools needed.
Wait, what other interpretive tools? Excuse me.
Who is an insurrectionist? On a federal level.
Okay. Federal level, by the way. Federal level.
One of the big questions in law is when is a text sufficiently ambiguous that you can't just rely on the text? You have to use other interpretive tools. I don't think he's presented an argument about why this is so clear.
So, like, because I'm just a retard. Remember, I'm just a retard. why don't you give us an example of another test that we should be deploying here, and then show us how you would use that test? Wouldn't that be like, if you were a very educated person, like, wouldn't that be the thing that you would do to demonstrate why you're credentialed and why your credentials fucking matter? Is to demonstrate, here's another way you could view this. And if you view it from this perspective using this tool, here's another answer that you could arrive at. Wouldn't that be like a really cool way to actually show that you went to school and you actually got an education on a topic, and then you can actually bring out your knowledge on that topic to illustrate a point, maybe?
That there's no interpretive tools needed.
But it doesn't matter. Okay, none of this actually matters. It's all memes. True. And it's all trolls. It is. It was. I did so much more legal analysis in this video than Ryan did, that Ryan even had to pause this and think, hey guys, should I actually break this stuff down for you? Do you guys need me to break this stuff? I could do this if you guys want me to. Like, if you guys need me to explain, like, I feel like I've done more legal shit in this than fucking Ryan has. I don't know if he's corrected me on a single thing legally. All of his arguments against me sound like layman slop. No offense, but they sound like layman slop. I'm not hearing an example of anything where it's like, oh, I didn't even consider that, actually. That's a pretty good argument. He hasn't even read the underlying fucking cases.
Oh, he's digging out the 14th.
I'm sorry, not underlying cases. He's even read the primary cases that are being referenced. He's even read the actual things, let alone any underlying material. But that's whatever.
Oh, he's digging out the 14th Amendment case. There's a lot of 14th Amendment cases. You probably need to be a little bit more specific about that.
But if you don't like the text, though, then you don't do it. 20 pages, by the way, to axe this part of the. I think even Amy wrote that. I feel like you guys kind of went kind of far. Oh, he really wanted me to struggle finding this one. Like, this wasn't the most like explosive, relevant, recent case that had been brought up. Okay. Are you right? Was this the one where she did? Or I could be thinking of the immunity case, actually. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Because in this one, props to Kagan.
It was 9-0. It was a 9-0 decision. How's he going to spin this was a 9-0 decision?
Oh, it was 9-0. Fuck. I thought he was a legal guy. I didn't know he was a fucking math major. I didn't know this guy was doing fucking linear algebra and fucking topography in the 9th grade. I didn't know this dude was a fucking Calc 3 DVQ after diapers guy. I didn't know that we were getting the mathematical and out. My bad. What a fucking moron I was. Holy shit. I thought we were getting the legal and 9-0? How could you?
I don't believe that.
Just kidding. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not going to get one guide anymore by this guy till the end of this video. We're not watching that much more of this. Just Sotomayor, and props to Jackson. His argument. I know you're making this argument, but have you considered that you just got brutally ratioed 9-0 by the Supreme Court? Then they realized how important it was for us to come together as Americans and come all over the Constitution collectively. Thank God this was a 9-0 per curiam. Every justice came together and realized how important it was to avoid the mighty inconvenience. True. Anybody remember the... Oh my God. And I even remember the word. He didn't remember the word because he didn't say it. But I remember because I read this. Anybody remember the word they used? Oh wait, maybe he will. Maybe he'll remember. Think about federalism. Ugh. True.
Before he goes on this particular rant,
yeah.
Let's just take stock.
Oh, we're gonna get a legal argument. Oh, thank God, thank God, thank God. Okay. Legal argument time. Finally, we're gonna get some real legal arguments.
What Destiny just said. And remember, this is why I'm taking the...
The math field is topology, not topography. You just haven't made it far enough in topology to get to topography, so slow down there. Back the fuck up, little bro. Back up, little bro.
Let's just take stock of what Destiny just said. And remember, this is why I'm taking the court packing claims that they're making seriously. Mm-hmm. Because Destiny just said that even though this was a 9-0 opinion that the liberal justices joined, he still thinks it's not good enough. He thinks that it's a bad thing and that it should...
Yeah, because of the merits of the opinion. Do you ever talk about that? Or is it enough for you to say 9-0 and that's it? I don't need a legal analyzer for that. You could just read the number. What is the point of lawyer guy saying 9-0, 9-0, 9-0?
It's all vibes. It's fucked up. It's it's an absolute joke because he says so. It's a 9-0 decision. If he's not going to accept 9-0 decisions are the result of a valid legal process, what would he accept?
I don't know. A valid legal argument? Isn't that what we have you for?
Other than just agreeing with him. Right? If a 9-0 decision doesn't satisfy you, bipartisan as it gets, if a 9-0 decision isn't enough, then on what basis would he ever accept a decision that disagreed with his personal opinion?
I mean, I thought the Loper decision, I thought that was written pretty well, even though apparently all the libs are opposed to that and they prefer the Chevron stuff. I thought that was probably an acceptable opinion, even though I think I kind of disagree with it. I don't think it was 9-0. But
Well, the law doesn't have to agree with Destiny's personal opinion, and it shouldn't. That's not
true. It just agrees with the personal opinion of the Supreme Court. Based.
The law does. We're not in business of agreeing with Destiny.
Federal government. Ugh. Thank you so much for clarifying. States' rights. Yes. Every state has its own constitution, its own executor, its own legislature. That's so fucking awesome that we can have this beautiful quilt of a nation. But what do we call it when Section 3 might become? Well, now it's a patchwork. Oh my God. We're not going to have a complete and total congruence in every single state on this particular issue that would keep Daddy Trump out of office. Today, the court departs from that vital principle, deciding not just this case, but challenges that might arise in the future. In this case, the court must decide whether Colorado may keep a presidential candidate off the ballot on the ground that he's an oath-breaking insurrectionist and thus disqualified from holding federal office under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Allowing Colorado to do so would, we agree, create a chaotic, state-by-state patchwork at odds with our nation's federalism principles. Oh my God, yes. Yes. Da-na-na, What's the Metal Gear Solid song?
He seems very, very upset.
I am upset because I think this is a bullshit legal argument. It's not a real legal argument. It's an argument from convenience. I can't think of a single fucking thing that would be more anti-textualism, anti-originalism than an argument from convenience. That sounds like a living, breathing, beautiful constitution that I can reinterpret whatever whim I have if I decide that it inconveniences me enough, which is supposed to be the thing that you fuckers are against.
He seems very, very upset about the fact that the Supreme Court
unanimously. Man, he really likes that 9-0 there. Oh, he really likes that one.
Unanimously disagrees with him. I'm very upset by that. Big upset by that. Don't know why he's so upset by that yet, but he's very upset by that. I mean, I guess, the obvious answer is that he's upset that, he's not getting exactly what he wanted.
Oh, you're not going to actually deal with the argument that I gave. Oh, you're just going to go personal and say that I'm just mad, big mad. Okay, that's cool. Well, I'm glad we have a lawyer here to give us the mathematical analysis, the 9-0, and now the psychological analysis. Okay, let's get some psychology going on here. Anything but the actual legal argument. Well, I guess he did give the legal argument before, which was shall can be a difficult word to understand, I guess.
Now, one of the interesting things about this is it looks like he is not reading the main opinion. He's reading a concurrence. See how it says at the top of the screen, Jackson concurring in the judgment? So he's reading the concurrence by Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson.
Yes, I've already read this whole decision on stream. Is he going to do the thing again where he's not going through the whole thing? Yeah.
They agreed with the judgment, but they wrote separately. Why is he starting with the concurrence? Remember, he's complaining about the
because I'm not rereading the entire opinion?
Rationale. He's complaining about the logic of this case, but he's not actually reading the main opinion. Why on earth would you start with the concurrence and then criticize the reasoning of the main opinion? You're not even looking at the main opinion. Now, does he know that he's looking at the concurrence?
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe he just found this quote he likes, so he wants to talk about this, but keep in mind.
Oh, I just found the quote that I wanted, even though I said before I even opened the decision that he thought I was going to have trouble finding that the word they used was patchwork to represent how chaotic it would be to have all the states trying to decide how to do this enforcement on their own. But I guess that was a quote that I found before. No one even talks about these fucking decisions, by the way, because nobody even reads these fucking decisions, by the way, which is what drives me the most crazy. But at the very least, I've got people like Ryan who can give us good faith legal analysis. Like 9-0 is bigger than any other Supreme Court thing, and shall is a very ambiguous word, and you're big mad.
This is not the main opinion. Interesting, that's what he's choosing to focus on.
Oh, federal. Yeah, true. It's just such a joke, bro. None of this matters. Don't even waste your time on any of this shit. It's funny because if he wanted to bolster his argument, if he'd actually read the main opinion, I'm pretty sure the main opinion had to do with that bullshit Section 5 about how Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. He could have cited this here to bolster the earlier argument that he gave, but I don't think he's even read this opinion, so he doesn't even know that. But, whatever. There's a tip for next time, dipshit. It's all retarded anyway. This is literally all retarded shit.
It's all retarded shit.
Yep, it is.
Don't waste your time on this. True. It's all retarded shit.
Exactly. It is. True. It is. Because why would you waste your time reading any of this? By the way, if you're wondering why waste your time with Ryan here, because if Alito himself were streaming, it would be exactly the same shit that Ryan is saying. This would be an Alito stream. He'd be like, well,
did Congress and the Constitution kind of see this as this for 37 years? You know, I mean, maybe, but like if you read it, it's kind of fuck shit, isn't it? Isn't it like kind of fuck shit the way that like it seems like kind of like I don't know what the fuck is going on here. It kind of seems like it's in tension with like the 14th or 15th Amendment. I don't actually know. It's kind of bullshit. Section 2 of the voter. It would be basically this would be Alito streaming. So don't even feel bad. Okay, this is worthwhile.
So what did Destiny just do with his stream? Did he show them the majority opinion and walk them through the logic of it and then disagree? Did he say why it is that the main opinion was wrong? No.
Also, I think technically, if he has issues with majority opinion and he should be saying the difference between holding and dicta, because it could be that the holding actually does agree with the concurrence written here, or it could be that there was a holding, the main text that was written to address what was actually before the court, that they wanted to issue a strong holding on, the holding there, and then that holding could actually completely align with the concurrence that's written that also agrees with the holding, and that part of the chaotic Patrick was a holding. Or it could be that it was dicta, but he's saying original opinion here, which is not technically correct for what he's trying to insult me on.
No. What he did is he showed them the concurrence, which is not the main opinion, complained that the concurrence didn't meet his standards, and then said it's all retarded and took it off screen before his chat could realize the game he's playing. Where he
We've gone over... Like, what are we saying here? He sneakily Googled this decision so that he could zip on down. Like, who in my chat? Like, what do you, like, hold on. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have like a 30-minute talk with Chud Logic over the weird conspiracy he believes about me. Just because I would love to dive into these people's minds. Just imagine what Ryan is like envisioning here, okay? Imagine what the mind game going on here. So there's a fan of mine who's like arguing valiantly, like, oh, I know that this amendment was overturned for bad reasons, and it's because they just talked about the patchwork of the things or whatever. Got him. And it's like Destiny's like, yes, I have misled my audience successfully on how much I hate this opinion. That was a 9-0 opinion, by the way. So I'm like really kind of out on an island there. I recognize that. I'm very much out on an island, okay, on this 9-0 opinion. But if I can just go to a concurrence and then read part of the concurrence that I don't like, I bet my fans will carry that part of the concurrence forward into future debates and own people for it by misrepresenting what the actual holding was of the majority opinion written by the court. Like, what do we... Maybe this was just a part that exceptionally triggered me because I thought it was a really fucking bad argument. Isn't that exactly what I said? Like, the thing that I think ignores me, or I'm sorry, the thing that triggers me the most for these people is they just ignore the words that I say that actually perfectly describe my actions. Like, God, they had this part that they wrote in the, I didn't think it was in the majority, by the way. It might actually be if I go back and look. And maybe in the concurrence they use that patchwork, but they don't use that phrase in the majority. I have to go back and check as part of the holding. But the, maybe it's just that I was really triggered by this one phrase because I thought it was really hypocritical because it illustrates the same point I was going through earlier. Isn't that like more probably what happened rather than you think I'm intentionally trying to snipe phrases out of the concurring opinion in order to mislead my audiences about a 20-page Supreme Court decision that was written for how many years ago? Not 4 years ago, I don't remember. Like, it's like so conspiratorial. Why?
He's not even bothering to show them the actual case. Not even bothering to show them the actual case. So this is what I mean when I say that, like, you have to be careful when...
Also, man, if you're getting mad about people mischaracterizing Supreme Court cases by just reading the concurrence, I swear to God, you better not fucking take anything that fucking Roberts or Alito or Thomas or any of these fucking losers talk about when they're writing their opinions, because these motherfuckers love concurrence. They love dissents, and they love dicta more than anything else in the world. They love to quote the most irrelevant fucking shit or half quote it out of a Supreme Court case and pretend like it was fucking relevant to any question before the court at that time. They love it, but... You know,
you start listening to legal analysis on the internet because there are people who are just winding you up and gaslighting you.
Yeah, like you are. Why don't you give us some real legal analysis? Tell me why I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong on this.
This guy is unironically projecting. He's saying, this is all vibes.
I'm projecting. Oh.
Winding you up and gaslighting you. This guy is unironically projecting. He's saying, this is all vibes. This is all nonsense. But his analysis is actually all vibes and nonsense. He's not actually giving you any analysis. He's obfuscating the analysis, hiding the ball from you, hiding the decision from you, and then saying it's all vibes, which of course it is.
I don't think I don't even know if the stream was hardcore legal analysis. I think somebody just asked me to like summarize the thing. Like I said, we've read through these entire cases on stream. They take days to go through just because I have to read a lot of the underlying stuff as well. Like,
obfuscating the analysis, hiding the ball from you, hiding the decision from you, and then saying it's all vibes, which of course it is. It's all vibes if you don't actually engage with anything the justices actually wrote about. This is a dangerous thing to do to your audience, and he has a very large audience. But this is why, when you run into people with fucking retarded takes on the internet about law, this is why. Because they're getting fed a steady diet of absolute fucking nonsense.
It's like, this is what makes me feel crazy. This is like what actually like makes me feel insane, is that he's so comfortable projecting exactly what he's doing onto me. And he is a lawyer. This guy actually went to law school. So he should know, like, in my mind, and I don't give anybody this credibility anymore. I can't believe it took me 37 years of life, 36 years. I don't know when I finally started to realize this, that having a college degree or a postgrad actually just didn't mean shit. And I just gave these people way more credibility. My assumption would have always been that, like, you have a JD, you can run circles around me on any legal argument at all just because I don't have the education. Like, you can make shit up and I wouldn't be able to counter it. I guess that would be my assumption, right? But, like, this is 37 minutes of how I don't know anything about the law. And there hasn't been one, like, legally supported fact in this entire fucking video about how wrong if this is so dangerous and so horrible, then why not, like, point this out with some level of substance? No?
And then they're like, oh shit, law's all vibes. Well, if you believe what Destiny's saying.
He's live now with Rob Noor talking about you disagreeing with 9-0 decisions. No shot, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're trolling me.
Yelling about.
No shot. Stop. No shot.
Suddenly reversing everything and taking away all the rights that you hold dear, and you have no recourse. You have nothing you can do. There's nowhere you can go. There's no process you can avail yourself of. Then why would anyone listen to what the law says? It would be silly, right? And that's why this is a very different kind of threat. This is not the sort of thing that you can take lying down. Like, this is the sort of thing that nobody should be willing to say out loud, because it's a red line, and if you cross it, you're getting into extraordinarily dangerous territory. So I don't know, Rob. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe they get, like, this polls badly or they back off, but, like, right now it seems like they're barreling towards this full speed. And can I tell you a story?
Yeah, sure.
Rambling. Yeah. I was talking shit about Destiny the other night because I was reviewing some truly awful legal takes he took, but it's indicative of this problem. Remember when they tried to take Trump off the ballot in Colorado?
I did.
They said, oh, Trump's an insurrectionist. Colorado says so. And it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court looked at the Constitution and said, I mean, like, you can get into all the legal reasoning, but even as a matter of just common sense, if...
Oh! Before, when he was doing the illegal house before, remember... I don't know what shall means. That's just super not clear to me. Sometimes, what did he say? Hold on. What did he say? What did he say? Sometimes we have to deploy an alternative lens of analysis. Is that what he said? An alternative legal, was it outlook or I thought it was lens. What did he say? It's not clear what that word means. Fuck, what was the phrase that he used? He used a phrase. I thought he said you could do a different lens or something. Was it not lens? Fuck. Or framework? Wait, maybe it was framework. No. Fuck! Check 11245. What? No, this is not even that. Just search the transcript? I tried to, but I can't. Fuck. What was the phrase that he used? I hate searching this thing. It doesn't tell me. Fuck. I don't remember. I need to be able to scroll back up. I don't remember what it was. But he said that he was arguing, correctly by the way, that sometimes you can look to more than just the language, the plain language, for different reading. But now when he's talking about it, now it's just common sense, right? Now it's just common sense. Oh, I didn't know it was common sense. Alternative? No. Fuck. It must not have picked up the tool. It must not have picked up the word that he used. Fuck. Try searching common lens. It didn't pick it up. Oh, I'm triggered. You know what? I don't care. I have nothing better to do with my night. We're going to go back and find it. Hold on.
The arguments for one being self-executing in the way that Steve did. Then, keep in mind, Alito, when he was comparing the...
He said perspective? It's not showing up in the transcript, so it must not have picked it up. I'll find it. I don't care.
VRA to Section 14 relates the Constitution. It's not he is bad or asymmetric comparison in the way that Stephen is implying. I just don't think he is... Well, he's just a little bit trying to do interpretation of tiny.
When the text
who is on the text, you have to use other interpreters.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Sometimes the text is not clear. Okay, hold on. Where were we? Okay.
on a federal level. One of the big questions in law is, when is a text sufficiently ambiguous that you can't just rely on the text? You have to use other interpretive tools.
Other interpretive tools.
I don't think he's presented an argument about why this is so clear that there's no interpretive tools needed.
Exactly. I have not given a compelling argument for why this is so clear that you don't need to use an interpretive tool. And then remember, I just paused the stream and I asked, and I was like, well, why wouldn't he suggest a different interpretive tool to use? Wouldn't that be interesting? But now he finally has given us a better interpretive tool. And that interpretive tool was...
to take Trump off the ballot in Colorado.
I did. What was the other interpretive tool?
Colorado said so. And it went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court looked at the Constitution and said, I mean, like, you can get into all the legal reasoning, but even as a matter of just common sense.
Common sense was the other tool. I didn't even consider that one. Oh my God. How stupid am I? Fuck me.
If one state can take the president off the ballot, then all states are going to start doing it. And we'll never have another presidential election. It's going to be an absolute shit show forever.
But that's not true though, right? Because isn't there literally built in to that amendment the ability for Congress to remedy such injury? To remove such disability? Hasn't Congress literally passed multiple laws in the past doing exactly that thing? So, in all your wisdom, maybe the guys that were writing these amendments and these laws knew a little bit more about it than you did. Maybe.
It's an untenable rule. It is a disaster waiting to happen. And the court ruled that was unconstitutional. Not
crazy that somehow we functioned with it in the past, even though it was so untenable, so disastrous, so unconstitutional, so ridiculous.
9-0. 9-0, right? Now,
I can bring up the clear and unambiguous text as I read it. I can bring up prior amnesty laws that were passed that seem to comport with the language of Section 3, removing such disabilities, implying that those disabilities did indeed exist without Congress having to pass a law. We could even go back through my notes, and you could try and find the 120-page fucking paper that I read in preparation. Fuck, I don't know if I have notes on here for it. In preparation for the debate. Fuck, I don't know if I have it. They might be buried in my notes somewhere, right? You could do all that, okay? But instead, I've been overruled by common sense. For all of this, to go through all of this, I put in so much... I'm embarrassed to say it. Because I always feel like I don't put in that much work. I think I'm doing a bit above the bare minimum, right? Read a paper, read the Supreme Court decision. Like, I think about if you wanted to do a real analysis of it, you would go through there are congressional archives where people are debating the law at the time. You can look at prior language and contemporaneous language when they passed the amendment. Now, this is what the paper that you read hopefully does. They go through all of these detailed analyses. You can read a response paper. I know there was a big response paper written to Paulson and Baud. I don't think I read it. I think I either skimmed it or I might have read like the first few pages, but it didn't seem very compelling to me. Like, this would be like going above and beyond. But I'm doing the bare minimum here, okay? And this guy's response to me is just common sense. This is what? And you're the law school guy? What are you doing here? Maybe there's more legal arguments past that, though. Hold on.
Say what? A music major who used to clean carpets and looked at, now he has a big stream. And
it's true. And this is the thing that I hate the most about these credentialed guys. I am a music school dropout. If you wanted to debate about any subject in music, I would fucking bury you. But it wouldn't be because I would have to say over and over again, I'm a music school dropout. I'm a music school dropout. I would just start making shit up. And you would have absolutely no fucking idea how to counter any of it. You would have no clue what to say for any of the arguments that I bring up at all. Because you're not educated in that field whatsoever. Like, I know I can do that 100%. And I wouldn't have to say, again, over and over again, well, I went to music school, and I'm a music school dropout, okay? But that's not an argument. That's just appealing to my credentials, which is fine. I think you can bring up your credentials. But the whole reason you get credentialed is so that you can make the arguments, not just so you can blindly appeal to the credentials.
And he's sitting there going, oh, I can't believe it. The law's all vibes. The Supreme Court, they got it all wrong. They should have kept Trump off the ballot. I know this.
But I've made the arguments for it, and you've made none other than common sense.
In my heart, I know this. It's like 9-0. The three liberal...
9-0, yeah. Jesus Christ. 9-0. Legal degree. 9-0. JD. 9-0. 9-0. 9-0. JD. 9-0. JD.
Justices also said this was...
And common sense.
...a terrible idea. But you, Destiny, in your infinite wisdom with your carpet cleaning degree and your musicology, you know for sure that every member of the Supreme Court was wrong and you are right as a matter of constitutional law. And that's the sort of hubris we're talking about, Rob, where, like, even when the court speaks with unanimous voice on the law, it's not good enough because they just want to win. They just want to win.
What a projection.
That's it. And like, by the way, as we speak, Destiny's over on his channel yelling about this very point, watching your video of it, analyzing his terrible points, and making comments like, and this dude went to law school. Yeah. Yes, that's right. And it's even Batesco went to law school, said he predicted they would rule against it, but
I have never in my life heard Pisco in the middle of a debate go, well, I went to law school. I don't even know if those, maybe at one point, but I don't know if I've even heard those words leave Pisco's mouth. I went to law school. No. What a fucking ridiculously absurd thing. Why even compare yourself?
It was a bad decision. They should have. By the way, using their same metric and their same definition of insurrection, we have had dozens of insurrections, this Trump's term, right? And there were many Democrats that paid lip service to it. So can I gather a challenge here in Pennsylvania? Come 2028 when Gavin Newsom runs for office and say, I think he aided and abetted insurrectionists in California. I'd like to keep him off the ballot in Pennsylvania. They would say, yes, that's fair. You could do that. That's what
you would have to go through your whatever process your state has for determining how a person is on the ballot, which is the same thing we do with all the other qualifications. That's correct. By the way, what do we do if the powers that be decide that Trump didn't get 2 fair terms because his first term was sabotaged by the deep state, and then we have to decide whether or not to put him on the ballot? What is our process for enforcing the 22nd Amendment? Show it to me. Point it out in the Constitution. Point it out in federal statute.
what it should be. Each state doing this every time. But of course they would say no because we just want power. That's what it's really about. Super chats real quick. Jabroni big time says Justice Jackson is a plot stinky. That's his toddler. That's a word he came up with. It's not
I mean, that's what he did is he showed them you're not even looking at the main opinion. Now, does he know that he's looking at the concurrence? I don't know. Maybe he just found this quote he likes. He wants to talk about this. But keep in mind, this is not the main opinion. Interesting. That's what he's choosing to focus on.
Oh, federal. Yeah, true. It's just such a joke, bro. None of this matters. Don't even waste your time on any of this shit. It's all retarded anyway. This is literally all retarded shit.
It's all retarded shit. Don't
How far
waste
are we in this?
And then said it's all retarded and winding you up and gaslighting you. The analysis, hiding the ball from you, hiding the decision. Because they're getting fed a steady diet of absolute fucking nonsense. And then they're like, oh shit, law's all vibes. Well, if you believe what Destiny's saying, you might think law is all vibes because the way he's describing it, it sounds like it's all vibes. The problem is he's full of shit.
He said you're scared to debate Limfeo. What if I don't know if I'm friends with everyone on Discord. They could drag me to the call right now and I just ask him some questions on this if he wants. Go for it. Let me use the bathroom. Hold on. Figure out a way for them to drag me in. I don't give a fuck. Hold on.
What do they say?
Does this audience figure that out? Hey, man, always good to have a Law and Order member subscribing. You know, if you are a fan of Rob, you are a friend of mine, and thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for your generous support. If you haven't subscribed for this base legal coverage, if you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, Law and Order, the Alliance, the Bulldozer, the Builder, why haven't you done that yet? Come on, like the stream, subscribe. Makes a huge difference. Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Oh, this ought to be fucking good.
Last line of section 3 is even more explicit, saying for it to not apply, Congress would have to vote on it.
That's
Why
not
would that be if it wasn't in effect to begin with? For it to not apply, Congress would have to vote on it.
That's not
Why would that be if it wasn't in effect to begin with? It's just every single time you think that the Constitution will protect you, you should just think of Game of Thrones.
Keep in mind, he gave the game away earlier. He said, compared to Nazi Germany, remember he said this, he said, compared to Nazi Germany, the situation with Trump is worse because Trump won an election and gained power. Now what's he doing? He's complaining that the Supreme Court let Trump run in the election. He's saying the Supreme Court should have stopped Trump from running in the election.
These are two completely separate and not related arguments at all. And I don't even think you disagree with the first one. If you had an authoritarian government that was doing a thing that you consider to be morally bad, and maybe even bad against the core of what it means to be a member of your country, you would probably feel a lot worse if it was done by popular decree, by a 55% majority vote, versus by just one crazy authoritarian leader who managed to finagle his way into power. That's not even that disagreeable of a statement, but he's so locked into debate brain.
That would have been better. It would have been better if the choice in the election was taken away from the people by the Supreme Court so that Trump couldn't have won. He's literally saying that even though not a 9-0 Supreme Court said this was a bad idea, even though a 9-0 Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional and illegal, even though a 9-0 Supreme Court said we must preserve the right of the people to elect the president and not have a patchwork amongst the states, Destiny's saying, holy shit, that led to electing somebody I don't like, therefore that's worse than Nazi Germany.
That's what I said. That was my argument the entire time, by the way.
Put the pieces together.
So much good legal argumentation here. Very good legal arguments here.
Put the pieces together. Oh shit, are we getting traction on the algorithm? Guys, we're moving up in the world. We are moving the fuck up in the world. That's no joke. Algorithm traction. Woo! That's big boy talk.
Keep your senator. That's the U.S. Constitution. Look, this is Leo right here. Libcucks. This guy's a libcuck. That's why he's linking. True. Fucking true.
Is this meant to be your shield, Woodstock?
LeMayo.
Now, why do you think his fans support backing the court? Why do you think his fans support backing the court? Because he's told them it's all bullshit. He's told them it's already ruined. He's told them that there's absolutely nothing left of the rule of law. Yeah, the libcuck thing was funny.
Okay, that's good. I care about this guy. Let me see. Let me listen for an accent to see if this guy's even gonna be able to... Damn, bro. I will say, you want to talk about a reputation that has been sullied and tarnished? They really went after Sir Barristan. He watches as they rape. Damn. Who's been up on that discourse? Oh, no! Where are my free folk posters? Message them on X. I saw some big Game of Thrones post. It might have been a free folker. Hold on. Just Sir Barristan is considered like the most honorable fucking dude, and everybody jerks him off all the time. Like, well, didn't this guy just stand by and literally watch all this horrible fucking shit happen? And then now they just go in on him on the subreddits. Okay, they're attacking our boy. Okay, I unblocked Rob on X. Fuck. How do you... I don't know if I have unblocked on Discord. How do I check my... There's a way to check this. Hold on. Oh my god, they gave me a StreamYard link.
Hold up. We'll send a notification over in the Gmail app. Okay, I'm in the Gmail app. Yes, it's me. The number 67. Oh, stop! Yeah, that's a bad meme. I shouldn't do that. Sorry. That's not fair. That's not fair to you guys.
And of both of the show. Oh, never mind. We'll wait. Zero fucks. Thanks for that clip. Here is Destiny. Goes by the name Steven here. Destiny, you would like to talk to Ryan or me or both? Just let us know. Either way is fine.
My buddy, it's been so long. We used to hang out.
Yeah, okay. I was watching your Destiny doesn't know anything about the law, legal analysis. It was surprisingly, it was very short of any legal analysis. What was going on there?
Well, you know what, Destiny? It turns out that the law's all vibes, so there just wasn't anything to give analysis to.
That's kind of what I felt like after watching your video.
If it's all vibes, like what are we even here to talk about?
Well, if it's not vibes, then wouldn't the answer to that be to give like legal analysis demonstrating how my opinion is incorrect?
Destiny, your opinion is so transparently incorrect that the entire Supreme Court unanimously voted against you. What is it that you want me to say that wasn't written down in the unanimous court's verdict? And why do you think it is that, you know, a random legal scholar that you read at some point and your own personal opinions would be given any weight in comparison to a unanimous court decision?
So if that's the argument, why am I here? You can just say 9-0 over and over and over again. But you said that you had a, I think you had
I have no idea why you're here. You wanted to be here.
Okay, so
we had a lovely scheduled broadcast.
Sure. So is the only point here? Is the only thing you're capable of saying is 9-0 over and over and over again? Is that?
No, Destiny. The point that I would make is that when you have a 9-0 decision, the justices need to come together and find the ground that they are willing to vote on, that everybody agrees on. One of the things that happens when that happens, Destiny, is that the court has different judicial philosophies, so they end up on a lot of 9-0 decisions writing somewhat streamlined opinions because they have to have something that everyone's going to vote on. Just certain justices, like Justice Jackson, love to use legislative history. The originalists won't use it. The liberal justices won't sign on to an originalist opinion. So 9-0s are compromised positions by necessity, but they're also binding and should be transparently, obviously binding because they are 9-0 decisions. It does matter quite a bit, Destiny. So yeah, I do think the burden is on you to articulate a reason other than vibes that the Supreme Court was wrong when it was a unanimous verdict. I mean, if you have an argument for why the Supreme Court was wrong, I'd be delighted to hear you make it, but I can't believe you would think that you actually could carry that burden of proof.
Well, one, I mean, I could just quote the other people that wrote in that decision if I really wanted to. But I also gave some arguments for why I felt like it was not a good decision, and I didn't hear you contend with any of those.
Okay, so if I recall correctly, you thought it was a bad decision because they took into account the fact that if states could remove the president from the ballot, that there would be mass chaos and that elections would become a joke and it would be a quote unquote patchwork. You think that it was problematic that they used that reasoning?
Yes, that would be one part.
Okay.
Yes.
Why is that problematic?
Because that has nothing to do with the original text of the law. It has nothing to do with the original purpose of the law. So why would this be a thing that we would factor in that, oh, this is mighty inconvenient now? My understanding is that's not typically how we read law, that if this is inconvenient to enforce, then we're going to go ahead and toss it.
And which faction on the court is not originalists?
Ryan, are you going to have any responses to my argument?
No.
Or
I think this is a pretty easy question, Destiny. You know the answer. I can tell you the answer if you don't. Which faction on the
I'm
court
not
is
interested.
originalist?
I'm asking you, who claimed over and over again to be a lawyer, okay, and I only have my carpet cleaning degree. I'm asking you for what is your rationale for why what I just said was not correct.
I'll answer the question because it's very obvious and you don't apparently want to answer it. The left-leaning faction on the court, Destiny, is not originalist. If they wrote an originalist opinion, they wouldn't have gotten the votes of those justices. So they didn't write an originalist opinion because they needed the votes of people who are not originalists and will not sign off on originalist logic. We saw this happen very recently in the tariff case, which you may or may not have read. But on the tariff case, you had a confusing split between the justices because the liberal justices would not sign on questions theory. Really? That's what we're doing? This is where Destiny asks a question, gets the answer.
I'm back. I'm going to repeat this again. I don't know why you're having
his music degree.
You're filibustering because you're not confident. You're really not confident. You should be able to dumpster me on this. I'm asking a very simple question.
It would be a lot better.
You can't answer it. I'll go back. I'll go back.
Go ahead. Feel free. Go back.
Can you answer my question?
If I may,
he really can't answer the question. That's astounding to me.
If I may, I'll try to steal him on both sides. Ryan is saying, Destiny, you may be correct that originalists don't really interpret the Constitution like that in law, so this would be unusual for them to make that claim. Ryan's saying, but the originalists didn't just use originalism, they used a language that would be sufficient for these other justices, particularly the left wings, that went along with that. Destiny's argument on top of that's like, okay, Ryan, but put into your own words, basically as someone who claims to be originalist, why that should be part of the argument that's being made. They made this argument that would be against their own originalist intent. Is that fair? That's sort of where we're at?
Yeah. So, Destiny, does that make sense to you that it is not an originalist opinion?
You can speak English and I can speak English. I'm asking a very simple question that we don't need an interpreter for. I'm asking you what is problematic about my assertion that something being difficult to enforce or slightly chaotic is a good reason to get rid of a part of the Constitution. That's a very simple question.
It is a very simple question. The answer that I was giving you had a few parts. I gave you one part. I'm asking if you understood it. Did you understand it?
What did you say that was responsive to my question?
That the reason that they focused on that type of analysis is that it was appealing to the left-leaning justices who would not sign an originalist opinion. That's why the patchwork analysis was highlighted. It's part of the drafting process for a 9-0. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, so then wouldn't you just be agreeing with what I said?
No.
That the patchwork analysis doesn't, doesn't that mean that the patchwork analysis then is not an originalist opinion? And I was correct in calling out that wasn't an originalist?
It is not an originalist opinion, but that's not because the justices
were inconsistent
then we agree there. Originalist. It's because they were using the judicial philosophy of the justices that your side likes to appoint because getting a 9-0 was very important.
Gotcha. Okay, so then we agree, right? This is kind of vibing, right?
No, we don't agree that it's vibing.
Hold on. Does a 9-0 decision carry greater weight in law than like a 5-0 decision?
Technically, in many cases, yes. But
so the answer is no.
Not in the way that you're
the answer is
describing.
No, right? So the question is, why would it need to be 9-0 instead of 5-4?
Because it is an incredibly important decision that shaped the democracy. And one of the things that the court was doing was signaling to the country that this is an area where there is consensus across the justices, and that this isn't an area, because when you get a 5-4, people think they can maybe do something a little bit slightly differently. Maybe they could swing a justice to their side. There's room to maneuver. A 9-0 sends a clear signal that this is absolutely inappropriate and unconstitutional, and we cannot have a country where individual states are declaring that the president's an insurrectionist and taking him off the ballot when the Constitution gave the power to enact legislation in that area to Congress. And also,
you're
that it just wouldn't make any sense.
It's a vibe. You just gave me a vibe answer. There's no legal reason. There's not a legal reason.
I just gave you a bunch of legal reasons.
No, you didn't. You gave me a vibe. Hold on. Wait. What part of what you just said is a part of our legal system, is part of law? How would I understand this? Name one part then. One part of it. If everything was, name one simple part of it. Yes.
Prudential decision making making decisions based off of avoiding bad outcomes, is the hallmark of left-leaning legal thought. They needed
You're not. This is non-responsive. For what? No, they didn't need a 9-0 decision.
But they did need a 9-0 decision, Destiny, because that was really important.
Give me an example then.
It was really important.
You're filibustering again because you're not confident. You're filibustering to a carpet cleaner. I'm a carpet cleaner.
Yep. And that what
big
Colorado
deal. Big deal
was wildly inappropriate and was a threat to our system of government.
Okay, I'm just asking because I don't know. In federal statute or constitution, is big deal, is that a phrase that's like a really important part of constitutional interpretation or law, or is that a vibe statement?
No, that's me appealing to your autism and carpet cleaning.
So then my question is, from a legal perspective, what difference would it have made if it was a 6-3 or 5-4 opinion versus a 9-0 opinion, legally speaking?
I will try to explain this again.
Okay. Legally speaking.
When there is a close decision, it encourages creative lawyers and creative politicians to do the same thing and structure their actions slightly differently to try to get a different outcome. But when the justices are united, then it shows that there is a clear no from the Supreme Court that this will not be tolerated, and it ends the issue. A 9-0 ends the issue, and this is an issue that needed to be ended. Another example where something like similar
let me just, so I can understand. I'm trying to understand. I don't need exhibit. I don't need. You're wasting time. You're filibustering. You're filibustering. Let me just. It's a waste of time. Why?
I don't care if it wastes your time.
Why not just address the exact issue? You don't have to use it.
The tariff case led almost immediately to President Trump attempting to initiate other tariffs because there was not a single unifying rule about why what he did was a violation of the law. So there's a lot of room in the joints to play with. That's the difference between a 9-0 opinion and an opinion that has multiple pluralities and is split in many different ways. I hope that's helpful.
Gotcha. Okay. So let me, in good faith, interpret, what you're saying. If you were to author a 5-4 opinion as opposed to a 9-0 opinion, then you are signaling to lower courts and the potential plaintiffs in the future that they could try to finagle some way through here, where as long as the language was different or they were applying some different test or standard, that maybe this could be ruled on favorably to them in the future. This is why a 9-0 signal is stronger than a 5-4 signal when you're writing.
Other way around, but yeah. A 9-0 is a stronger signal than a 5-4, but yeah.
Yes, okay. Let's say that I took what you just said to be true. Wouldn't the fact that there were like multiple, I think there might have been 4 concurring opinions written, and all of them took an issue with the exact part of the ruling that I'm stating right now I have an issue with, wouldn't that completely undermine the authority of the 9-0 decision that you're hailing as being so sacrosanct?
I actually don't think you're representing that accurately. I think there were concurrences, but as I recall, what they were objecting to was the language that said that it must be this, that there can be no determination on this issue absent a legislation issued by the by Congress.
That was the part that they agreed on?
No, that's the part that I believe that a lot of the concurrences were pointing out that they had a problem with, because they thought it went beyond what was necessary to decide the issue before them, which is whether the state has the power. They all pretty much agreed on. As I recall, the concurrences were criticizing the conservative wing for going beyond what was necessary to decide the case. I haven't read it.
Wasn't going beyond
from recollection.
Wasn't going beyond it. Wasn't the thing they were pointing out was that Section 5 argument was like really bad?
No, Destiny, you have this backwards.
Okay, hold on. I'm just sorry. Yeah, I understand. I might have it backwards. I'm sorry. Let me read, because Barrett speaks better than I do. I join parts 1 and 2B of the court's opinion. I agree the states lack the power to enforce Section 3 against presidential candidates. That principle is sufficient to resolve this case, and I would decide no more than that. This suit was brought by Colorado voters under state law and state court. It does not require us to address the complicated question whether federal legislation is the exclusive vehicle through which Section 3 can be enforced. Am I misinterpreting that?
No, but that's exactly what I just said.
And also, the thrust of what Ryan's saying here is the originalist or the conservative justices would have agreed without the argument you criticized, which was the patchwork argument. Here is Kagan, the concurrence from Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson. Quote, allowing Colorado to do so, we agree, creates a chaotic state-by-state patchwork at odds with our nation's federalism principles. That is enough to resolve the case. In other words, the left-leaning court justices are the ones that the reason this language was included was to get them on board in the 9-0, and you're saying that's your problem. So even without that patchwork argument, it's still 6 justices, a 6-3, but the patchwork argument is held by the very left-wing justices that you would normally support.
I agree, but the importance that you just gave, that they issue a 9-0 ruling so that they are signaling to everybody around the country how steadfast they are in their interpretation, is immediately betrayed by the concurring opinion authored by the 3 justices that you yourself just said aren't adhering to the same standards as the 5 other conservatives on the court, because Amy also says that they went too far in deciding that Section 5 would be required to enforce Section 3. This is the same complaint that I had. Is Amy a professional carpet cleaner?
Destiny, the point that I was making, and I think that I think we bottomed this out, so hopefully we're all on the same page, because I said exactly the same thing just now, is that they could have disposed the case on just the question of what Colorado did. The majority went further, yet even though there were concurring justices who had some quibbles with some of the things the majority did, they still signed on to a 9-0 because they were trying to speak with one voice. They could have dissented if they wanted to. They didn't. The reason that they didn't is that it was very important that there be unanimous 9-0 on the core question, which is, could Colorado take Trump off the ballot? And the answer was no.
I agree. I don't disagree with you. But to quote Barrett, the court has settled a politically charged issue in the volatile season of a presidential election. Particularly in this circumstance, writings on the court should turn the national temperature down, not up. For present purposes, our differences are far less important than our unanimity. That sounds like a vibes argument for a 9-0, not a legal argument. And I think that's illustrated by the fact that even Amy only joins the holding in parts 1 and 2B and not the Section 5 argument that you said was so obviously the decider about why this case should have been decided the way that it was. So on that ground, it's a 5-4 decision, not a...
The thing you called vibes, Destiny, was the patchwork phrase. That was the thing that you were saying was a vibes-based argument, and that is the thing that all 9 justices agreed on. So yeah, I think it is fair to criticize you for thinking that you, in your wisdom, find something that 9 justices agree on to be vibes-based and erroneous to the point where it supports your current goal of packing the U.S. Supreme Court full of cronies such that such horrible decisions will never be reached again.
But isn't that how we make our decisions? Isn't that how we make our decisions right now? How do we decide to put somebody on the ballot in a state? Does the federal government tell a state who's allowed to go on the ballot? How do they determine if they're 35 years old? How do they determine if they're, a citizen?
You're asking how they determine if they're 35 years old?
How does a state determine this?
I imagine they look at their birth certificate, Destiny.
And the birth certificate records are held by states. So they already do this, right? Is it not that a state could decide that we don't like the birth certificates issued from this state, we don't agree with them? Could they not do that? And there would be...
And what do you think would happen if they did that, Destiny?
That it would be challenged by...
There would be another 9-0 Supreme Court decision saying that you, the state, cannot, in your wisdom, decide that a 36-year-old man is 33 and therefore can't run for president. Like, obviously, that's what would happen. Like, it can't be the case that a state gets to have an arbitrary standard for what 35 years old is and therefore gets to decide who gets to be on the presidential ballot. And if you think that the Supreme Court would have a hard time deciding that one, you've lost your mind.
You think it's arbitrary? What if states would have taken more seriously the argument that Obama wasn't a citizen of the United States and wasn't born here? And a state decided to leave him off the ballot for that.
I suspect they would have lost 9-0 on that. I suspect they would have lost 9-0 on that. It would have been an easy laughter of a case. It would have been like when the people who were challenging the Virginia Supreme Court, they filed a petition to see if the Supreme Court would overturn the Virginia Supreme Court. They got laughed out of court because it's a frivolous petition. It's an obvious answer, and everybody knows how it's going to turn out. I don't think that would be a difficult challenge at all, Destiny.
So where in the Constitution or where in federal statute does it say that the federal government is allowed to dictate to a state how they determine a person's age?
I imagine, Destiny, that they would simply look at the Constitution and they would issue a very similar decision. In fact, I bet they would cite to this opinion, they would cite the "we can't have a patchwork" rule, and then they would say, "We can't have a patchwork. You guys can't do this." Now I know, but of
that's
course,
fine.
That
If you
would,
want to
that
have
would
this
be a
opinion,
problem
that's fine.
If the
But
patchwork thing was just five.
that's fine. That's fine. But we are so far away from any original reading of the Constitution. Nobody has understood it to mean these things. The Congress hasn't. The Supreme Court hasn't. This is a new interpretation. In the past, Congress has voted to cure the injury of Section 3 for people that wanted to take office again in the South. They didn't need the Congress to say first these guys were insurrectionists, right? So why did they feel the need to issue a remedy for it as per Section 3, even if it wasn't enforced already as per Section 5?
Destiny, a few things that I think, just to clarify, because there's some misapprehensions there. Again, going back, this decision was not an originalist decision. It was not an originalist decision to get
I'm going to play the piano until you
justices
respond to
on board.
my question.
It's
I don't know why you
obviously
can't respond. I know why. It's because you're
you-
nervous. You
'cause
can't
keep
respond to the question.
complaining that it's not an originalist decision when it's transparently not an originalist decision for the reasons that I've
So
described.
I'm asking you for
I
a
don't know
legal
why you keep saying
argument,
this.
not for you to keep screaming
The
9090.
second point, Destiny,
Go ahead.
once you have a decision on the books, then people can cite to that decision without having to redo the constitutional analysis from scratch. It's a lovely tune, by the way.
Okay.
Is this?
Can you answer a question? You're very bad at this.
Destiny, some
Let me restate-
answers to questions take more than one word.
What was my
It
question?
actually
What was
does
my
require
question?
that
What was
I
my question?
articulate the-
What was my question that you just answered? What was it?
You were saying, why is it the case that if the Supreme Court said that you can't monkey around states with the 35 years old rule, that would be some kind of original meaning of the Constitution?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was in the past. What I said was in the past, the Congress had enacted amnesty legislation to allow prior oath breakers and insurrectionists to hold office again. They didn't need Congress to first pass a law enforcing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So why would they pass the amnesty if Congress hadn't enforced Section 3 with a Section 5 law?
How did the people become oath breakers, Destiny?
By, I guess, the states had determined that they had engaged in insurrection.
After the Civil War?
Correct.
Those were largely federal prosecutions, as I recall, and there were very few of them. There were
federal, there were mass. Correct. Yeah, there were not.
Yeah.
But most of these people
Yeah,
were not
so
adjudicated
I'm
in any
asking
court.
who
Most of
is
these people
this
were not
person that you're
adjudicated.
describing?
Most of these people were not adjudicated in any court to have been insurrectionists. The states had made those determinations. And
Can
then
you give me an example? Because I'm delighted to take your word for it, but I do not know what you are talking about.
sure, a man named John Smith wanted to run as a state representative in Texas, and they said no. Do you really want an example?
Well, you're making a historical claim with which I am unfamiliar. I don't know that you're right. It's possible you're right, but if you have a historical example, I'd love to have one. Now, Destiny, I assume
Hold on,
John
can I
Smith
just
is
wait?
not the guy.
No, I just made that name up. But here, just a
Okay.
question. Just a question.
And
Wait,
you're
just a question. Just a
you're
question.
looking it up
Just a
because
question.
you're not sure about this?
Yeah, correct. I do not remember the name of every single person that tried to run for. That's not the particular thing. Because, and here's a question. So if I can find an example of a person who was running for office and was blocked without it having been adjudicated in any sort of criminal court, then you would agree then that it seems like they understood that to be self-executing and in effect without there needing to be a law?
That would be a useful piece of historic evidence. I think it's interesting you brought it up without having one. I almost hope you can find one because I think that would be interesting for us to talk about. I think it's telling though that you made the claim without actually having the example.
Well, because I don't remember the exact. Hold on, I just want to be clear so that I understand it. You're saying that my argument here that the Congress passed legislation to remedy a Section 3 injury in the past without first having required the federal government to pass a law enforcing Section 3, that my argument there is invalid if I can't remember the specific name of a person from the Confederacy who tried to hold an office in the Reconstruction era of the United States government who was forbade by Section 3 but not adjudicated in any criminal court first. That's the threshold of evidence that I need to meet to satisfy that argument?
No, Destiny. What I'm saying is if I had done the opposite, if I had said there was no case in the history of America of a state ever doing this sort of thing, and then you said, Ryan, that's a bold historic claim. Do you have some source for that claim? Do you have some kind of historic record, some article that backs that claim up? And then I said, a guy named John Smith told me. And then I was like, John Smith, I don't know that name. You're like, oh, I made that one up. hold on, let me check AI and see and hope I can find one. I'm pointing that out, Destiny, that you made a claim without actually having the information. That doesn't mean that your argument is invalid. It's very possible that such information exists and we could examine it together. What I'm calling out, Destiny, is that you said this without knowing what you were talking about, whether you're right or wrong.
Gotcha.
No, wait a minute.
So
wait a
I
minute.
linked
There's
a,
no
I linked
way.
an article
real quick. There's no way Destiny's using AI, right? That wouldn't happen, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. I'm sure that's not happening because that would.
You understand? I read the whole. I read the whole Bott and Paulson paper on stream. Like I've gone through all of these court cases on stream.
Sorry. We Justin, we lost the feed. I don't know what you.
So
I don't know what you said.
I linked a thing
there.
in the side. Okay. You can read this if you want. I'm going to paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5
Sorry,
here.
you're going to what? We couldn't hear you. You were.
Can you hear me now? Hello, hello.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
What are you looking at?
I'm going to paragraph 5 in the link that I put in the StreamYard. Okay, on the side. It starts with, historical precedent also confirms that a criminal conviction is not required for an individual to be disqualified under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. No one who has been formally disqualified under Section 3 was charged under the criminal rebellion or insurrection statute or its predecessors. This fact is consistent with Section 3's text, legislative history, and precedent, all of which make clear that a criminal conviction for any offense is not required for disqualification. Section 3 is not a criminal penalty, but rather is a qualification for holding public office in the United States that can be and has been enforced through civil lawsuits in state courts, among other means.
Okay, and what's the? Is they have historic examples somewhere down here? I think they do at the bottom, right?
It seems they have a table with listing several people, I guess.
Yeah, so let's take a look and see what kind of examples they have, because he makes the statements, but I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Sure. So the name here is Kenneth H. Worthy.
Horry held local office in a. Rob, would it be easier if we pulled this up? So, you have it up. Sorry, I had it inside. Sorry,
this is where you're at, right, Destiny?
Yeah. Sorry, I had it in the side window. I didn't realize you had it up. Held local office in a Confederate state. Worthy's not accused of engaging in others. Public position when disqualified. County sheriff. Mandamus action by Worthy to challenge his disqualification by county commissioner under state law implementing Section 3. So this isn't federal. This is whether he can be a sheriff. I don't think there's a serious question that states can use this provision as to state offices.
Are you sure?
Can I scroll, Destiny? Can I scroll down and see if there's a federal example? Is that fair?
This is a state example. Do you understand why that's not what we're talking about?
I mean, they're citing the same
state judge. Oh, U.S. senator. This might be a good one.
Sure, but also they're citing. To be clear, they're citing the same amendment.
But Destiny, there's a very big difference between a state saying that you may not run for office within the state as a result of this amendment versus a state saying you may not run for federal office.
Gotcha.
As a result
how
of this
would
amendment.
that difference play out in regards to the question of how you would adjudicate the question?
Sorry. I'm trying to see if this federal example makes sense.
Okay.
Because this might be what you're looking for. I just haven't worked through it. New York City governor.
The other one worked, but we can look at this if you want as well.
U.S. Senator, Congress. If you don't care, we can stop looking at it. But Congress refused seat, although refused disqualification petition by losing candidate. Kansas resident. Oh, he was imprisoned during the Civil War. He was granted parole. It was kind of like a pardon. It's like a quasi pardon. And it's formally pardoned in 1877. Can we go scroll down? Okay, they say he was challenged. I don't know how that turned out. So we could look up that court decision if it's of interesting. That seems to be the one that's closest to what you're talking about. But it just says that his position was challenged. It doesn't say how that was resolved.
Well, it says here that Georgia governor refused to commission him and Congress refused to seat him.
Yeah, Congress refused to seat him. Sure.
So he was.
And then it was. Sorry, I can't see anymore. Can we scroll back up? So he was elected by state legislature to his U.S. Senate seat. His appointment was challenged by the losing candidate. Neither were seated. At the time, President Andrew did not apply to U.S. former representatives. Can you scroll down? Sorry. Ultimately reelected in 1878. Oh, this is a different guy. Sorry, this is we're reading the wrong guy.
That's him. That's Vance, who's U.S. representative out
of
North
sorry.
Carolina. Same guy.
Okay. Andrew Johnson's answer did not apply. Ultimately, he was reelected in 1878 and served a long U.S. Senate tenure. So, I mean, I guess the question I would have is whether his it was cured via what is it? Section 3 has the curing provision. I would assume that's how that happened. Okay, so so this is the kind of example you're looking for, Destiny?
Sure.
Okay, so then the question would be, if there is some historic precedent of this happening, and this happening without a Supreme Court decision, what weight to give that evidence would be the way that a court would look at it. And this is a thing that happens a lot in various contexts. For example, in the context of birthright citizenship, there is tons of evidence of non-Supreme Court government actors denying birthright citizenship to temporary sojourners in the United States, even after the 14th Amendment was passed. The question is, how much weight will the court give to that evidence, which is typically not zero.
Sure. So then let's ask, focusing. Give to
a Supreme Court ruling.
So focusing specifically on this, okay, I'm a retarded carbon cleaner, you're the legal guy. Tell me, what are some things that we might look at to determine what weight to give the actions of these states that were denying people access to federal office based on things that hadn't been adjudicated in a criminal court? What are some things that we might look at to figure out what the amendment means and how everybody was interpreting it?
Yeah, I think what they would do is what the court did. They would weigh the evidence that there is some historic practice of here, generally speaking, in fairly chaotic times. And I would also say, in this case,
I'm sorry, wait, real quick in the beginning. Did they do that in their Supreme Court decision? Were they talking about historic examples that supported the decision they made?
No, they went with the patchwork argument because this outweighed it. But and then they would weigh that against the problem of a national officer like the president having his access to the ballot deciding by individual states. And they decided that that was a patchwork nightmare and therefore decided 9-0 against it. Again, it seems like the rule to the contrary would be completely unworkable. Do you disagree with that? Do you think that it would be viable?
Well, like unworkable or chaotic, that's in my mind, that's not an argument against the Constitution. I'm sorry. Number one, some people would argue, you're having this issue right now, that the Supreme Court is chaotic and unworkable, so we need to pack the court, is arguments that people are making, right? So my question is if we're changing this based on it being chaotic or unworkable, and we can't source this from history, what is even the argument that it would be chaotic and unworkable? Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah. Let's say that Trump was taken off the ballot in Colorado by a civil case finding without even a criminal conviction that he was an insurrectionist.
Okay.
Let's say that then Texas passes a law that is called insurrection and has a very easy to meet standard. And for example, all of the, I'm forgetting their names right now, but I could look them up if it matters, but I don't think it matters particularly. All of the senators who were charging ICE facilities are insurrectionists and therefore are ballot barred. If we say that, Harris or Newsom is an insurrectionist and is therefore ballot barred. And every state starts going down this slippery slope of deciding who gets to be on their ballot through partisan methods. And pretty soon, people think that the presidential election is a joke, which actually is the problem with court packing. Because it turns the rule of law into a joke.
Gotcha.
Which
so
is
then my
why
question
I was criticizing you for calling a 9-0 decision vibes-based.
Gotcha.
Because that
You're
seems
filibustering
to be,
again.
at least in my opinion,
So my question, I just want to stay right here. I don't know why you're appealing. This is non-responsive.
Which is that you'd like the law to be called vibes-based because then your decision to advocate for court packing looks less morally reprehensible.
Gotcha. Okay. So what if we thought that there was going to be a bunch of chaos caused by some small number of states doing some wacky and crazy things? Didn't Section 3 of the 14th Amendment provide us with a mechanism by which to escape that?
Not particularly, no.
There's not. The last sentence doesn't say something along the lines of the Congress can remedy this injury by passing a law that would make it so states can't cite to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to keep somebody off the ballot?
It sure did, Destiny. It sure did. In that vein, I take it by that logic that you think that because the Senate did not convict Trump on his impeachment trial, that he did nothing wrong?
No, that has nothing to do with this question whatsoever.
It does. It turns out it's pretty hard to get a simple majority, let alone a 2/3 majority in the Senate. And if you're relying on the cure provision, which would have to be passed by both houses of Congress by a 2/3 margin in a country that looks anything like ours, that is an unavailable remedy. And since the court was engaging in prudential analysis, yeah, that strikes me as a thing that they would think is not actually going to serve any purpose.
Gotcha. So it'd be hard.
It would be non-functional. And again,
it would be hard. No, don't say
not
non-functional. That doesn't make any sense. It
This
would be difficult.
not be an original. This is not an originalist opinion, Destiny. So yes, they're engaging in prudential analysis.
Gotcha. So then, are we basically saying that it would be impossible to ever enforce Section 3, since by the logic of this court and you would have to pass a law to enforce it as per Section 5?
That such a law already exists.
To enforce Section 3?
Yeah.
What law?
There is a federal insurrection law. Jack Smith considered whether to charge Trump with the crime of insurrection.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
Yes, it would have, because if Jack Smith had convicted Trump of insurrection, he would have been ballot ineligible.
Where does that say that in the amendment? That the conviction is what makes that a thing? I don't have the language. I'm sorry, I can't read that. I don't see that anywhere.
No person shall be senator representing Congress or elector and president or vice president or hold any office, blah, 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 who having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member, blah, 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 to support the Constitution, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion. So if you are convicted of engaging in insurrection, you are ineligible.
Wait, you keep saying convicted. I'm sorry, where does that say that in there?
It does not say convicted, Destiny.
Okay, so let's talk. All of that didn't make any sense, and nothing to do. There is nothing in here requiring a conviction, and you would know.
I'm not saying
if you read the
no.
Then why did you just say
goalpost shift?
Excuse me, I'm not. My question initially was. I said, hold on, wait. No. Let me restate the question. You filibuster so much. You filibuster so much.
A few seconds ago, you said that this would be impossible to enforce,
Correct.
and I said Congress already passed a law which would allow for the enforcement of it, the crime of insurrection. Yes, a crime requires a conviction. That is the nature of a crime.
Nothing in here references crimes.
Saying that they had to
Nothing in here references convictions or crimes.
Listen to me for 2 seconds.
You're getting frustrated because you just caught out because you're making stuff up. You're making stuff up.
I'm saying that the law that they passed is a criminal statute, so it could be enforced today had Jack Smith thought that he could get an insurrection conviction on Trump. He didn't think he could, and he wrote a memo explaining why he would not be able to get such a conviction, and then opted not to. But that doesn't mean the law doesn't exist, and what you said is that there's no way to enforce it. There is, it's just not something that was available in this instance.
What wasn't available? There was no crime of insurrection when this amendment was written?
Jack Smith.
Why are we talking about Jack Smith? We're not talking about any of that. That has nothing to do with any of this.
With insurrection was a legal non-starter, and he would lose the case.
Yeah, because we don't typically charge people with that crime. But that has nothing to do with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. There's nothing in here about having been convicted of a crime. You understand that, for instance, when it comes to impeachment, it doesn't require a criminal conviction.
Honestly, this is so.
You're frustrated, Ryan. You're frustrated because you're not using a legal mind right now. You're trying to read this like a layman, and you're getting frustrated that the law doesn't support anything that you're saying. Historically, and you would understand this, if you read the Constitution as a harmonious document where the language is consistent from start to finish, we would understand that disbarring people from holding office is not typically something that requires a criminal conviction. That's why impeachment very specifically does not consider criminal conviction when it comes to impeaching somebody from holding office. Much the same that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment also didn't require a criminal charge. You don't think they knew how to write criminal conviction? You don't think they knew the words to have in here to require some sort of crime to be alleged or charged? No, they knew the language. Of course they did. And they explicitly did not leave it in here because criminal convictions are not usually part of what you would use to disbar from somebody from holding office. I'm giving you the legal argument, and you're giving me the layman argument. I'm waiting for a legal argument from you. I need a legal argument from you, rather than it feels right. Go ahead.
After your wild goalpost shift, and I would love
which goalpost did I shift?
And see exactly
what goalpost did I shift?
You said there was no way to enforce Section 3.
Why?
And then
why did I say that? Wait. Why did I say there was no way to enforce Section 3?
You just talked for 10 minutes.
Why did I say there was no way to enforce Section 3?
You just went on a rant.
Why did I say that?
Let me finish.
Okay, all I have to say is you can't cite anything I'm saying correctly. I said you can't enforce Section 3 because you're saying it would be too hard to pass it by both halves of the Congress, but Section 5 would also require a law to be passed by both halves of the Congress. So it seems self-defeating.
Is to get a criminal conviction because there is a criminal law on the books. Congress could have, but did not, and has not yet passed a civil version of that. I am not saying a criminal conviction is necessary under the Constitution. You said it was impossible to enforce this. I pointed out that there is a law that allows the enforcement of it today, and that the only reason it wasn't enforced in that way is because they did not have the evidence to support such a conviction. I was responding to your erroneous point.
It's not because you have no way. You see a similar word. You just don't do. You don't do legal analysis.
Destiny, that a criminal conviction is required under the Constitution. I was responding to your statement that there is no way to enforce this today. There is a way to enforce this today. Would you like me to give you the statute?
Nothing in this amendment calls out the necessity for a criminal conviction. You're fabricating that language.
I'm not, Destiny, I'm going to say this to you for like the 5th time because I'm not sure if you're just not listening or you're just invested in being bad faith about this. I am not saying a criminal conviction is required. You said earlier that there was no way to enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and I said there is a way. Well, there is a criminal statute.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The reason why I said there's no way to do it is because the way to do it would be, by your argument, via Section 5. But you're saying that it would be unreasonable to expect that Congress would vote by 2/3 on the upper and lower body to remove such a disability. So I'm asking why you would expect Congress to be able to apply such a disability. It seems
because
like
because they already have. The reason I think it's reasonable is because they already have. There is a criminal law that's been passed. It's 8 USC Section 2383, rebellion or insurrection. You should be familiar with it because you debated about this law for like 2 years. So you know the law exists. And obviously, if you were convicted of insurrection, then Section 3 would apply to you.
Wait, so why would Section 3? Wait. So you're saying that if I look up 18 USC 2383, it would say Section 3 then applies to you?
No, Destiny. I'm saying, okay, let me try to
No. Don't use an analogy. Stop running because you understand that you're saying them. Oh my God. Why are you using analogies? You're confused on the initial argument. An analogy is used to flesh out an argument. I'm just going to talk because you can't, right? There is additional language in the statute.
Convicted of murder,
there is additional language. That's not a legal word that we're adjudicating the definition of, and that's not found in the Constitution that we're talking about. You just don't understand the law. You have a layman's brain. You have a layman's brain right now.
I'm going to have to give you the piece.
I'm sorry,
yes or
but
no
like
you
don't
handle this.
You just don't have.
If you are convicted of murder, Destiny, are you a murderer?
As per who? What does that mean when you say murderer?
One who has committed a murder, Destiny. That's what murderer means.
In what context? In what context?
The context of being convicted by a jury of your peers that you murdered
Do you
someone.
understand jurisdiction? Do you understand like different legal standards? Do you understand the difference between the standard of impeachment versus a criminal process? Do you have any understanding of any of this at all?
Do you honestly think, are you saying right now you can't answer the question, if someone is convicted of murder, are they a murderer? That's too hard.
I would imagine if somebody was convicted of murder in the jurisdiction that they are convicted in, that they would be considered a murderer in said jurisdiction.
So if someone is convicted of insurrection, are they an insurrectionist?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So then the application to Section 3 is pretty obvious. If you are convicted of insurrection, then you have engaged in insurrection.
I agree.
That's what it says.
But you're doing an if A, then B, but you're implying that the only way to get to B is through A. I agree with you. If you get a conviction,
I'm not implying that.
Oh, okay. Then we agree. Then we agree. That's fine then. If you're convicted as an insurrectionist, but wait, you agree. There's nothing in this amendment that says you must be convicted as an insurrectionist.
No.
There's nothing in here.
If Congress, in their wisdom, had passed a law where you could be declared an insurrectionist through the civil process rather than the criminal process, I agree that that would qualify. They have not done so. The law that they passed is criminal only.
Which law? Not the constitutional amendment, but the federal statute, right?
Yeah, 18 USC 2383.
Okay. Why does that federal statute at the end say, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States?
because they're making it super duper clear, Destiny, that if you are convicted under this, that you are not going to be able to hold office under the United States.
But that's not what the penalty in Section 3 requires, right? The penalty in Section 3 is only applied if you were a prior oath taker and then engaged in insurrection. So it seems like this federal law here goes a little bit further and is not necessarily, why would you even add in the last thing here if it's like just assumed to be true under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
Because Congress decided that they wanted to pass a law that went beyond the bare requirements of the 14th Amendment, which they are entitled to do. In many cases, Destiny, we have laws that go beyond the bare requirements of the Constitution. That's not particularly weird. The Constitution dictates whether the legislature has the power to do something. And if they have the power, there are many cases where they pass laws that are more specific than what is listed in the Constitution. Of course, almost all of our laws work like that.
I agree with you. Alito doesn't, but that's a separate argument. But then nothing in Section 3, again, I don't even know why we're on this tangent of if you're convicted of this crime, you can't hold a federal office.
Because you said that they hadn't passed a law, and they had. That's why we're on it, Destiny. You said something that was wrong. I corrected you, and you filibustered for 20 minutes, and now you're like, why on earth are we on this filibuster point that I've been on for 20 minutes? It's because you were wrong, and I corrected you, and it just took you a long time to realize you were wrong.
No.
If you'd like to talk about something else, I'm happy to move on. I don't think there's a disagreement here.
When I said that they hadn't passed a law before there was an Amnesty Act, what I was saying was that the Congress passed amnesty acts for people affected by Section 3 without Congress having passed a Section 5 law to enforce it yet.
Okay.
Unless you're going to claim that the amnesty acts that were passed in the 1800s also seem to revoke the office-holding section of this law indefinitely.
Well, because I try not to make historic claims without actually having the information on hand, I would be delighted to look up, if it would be helpful, what those convictions were under. The one example that we had was a state who then disqualified their own senator. At that time, senators were elected by the state legislature. So it strikes me that that is more of a state issue than a presidential election would be. But if you want to look up
why would you
other
say
examples,
that? Why would that matter more?
Because at that time, this was before the 17th Amendment, if I recall. Yeah, it definitely is. The state legislatures directly appointed their senators. So the nexus between a senator and a state process, as opposed to a federal process, was a lot tighter than it is today.
Okay, I don't understand why that would magically make this amendment apply or not apply or not apply. You're just making up a whole bunch of extra stuff. The actual answer is it probably would have been really inconvenient to enforce Section 3. We would hope that Congress would pass a remedy to help with the confusion here. And if they don't, then we have an interesting conundrum that we're in where we probably need either a new constitutional amendment or at least a new robust federal law to prevent the confusion. But I think that the idea of running to the Supreme Court and asking them to invent their own interpretation that can't be found anywhere in the text, anywhere in the history, anywhere in the legislative intent of this, for them to invent something, that just seems wholly improper to me, in my opinion.
So you think that Justice Jackson, Justice Kagan, Justice Sotomayor did something wholly improper?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that why it would be worth it to pack the court to make sure that those naughty justices never do something this improper again?
I don't think I'm not sure how I'm even in for court packing. But also just as a clear thing, you kept screaming 9-0, 9-0, 9-0. Like, just to be clear, there were multiple concurrences written here that take issue with the per curiam decision, right? There were multiple things here that were...
Justin, we've already talked about this. Now we're just recycling things.
I'm understanding. I'm just saying that you're screeching 9-0 to pretend like this is a wholly unified court.
With a different aspect of the decision, which is not what we're discussing here.
That's fine. I'm just saying that you're screeching about this being 9-0, 9-0, 9-0, when this could have just as easily been a 5-4 decision or 6-3 decision, depending on how Amy cut.
It could not have just as easily been a 5-4 decision because the justices cared deeply about the patchwork issue, which you called vibes.
Yes, this is a vibes argument.
So which is why I criticized you.
That's a vibes argument. It is though, because you can't find this argument in law. Where in the Constitution does it say all amendments need to be very convenient and they have to avoid patchwork situations?
Across the country, people are around the left, and this is not streamers,
Wow.
this is mainstream
Lots of vibes here
politicians,
now.
are making the argument
Mhm.
that we ought pack the U.S. Supreme Court because it's a corrupt and horrible institution. And I'm pointing out that when it was a 9-0 decision, when the justices that are supposed to be ideologically with you agreed, that's still not good enough for you, indicating that the only thing you care about is getting the result you want. You're mad that you didn't get the result you wanted. And that's why when people hear about court packing, they should treat it with derision and scorn.
You're projecting
because
so much. You want to go so far to the court packing argument.
As if it was an outcome-based thing.
You want to go so far. You're going so far. No one is arguing this.
What you said was gross. And
No one is arguing this. This is so far beyond anything that's being said
you
here.
argue this. Are you claiming that you have never advocated for court packing in the last, I'll not say never. In the last 2 months, you have not advocated for court packing?
I might have, but I feel like I based that
You
more
might
on the
have?
vibes. I don't remember 100%.
might
My
have?
opinions on the Supreme Court are super mixed right now.
Uh-huh. Well, I invite Destiny's fans and my fans to investigate that claim and see whether or not there are plentiful clips of Destiny advocating for court packing. I will not claim to have them on hand because I do not. And
That's
I
fine.
wouldn't
I mean, I don't care. I mean, I'll defend
but
them
I
now.
am
It's not. This
positive
isn't like
they exist. Go find them.
That's fine. I don't understand what the point is of if you're trying to get me on. I'm sure I probably made the argument that fuck it, we should just fucking pack the court because they should just fucked anyway. I probably made that argument.
Here's the point.
So then, yes, you did. Okay, that's easy. Yes, you did.
Real quick, this is some of the things that I think's going on, Destiny. Like when you're like, the fact it was a 9-0, I think they're wrong, and you bring up these slight objections that you've read from one attorney or something, you're citing things even here that's not taking into account the actual decision. For example, you cited that the amendment occurred before they actually passed the law that Ryan was talking about. However, they were enforcing via the law labeling people insurrectionists and making it illegal from office even before the law that Ryan's talking about. Here is from the decision. Congress has long given effect to Section 3 with respect to would-be or existing federal office holders. Shortly after the ratification of the amendment, Congress enacted the Enforcement Act of 1870. This predates this sort of amnesty that was given. That act authorized federal district attorneys to bring civil actions in federal court to remove anyone holding non-legislative office, federal or state, in violation of Section 3. There you go. They did have a civil law, so they could have went through a civil mechanism. In the years following ratification, the House and Senate exercised their unique powers under Article 1 to adjudicate challenges, contending to certain prospective or sitting members that could not take or retake their seats due to Section 3. And the Confiscation Act of 1862, which predated Section 3, effectively provided an additional procedure for enforcing disqualification. And so, when you say, when the amnesty passed, the law that Ryan's citing technically hadn't taken effect, we can see that they immediately were doing, in 1862, they already had laws set forth, both civil and criminal, in the federal courts labeling people insurrectionists in a federal method. This decision also says the cases you're bringing up, like that Vance guy, etc., unfortunately for you, no one arguing for Colorado's side brought any of those cases up to any of these justices. So the idea that because you read one guy that's like, there was this one or two people that we think were kept off the courts, that were kept off federal seats because of this proves that all 9 of these justices are incorrect, clearly is not the case.
Gotcha. So if you want to go back to citing things from 1862, why not respond? I just a quick thing.
I'm not making an argument. It's a tiny point. I think the Enforcement Act was repealed in 1894. I was trying to figure that out while you were talking, Rob, but it's not on the books in that form today, which is why it's not available.
Sure. And also, if you want to go back to some of the language of these laws that were passed before the 14th Amendment, these were the arguments for why the 14th Amendment didn't require a criminal conviction, because there were acts and there were statutes that were passed prior to the 14th Amendment being added to the Constitution that did include language about necessitating some kind of criminal conviction in order to say that somebody can't hold a office again. But historically, in the United States, we really try not to tie criminal convictions to whether or not you can hold office. That's why the impeachment process is not a criminal process, because they don't like the idea that to get rid of somebody, you either have to execute them or assassinate them, or you've got to fabricate criminal charges against them. So generally, these processes are strictly political, so they'd be adjudicated by whatever mechanism the state decides appropriate. That's how it probably should be read originally.
Yeah, and I don't think that's even I'm not even sure I'm not even sure that I need to disagree with any of that, because ultimately what the decision was purely that as to federal offices, Section 3 is not self-executing such that states can take advantage of it because the power is given to Congress, and they did not go so far as to state offices. States remain, at least under this decision, to have that power. So, I mean, I think that's not I think it's a pretty clear outcome in that sense. And it is, by the way, like, it's not like there's no text here. That is what Section 5 says, that Congress shall have the power to enforce. They clarified that Section 3, as relates to federal offices, requires federal legislation. Rob gave you examples historically of such federal legislation. The current federal legislation is the one that I gave you.
Sure. But then square this with what you just said, that yes, Congress can pass legislation that goes further than the amendment, but that doesn't disqualify the amendment or say that the amendment is not in effect until Congress has passed legislation that might go further than the text of the amendment itself.
No, but that's what Section 5 says. It says Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article.
Sure,
and
they can go further than the amendment.
Yes,
possibly, right?
Congress can.
Correct.
The question. But
that doesn't mean that. But that doesn't mean that the text itself is dead. That it's not self-executing. That it's not a part of the federal law.
What was the question before the court?
For this particular case, I think it was whether or not Colorado could enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment as per removing a federal candidate from the ballot.
Exactly. So it says that Congress shall have the power, and I agree that Congress can go further than the mere text of the Constitution in using that power. But the question before the court was whether the state had the power, not Congress.
Yeah, but who else would even have that power? Congress doesn't have ballots. It's not a federal election. Congress doesn't have their internal. These are elections that are all ran by the states. The states manage and maintain their ballots. There are aren't there literally different rules? Like sometimes, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the last presidential election, didn't you have some states that still had like Kanye West on the ballot or like RFK Jr. on the ballot because he missed some threshold to get himself removed and so he was still there on election day? Am I making that up?
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I'm honestly confused by this line of questioning. We have oceans of federal election law on the books, like limitations on how much you can give to a candidate, requirements on when election day is. There's a case before the Supreme Court right now about whether you can count ballots after election day. There's oceans of federal law on how federal elections are supposed to be run.
I'm talking.
So I'm not even sure what your.
I'm saying as per allowing people on the ballot. It seems like we already kind of do have a patchwork of laws for how that works. There's not there's not some federal standard by which every single state allows people onto the ballot in the same measure or manner. You don't go to the federal government to petition them to be allowed on a state ballot unless you feel like they're violating some federal rule. Like it already is a patchwork.
I don't think it's as much of a patchwork as you seem to think it is, but even if there are aspects of it that vary from state to state, and I believe there probably are aspects that vary from state to state as to minor things like how many signatures you need to get on the ballot, that sort of thing. I think there's some variation. There's not variation about whether you need to be 35. There's not variation about constitutional requirements.
Well, but
right?
we're not talking about verification. We're not talking about
where
variation on the requirements. We're talking about how do you adjudicate it as such. That's the question, right? The adjudication for age and citizenship seems to be fairly easy. So the states do that in whatever manner they see fit. Now, the adjudication on the insurrection question, that might be a little bit more difficult, but that doesn't mean that it automatically is taken from the states to be able to make that decision.
Well, there are two arguments that I've given, and just to make sure they're both there. There's the prudential argument that this would create an unworkable patchwork, which is the one that all 9 justices thought was pretty compelling. There is the textual argument that says that they read Section 5 as requiring that Congress pass such laws as to federal officers in order to enforce Section 3. So those are the two arguments. There's the prudential argument and the textual argument. And the court did say that as to Section 3, we do need uniformity. This is not a thing that is left open to the states, and that the 14th Amendment is not self-executing for the states to take advantage of in this way. And in fact,
but then my
states
question
cannot
is,
do so.
There were already different presidential nominees on the ballots in different states. RFK Jr. was not on the ballot in every state in 2024. He was on for like half of them.
I mean, the thing is, though, there are differences, but there's also like an enormous amount of federal law on the requirements for federal elections. I was trying to find the example, but it's a bit of a nightmare to read through. It looks like it's ECFR 2 ECFR Part 200 uniform administration requirements, but there's but that might be the wrong one. Hold on, let me see if I can find the right one. But in any case, there's tremendous amount of law on how to run a federal election. I know, for example, you can only donate. I believe off the top of my head the number is $3,500 to a candidate directly. And all the
5,000. You're talking about FEC campaign contribution limits, but this isn't about who goes on a ballot. This is a fundamentally completely different question. I don't understand how a state doesn't have the right to determine if you go on the ballot or not. Now, in this particular instance, the Supreme Court said no without any good justification. The patchwork argument doesn't work because RFK Jr. and I think Kanye West were on some ballots. And the text argument doesn't work because there's no historical foundation and there's no textual foundation for the argument. It's a vibes argument. They wanted the country to be unified, and it was vibes.
The requirement, Destiny, is that as to the things that the Constitution says, there ought be uniformity. As to the powers which are left to the states, then there can be state variation.
Wait, where is there a lack of uniformity? You said as to what the Constitution says, there's a lack of uniformity.
35 years old is a great example.
Why do you filibuster so much? Just on the first point you did, because you're saying a bunch of random stuff.
You're confused about a very basic concept.
I'm asking you a basic question, but you're scared of just explaining the first thing you said.
The point.
What is the uniformity part that's broken?
The way you argue is that you ask a question, and then when you start getting an answer, you immediately get upset. And
I'm not upset at all. I'm challenging you on the first part of the question, and you're about to rattle off
on
3 other parts and then give an example.
20 minutes on you just being wrong about what federal law is, which I could have resolved that for you in 3 seconds if you would just let me talk.
What was I incorrect about on federal law in this conversation?
You said that Congress did not pass any law which would have enabled disqualification under Article 14, Section 3.
I said before the amnesty was passed. Before the amnesty was passed. The amnesty bill of fucking 1876 or whatever the fuck, or 1872. That Congress hadn't passed. There was no laws that were passed to enforce Section 3 before these. That's what I said.
Yeah. So
you're incorrect on that. But okay. Wait. So on the current thing, you just said you just mentioned something about unity or whatever. What unity is broken in the Constitution by having the language be read for Section 3 the same way that it's read for every other qualification for president? Age 35, no president shall be elected more than 2 terms, have to be a citizen. All of these things are left up to the states to determine for their ballots. This now is the thing that is in disharmony. This thing is brought out of step with the rest of the Constitution.
You are incorrect. If a state said, we are going to determine who is 35 in a completely unique way. We say you have to be 35, but we count by 2s. So everyone has to actually be 70. They would be challenged. They would go to the Supreme Court. They would lose. Now, if a state says, we think you need 5,000 signatures, and the other state says, we think you need 4,000 signatures, that's probably not a constitutional issue because it's not written anywhere in the Constitution. The Constitution requires uniformity on the issues about elections where the Constitution speaks. It does not require uniformity on the issues where it does not.
I agree, but you would go back to the writing of the amendment or the writing of the qualification in the Constitution to see what they meant by 35 years of age, and you would probably have some consensus, a pretty easy consensus.
Think you have to?
What?
For this, it would be you have to go back and do some textual originalist analysis to figure out what 35 years old means.
So for this, it would be very obvious. For the insurrection one, it's not pretty obvious. For the insurrection one, it's not really as obvious, and because it's inconvenient, we decide to get rid of it instead of maybe considering that maybe when that amendment was written, maybe they wanted it to be kind of a thing that it was a big deal when you consider, committing an insurrection against the United States or aiding the enemies of doing it, especially considering how narrow the punishment is. Maybe that was a big deal. And maybe they wanted it so that if it was really bad, Congress could, with 2/3 of the upper and lower chambers, remedy this by passing a law giving amnesty. They've got a mechanism in there, but you don't like it because it's inconvenient, because you want to win on your side.
No, now we're going full circle. I have not independently researched this and come up with like a tight originalist argument because I didn't have to. It was a 9-0 decision. But if this was a 5-4 by the originalists, that's the opinion they would have written. They would have written an originalist opinion. They didn't because they would never get the 3 justices to sign off on an originalist opinion, which is the thing I was trying to explain to you in the first 2 minutes of this conversation.
I agree.
That's why it's not written that way, Destiny.
I agree.
Now,
it was
I
vibes.
would prefer
I
to
agree.
be written that way, but
I agree.
they had good reasons not to.
Yes, vibes reasons. I agree.
No,
yes.
They gave you a prudential reason and a textualist reason. They didn't give you an originalist reason because it's not an originalist opinion. They gave you a textual reason.
You don't need to give. You don't need to do any of
They gave
this.
you
A 9-0 and a 5-4 decision carry the same weight legally. Maybe one might be more up for challenge in the future, but both of them carry the same weight legally. It survives why you won a 9-0 over a 5-4.
That's true, but I think that the point is that you're trying to set a precedent that these sort of cases don't keep propping up because how damaging it would be. Furthermore, a couple things you just said there, the differentiation between laws about the age of 35 but ballot access, while it is true, there is a reasonable amount of sort of allowing states to choose who gets on the ballot. There's also been Supreme Court decisions that ruled that there can't be unduly burdensome metrics on that. So, for example, there's been courts that said too high of filing fees intended to keep third parties off, or filing deadlines intended to keep third parties off. Federally, the Supreme Court ruled you can't do that. The implication thereof is then any of the two major parties you wouldn't be able to keep off. That would be unduly burdensome. Furthermore, if your theory is correct, that would mean one of two things. You wouldn't complain if a red state right now kept every single Democrat, including at the state level, off a ballot because they just felt like it. And secondly, why didn't any of the justices bring up this argument you're making? The federal court, we have no say whatsoever and who gets on the ballot, and therefore no one made that argument. Why?
Do we have no? Well, Amy said it pretty concisely in her writing that they wanted to unify the country with this writing, and that they didn't want to turn the temperature up; they wanted to turn the temperature down. So I think they avoided the more pressing arguments that would have supported a contrary opinion because they wanted to unify all of us.
Yeah, and Destiny, is originalism contentious between the left and the right today?
99% of Americans don't even know what that means.
Okay, but you do. Do you do? Is that a contentious
I don't think these decisions
issue?
are written for me because these decisions just make me madder
De-
when I see concurrences that are written for per curiam opinions that say that the court went too far. That doesn't make me feel any better.
This is the most obvious question in the entire world. You don't think it's obvious whether originalism is contentious between the left and the right? It's the most contentious legal issue between the left and the right.
Why is it so contentious, though?
Because it is a difference in judicial philosophy.
No.
The right tends to ascribe to an originalist philosophy.
No.
The left tends to ascribe to a living constitutionalist philosophy.
Try again.
This is the core difference.
Try again. Try. I want you to summon the good faith from your brain and try to think, why do we think that people don't like when people say they're originalists or textualists? Why do you think Supreme Court justices don't like when other justices
because they think the law is all vibes, Destiny, and they want the outcome they want. That's why they get pissed off about it.
You can't fathom the other side. You don't even know the other argument. You really don't, and you feel this so strongly you could lecture me on this?
Destiny, the point, and again, you're very good at moving away from
I'm not moving away. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to refocus on the exact same question. You asked me about why people feel the ways that you said was there a huge issue for originalism between the left and right people. And then I asked you, why do you think people have issues with originalism?
Ryan, be quiet. Leave Destiny make his point, and then you can respond.
I'm just asking very simply, what is the strongest faith argument? Why do people have such an issue with originalist interpretations? You can't give it.
They don't like the outcome. That's the reason.
Okay. All right. And people don't like the living Constitution ones because they're committed to good faith jurisprudence and interpretation of the Constitution. They feel strongly about what the Constitution means. So those people have very strong reasons why they feel the way they do. But the opposition, they just feel that way because they don't like the outcomes. Really?
Well, one of the differences between originalism and living constitutionalism is originalism could require you to reach a decision you didn't like.
Oh, like in this case with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment
and the Constitution can do that. Yeah. But I want to go back to the point before we obfuscate it. You were deriding them trying to speak, but you did say they were speaking in order to unify the country.
Yep.
And the point, which was, I think, an intuitive and simple one I was making, is that if they had rested this decision on originalist logic, that would not have served their purpose of unifying the country. So, of course, they did not write an originalist opinion because that would be contentious, and they were trying to avoid being contentious.
Yeah, I agree with you. Vibes.
Okay. That's the entire point I was trying to make. It's
cool.
very
That's the point that I made right at the very beginning, that a lot of it is very vibe-based. You agree with me. I'm glad we finally reached an agreement. I'm curious, Rob Noor, can you give a good faith summary for why you think people might have an issue with originalists or textualists? I can give both sides for the living document for why people think that. So I'm curious, can either of you give the argument on the other side?
I will give this argument and then I'll respond to something you said earlier. I think that Ryan's largely right that people get upset about the outcomes, but in general, a theoretical opposition to originalism would be because the country has massively changed in ways that perhaps the people that originally wrote these couldn't have envisioned, that it has to be more of a living contextualism. And so just an originalist point of view would mean that you're stagnated in a framework that would have never been intended. For example, I might take umbrage with an originalist point of view that might allow birthright citizenship, because I might say the founding fathers never intended, or the people that wrote that never intended, that we would have people coming over on boats by the thousand that are foreign diplomats to plop babies out here so that they could be Chinese citizens and American citizens and vote when they turn 18. An originalist may say, sorry, the original reading of this means that we have to accept this. A living contextualist might say, wow, that is so bad, we need to look beyond the original intent and see, or the original wording, and see what the intent may have been.
Sure.
Is that sufficient to it?
I disagree, but you know what? I appreciate that. That is an argument that some people give. I think the main argument against originalism that I see is the idea that when people are claiming to be originalists, they seem to be cherry picking from the record to make their quote unquote originalist argument. When I see pushback against it, so like in this recent Alito decision, that was the main pushback, is that you claim to be an originalist, but it seems like you're cherry picking which historical facts are relevant to you in order to make the argument for what the law originally meant.
Well, that might be, but that would be not criticizing originalism. That would be criticizing claiming to be originalist. Now, the question I have for you,
people are hypocrites or something.
The question I have for you, if you're right, that the Supreme Court justices, at least some of them, knew that they have no say whatsoever in how states decide who's on the ballot. But for this one issue, because they wanted to have a kumbaya moment, that they ignored that and just pretended to bring the country together. I could list Williams v. Rhodes 68, Bullock v. Carter 72, Sterner v. Brown 74, Anderson v. Breeze in 83. What was the last one I hear? Buckley versus American Constitutional Law Foundation. All of these were Supreme Court decisions that were weighing in on who was allowed on ballots in state elections. Were they also having kumbaya moments in every one of those decisions? Or could it be that the Supreme Court actually feels that they too are allowed to weigh in on who is allowed or not allowed on the ballot?
I don't know anything about any of those underlying decisions, so I would have to read them to figure out what they were even about.
I would say that would you at least be able to concede that there were probably cases in the past about who's allowed on a ballot that went to the federal Supreme Court?
There might have been. I mean, I'll concede that there might be prior like schools of thought that were more common in the Supreme Court that I would just think are horrible now. I'm pretty sure modern day Supreme Court people, I feel like I watched, I think it was Breyer give a speech on this, where the Supreme Court was like the fucking Wild West of decision writing, that you would get these huge decisions that would be like fucking... like I think Brown v. Board was like fucking 14 pages or whatever. You get these huge decisions, but it's like a few pages long, like barely writing on shit. And they're just like machine gunning stuff out there, and the scholarship is not very great, and the citation to other law is not very great. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have any problem saying that. Yeah.
I mean, but again, this seems to be contradictory with what your original argument was here. Your original argument was, my understanding is the court rarely decides things based on this sort of patchwork interpretation that says that it would be bad for a patchwork amount of states. Now you're saying, well, even if we have a history of decades of the Supreme Court weighing in on who can and can't be on a ballot when it comes to state elections, sometimes they're fucking crazy. Who cares what they've done in the past?
I wouldn't care if members of the court said, I'm partisan and this is how I fucking rule. I'd be like, okay, fuck it, fine. At least we're in the same ballpark. But when they're trying to put forth these arguments that I feel like they're incredibly inconsistent on, right? So when it comes to the Section 3 case, a patchwork is incredibly important to avoid so that we can get buy-in for a big 9-0 decision. But when it comes to Dobbs and when it comes to kicking, out Casey and Roe v. Wade, well, we have a patchwork of abortion laws right now that are utter chaos, that we're begging the courts now, like, could we have abortion drugs that are mailed from one state to another, and can a state extradite some abortion doctor in one state, or do we need to have bounty systems set up? But that patchwork seems A-okay. Or now we've got VPNs.
But those are fundamentally, that's fundamentally different. Let me explain why. What this is deciding is, if certain states are allowed to keep up people like presidential candidates off, that are obviously should be on, like the leader of one of the two major parties, that has an effect on each and every state because it would help determine on
That's
who
fine.
eventually becomes
Texas
the
made
president.
that same
The
argument in
question-
Texas v. I understand what
this
you're saying,
is-
but Texas made the same argument in Texas v. Pennsylvania, saying they didn't like the way that they ran their election. So we as a state should have a deciding factor over how they do their elections in their state. And the Supreme Court said, no, fuck you. You don't get to decide what another state does with their elections.
It's clearly different. It's a difference between the nuances of how we allow count-in ballots, like mail-in ballots, etc., versus intentionally keeping a major party candidate on. The points you bring about Roe v. Wade and how the laws have become patchwork sense, that's because we're taking away a right that we said that wasn't in the Constitution, in this case, a right to abortion, which then allows each state to make that decision, which is ironically a more democratic decision. Right, so we've taken away a right that we say the Constitution never afforded. This is different when we're coming to questions of how to proffer elections and who allowed beyond them. The truth is, Destiny, like
I disagree with your rationale. Like I think that this, I mean, we could do this like real quickly for Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. I'm curious, why are you okay with Alito having decided that in that case, where a law was written to enforce a prior constitutional amendment, that he said that law went too far, even though there was 37 years of supposed agreement between the courts and the legislators?
It's because of the Rucho decision in 2019. So what happened is, at the time the law was passed, partisan gerrymandering was not legal. It became legal in 2019. So the way the law is phrased, it says that
partisan gerrymandering in the states was illegal prior to.
No, it was not declared legal. States
I don't know what not declared legal means. Was partisan gerrymandering legal or illegal prior to 2019, prior to Rucho?
It was unclear. So states spent a lot of time attempting to avoid the appearance of what the case in 2019 decided is that you could be overt. You could say at the state level, we are gerrymandering to keep our guy in office. That's perfectly legal. It's a valid state interest. That was not something that the Supreme Court had ever articulated prior to 2019. So as relates to the VRA, that changes the analysis because the VRA says that a minority group cannot have a lesser opportunity. But everybody now is getting partisan gerrymandered. So if you are getting gerrymandered on the basis of your political affiliation, that's not a lesser opportunity. That's the exact same opportunity everybody else gets. So post that decision, the interpretation of the VRA changed.
Isn't all gerrymandering done on partisan consideration?
Well, that's why they ultimately ruled the way that they did.
No. Hold on, wait. Answer that question. Isn't all are you telling me that in the past? Are you telling me Are you telling me in the past that there were black districts that the conservatives said, I really don't like the fact that these guys are voting as a block, even though they vote for us. Let's go ahead and gerrymander these, even though we're going to lose seats because we're so racist. Isn't all gerrymandering partisan?
In the prior to 2019, when states gerrymandered, they had to pretend they were doing it for some other reason.
But it was partisan, right?
They of course were doing it for partisan reasons.
Sure.
But they'd be like, oh, actually, this city looks like a bat, and this city looks like a rectangle, and that's what the map just makes more sense this way.
Is there any gerrymander that was ever thrown out for partisan reasons in the federal?
They had to pretend. I don't know.
There wasn't, right? Otherwise, why would so many state Supreme Courts have it written into their constitution that partisan gerrymandering is legal?
But what changed, Destiny, was that in 2019, the U.S. Supreme Court said that there was no constitutional basis for a federal court to say that partisan gerrymandering was an illicit interest. Now
that's not how that works. It's not that a thing is considered illegal until the Supreme Court says that.
It does make a difference, Destiny, because the way that the VRA is written, it says that a minority group cannot have a lesser opportunity than the majority group. But the majority groups are getting overtly partisan gerrymandered. So if a minority group is overtly partisan gerrymandered, they are being treated equally. They're not being treated worse. They're being I live in a state where I am gerrymandered the fuck out of I will never have my vote.
Every single gerrymander is done for partisan reasons. Are there states that are there whose parties are doing gerrymanders that are losing the majority party seats? Has this ever happened?
Destiny, the change in law.
There was not a change in law. Why do you keep citing a Supreme Court decision as a change in law? That's not what the Supreme Court does. They don't write law. Isn't that a breathing constitutional interpretation? Are you telling me the Supreme Court writes law now?
Destiny, I am telling you that the Supreme Court's decision in 2019
You have no response. This is boring. Okay.
That
You don't have. It didn't clarify. No.
gerrymandering-
It was never illegal. You're just fabricating that because
Okay.
Alito said it. You're making this up though. There was nothing in the. There was nothing.
Holy shit! It's very difficult.
It's
to talk to
difficult
you
because you don't have a legal foundation for anything you're saying. You're giving layman
can
arguments. I don't know why you do. Rob could do these arguments better than you. Like these are layman arguments. Why would state constitutions bake into their state constitution saying
Destiny,
that you are
here's the
not allowed to partisan gerrymandering if it was understood to be federally illegal? It doesn't make any sense.
Destiny, here is the ruling of the RUCO case in 2019. Held, partisan gerrymandering claims present political questions beyond the reach of federal courts. The federal courts will not say that a partisan gerrymander is unconstitutional. They ruled it in 2019.
Was that opinion? Hold on, wait. Was that opinion?
Prior to that ruling, it was not clear because there had not been a clear ruling on whether or not the Supreme Court would take that position. The ruling was yes. So there is a change in the law based on RUCO, and the VRA case is re-examining the VRA in light of RUCO. That's why they came to a different outcome.
What does held mean here?
Destiny, if I can, real quick. I'm in no better position than you.
Well, wait, hold on. This was how it was viewed for the past 40 years in gerrymandering. Nobody had this understanding that, so people thought that it was going to be illegal to partisanly gerrymander?
Yes. I, if I may, real quick, I'm in the same position as you. I'm not claiming I knew this. I'm looking it up as you're speaking. But listen, in November 2016, a federal panel, that's what's discussing when they say the panel declared that the state house plan adopted by Wisconsin Republican-controlled legislator in 2011 was unconstitutional partisan gerrymander that violated the Equal Protection Clause and the plaintiff's First Amendment freedom of association. The ruling was the first time in over 3 decades that a federal court invalidated a registering partisan bias. Then you can see on January 23rd, 2019, the court granted in part the state assembly's motion to stay the case, postponing the trial until the U.S. Supreme Court ruled on partisan gerrymandering appeals from North Carolina and Maryland as well on June 27, 2019. Supreme Court's opinion in those cases held that partisan gerrymandering claims are non-justicable. So yes, there were a rash leading into this of gerrymandering cases that federal courts were ruling were illegal.
Why did
the
they strike
2019
down?
case said we can't weigh in.
Why did they strike down the first case that was brought up?
Because they thought that partisan gerrymandering was unconstitutional.
Give me the case. Fuck it. We'll read it.
You want to read the summary or or do you want to read the actual case?
Give me the name of the case. The name of that one that Rob just cited, that first one where they fought the map or whatever.
I think this is a summary of the same case I was talking about, which is this is Gilvery Whitford, so it's a different case. Okay. By the way, the reason Rob found it is that Gilvey Whitford is cited in RUCO.
Good cover.
So if it's helpful, in RUCO, when they describe the case that you're looking at, they wrote, this court's partisan gerrymandering cases have left unresolved the question whether such claims of partisan gerrymandering are legal right, resolvable according to legal principles, or political questions that must find their resolution elsewhere. And then the Supreme Court clarified that partisan gerrymandering is a political question that federal courts will not rule on, which is why it was such a big change in the law.
Wait, what part of the law changed?
Prior to RUCO, most states, when they gerrymandered, would create pretextual reasons. They would say, we're gerrymandering to make the districts look better. We're gerrymandering to do X, Y, and Z. What they wouldn't say is we're gerrymandering to keep our guy in the house. In RUCO, the court clarified that even if you say we are gerrymandering to keep your guy in the house, that is a non-justiciable question. Federal courts have no say over it. That's why we have the present gerrymandering wars today, and we didn't have them in 2010s, because in 2010s, states were afraid to be as overt with their gerrymandering as they are today, because it might have been unconstitutional, and there was a risk, as in Gilvey Whitford, which Rob showed you, that your map would be struck down as unconstitutional. So that
what
was
I'm
the
trying to
change
understand
in
is
law.
why would we ever assume that the Supreme Court or the federal government could rule on partisan gerrymanders?
I actually think I agree with you. I think it was clear that they couldn't, but it had been unresolved. So lower courts were deciding the question on their own. And the example that Rob
would you say that if somebody was brought back as a zombie, if somebody was brought back from the dead, if somebody was brought back from the dead, I know because you always ramble on somebody. If somebody's brought back from the dead and they're undead zombie, do you think that it's? Would you say that it's unresolved right now as to how we like treat this person? Like, would they follow no laws? Like, you use this like very weird language to make this claim that like anything could happen because it's an unresolved question. Like there's a trillion things that we could imagine are unresolved before the court because the court hasn't like specifically been asked this particular question.
Yes,
but
real quick, Ryan,
I can explain this, but
it says the reasons. Real quick, it says the reasons that they allowed the federal court to do this was that it violated the Equal Protection Clause and the plaintiff's First Amendment freedom of association. Now, I don't agree with that. Ryan doesn't agree with it. And Destiny, it sounds like you don't agree with it. But that's the rationale they gave for the federal courts weighing it.
Yes. And Destiny, when I'm saying it's unresolved, that means that we have multiple circuits, multiple circuit courts, multiple district courts. If the Supreme Court has not ruled on the issue, then you're going to have some district courts ruling one way, some district courts ruling another way, some circuit courts ruling one way, some circuit courts ruling another way, without a clear resolution of what the law is.
So you're telling me, so wait, just so I understand what you're saying, just so I understand what you're saying.
The Supreme Court resolved the point.
Just so I understand what you're saying, you're telling me that prior to 2019, there were multiple courts on the federal level. There were circuits, there were district courts that were saying you can't partisan gerrymander?
At least one. That's the Gilby Whitford case.
You said district courts and circuit courts, and in this one, it sounds like they got shot down
I was
immediately.
Explaining to what unresolved means. Unresolved means that courts are free to interpret differently.
I understand what unresolved means, but
well,
my understanding
why are you
is that
asking the question if you understand.
Because this is not a question where all the courts were ruling in a hodgepodge of different ways. I don't think that's true. I think it was generally understood that although it was a not fine part of our democracy, that gerrymandering politically was a thing that was acceptable federally. That was not a justiciable question.
But Rob just showed you a case where they ruled the opposite way.
No, hold on. They didn't rule the opposite way. They ruled in accordance to what my understanding would be and what I think the entire country's understanding would be about partisan gerrymandering.
What do you think that is?
That it was allowed.
No, because that's what happened in the case Rod showed you, Gilby Whitford. The court struck not the Supreme Court, the lower court struck a gerrymandered map as being unconstitutional as a partisan gerrymander because the issue was unresolved. So the lower courts were free to come up with their own constitutional interpretation. When the Supreme Court resolved the constitutional issue, the lower courts are no longer free.
You say they were free to do it. They weren't free to do it. They made their ruling. And then the Supreme Court said, no, that ruling's wrong.
But you're going back and forth. Again, what we're saying here is, in fact, one of these was the test case that was used in the decision for the Supreme Court. We had a rash of at least 3 maps that federal courts weighed in prior to 2019. Here you see another one in Maryland. Federal court thrown out the state's congressional map and ordered a new one drawn ahead of the 2020 elections. So what was happening was increasingly...
Wait. What was that case? You got to give me the case. You got to give me the case. I need to know what the fuck we're even...
Okay. The case is... Let's see. Benisik v. Lemon. So BENIS. It's on the screen there. I don't have to read it.
While you're looking it up, just to make the very, very obvious point, time operates linearly. Prior to 2019, it was unresolved. Lower courts make their own rulings because the Supreme Court has not spoken. In 2019, it is resolved. So post 2019, lower courts are not free to make up their own conclusions as to this issue because it was unresolved prior to RUCO and resolved post.
Well, but unresolved prior, my question would be: was there a whole deluge of a difference of rulings across different circuits for whether or not partisan was it consistently upheld in the Ninth Circuit that partisan gerrymanders were not allowed? Was it consistently upheld in the Fifth Circuit that partisan gerrymanders were allowed?
I don't know, but Rob provided you with 2 examples of it not being allowed. So there's at least 2 examples of courts doing what the Supreme Court later clarified they were not permitted to do.
Sure, but then the question is on what grounds were these not? I haven't read these cases. It sounds like neither of you have as well. So I'm curious on what grounds were they thrown out literally just because it was a partisan?
As described, they said that they violated the, if I recall from Rob, from the thing you showed, the Equal Protections Clause and aspects of the First Amendment. By the way,
violating Equal Protections Clause.
That's a nonsense rationale.
Violating Equal Protections Clause is like saying then that partisan gerrymanders are not okay. That's what they're saying there, right?
That's what the lower courts were saying. The lower courts were saying partisan gerrymandering is not okay.
So what I'm asking is the Equal Protections Clause, was the argument that the plaintiffs were making in that case, was it based on the fact that it was simply partisan gerrymandering, or was there another argument that they were using?
I'm sure they had multiple arguments. They always have multiple arguments, but partisan gerrymandering was at least one of their arguments.
But Destiny, I don't understand your argument here anyways. It's clear that the federal courts were weighing in, saying that these maps couldn't be drawn this way. And then in 2019, the Supreme Court came in and said that was changing, that these maps were not something that could be adjudicated by federal courts. So it seems like you're arguing just for the sake of arguing.
Well, no, the argument is that we all had an understanding of what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act meant, and Alito basically destroyed this entire thing such that it's no longer a congressional law, which is kind of irritating because in the past they've appealed so much to, saying that for Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, well, the Congress has to write a law to go further to tell us what they really mean. And then we've had Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that Congress and the Supreme Court have had an understanding of what it's meant for a long time. And now the Supreme Court has basically nullified Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and said we can now do racial gerrymandering. We can do all partisan gerrymandering. It's okay to do that now.
And now we can circle back to my explanation, which is that Section 2 of the VRA says you cannot give a racial minority bloc lesser opportunity, but post-2019, in RUCO, when partisan gerrymandering was resolved, you can partisan gerrymander anyone, including white people. Anybody can be partisan gerrymandered. So if a minority group is partisan gerrymandered, they do not have a lesser opportunity than the majority
but
does,
you still can't,
because the majority is also being partisan gerrymandered.
So you can't actually say that. You can't say I'm going to racially gerrymander. Even Alito says that would still be tossed. But you can say that you're partisanly gerrymandering, which is the only reason why you would ever do a racial gerrymander. So racial gerrymandering has, in effect, through a legal alchemy, has been made legal by Alito, in direct contradiction to what would have been hoped for by the Voting Rights Act.
So to quote Thomas Sowell, when you're used to preferential treatment, equality feels like discrimination. Yes,
I don't know why I don't understand the layman's arguments. Like, why not use legal ones? If you have a JD, why not appeal to the legal arguments?
Gerrymandered, it would be
this is not a legal argument.
Special
These are
privilege
vibes.
Given only to
These are
minority
vibes.
groups,
It's
not
disappointing.
to be partisan gerrymandered.
Okay.
So yes, if in a world where everyone is being partisan gerrymandered, minority blocks are not given lesser opportunity by being treated the exact same as the majority block. If you're being treated the exact same, that's not a lesser opportunity.
It literally is, but that's why. But we didn't want to treat them the exact same. That's why Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act existed. That was the whole point.
Okay, but that's not what they wrote. In Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, it says that it's illegal if you use these means to give these minority blocks a lesser opportunity. That's the language that they used in the Voting Rights Act.
They said that if in a totality of circumstances it seemed like minority voters in a state had their vote consistently overturned by majority voters in a state, that would be bad, that they would have the right to bring a Section 2 claim, basically, through the Gingles or Jingles framework, however you pronounce it, and that they would be allowed to have a majority-minority map drawn if they were consistently getting overturned by the majority white voters, basically, in that state.
Okay, Destiny, do you think that's the direct quote from what they said? Is that the operative legal terminology, you think?
Well, considering that you just Googled it and you're looking at it right now and you're going to pretend that you've memorized the language, my guess is I'm probably not quoting it exactly, but I think I got the spirit of the law correct, yes.
Okay. So when Alito was talking about this law and saying, using this phrase about about opportunity, you think that he was just making it up? Wasn't in the law at all?
He literally did make it up. Yes. If you actually read the case, which I know you didn't because you don't read any of these that you talk about, he goes through each of the words and he basically invents his own cool definition. And then from there, everything kind of logically follows. So he defines opportunity as the way you're defining it right now in a novel way that's never been defined or applied in any prior Supreme Court case. And then that's why he arrives at his new construction, what he calls an updated Gingles framework.
If the majority is being partisan gerrymandered, and the minorities are being partisan gerrymandered, how is that unequal?
Well, if the minority if their vote, if their opportunity to have a vote to send a representative to the Congress is consistently overturned by the majority race of that state, then under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, then you would say it seems like, they have been frustrated. Their vote has been...
But my ability to put somebody into Congress is also being frustrated by partisan gerrymandering. How is it unequal that partisan gerrymandering is legal in both cases unless there's some overt racial issue that's involved?
Because partisanship was not partisanship.
Partisan gerrymander is me, Destiny.
The partisan gerrymander was not what it was about. It was about racial groups having their voice represented.
I mean, technically, you're right. Partisan gerrymander was not what it was about. In fact, I agree with Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch that partisan gerrymandering was never actually covered by the VRA, and this whole thing has been a misadventure in law to act that it ever did. What it actually covered was things like poll taxes, literacy tests, actual denial of the right to vote, or actual denial of your right to have your vote counted. That's what it covered. But if we're going to say that we're going to not use that argument, then we are stuck with its language, which includes this idea that you cannot have minority groups treated less than the majority groups. But if you're treating them equally to the majority groups, you're not treating them less than
But they wouldn't be treated equally if their vote is always overtaken by the majority groups in the state. By the majority
My vote is always overtaken, Destiny.
How? In what state? In what state?
New Jersey.
In New Jersey, white people don't have their candidates of choice elected to the House of Representatives?
No, in New Jersey, I live in districts that are broken up on partisan lines so that somebody who's going to vote for the right will not
That's
be
not
able
the question.
to get...
That has nothing to do with the Voting Rights Act. It's
because
not.
Where
in the Voting Rights Act does it talk about partisanship? It's talking about majority minority racial groups.
Yes, and
you as a white person have what other white people are voting for in New Jersey. Those candidates are...
And in Louisiana, the issue there is that when they drew up the map, they drew it up on partisan lines, and it also happened to have an impact on minority blocks.
Of course,
That's
because
the issue.
minority people vote along partisan lines. Of course.
Yes.
Always, yes. But the Voting Rights
correct.
Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act said that if minority groups' votes were consistently being defeated by the majority racial group, that they are allowed to have a majority-minority district created. They were allowed to bring a Section 2 Voting Rights Act case to the Supreme Court to have a district created for them.
To the district court. But yeah, you bring it to a district court, definitely. But yeah, but that's what it means when you say less opportunity than what?
Than the other racial group.
Then, yeah. And in a world where partisan gerrymandering is the norm, where everyone's getting partisan gerrymandered,
racial groups,
don't have
racial
less
groups.
opportunity if you are being treated the same.
You do if the racial groups vote on partisan lines. If there was a black party and a white party, literally, then the black party was all gerrymandered out on partisan lines, according to Alito.
Well, there basically is, Destiny, a black party in
exactly,
Louisiana.
And the Voting Rights Act said Section 2, you can't do that. But now Alito says you can.
Which then would mean that uniquely in Louisiana cannot gerrymander on partisan lines, but California can, but Nevada can.
Not if they frustrate a minority group. Why do you keep missing this? Wait, not if they're frustrating a minority group's vote.
Well, they're not frustrating a minority group's vote.
Then there's no problem under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But there would be in Louisiana if they were.
But the technical distinction, Destiny, is that the minorities are, of course, still able to vote regardless of gerrymandering.
It's not about if you're able to vote. It's if you're able to have a vote that is represented in your state's House elections that isn't consistently defeated by the majority race.
Okay, 1 second. That's insane. You don't really believe that, right?
That's what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's what the interpretation has been for 37 years. That's how the Supreme Court has understood it, and that's how all the legislature have understood it.
Okay, but if that's the case, let's say a particular state, we'll say hypothetically is 10% black. And those 10% blacks were so unracist, we give them those 10% to draw the map they want. And still they lose. You say, according to the Voting Rights Act, they're not allowed to lose. The mere fact that they lost implies that the Voting Rights Act has been violated because blacks have a right to win. That's bullshit. That's not what the Voting Rights Act says. It says that you can't have special tools designed to disenfranchise people based on race. It doesn't say they're guaranteed to win, and if they lose too much, then we have to change something. That's ridiculous.
I agree. That's why there was a test to determine whether or not a minority group was being frustrated by the majority group. This was the, I don't know if you remember the jingles or gingles, the framework.
It's the jingles test,
yes. The idea was you have to represent a sizable minority group that is in a contiguous district. So it can't be 10% of people scattered throughout the state. And their vote has to be consistently defeated by the majority racial group of the state. These are the three preconditions for this framework to be met. So if it was the case that black people voted 50-50, half Republican, half Democrat, you have no Section 2 case. If it was the fact, you have no voting rights act case. If it was the fact that the black people were equally scattered throughout the state, you can't make a contiguous district, you have no case. If they're 1% of the population of the state, then they don't represent a sizable minority, you have no case. So there were plenty of defeaters built into Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to make sure that these types of cases, exactly these types of cases, wouldn't be brought before any courts, any federal courts.
Rob, can you pull up my screen? So, Destiny, this is the map that Louisiana was forced to draw under the under the VRA prior to Calais. This crazy district here. Would you say that that's a contiguous district that looks like a sane district that anyone would draw under any normal circumstances?
Well,
it
what's the answer to that?
250 miles.
What's the answer to that? The answer to that is I would have to look to case law to see what has been considered a contiguous district in state.
You just gave a bunch of factors, Destiny.
Correct.
You just gave a bunch of factors. Do you want to repeat them? You had a good list.
I'm not, first of all, I'm not a judge. If I wanted to know how to apply the factors, right,
you
why
were
are you so weak on this? I'm explaining what the
VRA
factors are.
works.
I'm saying that as applied, I don't know, for a contiguous, like if you were to ask me, well, what if they were 8% of the population? I don't know what constitutes a sizable minority. I don't know 100%. I'm just saying that this was the framework that existed before. This is the framework that Alito has destroyed. That's what I'm saying.
So under the framework that you're exalting, Louisiana was forced by a federal court to draw this insane district that stretched 250 miles across the country in order to give the black population in Louisiana a second district, because the map that Louisiana drew did not give them a second district. In fact, under the VRA, Louisiana was essentially forced to do one of the most naked racial-based gerrymanders I've ever seen. Now, this doesn't strike me as equal. This strikes as you're being given a opportunity, you're being given a greater opportunity than anyone in any state would get but for the VRA. This is not equal, this is more. This is a special privilege that was given to minority voters, and the problem that Alito was identifying
Hold on, what you're saying,
is that
you're just
the
describing...
VRA says less
I understand.
opportunity.
Okay, listen.
If you're treated equally,
yes, and I agree.
then it's
I
not
understand.
a VRA claim.
Yes, I understand. I agree. So, like, this is okay, and I'm glad you said this. Okay, because this was the argument, and this is what happened: is you just don't like the Voting Rights Act. Alito didn't like Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and you don't like the fact that a minority group is getting some kind of special privilege to be heard here, which is fine, by the way. You can make that argument, but that's not what the Voting Rights Act said, and Alito didn't like it, and he got rid of it. They didn't get rid of it legislatively, like they probably should have. Alito got rid of it by legislating from the bench, which is exactly what he did, because you don't like the idea that a minority group had a special district created for it, which was the whole fucking point of the Voting Rights Act. Otherwise, why would we even have it? We could just point to the 14th Amendment. We could just scream over and over again, equal protections, equal protections, equal protections. And then boom, we'd be done with it. Why do we even need this law in the first place then?
So, Destiny, when the law said less opportunity, you think we should just ignore that language? We should say, actually, you know what? We're giving, as you just said, minority voters a special power, a greater power, an unequal benefit, rather than rectifying when they are deprived of something that non-minority voters get.
That was the whole point of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
I think you gave the game away.
What do you think the point of it was?
The point of it was to make sure that we had a colorblind constitution where voters who are minorities were treated equally. They couldn't be treated worse. What you're arguing is that they should be treated better.
Wait, if it was to be colorblind, why is there any language at all in there whatsoever about minority-majority districts? Or why is there any language in there whatsoever about the majority race overtaking the vote of the minority people?
To force equality coming out of segregation, and we can go back and forth if you want on the benefits and drawbacks of passing laws that would otherwise be unconstitutional in order to rectify past harms of discrimination. It's a rich area if you want to go there, but the language that they used was less opportunity. But what you're describing, Destiny, is the desire to give minorities not equal opportunity, but greater opportunity. And this actually is, I think, a very substantive disagreement. I don't think it's appropriate to give people special powers or special privileges on the basis of their race. I actually think that's racist.
That's great if you think that, and I agree with you. I agree that you can have that thought. No, I agree you can have that thought, but then what you wanted was a repeal of the Voting Rights Act. That's what you wanted, and that's what Alito did.
I wanted the Voting Rights Act to be interpreted consistent with the 2019 case RUCO, which, thank God, now it is.
When it says here, don't say what I want. You have no idea. You project so hard. Oh my God, bro. I'm not even. You're not capable of having the legal argument. Can you please try just to have the legal argument? Please just try to have the legal argument. Holy shit.
I feel like actually Destiny came out and said that openly.
No, I'm just telling you what the Voting Rights Act says. Okay, and I understand that you're saying now you don't like it, which is a fair opinion to have. You can even argue that opinion, but that's not the job of the Supreme Court to decide. That's the job of Congress to decide, right?
You're telling me what it says?
That the Voting Rights Act was created to protect racially minority voters. Yes.
So you're not telling me what it says. You're telling me what the intent was.
Do you think that the Voting Rights Act was to protect the majority vote of white people in the United States?
No, I'm trying to figure out what your argument is, Destiny. First, you're saying that's not what it says, but what it literally says is that they cannot have less opportunity than other members of the electorate. So they can't have less opportunity. If they have the same opportunity, they don't have less opportunity, which is my point.
What does opportunity mean, though? Wait, what does opportunity mean?
More.
What does opportunity mean? What does opportunity mean? What does opportunity mean?
Less opportunity than other members of the electorate to elect representatives of their choice.
Correct. So if you have 85% white people in a state and 15% black people in a state, who is that going to protect more?
It depends, Destiny, on the partisan makeup of the state.
If you have 85%, I'm going to leave if you can't answer this question. If you have 85% white people in the state and 50% black people in the state, do you think that the white districts are going to be gerrymandered out? Who does this protect in general?
Okay, let me explain the point. If the 85% and the 15% were split 50-50 between the parties, and the state nonetheless gerrymandered it so that the black people got no district, that would be a violation of the VRA even after Calais.
But it wouldn't be, though, right?
No, it would be.
It literally wouldn't, because they would still have the members that they wanted elected would still be elected. Yes, that was the whole point. Even if they're somehow gerrymandered out, the members that they want to elect would still be elected.
Go back to my example. I said if the 85 and the 15 were equally split between the political parties, right?
Why would we even?
And then the state nonetheless gerrymandered it so that black people didn't get a district. That would be a violation of the VRA even post Calais.
Gotcha. Can I ask if the racial groups were split 50-50 in how they would vote, why would we even have a Voting Rights Act?
Well, Destiny, it turns out that there were big ramifications for making partisan gerrymandering legal, and you might disagree with that. But I think earlier you said that you agreed with it, that you thought it was the right outcome.
Wait. I'll agree with Destiny. There's an easy answer to this question. Even if all of the Democrats or even if all the blacks were going to vote for one party or the other, or in the other world they were even 50-50, the Voting Rights Act still said you can't put a poll tax. You can't have some sort of test that's intentionally to keep blacks from voting. And the argument, well, it doesn't matter. They would have canceled each other's votes out because half would vote Republican and half Democrat, is not to the point whatsoever.
Sure.
So the Voting Rights Act had nothing to do with the outcome of who gets elected more, the Democrats or the Republicans. By the way, it would be the racist Democrats that they were actually fighting against, but
the people all in the South states right now that their ancestors were all Democrats, right? The Republicans of today whose ancestors were Democrats,
people.
Right?
They've realized their mistake of being Democrat.
Exactly. Thank you.
That's right. It's always been the Democrats who were racially focused. Yes.
Of course. So Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act would never exist if the votes were along 50-50 party lines, right?
Destiny.
Rob just answered this. Rob just answered that.
I'm talking specifically about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Right. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which says that you can't have a qualification or prerequisite to voting or standard practice or procedure based on race, basically, right? And you're telling me that if Democrats voted 50% Republican and 50% Democrats, that we would have looked at that law when it was being passed and said, it's perfectly fine to do whatever you want to keep black people from voting because, if they voted, it would be equal Republican.
No,
of course
we would never
still
pass
have
the
a
law. No, it just wouldn't be a thing you would talk about. Why would anybody want to try to disenfranchise voters if they're likely to vote either way? The whole point was for partisan power.
Because they were racist.
Because they were racist. You think that? So you think in the past you're laughing and you're making the dumbest point possible that people would have given up political power for racist gerrymandering? The same people that brought you the 3/5 compromise would have said, well, we know that these blacks are going to vote for us, but let's go ahead and gerrymander them out anyway because fuck it, so that we lose seats. Do you understand how stupid that is? There would be no purpose for the Voting Rights Act to exist if we all voted on racially partisan lines anyway, which is what Alito has completely brought us back to. Do you agree? I'm just curious. You agree that there will never be a Section 2 case that like a federal court can realistically hear now, right?
No, there could be some. It depends on.
Give me an example of one. Give me an example of one. Because now... No. Well, besides, that's obviously out of the case. I mean, for gerrymanders.
Literacy tests.
For gerrymanders.
Okay. So for gerrymanders, to bring a case now, what you need to show is that they could have achieved their partisan purpose and that there is an alternative map that did not take race into an account that would have done it without disenfranchising, quote unquote, members of that group.
Which totally defeats the entire challenge.
No, because it just makes it harder.
No, it doesn't make it harder. You have to demonstrate that any map that you would propose achieves the same partisan ends that their map would propose.
Because the partisan ends are legal.
But the whole reason why they're gerrymandering is for partisan ends.
Okay, but earlier you said that you agreed that partisan gerrymandering
Why are
should
you
be
changing
legal.
this earlier? I'm telling you that right now you can
Because you said
gerrymander
it earlier,
races
Jesse.
out
You
of
said-
existence. You can gerrymander the races by claiming it's partisan, but the only reason why you gerrymander is for partisan purposes. That was the whole point.
Listen, you've moved on quickly. If I can't, you've moved on quickly from a point I think that's absolutely absurd. The claim that the VRA would have been unnecessary if Democrats split 50-50 or if blacks split 50-50 in how they vote. So let me ask you specifically then. If that's true and no one would have ever pushed for that, let's say hypothetically tomorrow, blacks 90% become Trump supporters and Republican supporters. If there all of a sudden was rules placed to disenfranchise black voters, would you speak up for them and say that that's absurd and that's illegal?
Well, I mean, right now, as per Alito's ruling, you'd be allowed to strip them of their voting abilities by gerrymandering their thing on a partisan boundary.
It's not the question I asked. That's the question if you specifically would say that that's something, if they just flat out say blacks are no longer allowed to vote. That's good for you now because they're going to vote for Republicans. So would you say perfectly fine by me? I'm
If
fine
they just
with blacks
ban
not
black
being able
people from voting?
Correct.
I
Or
don't
let's
think...
say they do it through literacy and poll tax. Literacy test and poll tax. Would you be okay with that?
Probably not, no.
Therefore, you disprove your entire argument. Yes, even if it would have been a 50-50 split, there still would have been people that said you can't specifically keep black people from voting. You disprove your entire argument by showing you would be one of those people.
What?
You said that if blacks voted 50-50, no one would have ever suggested a law to prevent poll taxes or to prevent
Wait,
literacy
you just said
tests
if they
or
would
other
have
things to keep them
I thought
from
in your example
voting.
you said if the blacks voted 90% conservatives.
Correct.
Okay.
And you said, even in that world, you, who is clearly not a conservative and dislikes them, would have said, yes, it's still wrong to disenfranchise them. That's exactly my point. There are people that would have said you can't disenfranchise black people, even if they're voting 50-50, because it's still unhuman, it's still against their rights, etc. As you're doing right now.
I don't even know how you would gerrymander them on racial boundaries if they voted 50-50. This is why the Section 2 argument doesn't work here, and I think Kagan pointed it out well in her dissent that the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act basically defeats itself if the races are all voting relatively separately, because you would never be able to make a contiguous district of minority voters whose vote was being suppressed by the majority voters.
Because you're conflating that the Voting Rights Act was specifically or primarily about gerrymandering, which was never the case. That's why when you're looking at it through the lens of gerrymandering and you're talking about a 50-50 split, you're like, the Voting Rights Act would have never been necessary. Yes, it would have, because the primary purpose was Jim Crow laws of poll taxes, literacy tests, etc.
Section 2 was the big part of the Voting Rights Act that Alito basically destroyed. So that's basically is what people have been talking about is Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Of course he did. It's gone.
He did not destroy the part which the primary focus with things like poll taxes, literacy tests, etc. The reason, the intent of it was never gerrymandering. That was never the intent. So when you say they would have never passed Section 2 of the VRA had it been that blacks voted half Republican, half Democrat, that's just nonsensical.
Okay, wait. So just curious. Okay, I'm just curious then. If right now a state were to pass a law on like Trump's family biography or some shit that like 99% of white people could pass, but 1% of black people pass, would you guys both defend that as being an okay law?
No.
Why not? Wait. Why not? If it's explicitly, there's nothing racial about that test. No.
Well, the question is, there's some sort of test, like a literacy test or an educational test.
Make it a literacy test, yeah.
And 99%. Well, I'm against sort of those sorts of qualifications.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, as per our reading here now of the Voting Rights Act, right?
That would have nothing to do with it.
Because you would have, if let's say you had we just use the examples from history. If you put in a literacy test that basically prevented black people from voting, then by the plain language of the VRA, black people now have less opportunity to vote.
Wait. But what if the literacy test, there wasn't any racial thing about it? That was just the effect.
I am describing historic examples where there was not.
You can't rely on historic examples because that's what Alito didn't want to rely on. I agree with what you're saying because what you're quoting now is the part that he got rid of, which was the totality of circumstances. But I'm saying if there's no racial language, it's just a biography about Trump's family, and it just so happens to disenfranchise 99% of black voters and 1% of white voters, like the new gerrymanders are now going to be allowed to do.
Yes.
Why would you be against the literacy poll test or whatever, but you'd be in favor of the racial gerrymanders?
Because in that case, black people would be given less opportunity to vote than white people.
Isn't that happening right now in the way that gerrymanders is happening across the southern states?
No, it's not. They have the exact same opportunity to vote and have their vote counted.
But not if they don't. But it wasn't about having their vote counted. It was about having members of their class of citizens being able to.
But the example you gave was a literacy test, which is about having your vote counted, which is why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
Why is it that the totality of circumstances language was adopted from, I believe, from Bolden and then added to the.
Who's helping you now?
What? What do you mean? Who's helping out?
Is that Kafka or Pisco?
I don't even know if either one of them are awake. I read the whole decision on stream.
Okay.
I'm guessing you didn't.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Look at me right now. What are the changes that Alito suggested to the Gingles framework?
To the Gingles framework? I have not memorized them. I'm happy to
then how are you even answering the question of whether or not a Section 2 case could be brought before the court if you don't even know the change?
For looking off screen and getting it from your chat. I'm making a joke, Destiny.
This was one of the most cited cases in the decision. You have no idea because you haven't even read it. You don't even know. I don't even know how you were answering my earlier questions if you didn't even know what any of this even was. How are you answering whether or not a Section 2 case could even be brought before if the whole point of Section 2 cases was they relied on the Gingles framework, and now that framework has been completely destroyed? Kagan says we should call it the Calais upturning or whatever instead of the new Gingles framework. You can't explain it. Why are you explaining it to me now when you just said you don't even know what the new framework is?
I didn't say that. I
love you guys.
That's the thing that you wanted to yell.
Okay. I can't. I can only do so much of this back and forth. What? I am Googling things, I guess, if you want to see. I was just Googling the plain text of Section 2 here, and then... I use this to get the plain text of it. And then I'm trying to find some of these cases that they're talking about. Court strikes down Maryland's gerrymander 2001. Some of the AIs were agreeing with points of something, but I get very nervous about, citing AIs. Like this one striking down the lower court's ruling or whatever, but Jesus Christ, the Ryan guy is just... Oh my God!
You ready? Yep. 3, 2...
Does Section 2 include anything about being able to vote or not? I don't know if they call out voting in particular. I know that I don't remember which court case added it, but because I think gerrymandering was not considered part of it originally. There might have been Section 1 because it's not like a poll tax or a literacy test or whatever else, but then in later cases it was added to that to understand that a statute includes a gerrymander, which could be a racial thing or whatever. I don't like that. I don't like that Ryan is so condescending. I don't like that he engages in so much filibuster. Nothing is more frustrating to me than when you're trying to rattle off 3 points, and I disagree big time on point 1, but you want to get through all 3 of your points and then give an analogy or an example, and it's holy fuck, bro. Can we just go back to point 1 and work through these point by point? Oh my God, it drives me fucking crazy.
Was Rob 100% AI in that convo? Yeah, he asks AI questions. But I don't even give a fuck. I don't care. If you want to ask AI shit or whatever, that's fine. The fact that this guy keeps trying to little bro me and he hasn't even read any of these court cases drives me fucking crazy. It drives me insane that he hasn't read any of the fucking court cases. Because the reason why that ticked me off so much before is because part of the big deal, in my opinion, about this is that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act has been gutted because that Gingell's framework has been basically updated to make it impossible to bring a court case, because one of the three huge elements that was changed, preconditions to being able to bring this case, is you've got to be able to demonstrate that the gerrymander was done on racial boundaries, but it wasn't done on partisan boundaries, which is impossible because every racial gerrymander is going to be partisan. So that in and of itself almost frustrates every potential Section 2 case. I think the second one is you're now required to submit a map. The onus is on you to submit a map that would satisfy all of the partisan gerrymandering desires of the defense, which is also like, what the fuck is even the point of bringing the case then? And then I'm trying to remember the third thing that was changed. I don't know if they touched the third one. Oh, it might be that you have to show that your contiguous racial group's vote was being oppressed by comparing it to like members outside of your race, I think. So like if black people were losing all of their votes, but it was because they were all voting for Democrats, and then white people voting for Democrats lost their votes. Like that would also like kill your job. Basically, I'd have to go back and check exactly, but basically all Section 2 cases are dead. I think is the example. The legal examples coming from this. Like Section 2 cases are just dead. But for him to say that like, oh well, I don't think so, blah blah blah, and he keeps trying to like, when he tried to check me on the fucking on the AI shit, like Bolden is a case it's called back to over and over and over again. The only reason why he doesn't know that is because he didn't read the case. So for him to claim that I'm using AI when he doesn't even know what was written in that fucking case, because he didn't read it while pretending that he read it and then pretending to give me some legal analysis. I don't care. All right. This is why I hate talking to these motherfuckers. Okay. More court case stuff? I'll go over tomorrow. I'm fucking tired. Jesus fucking Christ. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful. Ripperino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, Al Pacino, whatever Marinos. Stay safe. Be careful. Oh, yeah, and then I also hate the idea that these guys keep saying that I'm for racial gerrymandering. I don't know. Voting Rights Act, I don't know. You could go back and forth on it. I've never given a strong opinion on it. Just that it's a law. If you don't like it, then strike down the law. It's not up to the Supreme Court to decide if they like a law or not. Generally speaking, that's not what the Supreme Court's supposed to do. That's usually what originalists are very mad at when the Supreme Court does it. But okay. I love you. Be careful. I'm tired. Good night.